Thought I'd be happy if I moved to LA. I made some friends who told me that I should stay, but they're the ones who keep forgetting my name. Don't really think that they care. Yeah, I thought I knew what I was doing out here. I've asked that question for a couple of years. I wish the future wasn't always unclear. Feels like I'm going nowhere. 'Cause lately I've been going through the motions. I'm trying to get a hold of my emotions, but they've been getting deeper than the ocean. Don't know where I even belong. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick, but I don't really wanna go back home yet. I've been trying to find all the reasons to keep myself from running and leaving. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick, but I don't really wanna go back home yet. But I've been trying to find all the reasons to keep myself from running and leaving. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick. Feeling kinda homesick. Yeah. If I forget about the problems I had, and I don't wish that I was more than I am, maybe the pressure wouldn't be all that bad. Oh, I should try it sometime. Oh, if I pretended I was never afraid, when things go wrong maybe I wouldn't be faced. Could I believe it for a couple of days? Won't ever know unless I try. 'Cause lately I've been going through the motions. I'm trying to get a hold of my emotions, but they've been getting deeper than the ocean. Don't know where I even belong. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda homesick, but I don't really wanna go back home yet. But I've been trying to find all the reasons to keep myself from running and leaving. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick, but I don't really wanna go back home yet. But I've been trying to find all the reasons to keep myself from running and leaving. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick, but I don't really wanna go back home yet. But I've been trying to find all the reasons to keep myself from running and leaving. Lately I've been feeling kinda homesick.
to Brawlhalla.
Welcome, everybody, to the European 2v2 Spring Championship pre-show here on the Brawlhalla Esports broadcast channel. My name's Sparky878. Joining me this morning, PJ the Pup and Slow Motion. We're going to talk to you about what is going on in the world of Brawlhalla Esports and what you need to be paying attention to this weekend. We got some good stuff coming for you. Of course, we saw everything that we had happen in the 1v1 weekend. It was a fantastic weekend. Got to see a bunch of new stuff that we haven't seen for a while. We got to see the first testing ground of the dash changes. We got to see the testing ground of the dex changes, which I think we'll consider even more heavily into this weekend, as well as, you know, of course, the patch that nuked Ulgrim and a little bit Kaya, but more Ulgrim than Kaya. So we'll see the results of that and how successful that was based on the legend picks that come in this weekend. Boys, how are we feeling about the 2 versus 2 game mode and how it stands in Europe?
I'm feeling really good. I think that this is going to be a really fun and very important tournament for the timeline of Brawlhalla Esports. You know, we talk a lot about pre-snap dash and a lot of, pre-dash jump Brawlhalla. Now this is going to be this is going to be the last tournament before super stances come into effect. So this is going to be not only the, like you were saying, testing ground of what dexterity changes and the snap backdash changes are going to be for the 2v2 meta, but also the last event before these come in. And this is going to be the last event before Brawlhalla starts balancing legends around their stances. Previously, their stats were locked in, and once they got the stats, that's what they got. Now they're going to be tinkered around a lot, so it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what the last read of the meta is until we get into a very, very different Brawlhalla, I think, going into the future.
Oh, I agree. I'm kind of strapped in and along for the ride, because every time I think I understand the meta and I understand this game, Brawlhalla wants to mix it up on me. You know, now I'm watching, you know, the differences between, you know, the snap dash and the dex changes, and we get to watch this wonderful tournament. It was great last weekend with those changes in effect, but now the next time we stand at this desk, it's going to be super stances and a whole new meta and new legends coming in. So I'm just kind of along for the ride. I'm just going to enjoy this weekend.
So we mentioned the dash changes, we mentioned the dex changes, because those are the more recent ones, but also like the nuking of Ulgrim. That was sort of a big moment that came out. That was before the dash and dex changes.
But does it even matter? Like maybe this weekend.
I think it will.
This weekend, but once we go to super stances, is Ulgrim back in play?
That's also a big question that we're going to see going into this one. But specifically what happened to Ulgrim is he caught signature changes that affected him personally, and also Lance caught nerfs on it as well, which affected him personally. All of the Lance legends out there, but specifically in 2v2s, that's going to really hit Ulgrim hard, especially that Cider. That was a major popular KO move. Now it's like the in life, but that locks you in to a 2-piece where you're stuck in place, as opposed to that Cider that moves you along. So that really hurt Lance a lot, and that really lowered the weapon in a lot of people's minds. I felt that personally as a Lance player myself. And then also the dex changes, Ulgrim's base 3. So that hurt him a lot as well. We had some players even taking out, I believe Blaze was one of the players, especially in Europe, that took out of the dex stance, I believe, to put it in strength. I can't remember exactly which one takes out of dex, but he would take out of dex to go down to 2. So are we going to see some people who are really Ulgrim loyalists, are they going to latch on to the final moments, death gripping that as much as they can and maybe go into dex stance? That's one of the big questions I have this weekend.
I mean, we are in EU, so if we have any Ulgrim the Ulgrim region, it is definitely this one. So we're going to see if any of the diehard Ulgrim players are going to stick through it this weekend for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've casted so many EU tournaments, so at this point, anything to mix it up. But I think my meta read is like we're going to see a lot of the middle or higher dexterity Gauntlet legends. I think Gauntlet is back in the meta in a pretty strong way. We've seen it already in the 1v1 space, so we're moving into 2v2. I expect to see some test guys. Expect to see Wushang. I don't know why I haven't seen any Wushang yet. I think Wushang is going to be an incredibly strong pick, especially with super stances as well coming in. But for now, the last tournament before super stances, before Brawlhalla changes in a big fundamental way. But we're going to be showing off some of the things you can be earning for watching the stream this weekend. We got some awesome rewards coming at you here, and you're going to be able to redeem those by watching and getting those watch hours in for Twitch drops here on this channel, as well as Pro Brawlhalla. So you can check out the elimination side of things. We got after 1 hour, you get Mordex and Zol Esports V6. You have an in-game title, Never Say Never. That's 3 hours in. 5 hours in, we're going to get the esports stuff, and then we're going to get the Neo City Katars as one. I mean, everyone's been playing the Katars right now, so it's going to be a good time. But we also got something else to show you.
What, PJ?
We got Esports V7 colors coming in here. We're going to be showing that off right now. So for all of you color collectors at home, you're going to be able to get some new swag, some new drip to show off. And yeah, it looks kind of cool. Like it's kind of like a bronze, like with that like cyan color that Brawlhalla is very known for, and then you have like that bronzy color. I think that's really going to play well with a lot of these legends. We see it there with the Fenrir and Mordex as well. You see it on some of your favorite legends. So yeah, make sure to check that out. Esports V7, it's here. Yeah.
Then we also have, of course, we're here for an esports weekend. Colors are sick, skins are sick, like we get it, but we're here because we're esports fans, and that means Mid-Season Championship is coming up very, very soon. Mid-Season Championship 2026. Sign up now and play for your portion of the $50,000 prize pool. May 11th is the last time to sign up for that early bird special where you will get that Brawlhalla t-shirt along with your sign up. That is the last chance to sign up for the early bird special. You can still sign up after that, but if you're going to sign up after that, you might as well sign up before it so you get that t-shirt, give you a little souvenir to take home, have something to wear on a daily basis there. You can also get the locked in title as well. Early bird signups now through May 11th, a very important date.
And it's very, very imperative that you sign up and get your affairs in order quickly with all of the things going on. Rest in peace, Spirit. I mean, that's going to be very important for you if you're like, oh, I'm going to just get the Spirit flight I always get to Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's not a thing anymore.
Sorry, it's Frontier.
I'm just going to get the hotel. I'm going to just get the hotel I always get. They're going to be booked out as well. So please, 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 if you have any interest in going to any of the lands, but especially mid-season as it's coming around, make sure you register to get your t-shirt locked in, but also start locking in your accommodations. You need to find a place to sleep. The venue will not be open for that, so make sure. But we are going to be inviting one of our pros for our prospective here, and he's going to be joining us. We got Flower here, who I want to congratulate really quickly for beating his SATs. I'm sure he did a great job. Congratulations. That's the first big step for Flower as he looks to continue his academic career. He continues his career in Brawlhalla as well, and he's here on the prospective. How you doing, Flower?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Sparky, how are you? Slow-mo, how are you?
We're good, man. We're good, man. Glad you could join us here. I'm glad your brain's not fried. I know that's definitely a very tough morning.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. I think the reading section was harder than the math section.
Who needs
the
reading?
math section was harder than the reading section. I like reading. I like English. I'm good at English, but the math was just like, I know I did bad on the first section of the math because like the second section was giving me the most diabolically easy questions. So like I'm just hoping to see if I do good on the reading. That's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, so we're here to talk about the 2 versus 2 game mode, specifically in the European region. Who do you have your eyes set on right now? Who do you think is going to weather the storm of what just happened to Olgrim and a little bit to Kaya?
Yeah, I've always got my eyes on Godly, as I'm sure most people are when it comes to Europe. I mean, that is the man when it comes to the European region. Even though he hasn't really been doing as good in the 2v2 tournaments, but I want to see him do well. And on top of that, I think Godly's a very versatile player. He can play anything. I mean, he plays whatever character befits the meta, and he never really was an Olgrim player, I would say, in the beginning. So I feel like he should do good. I'm hoping to see him win. Obviously, he's the world champ. Munir also is similar. I know he plays Taros. Hammer's definitely in the meta right now for doubles, so I'm hoping to see Munir do well. Acno with Bow too, so those are kind of the players I'm looking out for.
So you're a Bow player, you're a Hammer player, you're a Yumiko player at heart. How are you feeling like Bow is existing in 1v1 and 2v2? Because like for a while, people mostly were not playing Bow. It was like the small handful of Bow loyalists who were like, yes, I'm still gonna play this weapon, I'm still gonna play the legend that I've always played. But a lot of people moved away from the weapon. You know, everyone always talk about like, oh, Bow neutral air KOs at 220. What are you supposed to do? How are you feeling like Bow Nair fits in now that we've had a little bit of time post dash change, post dex change? We had the 1v1 tournament last weekend. How are you feeling like Bow fits in?
Well, despite the fact that Bow Nair does kill at 220, I would still say that it's a good weapon. But although I do see it getting overrated, to be honest, in my conversations with other professional players, if I'm being honest, I think with the dash changes and with the dex changes, Bow, there's an argument to be made that Bow's better. There's an argument to be made that Bow Bo is worse. I think the thing is with Bo is now the juggle game has really changed. Before it used to be you're focusing on catching people's dash jumps, but now it's kind of you're seeing if they're landing away from you or into you and that sort of thing. I think Bo's in a good spot in the meta. Some people saying some outlandish things like it's the best weapon. That's just completely ridiculous. But I think it's definitely up there in the top 5, top 6 sort of weapons. I think it fits in the meta. It's definitely good, and it hasn't really received too many nerfs as opposed to things like Lance. So I think it fits good right now.
Guys, do y'all have questions for Flower before we move on to players that we want to watch specifically?
I do, just because I find it so interesting. I want to pick your brain just a little bit. We have super stances now in the game. They're going to be legal for the next tournament. How are you feeling? How does that adjust the way that you play Yumiko? What are you maybe like more afraid of fighting against now that super stances could be lurking?
See, the way that super stances changes the landscape of Brawlhalla is in the sense that now you can play specific stances depending on the matchup. Beforehand, you used to just play, every character had like a good stance that you would run and you just play it against whatever. But now, from the fact that you can kind of change your stats around so much, if you're playing against, a character that has high strength, you can just put in 2 stats in your defense. Like you can change your stance depending on the matchup. So now it's more like you got to think about before you go into the game, okay, my character goes in this character, or maybe this guy has this certain habit that I know I can take advantage of if I have high strength or something like that. And because that you're able to play a lot more like player to player and change your things depending on the matchup. So I think that'll change with Yumiko. You'll see me on that 6 strength. I think she probably has like the best stats for me personally, because I like high speed, high dex characters. So I'm a fan of that for Yumiko. I think some characters that will be good with super stances and the dex in general is those characters that kind of had like really low in one stat, and that's what kind of held them back in a way. So like Thatch, I think, would be good. Like other like Jiro, like those characters, like those Ember, like those 4 defense characters. Like they would be so good if only they had 6 defense or 5 defense, like that sort of thing. I think that's probably the characters that are going to be good. Oh, and unrelated, I want Jakey to do well. That's the person above all that I want to win. I had to remember that.
No, that was a fantastic insight. Thank you for that, Flower.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Flower, for your perspective here as we move over into some of our we're moving into some of the players that we're looking out for in Flower. Feel free to join in here as we look at Godly and Blaze. They're coming in, getting 2nd place at Winter Championship, and 17th at Galaxy comes in. And I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but this is PR number 4 and 7, and a team that is one of, I think these are the 2 most successful players in EU history, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Like in terms of just winnings and in terms of doing very
and,
well.
Acno.
And Acno as well, yeah. So it's going to be
put
like
Acno above Blaze in that,
Acno
just because he's also had the time he had in 2v2 with Blaze, but also his 1v1 success as well.
Got it, yeah. So those 3 are going to be at the top, and we're going to have a team with 2 of the 3, with Godly and Blaze. How are we feeling about it?
I think that they are the best equipped to deal with the de-Olgramification that seems to be going on in the bracket right now. Obviously, Blaze played a lot of Olgrim, a lot of Olgrim, especially in recent times. If you go back in any of the old tournament VODs, you're probably going to see him on Olgrim. But think about who we originally saw, like Blaze, build his career on, and that was on the back of Brynn. I think Brynn is one of the characters we're going to see a lot of the Olgrim players shift over to. You mentioned gauntlets as well. We could see a lot of more gauntlets pop up, but specifically, the Brynn players are going to be coming out big, and I think Blaze is one of the best. He definitely was like one of the best Brynn players of all time at one point in his Brawlhalla career. I don't know if those times are still now. He still could show us that, but he is an Axe player at heart. He is not a Lance player, so he's able to take all of that and move it over onto the Brynn. His spear is solid. Brynn is an incredible character in 2v2s, so I think this team is really well placed to deal with the Olgrim changes that came through, and it's not like, oh, maybe let me dig deep for something that like I'm comfortable with. I have a few thousand games on it, but really I'm an Olgrim player, like some of the other players we're going to talk about on this pre-show. So I think that really sets them up. That's the way I'm thinking about this entire weekend, is who is going to be able to deal with the Olgrim changes the best.
And you think about players about Blaze and Godly have so much experience, so much adaptation. Have both those players have such a deep legend pocket too, being able to just pull out whoever. I think anytime you're talking about that being a team in the conversation, you have to put them in your predictions. You have to put them in your top 3. I mean, it's Godly and Blaze.
And Flower?
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be fun to see. This is a team, this and Jakey or Godly and Jakey are the people that I want to see win the most. I mean, I'm excited to see. Hopefully they dominate. Hopefully they do good. Originally, Godly and Blaze, I remember when they first started teaming, they didn't do too good, or at least they didn't win. So I want to see if they're able to win this one, and like you said, combat the Ulgrim deficit in the bracket. I hate Ulgrim. I'm so happy that he's gone. Oh my god.
Now, moving on to our next team, I believe we have Acno and Munir coming up. So a team who kind of didn't really lean into the Ulgrim side of things, and even the Kaya side of things. Like, we saw Acno play a lot of Kaya in the past. I mean, we have the amazing BCX 2v2 clip that we pretty much have to talk about contractually every time we bring him up in 2v2, because it was such an amazing clip with the GC Insig to get back over to the side of the stage. But he kind of moved off of that. It seems like maybe they were a little bit forward thinking between Acno and Munir, moving on to the Tesca pick, and then they also, who else did they play? They were playing the Zariel Tesca. A lot of people are playing Zariel, but Acno and Munir seem to like jump ahead of the game on that. So they had the Zariel on Acno and the Tesca on Munir. I'm really liking this team. I think they are mostly agnostic to the changes going in. Zariel did catch some signature nerfs, but it was nothing major. I don't know if that's really going to force anybody off the legend whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at their overall like opponent score lines and stuff, you're seeing like them a 1-1 score line between Godly and Blaze. They have a 2-3 score line versus Ty and Ahmed, who are currently fighting for their lives in the elimination side of the bracket. That's your reigning champions. They obviously have the win over Kaina and Loras as well. So this is going to be Munir and Acno coming in with a 2nd place at BCX, but a 5th place at Winter Championship. They definitely, like you said, were kind of jumping the blaster, if you will, on the de-Ulgrification. Did I say that right?
De-Ulgrimification.
De-Ulgrimification of EU. So I think that's going to be very exciting. Flower, any thoughts on Munir and Acno?
Yeah, Munir is obviously a very sick player. You know, you see Munir, he goes for crazy things. Confident guy. You know, he gets on the stream and he's just the man. You know, he's confident. He's cool. He's collected. I think we're going to see the Bryn Zariel. Zariel's a very good pick right now. There's not much more else to say. Those are the goats right there.
Real quick before we move on, though, you mentioned Wu Shang potential, and I did ask Acno and Munir who they're going to be playing this weekend. I don't know if the Zariel changes really forced Acno off of the Zariel, but he is going to be going in with the Diana this weekend, and then Munir will be on that Wu Shang, so he'll at least be leading on the Wu Shang. That'll be interesting to see. I don't know how successful that is going to be, but they also mentioned that they're...
Bro, what is that? Wu Shang Diana?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Hey, that's what they told me they're going in with this weekend, but they're not like purely fixed on that. They're not like, this is our comp, we're going to be playing this until we lose out of the tournament whatsoever. There is some fluidity there. They're keeping the Zariel in the mix. They're keeping the Tesca in the mix. I think the Zariel could be played by either player, they mentioned as well.
Yeah.
So I think this could be an interesting team this weekend that isn't like purely forced onto a single team comp.
Well, we saw Acno. I mean, one's is a little different. We saw Acno kind of pull out some random legends last week as well, so you never really know what he's going to be up to. But yeah, definitely Acno and Munir, I mean, they're coming in 2nd seed.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the Diana Wu Shang. I'm actually, a matter of fact, I'm hating on it.
You sound offended.
That's ridiculous. I'm offended, dude. You're locking in the Diana Wu Shang. Are you serious? After you got 5th, dude, you need to be the one winning right now, man. What are you doing? No, I'm actually... All right, next team, bro.
All right, no, I like that. I like that. I like to see the discourse. I want to see the discourse that other people are saying about that, and I want to see how it shakes up in bracket.
It's going to be so fun watching them do like 3 SIGs and they just KO at 0.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome to watch, because for some reason they're going to have a way to do it. It's going to be like Diana signature into Wushang spear down SIG and it's over. That'd be very cool. But yeah, we move forward here in Taya and Ahmed, and a little bit of a side note. They are in the elimination side right now, 1-1 versus Blues and Krisu right now, where Taya is playing the Rick, so that's going to be, I believe, the Jala, right? The Jala crossover.
That's going to be Barraza coming in here. So
yeah,
this is what I'm worried the most about this team in terms of our teams at the top going in with the Ulgrim changes, because I have some insane stats that are going to blow your mind here. Like, one, Orb caught a small amount of nerfs. I know some of the Orb players were squeaking about that. It's like you've been at the top so long that like equality feels like oppression. So I know a lot of Orb players were squeaking about that one, but specifically the Ulgrim.
Yeah, it's pretty. It feels pretty bad, to be fair. The sidelight change in high level, I think, is very, very
bad.
tough.
It is. It definitely feels like it has been adjusted. It is.
Yeah,
it is.
it's a normal move now. That's punishable. So that and that's like your best.
Equality
move.
feels like a
yeah,
best.
yeah.
crazy.
So it's gonna be like a big deal. But yeah, and then you were actually talking about where Taya was somebody that
Taya specifically, like I was really wondering who Taya was going to play going into this after the Ulgrim changes, and they said we're not really sure the Ulgrim, so ignoring the changes, or the Barraza, which is happening on the side stream right now. And when I heard the Barraza, I got a little bit worried because that's a big jump. Blasters, we've seen players talk about blasters and how difficult they are. Specifically, Godly here recently has been playing the Cassidy. But I did a deeper dive into Taya's Brawl Tome. Shout out brawltome.app, shout out XJCoolJ, excuse me. And we see that his top 2 legends are Kaya and Ulgrim. Both got nerfed in an attempt to shake up the previously unshakable meta that developed at the top level of Brawlhalla 2v2. His 3rd highest level is Brynn and then Wushang, both of which are really smart choices that you could go to, but he's not going to those. He's going to the Barraza. That makes the choice an interesting one. His 1st and 3rd highest experience weapons are Axe and Spear. So you'd think he would go over to the Brynn, but he's not going over to the Brynn. His Barraza is level 49, and his highest level Blasters legend is Diana at 55. So he has time spent with the Blasters, but it's been a while since we've seen hardly any Barraza whatsoever this deep in the bracket.
I think Kaina was playing Barraza at one point, but it usually was in like
But he moved away
elimination
from it.
side, and it was kind of like a joke towards the end of it. Like he would play double Azoth or he would play Barraza, and it was never really like a pick that was like, oh yeah, this is like clearly going to be a signature pick in 2v2s. He always ended up going back to the terrace when it actually mattered. So
also, like it's kind of gets benefit of the doubt. Pretty much whatever he wants to do, I will.
That's fair.
I'll defer to him.
Yeah,
He gets
that's
benefit
fair.
of the doubt there.
yeah, and Flower.
Yeah, let me just. I think it takes a certain kind of guy to be able to pilot the Barraza. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a lot of players attempt it. He's a hard legend. He has low speed and he has the hardest weapon blasters. Like I've seen Experience try to play Barraza, and Experience is good at everything. Like Experience is very good and picks things up very easily, but he was struggling when he hopped on the Barraza, and that kind of put it in stone for me. You got to be like a special type of guy. You got to be a Cody Travis type of guy to pick up the Barraza. I'm interested to see. I don't know. Why not just play Brynn, in my opinion? Like, she's very good. Like, I think Brynn is a better legend than Barraza in the meta. And also, it seems that you can pilot her better. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I think, I mean, the EU players that I've talked to, like, glazed Taya so hard, or at least they did. I remember when I teamed with Jakey last year, like, he was like, I want to team with Taya next year. For sure. He's so good. He's absolutely sensational.
All right,
and I'm
all
like,
right.
I'm like, all right, dude. Like,
Where is
he's that good? That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, dude.
He's from the
glazed it
UK,
so
bro.
hard.
He's from the UK. If you couldn't tell.
Painting in it.
If you
know?
couldn't tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
That caught me so off guard.
Dude, so just a little like side note, we actually can't see Flower right now. You guys can see on the stream, we don't have access to that feed. So I'm just like hearing him not talk for a second. I'm like, he's winding something up, and it was the accent. Kind of awesome. Thank you so much, Flower, for joining us, not only for the perspective, but also for a really great insight into some of the best teams in the EU. Before we head out, we want to give you a moment to shout yourself out, Flower. Where can the people find you? What are you up to right now? Working on any content? Let us know.
Yeah, you can find me over at YouTube. Just search up Flower Brawlhalla. I'm the first channel that comes up, of course. 10K subs recently. You can find me on X or Twitter, Flower_SPQR, and Flower_SPQR on Twitch as well. I'll be streaming. I make YouTube videos. I tweet some banger takes. If you ever want to go see what's happening and see the truth that's happening in the Brawlhalla world, go follow my Twitter. Making YouTube videos. I got some cooked up. I'm gonna hit 3,000 elo by the end this season and make a fire YouTube video about it. That's about it for me.
All right, thank you so much, Flower, for joining us on the pre-show broadcast here. We're going to let you go. Some much-needed rest after a very long morning and taking some time out of your busy schedule to join us here on the broadcast. Thanks so much, brother. So I believe we're going to be moving on into our predictions so we can get these moving and we can get into this tournament. Who is going first for the predictions is a question we all have on our mind right now. The answer I will give you here in just a few moments, but I'm going to hold on to your time just a little bit longer while we decide whose predictions are going to be coming out first. No one really knows at the end of the day until I tell you right now, and it's going to be me. In third place, I believe it's a team we didn't get to talk about very much, but I believe Razox and Kimono are going to be in third place. Razox is going to take a little bit of a hit because of the Kaya nerfs, but I think he has one of the best spears in the game right now, and I think you could do that on any spear legend out there. You could just ignore the Kaya changes, and I think you're going to be okay. And on the other side, Kimono, that's a cannon player right there. He can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to worry about these Ulgrim changes whatsoever. Keep playing that Onyx, keep dropping bombs. He's going to be doing good. In second place, I have Acno and Munir, and that's because in first place, I think Godly and Blaze are going to do the best after the Ulgrim changes. They're going to adapt the best. They have the other legends that they want to play that are very successful. They're going to be coming out with the gold medal around their necks.
Yeah, and I think I'm assuming we're going down the line. That would make sense to me. I have in my third place, we have Taya and Ahmet. Even though, they're obviously in the elimination side of things right now, I don't know if they won their match, but they're going to be getting close to that. I know they're up 2-1 in the set last time I checked it. Taya and Ahmet, they got first place at Winter. They're your reigning champions, fourth at BCX, third at Galaxy Cup Zenith. Obviously, Taya is going to be facing a lot of those nerfs, but I think they're going to be able to adapt. I think the Barraza pick is going to get maybe beaten out of Taya, and we're going to be seeing, like you were talking about, maybe a Bryn pick or something of that sort. And I think Ahmet's a great player, no matter what legend he's going to be on. In second place, I have Munir and Acno, one of my favorite teams in Brawlhalla, PR number 1 and 2, getting fifth place at Winter Championship. They were ahead of the de-Ulgrimification of EU, so I think that they are going to be looking very good and very experienced as well. They kind of use that first event to invest in themselves, and they're going to be even more comfortable going into it. But it's hard to not put Godly and Blaze at number 1. I think they're going to win the tournament. Hard for me to ever see Godly and Blaze, two people that are super adaptable because they've done it for so long on so many different legends. They can easily just figure it out on the fly, and I think they're going to be able to do that at a much higher success rate than all the other players and other teams in the bracket. So yeah, Godly Blaze first, second Munir and Acno, third Taya and Ahmet.
I guess that just leaves me, huh? I mix it up just a little bit. Third place, I got Saphir and Jakey. I think they're going to mix it up today. I think we're going to see them break into the podium. And then I swapped it around. I'm Godly Blaze coming in second, and then I'm Team Acno this year. He has shown me so many good things in ones, and you match him up with Munir in twos. I think that is just a crazy combination. I think this is going to be the weekend they're going to get it done.
Alrighty, that'll do it for the pre-show broadcast here. Make sure to do all the things that we told you during this broadcast. Make sure to sign up for mid-season, get all that squared away, get your hotel done, get your travel done, sign up for the early bird special so you can get that t-shirt. Otherwise, you're just leaving money on the table. That'll be it for us on the broadcast pre-show. We're going to be moving into the games here shortly in just a few moments. We're going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few moments with the bracket for the EU 2v2 Brawlhalla Spring Championship coming at you in just a few moments.
간식 시간이다.
문어 좀 먹을래? 더 없어. 잘 먹을게. 크게 불태워보자. 배고파. 빨리 해보자고. Time to unleash the dragon. 리얼 파워의 맛은 바로 이거다. 디저트도 먹어. I'm working up an appetite. 밖에는 거북이, 안에는 드래곤. 이기는 건 디저트만큼 달콤한 거야. 거의. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
It's ready!
My motion is graceful, but my precision is deadly. Watch closely. My chakrams dance better than you fight. Two blades, one warrior. The odds are against you. You're making me work for this. Well done. You've earned my respect, but you will not earn a victory. Try to keep up. My sword is sharper than your skills. Every spark of my blade burns with purpose. My strength and grace can change the outcome of any battle. In the end, my spirit always triumphs. Welcome to Brawlhalla!
Odin Actual, are you copying this?
Roger that, Odin Squad.
What was that? Quiet, keep it tight. Isaiah, move up. Contact!
everybody to the European 2v2 Spring Championships. I am Dario, joined by Sparky, who you just got a chance to see on pre-show. We have so many exciting sets coming on up. Sparky, how are you feeling about the competition?
I'm feeling good, and I want to give a quick bracket update based on what we talked about a little bit and touched on during the broadcast. It was happening on the side stream while the pre-show was going on. That was Taya and Ahmet versus Blue and Kresu. That was happening on the winner's side of the bracket, and it was actually a Game 5, and it was not Taya and Ahmet, the winners of the Winter Championship, who were victorious in that set. It was a Game 5 situation against Blue and Kresu, and they came out victorious, and they're going to be moving on later to be seen. But before that, we have Shira and Heartbleat versus Dark and Bamya. Now, we're seeing a little bit of a switch up here, because in Winter Championships, Bamya was playing with Heartbleat, Shira was playing with someone else, and I believe Dark was playing with Blitz as well. So a little bit of a shakeup here, and Shira and Heartbleat, I believe, are fresh off of a win at Galaxy Cup Zenith just a few days ago, like about a week ago at this point.
Yeah, that's right. So that was the first time that they've teamed up in an official bracket capacity. They were able to take a first place finish. So that is definitely a lot of momentum coming into the twos weekend. And then as for Dark and Bamya, I don't believe that these two have played with one another in the past, at least in bracket. So it's going to be really new here. These are two pretty fresh teams coming on up, just like you said.
For Shira and Heartbleat, it was literally just that proving ground of Galaxy Cup Zenith. Excuse me, it was more than a week ago. That was April 11th. But now, this is going to be their first official that they're playing together, and this is Bamya and Peterbot's first tournament together. Excuse me, Dark, their first tournament together, and we are seeing the legend picks here on the screen for us. A lot of Axe coming in. We have an Axe on each team. We have a Bren from Shira. We have a Zol from Bamya. We've seen so much of that Zol from Bamya in the past. Dark is coming in with the Chun-Li, so we're seeing that Gauntlet representation. We were talking about that Wu Shang a little bit on the pre-show broadcast this morning, and then of course Heartbleat is coming in with the Zariel. We've seen a lot of Zariels and twos. We saw a step a little bit away from the Kaya from some players. A lot of them picked up the Zariel in that place. Still have a really strong signature kit. Gauntlets have always had their place in 2v2.
Gauntlets are still in 2s.
They're evergreen. They're truly evergreen. They've never been bad. They haven't even been really mid ever. They've always been a good weapon in both 1v1 and 2v2.
Yeah, they're still in. They're still fashionable. The Wushang, especially, like such a classic 2s pick. The Bryn, definitely a little bit more played in the EU side of things. Definitely historic EU 2s pick. But Bryn is so amazing, especially, you know, I'm thinking about the signature kit. I'm thinking about especially Spear Desig. Spear and Axe, just such good weapons in a 2 setting. I feel like definitely Zol is like the kind of the slight outlier pick, but that's Bamya's legend. That's Bamya's pick. So it is going to be Bamya and Dark. Dark is playing, of course, the Wushang and Heartbleat and Shira with the Devil Jin Bryn team.
Our stage banding goes down to Small Fortress, Western Air Temple, and Jikoku, and we're starting things off. Who would have guessed it? Anyone. Probably anybody would have guessed it. We're going to Small Fortress of Lions here in Game 1, the first set on the main broadcast here. I'm looking forward to this one. Dark coming with a level 100 Chun-Li.
Yeah, this is super exciting. This is a set that can go in either direction. Of course, I have Shira and Heartbleat in mind a little bit more because of the previous community tournament win. But already Shira finding himself off stage. Dark tries to go for the sidelight recovery, and Shira just looking for any way to get back onto the stage. And Bamya is bullying him. The Steel is able to come through the ground pound, and Shira is gone already. That was 20 seconds.
That was like the first step into red. You saw him get hit in orange over on the left side on that wall with the sweat beads going, and you knew that Axe ground pound was coming in, sending straight down. That's Bamya already finding a KO. Also the follow-up with a 2-piece right off of some team damage when the signature hits Heartbleat onto Shira. Let's see if they can keep this momentum up. Bamya just kind of retreating over to the right side of the stage. No major regrouping from the blue team just yet. They weren't able to focus Dark in that moment, or at least he was able to get away.
Getting called out with the GCI like that. Bamya is popping off, and Shira is suffering. The blue team is in slight shambles right now. We're not seeing Heartbleat with a pickup. There's no weapon, going to be a little bit difficult to do so. Nice close there from Shira, taking his time to get back onto the stage. Heartbleat with a good sidelight punish on that with Sir. But man, the red team, they are pretty ahead right now.
Yeah, Dark is already looking for another KO here. You saw the side sig come out. He didn't get that, but they got the KO on the left side. Actually, it was Bamya getting that KO, sending Shira now down on the final stock. They clean up Heartbleat as well. This is not looking good for the blue team early on in this set. Bamya's going to swap weapons over. He does get sidelight kicked away. There's the D-Light ground pound. Onto Dark. He just threw out a neutral air. That kind of delayed his recovery back. That gave Heartbleat all the time he needed to get over and finish off that stock.
Yeah,
I don't know what that neutral air was.
And Bamya not able to touch the right side of the stage. All of a sudden, the lead that the red team has built up backup has disappeared. The craziest GC sidelight off stage from Heartbleat. Bamia coming back on there just to save his teammate, get a couple of big hits in. This is such a crazy game. What is happening?
Yeah, it's all of a sudden even things up. That gauntlet neutral air that Heartbleat threw out, that was such a little bit of a struggle over on the left side. Even with that sidelight neutral air right after that, there's the sidelight into the downer from Bamia, the reset, the dash back into the D-light off the stage. Now Bamia going back over. Going to help out Dark. They get the follow-up, but here comes the side sig over from Heartbleat in there. There's the neutral light coming up from Heartbleat as well. Grabs just barely with the neutral signature, but Shira is not able to find the down signature. The neutral sig's going to send up a little bit, so that scooping down signature is not going to cover high enough. There's the side sig and the side air follow-up from Shira. Nails the follow-up this time off of the sig from Heartbleat. Back-to-back neutral airs, one on his team, then on Bamia, then on Dark, then on Bamia.
The layers of interruptions and the amount of times both teams are covering their teammates are absolutely ridiculous. That's going to be Dark taking the stock off the top. Shira has been knocked out of the game, but this is not impossible for the blue team. Why? Well, look at Dark's damage. Dark has to be the one to play back. Heartbleat going to go in on Bamia. This is your chance, Heartbleat. Almost chasing Dark down, not going to be able to get the side sig, and this is now the 2v1 combo, picking up the cannon with the GC D-Light. Bamia almost closing it all out with that side sig, and now all of a sudden blue team's hope is slowly disappearing.
Yeah, Heartbeat was a little bit too high for that side sig to pick up. He was too much in the air, but Bamia had so much control here. Even almost got the GC D-Light, but a great dodge from Heartbleat. Okay. There's the in-light. That's all you need. Moving it off stage, gets the KO, and they both survive with one stock on their side. Even though Dark was so heavily damaged, Dark only put out 351 damage that game. So he survived all the way through. He took a lot of punishment. He wasn't able to deal too much, but Bamia was able to make up for all of that slack left behind by the damage. That neutral air, that was so brutal. That could have been the game right there. He was all the way down, like almost off screen. There was no one near him. I don't know what that neutral air was. That had to have been a misinput in the moment because there was no way that that was going to do anything whatsoever.
I must say, the blue team has done an amazing job coming back that game. They opened off pretty brutally. Like, Shira got absolutely decimated by Bamia, just could not reset, could not land, and yet the blue team found enough composure to be able to make it that close. They were able just to get those two really aggressive stocks on the second stock. So let's see what they got for us this time around. Heartbleat coming back on with all these cheesy GC side sigs, definitely taking advantage of it.
You know, they nerfed the Zariel signatures. They nerfed the Zariel signatures, but you wouldn't be able to tell by the way Heartbleat is hitting, and then the axe recovery there from Shira to KO off the top. That's a very early stock. We had like a 20-second stock last game. This one we had a 27-second stock, and then like a 31-second stock right after this one. So stocks flying. Great showing here for the blue team early on. Bamia almost got the GC D-Light. Is Heartbleat going to fall from that? He does. That's so tough.
Wanted to go for it all. Wanted to just take Bamia to his last stock, but that was a little bit too greedy, but that's okay. Both members of the blue team, I mean, they still have a gentle lead as long as Shira stays alive here a little bit longer. Let's see what they got for us. Nice catch with the ground pound. Catching Bamia, dodging down and in.
So far, Shira's been putting out like 2 or 3 hits onto Bamia and only taking one occasionally. So the damage trade has been great in Shira's favor. The weapon toss goes down. Gives him the room he needs. Hits 2 with that. Even got the bottom side of the neutral signature on the grounded opponent right below him. And the second swipe picks up the other red team member. This is putting blue team in an incredible spot. They have complete control of this game. Both members of the red on a final. See how much they can get off of this and the recovery after the side like neutral air. Another one, he just keeps picking those up right off stage like that. Even though he's burning his dodge, he's not worried about it whatsoever. He's able to hit them so accurately.
The blue team's signature usage, I want to say for both of them, they've been both so accurate. They've been putting in so much work, so much damage. Shira with an amazing save there with the D-Light, but then Bamia covering with a D-Light of his own. Bamia, is he going to be able to get the edge guard? Shira instead covering his teammate. The downer with the spear, the unarmed downer, and then was that the GC down heavy at the end?
And that's a 4 stock. That is a massive 4 stock.
It's like, hey, I got you back, and then wait a second, the other teammate, the other opponent, is covering my back. The amount of layers of punishes were absolutely ridiculous. Nobody was safe.
And the damage numbers are brutal that game. Dark, I think I'm getting old damage numbers here. Let me hit the refresh button so I can get those new numbers coming in. Yeah, Dark now putting in 202. He went from 350 to 202, and this time Bamia's not able to put out 600 plus damage. He's not putting out the mid 600s. He's only able to put out 350 30 because of all the damage that Shira was doing. That time he's putting out 595. What was the signature accuracy? Heartbleat threw out 10 of them. He hit 60%. When you're throwing out that many signatures and hitting the majority of them, that is massive. And not even just him doing that in general. So his damage per move is elevated. His KO potential is elevated. He's also there with his teammate, and Shira's getting the follow-up right after that. That's why Shira's able to do 595 damage, because here comes the signature, and then here comes 2 or 3 hits from Shira.
Dark was almost setting up something nasty off stage. They almost connected that ground pound of his, looking for the D-Sig that's not going to find a connection at all. Now we're seeing the 2 Zoriels on the screen, mind you. Heartbleat slowly making his way back onto the stage. Shira's usage of the signatures have been so efficient, but of course, when you're busy covering one of your opponents, the other one will punish you right from behind.
Yeah, I was focused on Heartbleat's signature usage so much last game that I forgot. Shira also put out 7 and hit 71% of them. So the signature usage and accuracy from both members on the blue team is just out of control. Red team has to shut that down, and they got to find a way to do it quickly.
Oh, the N-Sig almost connect through, but just ends up getting interrupted halfway. Bamia taking a sweet time trying to cover Shira, not to be able to punish the D-Light. And once again, the GC D-Sig has been putting in so much work. It scoops from below. It is so active. It is so lethal. Shira is putting on a Bryn masterclass.
And meanwhile, on the right side, it was the 2 Zariels going at it. The ground pound came in from Dark. Shira was able to dodge through and get the turnaround cider to get the KO in the edge guard situation. So great work from Heartbleat in that Zariel mirror in the moment, but there's the ground pound from Dark.
Committed. He went through the recovery, going through the X recovery in your advantage state is so risky because if you whiff it, you then have to land. And of course, he did not land safely. He ended up losing his stock for it. Shira looking for a way to make it back onto the stage. His teammate covering whoever was trying to edge guard him, and he makes it back on. But the blue team, they've not found a big opening in a few interactions so far.
Oh, Heartbleat. He was stuck over low on the right side. Took him a little while to get back. The red team didn't really press him there. They really turned over onto Shira. There's the recovery from Dark, getting the KO off the top. It's 4 stocks to 2, but they could get these stocks relatively soon. See if they're able to take out Dark. He's the more healthy of the red team members, so a KO here in orange would be massive for them. Let's see, there's the in-light coming out from Bombi. It doesn't really set up into anything. There's the neutral signature. He dashed in, turnaround in sig, hits Dark, but doesn't KO.
How does he consistently find every single one of his signatures? The D-Lights are going to come through. Good recognition that his teammate was a lot healthier than his opponent, so he could safely finish the combo. And Dark still gets hit by the late weapon toss. Hold on, team combo. That is a lot of damage onto Bamia. He is recovering for safety. Dark gonna take some of the damage too. What is happening to the red team?
It is funny to see how far that sent him because so much damage was built up, because the sound doesn't change based on how damaged you are. There's the side air. That's gonna get the KO onto Shira. See if they can finish up this 2v1. Or if Heartbleat can make something out of nothing, staying below that, all 3 blasts coming out, but Heartbleat was there in time. Almost picked up off of the neutral air. Bombi just barely missed that in-light. Recovery, that's going to get the disarm. That's very helpful. There's a weapon spawn on stage. They have stage control, so Dark is able to grab it. Again, stays below all 3 blasts. Got to switch up the timing on that. Maybe go for 2 in the in-light.
But he needed a fastball after. That is going to be the stock. That's going to be the game. The red team now coming up 2-1 against the blue team. But these games are so unbelievably close.
Yeah, that one was significantly closer than the previous 2 coming out of this. You're seeing much more healthy damage numbers coming out from everybody. You're seeing mid 400s, low 500s, even Shira putting out 578, but that's not accompanied by his teammate putting out like mid 300s or even like high 200s. So everything is sort of settling here, at least in that game, compared to the previous 2.
Dark Zariel is definitely putting in the work as well, just saying like, hey, I can connect these signatures too. I think the red team is doing a really good job of covering one another's backs. I do think this is like some of the most interruptions I've seen in a 2 setting. Sometimes, you know, the 2 different teams, they could play a little bit slower. They could just go for a lot more target switches. They don't go for the full combos. But it feels like with both of these teams, they want to go in, they want to go for the follow-up, and somebody's always ready to cover the opponent's back. So it feels so chaotic in a way.
So we were talking about the signatures in the previous games, and how it was either Shira hitting his signatures just like straight up, or it was Heartbleat, his ability to start off with a signature like gravity canceled off stage and then send into Shira to grab a couple of hits. This time Shira's still hitting 100% of his signatures, but he's only putting out 4 compared to the previous 7, so almost cutting those completely in half. And then Heartbleat went from hitting the mass majority of his and throwing out 10, like hitting 6 out of 10. Now he threw out 8, so he's throwing out fewer, and he's hitting even fewer at 25%. So he only hit 2 signatures that entire entire time, which that was a big part of their successful game plan. Not just like, oh, you're in KO damage, I'm going to hit my big move. Now they're hitting it on their teammates and then getting punished with a signature. Yeah. So is this blue team just falling apart?
Just a little bit of miscommunication. Hopefully he can still make it back onto the stage, and he does. But while I was busy looking at him, Shira is somehow going to get eliminated on that stock. Dark, is he going to be able to make it back on? The weapon toss of doom. The dodge comes back in time. Shira gets the downer, but that was only after Dark touched the side of the stage and got all of his resources back. But I have to say, the blue team and the red team, they are monsters when it comes to the offstage. They want the stock, and they almost always get it.
I'm a little bit worried about them now, though, because like one Heartbleat is going to lose his stock right there, 45 seconds into the game. That ground pound almost hit Dark, but he went in with his own ground pound, and now all of a sudden, Shira is on final stock. The blue team just needs to stay away from the edge, because Heartbleat almost lost his stock super early on the right side after Shira already lost his stock on the right side.
It's
they need to get away.
Off stage that I feel like the blue team has been losing so many of their stocks throughout the set. How can they make it back on? Shira doing a good job, but Sarah comes in with the recovery, and the GC and Sig, that was hype.
Okay, let's see if Heartbleat can find these reverse slide charge instincts. He's not even really slide charging them, he's just like turning them around and getting them at like minimum slide. Okay, now we're seeing some regrouping coming out from the blue team. Just barely misses that sider, but a lot of damage was done. There's a D-Stick coming in. Bamya stays too low. Weapon toss goes in. Snakes away that weapon toss from Bamya.
I still believe in them, honestly. The way that they're playing, I am getting shades of game on. I feel like this is going to go to last stock, last hit here. The side light comes through, not able to get the soft read with the neutral. Heartbleat fighting himself in between both members of the red team, and still going to be able to connect his N-Sig there. Wow.
Yeah, the side sig sending off stage. See, they both end up getting back. There's the D-Sig, but it was Bamya overspaced it. The ground pound charging it up just a little bit. So Shira runs out of iframes, get caught with it. Can they juggle Bamya? No, he's able to touch down on the main stage. He's without a weapon again. It's been a couple times this game. Interruption on that, on his own teammate. That's tough.
You know, I think that was important because he was afraid of the other member of the red team coming back in to interrupt them. Those kinds of multi-hits can be super, super unsafe in a 2 setting. So we'll see what they have. Heartbleat now left without a weapon. Has to find a way to be able to land. That's his stock gone. The D-Sig is going to clean up Shira, and just like that, it is 3 stocks to 1 Heartbleat. This is a huge comeback if you can do it.
I just feel like I'm seeing every signature attempt that the blue team is throwing out fail, and then the red team kind of do the exact same thing right after it and succeed. Like, we already saw the Heartbleat D-Sig fail that Bamya overspaced, and then we just saw Dark pick up his D-Sig after getting served the opponent by Bamya. Try to GC D-Light in an Axe neutral light. You're going to lose priority on that unless you are absolutely stacked, and he was not. Signa, okay.
Okay. You know, I like it. The GC down heavy. That's enough to clean up a stock. The sidelight just to be able to push him off. The sidelight, the downer. Hold on. Heartbleat. He is awake. He is activated. But did he overcommit off stage? I don't think he was able to touch. He gets his dodge back in time. The sidelight, he can't really go for anything overly committal. The end light is not enough to do it. And Heartbleat, stuck in disadvantage, eats the D-Light into the neutral true combo. And the red team takes the set.
Dark stayed back. He was the more damage between the two. He didn't even do that much damage that game, but he took more of the punishment technically than Bamya did, but he also got more KOs than Bamya did, so they kind of split the responsibilities between one player KOing and one player doing the damage. Normally you'd think that like Bamya would be the one KOing because he can KO super early, but no, the signatures really weren't working for him too much. It was really serving the opponent up into Dark's signature. So you do all that damage, then serve them to Dark, even though he's going to be lower strength than the Zol pick because of the damage that was done by Bamya. That means those signatures are able to KO. The team play from Bamya and Dark evolved over the set, and it seemed like for Shira and Heartbleat, it started strong and then tapered off.
I think this game almost went to the blue team in just a few small interactions. I'm thinking about the times that Bamya ended up living. I'm thinking about the time, I think it was like the sidelight into the recovery from the blue team, and Bamya, he was able just to barely make it back down and hold on to that stock a little bit longer. I'm thinking about that offstage interaction, you know, when Heartbleat was doing the 1v2, and Bamya almost ended up getting KO'd, but the bow just did not have enough knockback. It didn't have enough juice to be able to get the job done. The edge guards in this game were so explosive. You saw red team completely annihilate blue team off stage in the beginning. Blue team almost did the same thing, but then both members of the red team, they just barely made it back onto the stage thanks to a little weapon toss, thanks to just barely getting the dodge back in time. It feels like the results of that game 4 especially were defined by the smallest interactions. You know, if it had gone a little bit differently, this would have gone to blue team.
So let's see, what were their seeds going into this one so we can compare the two? Let me be a guy on the computer for just a few moments. Dark and Bamya were seed 8. And before this, going into Shira and Heartbleat, let me see if I can find that real quickly without wasting too much. Oh, seed 8 and 9. So relatively even seeding here, as close as you can get, essentially. Did anyone have like a huge upset before that? No, it's just kind of the normal stuff that you expect from a pools bracket going into this one. So yeah, seed 8 and 9, and it was a 3-1 for Dark and Banya. Started off solid and got better, and then Shira and Heartbleat started off strong and then sort of fell off a little bit. So we'll see if they can continue some of the momentum that they built up in Galaxy Cup Zenith, see if they can find some of that chemistry that they had in that tournament and bring it down into the elimination side.
But I can see why they've won Galaxy Cup, right? Like, you can absolutely see some of the synergy. You can see how explosive they are. And also, some of their advantage state and their like 2v1 combos were so optimal, picking it up from any sort of position, getting really creative with gravity cancels. Even when one of them didn't have a weapon, they were able to pick it up in the middle of the team combo and still continue to find follow-up. They really maximized their damage output. We didn't see any particularly lethal 2v1 combos, but we saw a lot of 2v1 combos that equalized the damage. So that team, even if they're in the elimination side, I feel like they're an absolute menace still. I am curious to see how they do throughout the rest of eliminations.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on into our next game, and that is going to be Munir and Acno versus Sarme and Snotsu.
Okay.
Who is Snotsu is
That's
my
an
question here. Is this a name
amazing
change?
question.
Is this... Not really sure. Let's see if we can find it on the stat tool. Not a name change, according to Pingu. I mean, you see 0 earnings coming through. You only see 2 top 32s from Snotsu coming into this one. So definitely the outlier in this set compared to everybody else. Let's see what they've got for us here. Acno's going to be the first one to ban. He's going to ban Shadow Scar, Small Wasteland, Shinganshina, and Western Air Temple. And then also Terminus, leaving Jikoku, Mishima Dojo, and Fortress of Lions. Of course, we are seeing the Diana pick leading into this one, and Munir is going to be on the Zariel, on that Devil Jin, so we're getting more Zariel.
So, also, I want to just give a little introduction to both the teams before we get into it, which is Acno and Munir. For those of you that are not familiar with the EU region for some reason, you would know that this is one of the strongest teams in EU at the moment. Some of the strongest EU players have come together. They got second at the Brawlhalla World Championships, and they got first at the Autumn Championships. Salome is a player that I have a lot of experience with casting and watching. Definitely the Gauntlet GOAT. You know, I loved watching his Grey Man. Now he seems to be on the Val. Very, very interesting. On his teammate, Snotsu, not the most familiar with Snotsu.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 top 32s, there's likely a chance that Snotsu has hardly ever even been on the main broadcast, if at all. Maybe not even on the side stream either. So coming into this one with the Kaya pick, recovery comes through from Munir onto Sarme. He's going to get back onto the main platform, staying above all these bow, weapon tosses, these side lights, these neutral lights coming out from both Munir and Acno as their first weapons in this set are going to be the double bow.
Munir so deep off stage. Salome almost getting the ground pound, but Munir's weapon toss going to be keeping him afloat a little bit longer. Acno, can he make it back on? Salome going to say absolutely not. Wait a second. Munir going to interact, going to get hit by Acno's recovery. Acno was able to chase dodge. Acno now lives another day, is what I would say.
Until that side stick from Sarme's Val comes in, picks up both members of the red team, and takes away their first stocks about 50 seconds into this game. Munir's able to grab a weapon, goes in with a side stick, but does miss that one. Nice follow-up off of Acno's neutral air.
I never really get to see that on our neutral into bow recovery. That was so good. That was so clean. The perfect angle. And now Munir finds himself off stage. Snotsu going to go out there. The ground pound. The downer. Munir is able to touch. Gets his jumps back. Snotsu not going to be able to clean it up. But Munir, he is sweating off stage.
Now, we were starting to see more sword coming into the meta as of the last week with the 1v1 tournament weekend on the Spring Championship. Now we're getting to see some of it from Sarme, but now he's going back over onto the gauntlets decided from Snotsu. Let's see if Acno can come in with a neutral light, the down air, gets the GCD light, and actually drops below. Doesn't immediately go for the follow-up because Sarme was coming in right behind him. There's the jump side air. He gets caught right after that, and a great turnaround sider from Snotsu.
Some missed interruption attempts, but you know what? The blue team, they're still coming out on top here. The question is, how do they close some of these stocks from the red team? Acno going
Acno,
after.
you're in trouble.
Acno!
He burned his dodge with the double chain dodge and still gets back off of that. Snotsu saw the dodge burn, really saw that as a window of opportunity to go in, and then Acno reversed it and turned it around. I cannot believe Acno survived that.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. SMH to both of them, actually, a little bit. But you know what? That's okay. Blue team, they've still got a slight lead here. The red team, they're looking pretty healthy. Salome gonna try to catch this landing unsuccessfully. Has to find a safe way to land for himself. Acno and Munir, I don't know how they do it, but they keep coming back from the depths of disadvantage off stage.
Here comes the D-Light Cider. That's going to even up the stocks here. A little bit of team damage right after that. Did you see Inlight? Doesn't give the time that Munir needed to get for the recovery, the bow recovery on the Snowtsu. There's the down air, picking up a red and a blue in that moment. There's the Inlight coming out from Munir. It's really just trading hits back and forth right now, keeping this game so even here in game one. The Cider, that's going to disarm Snowtsu, and the recovery from Munir. Great follow-up. They're going to strip the field. Munir going back over on the gauntlets. The side light gets interrupted right after that from Sarme's Cider. That might have delayed the inevitable. Acno gets the KO. They drop down to the main platform, so the GC Insig misses.
Salome, this is so doable. Trying his best here. That's going to be the downer into the downer. No third follow-up. Acno going to try to set up for Munir. Munir did not find the closing hit. Salome spending as much time off stage as he needs to get back safely. Still no weapon in his hand. And light into the downer. The red team, they keep missing the critical combos.
There's the weapon toss, another weapon toss, a third weapon toss, a fourth weapon toss. No, this one's a ground pound. Hit him 3 times with the weapon toss, set up for the ground pound, and that's going to be Munir picking up 2 KOs, 480 damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Acno was doing a lot that game. High 600s for the damage and 4 KOs as well.
Why do they play like this?
Dude, look at this.
I've never seen 3. Oh yeah, this exchange was absolutely ridiculous. Can you believe that he touched?
Getting the dodge off of that hit and getting up and still touching when he was in sweat beads, when it felt like maybe only half of that edge guard situation had transpired, and he still gets back up off of that. And we're quickly back into this next game. We're not seeing any swaps whatsoever. Everybody's on their same legends, and we're on the same maps as well. Little diagonal dodge in. There's the Inlight. Oh, this is a bad start. Now, they again get the double bow this game, so they hit the double side lights leading into the DI from the blue team off of that. The D-Sig charged off stage. Snowtsu, you got to be careful.
I'm looking at Munir off stage, and I'm thinking about all the times last game that both members of the red team just kept getting back on. And so I'm like, I'm not that worried about them. Munir, he tries to go for the downer, not going to be able to find it that time. Acno makes it back on safely. Munir not finding anybody with that GC D-Sig. We're seeing a lot of like just barely missed follow-up attempts from the red team.
Yeah, there's a side sig pickup, though, off of the sweat beats from Sarme. He was just above the stage, so he wasn't even sweat beats off the wall. But a great side sig catching the landing from Sarme as he was coming in with limited options. The recovery, the juggle game coming in. Sarme almost got the ricochet for the recovery KO off of the ground pound. They do get Acno's stock. See if they can finish this up. The neutral air, not enough to KO onto Snowtsu, but they do get the stock off of Munir. Turn their sights onto Acno. There's a 2-piece, but a back-to-back down air and the follow-up from Munir.
Uh-oh. Salome in a bad position off stage. He wasted his dodge through the gravity cancel, and the GC Ensig going to dunk Salome. He has no chance of making it back on. I saw that GC sidelight, and I knew that his fate was sealed. Why did he do that? Why did he press it? Why did he need it so badly?
Sometimes you just got to feed the worm in the brain. Sometimes you got to believe in a better future and that a better future is possible, and sometimes it just isn't in that moment. Maybe you're a little bit right, but a little bit too early. There's the recovery, almost taking Munir off the top, not quite.
Oh, that's
the
still not
signature
enough.
doesn't reach enough. That's so tough.
Okay, finally that one is going to be able to do it. Salome with a good cleanup. Snowtsu going to be missing that D-Light pickup, goes off stage. Honestly, I would be so scared to go off stage against the red team. Missing the D-Light, so close to connecting.
Munir landing back, taking a sidelight from Acno, but the blue team's not able to follow up off of it with a KO. They're looking for the KO move onto Munir. No one's able to find it. They're able to hit moves like a down air, but nothing that leads to the KO. Even that sword recovery doesn't KO. The D-Light recovery will KO off of the soft platform, giving him a little help there. Acno's just going to float above, avoid as much damage as he possibly can, throw out the zoning down airs, hit the down air, and again, Munir spawns back in. This time, there wasn't a weapon spawn for him to grab, but there's a move that comes through from Acno. Munir spawns back in, he gets the hit off of it, and eventually gets the KO.
Salome got a little bit greedy off stage. He saw the missed dodge.
This is
he
so
went out there
scary.
through the down, but then he tried to continue his edge guard, and now all of a sudden it is a 2v1. Snowtsu has to find a way to make it back onto the stage, but I don't know. I don't know if they can do it.
It's Snowtsu, the least experienced player against 2 of the most experienced players in this entire EU bracket. You see that in the way they're able to hit that team combo. They get the disarm, not the KO just yet. The ground pound gets dodged through by Acno. The neutral signature, Acno's not ready. It's a little bit tough to follow up off of that given where he was. There's the D-Light into the side air. The side light barely misses. Great dodge from Snowtsu. and he
Wow.
gets hit by the side signature, caught a little bit too high on that vertical hitbox from the chasing side signature, and they get the KO. And this time, it is Munir putting out the 600 plus damage and the 4 KOs compared to his Acno doing 600 plus damage and 4 KOs last game. So they're kind of swapping responsibilities here.
So, two things. I think the execution from the red team has gone up dramatically from game 1 into game 2. Game 1, I saw way too many missed combos. Game 2, they're finding them, they're connecting them, they're getting their consistent 2 to 3 pieces. The second thing that I'm happening is whatever is going on off stage. The blue team, they're getting destroyed off stage thanks to, well, maybe a couple of greedy choices, especially Salome. Salome, I'm looking at you. You gotta sometimes just go back onto the stage as safely as possible. The red team is becoming so difficult to contest, like Salome. You went through the GCN sig there and then almost got punished for it.
Now Sarme's going to swap over onto another Sword Legend as they both might get taken out here. And the D-Sig after the ground pound. Sarme goes low. He touches the wall, resets, turn around down air. This time it's going to be a neutral air from Acno, and he goes back over onto the wall. Didn't feel safe enough to get back onto the main platform. Here comes the team combo. The weapon toss almost finishing things off, but just barely going a little bit wide. But that's going to be a quick 80 damage on Snotsu, who just spawned back in. This is not Snotsu's first stock, and he's about to lose his second if he's not careful. Here comes Munir coming back in. Acno is just going back and forth, blasting left, blasting right, completely separating this blue team, shooting both members while Munir comes back in. D-Light into the side air. Snotsu's almost on final.
Okay, I'm taking a deep breath. This should not be the position for the blue team. I want to see them prioritize getting back onto the stage, but now all of a sudden, both of them are on their last dog each. Acno and Munir have activated. They're looking fantastic. I don't see a way that they lose this game. What do you think, Sparky?
It's like they just needed a little bit of warm-up time. I don't believe in stretching because I think that's lame and cringe. But Acno and Munir just needed a little bit of time to really hit their stride. And that can sometimes happen in these sets if you're a team like Acno and Munir, because you're going through pools, and no disrespect to anybody that enters a tournament, that takes a lot of bravery and strength, and that's awesome. But like, if you're Acno and Munir going against like seed whatever 1,000, it's like not that big of a deal. So you're really not having to lock in just yet. Although all of a sudden, the turnaround here, Acno's on final stock. This could be a little bit worrisome.
Oh,
The blue team's able to keep
stage.
this momentum going.
Okay, every time Sagami is going off stage now, I'm getting a little bit more concerned than the last time. But you know what? Nice sideline into the GC inlet, I think. That was really clean. Landing with the neutral. Snotsu's still not going to be able to take the stock. Bow neutral cannot KO.
Sideline from Snotsu, just barely missing the side air. All of a sudden, Munir's on final stock. The lack of damage that the red team has been able to put out onto these final stocks of the blue team, the evasion has been fantastic. Now Bo coming in for Snotsu, going in with a D-Light, just barely gets away from that down air from Acno. The sidelight, great interruption from Snotsu on what would have been an incoming recovery and KO onto Sarme. Munir's going to fall. They trade 1-for-1!
I was speechless. I have no idea how Snowsu just ended up losing their stock. The GCD line into the recovery is enough, and the red team, they take it in a 3-0. This game was slightly questionable. I don't know what else to think about it.
Yeah, in a game that seemed like it was going to be a runaway game for Acno and Munir, the last stock legendary moves from Sarme and Snotsu really kept them alive in that one. If Acno and Munir got complacent at any moment during like the second half of that game, Snotsu and Sarme were there, ready for it. They were following up off of each other. Any misplays, they were able to exploit that. And you can see how close that game was, given how little damage was done by the blue team. That shows that they were fighting super efficient KOs as well, whether that was them like outplaying their opponent and mind gaming them into something, or whether that was the red team slipping up just a little bit in the moment. 361 damage from Snotsu and 467 from Sarme. So low damage numbers means high KO efficiency in this game.
I don't want this to be the end of Sarme and Snowsu, but in the elimination side, I want to see just some better offstage play. Maybe just sometimes saying, I want to go back onto the stage because I value my life. Guys, it's good to stay alive. But, my friends, that was the first 2 sets of this block. Let's see some of the upcoming sets. Of course, we had Dark and Bamia up against Shira and Heartbleat. We just saw Munir and Acno up against Sarme and Snowsu. Coming on up, we'll be seeing Blues and Kresu up against Dark and Bamia, and then Saphir and Jakey up against Razox and Kimono BH. So, don't go anywhere quite yet. Sparky and I will be back in just a few moments.
the interest I don't hold. I can't show all my cards, but if they shuffle your heart. So I take a step back, further from the edge, trying to stay on track. The voice inside my head saying let yourself go, time to risk it all. So I close my eyes and fall. Feel the rush in my face, lose my breath, can't explain. Beating hearts, breaking chains, I can't stay away. You don't feel the same. If you don't feel the same, my mind is ice. With one look you melt me, I feel alive. With your touch I'm set free. You light fires deep inside. I feel the rush in my face, lose my breath, can't explain. Beating hearts, breaking chains, I can't stay away. You don't feel the same. You don't feel the same. You don't feel the same, and that it's us until the end. But I need to know if you're on board with it. Putting myself on the line again. So I hold my breath and then I count to 10. Feel the rush in my face, lose my breath, can't explain. Beating hearts, breaking chains, I can't stay away. I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
And welcome back, everybody, from the break. We are moving along through the top side, through the winner's side of this EU 2v2 Brawlhalla Spring Championship bracket. Our next set coming up is going to be Blue versus Kresu versus Dark and Bamia. Now, Blue versus Kresu are coming off of a massive upset against Taya and Ahmet on the winner's side of the bracket. That's the little bracket update we gave you right at the beginning of this block. That was a 3-2, so it was all the way in game 5 that Blue and Kresu came out on top over our top seed of the tournament and winner champions, Taya and Ahmet. So they're coming off of a huge landmark victory against a team that I kind of expected to struggle after the Ulgrim changes. Now they're going into Dark and Bamia, who really don't have to worry about the Ulgrim changes or the Kaya changes or any really major changes that happened in the game of Brawlhalla whatsoever. Because it's Bamia on the Zol, and then it's Dark. Who was Dark playing? I've already forgotten. Was it Azariel?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
Azariel.
Maybe opening off with the Wushang and then going on to the Zariel.
Oh, he's Chun-Li. He was a level 100 Chun-Li.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So from the last set that we got to see of Dark and Bamia, they did beat Heartbleat and Shira. I have to say, two things come to mind: advantage state and interruptions. I think they did an amazing job at both. They really maximized a lot of their damage output, and they covered one another's backs. This is the first time that we're seeing Kresu and Blues today on stream. As Sparky mentioned, they got a huge upset to get up until this point. We are now in the top 12. This is in the winner's side, and we're opening off game 1.
Yeah, Blue coming in, completely ignoring the Kaya changes whatsoever. Again, like we mentioned multiple times, like it wasn't the biggest hit that came to Kaya. It was definitely the Ulgrim patch, as Blue is just going to completely throw away his stock by really going in deep with that ground pound and just falling into the blast zone all by himself. No one really sent him down there far enough to lose that stock, and now he's getting bullied back and forth. He's caught in the red team sandwich.
Yeah, they gotta shake that one off going into this next stock here. Blue's looking for the safe way to get back onto the stage and does so successfully. Kresu with a bow off stage. That could be so scary, especially when you put yourself in prime Cannondale position. The red team, they have a huge lead at this point. They're continuing the blue team's suffering, and Blues are just looking for a safe way to land.
He was so far up there, like he jumped himself off screen into the reticle, and then he gets hit with the D-Light into the neutral air. That's the KO. He's on final stock. This first game just kind of has to be a wash. You have less than like half of your stocks coming in here, or literally half of your stocks coming in here for the blue team. They're going to learn as much as they can, but I don't think you can really hope for a win here unless the red team really just starts throwing everything away. There's a side stick from Kresu on the right side on a Dark, then a recovery on a Bamia, another recovery, not enough to KO yet. That's Zolt defense. That's a heavy character coming into play here. Dark sent flying on the... Bamia's still not losing his stock until just now. It took so much commitment from the blue team. Weapon tosses, major KO moves from both players. There's the recovery from blue to get the KO off the top. It's 4 stocks to 2.
It's 4 stocks to 2. I would say it's not looking as inevitable as it was in the beginning. The blue team is definitely trying their best to make a comeback, but they have to play twice as well as the red team if they want to have a chance. Nice punish, though, taking advantage of the red team signature. Love the extension with the weapon toss after the end light. Dark and Kresu just having a bow off on the left side of the stage here. He tries to go for the GCN sig. Kresu, though, he knows that it was safe. Able to get the recovery after the pogo, the neutral as well. The blue team is definitely putting on the damage, but Blues ain't looking that healthy.
Okay.
What?
They're able to get that stock as well after getting Bamia off of the left side, so they're able to even up in terms of stocks. GCN sig into the D sig into the side sig.
Oh, but look at Blues. Look at how much damage he took. Look where he has to make it back on from. Bamia goes out there for the ground pound. Eats the down of the Bamia.
You can't just serve yourself. It was free. You literally made it free. You held on to that ground pound. You knew he was going to throw out that bow sider. He's been doing it all game so far. Like, you knew that was coming.
Kresu picking up the gauntlets, and that is a bow off stage. This is an incredibly advantageous position for gauntlets. Chase dodging just to be able to land safely. Kresu almost accidentally overshot that. Not able to get the silly whiff punish, a little bit too much in front. Neither of them are able to get the neutralize, but when you whiff an end light like that, that is a free whiff punish every day of the week. There it is again.
It's just 2 gauntlet players kind of going back and forth, throwing out their single move. There's a side air. They're going to swap. There's the D-Light. Dark, he actually holds down to get through the soft platform, sidelight into the recovery for the KO off the top. And it's like red team deserved to win that game until all of a sudden they kind of didn't deserve to win that game, and then like barely at the end they ended up getting the KO off the top after almost throwing that game. I can't believe that ground pound, like I can't believe he just charged up the ground pound like that and held it when he knew that turnaround side air descent under the stage was going to happen. He's been doing that literally all game. You saw it multiple times in just one game. Not even extrapolating it throughout the set. Literally one game.
The spacing on that does have to be like pretty tight, though, because that ground pound, I mean, it is so active, and Bo does struggle genuinely with the disjoints, especially when you have an axe above you. It's a different story if the the bow is above the axe, because then of course you have access to down air. I don't hate that idea. I don't hate the commitment, but it definitely paid off for the blue team more than anything.
Yep, you just had to wait for it.
That being said, the red team only won this because of the advantage that they built up in the beginning. The blue team, they got the momentum, they had the team combos, they had the lethality, they were looking amazing, especially when it came to the 2v1 combos.
Let's see what happens in this game 2. If the red team can kind of forget about how they almost threw that last game, and if the blue team can forget about red team's really strong start. There's the down air, goes in with the dash and neutral light, just barely missing. Side air back on stage, gets his landing punish with a side air from blue. Another side air from blue, this time onto Kresu though.
Oh, Dark just going to be whiffing that side stick. That's going to be a huge punish. Blue goes out through off stage. Not going to be able to get the interruption on time. And that is going to now be Kresu's first stock gone. Looking a lot better than the beginning of last game because they put on some good damage.
These early stocks losing from the blue team. Like, it's really, really brutal. There's the D-Light into the down air. Is Dark going to be able to clean this one up? The ground pound comes in. It's a little bit too close to the stage. Blue is deep into that, like 2 push-off combos. He's going to interrupt his teammate with that ground pound on what would have been a KO on a Dark. See if they can still finish it up. He's just going to wait, and Dark's going to float above, expecting the ground pound to come in, but Kresu did not rip it.
I still think that was a good choice from Dark. He was still preparing himself for an option. There is no guaranteed path to safety unless your teammate helped you out in that position. So now the stock count is looking quite even, but that is going to be Blues losing his first stock here for the blue team. Bamia, good coverage from behind, helping out his teammate.
A little bit of team damage on that one. Not going to be enough to KO Cresu. That's going to be the team damage for forgiveness, I guess you can call it. You're going to do less damage and less force to your teammate. Otherwise,
That's what
that would have been a
happens
team
when you
KO.
play back too far. When you try to keep yourself safe, when you're the one that's so behind, you leave your teammate alone. Look what is happening to Blues. Look at the amount of damage that he has taken so far. The downer consistently splitting up the blue team. That is now Blues on his last stock, all because Cresu played back.
Yep. Charging up the D-Sig while Cresu's over on the wall. He barely gets through it. Gets taken out almost immediately on the left side by Dark. The D-Sig comes in, but Bombi's there to cover with the cannon side air. Neutral air from Blue that's going to disarm Dark. See if you can find a weapon here quickly. The end light coming in pushes Dark away from that weapon, but here comes the gauntlets from Okay, there's the side light into the recovery, barely missing. The neutral air, the bounce pass. There's the down air, goes in with the ground pound. Gonna get hit with the side air from Blue, losing his stock. Bombi's still pretty healthy. He's just gonna float above. You see those sweat beats coming in, the turnaround down air. He's gonna land safely. There's the in light on the Blue, splitting the blue team up.
Bomia just staring Blues down, able to connect that end light, tries to get back on safely, but that ground pound is inevitable if you have to touch the side of the stage with the spear recovery. This game is definitely looking like it's going to go to the red team. Huge combo, huge follow-ups. Cresu landing with a ground pound. That weapon toss, it's not enough to finish it, but that D-light ground pound is going to be able to do it. Beautifully, beautifully done by the red team.
And that's a 3-stock for Bomia and Dark. Dude, Bomia, 689 damage and 4 KOs. By far the most damage in the game, doing more damage than the entire blue team combined, getting more KOs than the entire blue team combined. So you mash them together, and they can't even stand up to Bomia alone.
They did something fantastic this game too, which is they split the blue team up, you know, in twos, especially when you're like super deep into the red. You have to be the one to play back so that you're not on your last stock when your teammate still has a few more. You don't want to leave them alone. But when you play back too far, when you keep yourself a little bit too safe, your teammate is oftentimes fighting a 1v2, and you're not in a position to go ahead and interrupt them. And that's exactly what happened. Cresu, on his second stock, was the one that had the most amount of damage. Blues, on the other hand, was a lot more healthy, so he was playing up. He got comboed, and Blues was actually the first one to go. So a little bit tricky. Red team, amazing job splitting them up. And the second thing is, Bamia's target switching is fantastic.
It's really good.
He knows when he has you off stage and the other member of the blue team is on the stage, he switches up between them so ambiguously that it makes everybody feel unsafe.
His cannon play has been so strong. He's doing most of the damage with his cannon. Out of the 689 he did in total, 532 of that was on the cannon compared to 71 on Axe. He actually did more unarmed damage than he did on Axe, so 86 unarmed compared to the 71. We're going over to the wasteland here. Bamia's first weapon is going to be the cannon. You're already seeing the chain dodge coming out from Bomia. Just really glued to that ground, hoping he can punish some of these landings from Cresu. Now swapping over. Has gauntlets in his hand here. There's the side air. Almost gets the side sig read, but he stays a little bit too high. He goes in for the response. He's losing his stock here. That's brutal.
He hit the sail. He should have made it back on, and instead he wanted to double dip. He wanted to close it out so badly, and he lost his own stock. This could have been avoided.
We've now seen Blue lose his stock super early. Last game we saw Cresu lose his stock super early, and then this game again we saw Cresu lose his stock super early yet again. So these early stock losses have been just diabolical for this red team.
How can they make the comeback from this position? They try to set up the 2v1 combo. I love the idea, but the side sig was not able to connect. Blues finds himself off stage. The GC side sig doesn't connect either. Bomia with that ground pound a little bit crazy.
Love the attempt on the D-light. And he even stays away with that sidewall. Somehow, that axe recovery that came in from Bomia, Dark was able to stay away from it, so there wasn't a team KO. Had to axe recovery that high to even really touch the wall. Ended up peeking over the edge. There's double KO. So Cresu still in this. This Tesca swap hopefully going to pay off big time.
Such a safe save, but the double chase dodge in that was so aggressive. Bomia going to go ahead and take advantage of that. Once again, the blue team has been split up, but Cresu going to win his 1v1 engagement.
Man, Cresu's just playing so far back. That gives the red team like their choice on what they want to do, whether they want to press the main advantage onto Blue, whether they want to like back up and maybe move like a feint over to Cresu, then Blue comes in and they turn around, put pressure on a Blue, or if they just straight up focus on Cresu like that. He's had to play so far back. And he's just really mostly been a non-issue. He picked up a double KO. They even get through him, put out the signature on the Blue. That's going to be a bounce off the soft platform, but Dark's going to be able to get back. No worries from that.
Blues took so much damage while Cresu was occupied. He just could not get that hit onto Dark. And just like that, the red team, when they came in the 2v1 combo, that was huge. Bomia still hanging on to the stock. Oh my goodness, that is going to be Dark. Second stock eliminated here. Bomia making it back on, but Blue's still covering with the D-Light into the Unlight. Nicely done.
Cressu's really lucky that there was just enough damage on Dark for that side sig to KO from the right sending to the left. Otherwise, he would have lived on that one based on the direction that he was sent. That would have been a blue team failure.
This game is looking so even. This game is looking so doable. They just have to find a way to eliminate Bamia. He keeps on living that extra defense. I mean, man, I don't know how Zol does it.
It's a really beefy defense stat. That's
that target switch, phenomenal.
Okay, nice KO from Cressu here. Again, KOing with moves that like you typically aren't really looking for as the KO move. That time it was the neutral light instead of going for like a D-Light side air. So he's having to do so much damage to find these KOs. He's hitting a signature from the wrong side of the stage. There's a D-Light into the neutral air so that you'd have a hitbox behind him to hit Bamia. So great choice there from Cressu.
Oh, absolutely crazy exchange. Cressu not going to be able to find that end light. Blues with an amazing interruption from behind with that side light. Bamia being so safe here, trying to catch that landing. That side light was not safe. Blues just had a light punish.
Blue with the weapon toss up, now swapping back over onto the bow, getting away from that spear. There's the side that we're looking for from Cressu. Doesn't get the chase. There's the axe KO off the top. With the recovery, it's Bamia versus Cressu.
That is Axe off stage against Boots. This is such an amazing position for Boots. But then the end light, the multi-hit end lights, they're so dangerous. You can't whiff punish that. That is a check. You have to respect that. You have to land and punish the next thing. Cressu failed the check.
Oh, the side air from Bamia over onto the right side. There's the side light. He's waiting the side light into the side air after he gets the dodge for the KO. And that is Bamia and Dark getting the big 3-0 again. Bamia putting up huge numbers. This time they're splitting the KOs right down the middle, but 655 damage coming out from Bamia. He has been the damage dealer that the red team needed to sometimes eke out these leads and sometimes really establish dominance against this blue team. I'm really surprised, based on what I just saw, that Blue and Cressu were able to beat out Taya and Ahmet earlier.
I think a lot of this has to do with the mid game. For Bamia and Dark, I think they did a really similar thing to the last game, which is when Cressu and Blue were split up, they had a very difficult time of actually stopping the advantage state. You saw Cressu, he was chasing down Dark, he was trying to get a hit in the middle of this game, and he couldn't do it. And just like that, Dark and Bamia, even if it wasn't a lethal 2v1 combo, it was still a substantial 2v1 combo that they found onto Blue. This game was so close, but just like the last set that we got to see of Bamia and Dark, it comes down to Bamia's survivability.
Yep.
He is consistently making it back onto the stage. He has just enough defense to live so many barely lethal situations, and thanks to Cannon, he can make it back onto the stage horizontally, even if he doesn't have all of his jumps, even if he doesn't have all of his resources, because Cannon has that much flexibility. Bamia, amazing job with the target switching as well. I feel like I've been talking about him a lot. Dark, I feel like, supported him a lot as a player in this set.
Yeah, that was definitely, like Bamia was the leader of the pack in that entire set. He was doing more of the damage. He was either splitting the KOs or getting more of the KOs, and then Dark was running around in the background, like doing Dark things. He was getting the gauntlet neutral air so that Bamia could hit like a side light neutral air on his axe, or he could hit like a side light side air once the dodge was burned after that neutral air from Dark. So it was really like a lot of work from Bamia, and then Dark was like the tool that you needed in these specific moments to make the overall game plan happen. So great work there. It's going to be seed 8 of Bamia and Dark going over seed 17 of Cressu and Blue. It's going to be Cressu and Blue going down into the elimination side of things to hope that they can find some of that magic that they had earlier against Taya and Ahmet to knock out seed number 1 into the elimination side. Hopefully they can find a little bit of that spark that they had before and bring that down into the elimination side of things to keep their run going.
I must say, I am so impressed with the gameplay that I'm seeing from Dark and Bamia. This is not a team that we've actually seen play with one another before. I don't think they're a super top seed, but they're just doing fantastic together. So nice job to them. And everybody, Sparky and I have one more set of this block coming on up. We'll be seeing Saphir and Jakey up against Razox and Kimono.
So we didn't get to talk about Jakey and Saphir on the pre-show at all. Flower mentioned Jakey a couple times, but this was one of the teams I was worried the most about with the Ulgrim changes, because I have some crazy numbers for you. So Jakey has a level 100 Ulgrim. That is no surprise whatsoever. Excuse me, Saphir. Saphir has a level 100 Ulgrim. He also has a level 95 Brynn, right? So you're seeing a lot of time spent on the Ulgrim, a lot of time spent on the Brynn. If we're looking at total games, he has 89,375 games as of Thursday evening. 57,000 57,000 of those are on Olgrim.
What?
57,000 of his Brawlhalla games, of his almost 90,000 are on Olgrim, compared to 6,000 on Brynn. So he's almost 10xing his games on Brynn onto the Olgrim. This is an Olgrim player. There are other players who play Olgrim.
Because he's good in
This is an Olgrim player through and through, and that's why you don't see him swapping off of the Olgrim. Other players might, but this is an Olgrim player, and he's going to dance with the date that he brought.
You know, guys, that just says there's someone for everybody. You know, the Olgrim has shooters. That's great. So we're going into game one. Already opening up so aggressively here. Saphir off stage. Kimono gonna be trying to push him further out there, but just able to land nice and safely. Saphir landing with the Sail. Razox covering his teammate with the whiff punish.
So meanwhile, on the other side, we have Razox and Kimono. I was really impressed by Razox's spear, specifically his spear this last tournament. I was really loving the way he was playing it. He has one of the best spears that I think I've ever seen. His ability to use like ground pounds over on the edge, so he doesn't have to rely on the signature kit that got a little bit nerfed. Meanwhile, Kimono has a fantastic cannon. That's definitely his star weapon on the Onyx pick that he's bringing in here. Let's see if Razox has come back in. He has his dodge off a cooldown. Kimono's there to release some pressure.
Obviously, still not enough to take out the stock, but Kimono gonna eat that weapon toss. Jakey holding onto the stage. Saphir still covering that chase dodge with the Unlight. Nicely done. Tries to switch up onto Razox. Does not find the neutral. Saphir's target switching so good, so efficient. He is not overly committed to anything.
Yeah, that's something you can still do on Lance. It won't be like as effective. You're not going to get as much stun time on that neutral air. You're not going to get as much KO power on the side air, but you can still throw out that neutral air in one person, turn around, hit the other one with a side air or a neutral air. Like, you still have those options, just most of the things are not nearly as potent as they used to be. The Axe, though, not really a lot of changes coming through on the Axe whatsoever. Definitely not really on the light attack kit too much.
Nice follow up the beautiful spacing from the blue team. Kimono coming back on, but that is now going to be his teammate knocked down to his last stock. Red team just trying to catch this landing any way that they can. Kimono has been suffering for so long. The GCD light does not find any connection. Saphir going to be keeping Razox occupied.
He's still throwing out those neutral airs. He's able to zone so effectively with those neutral airs. Hits the side air. Doesn't go with the down air there, so he was able to pick up both in that moment. Queued up the side light, but lost a little bit of priority there over onto Kimono's gauntlets. Going in with that little bit reverse step back neutral light. There's the side air coming in from him as well. Jakey's going to be looking for a weapon after throwing his gauntlets and not getting the regrab. Kimono going to be looking for the same thing, but a down air. Are they going to get both off of this? Here comes the ground pound from Razox. No, he doesn't even need it.
He doesn't even need it. He just needs the threat of it, because you saw Saphir going up and around trying to avoid the ground pound, but at that point he was all out of options. He maybe wanted to get a whip punish with down air and try to chase dodge had he seen the ground pound, but just such good hesitation at the end. Now, Kimono whiffing that D-Light, lands with the Sailor, able to get the side light. Saphir with the counter punish. I mean, the red team's counter punishes have been fantastic.
I love even that neutral air pickup from Razox over on the edge and the side air follow-up from Kimono. He whiffs that D-Light, does get hit by the Axe side air from Saphir. The neutral stick comes out, another neutral stick comes out from Saphir. Not able to find it just yet. Maybe go for a D-Sig this time, because you can't hit a grounded opponent with that. There's the side sig coming out from Razox. Excuse me, there's a neutral signature.
Jakey just avoiding that ground pound, not in a position to go through with Punisher. Saphir with the unarmed neutral. Jakey no follow-up, once again not in a position to do so. How does Saphir land? How does he pick up a weapon? He's able to get the lance. Such a good weapon spawn for him. The D-Sig is going to come through, and both members of the red team going to get caught in it. Just like that. That is Razox and Kimono taking game one.
And that is Kimono doing so much cannon damage, 638 in total. Let me look at the split there between his weapons, because his cannon is so good. And this is coming off of seeing like Bamya, another very strong cannon player. So we're getting like back-to-back cannon sets coming out here. 304. He actually did a lot of damage on the gauntlets that game too. Actually more damage on the gauntlets. So showing that versatility that he has on this legend, truly playing both weapons, even though he's definitely a cannon player.
I think the red team's combos were just a little bit better. Excuse me, the blue team's combos were just a little bit better. I think the red team had a lot more poignant hits. They were playing a little bit more reserved. They got a lot more one-off hits, a lot of siders, a lot of neutralers. But the blue team, they
oh my gosh, what a huge opening. A quick 80 damage on both members. There's the side light. Are they able to turn this into more? Like, it feels like at any moment, Jakey? And there's the side stick from Jakey sending over onto the edge. Early KO coming into this one. About 20, not even 20 seconds. It was like 18 seconds going into this one. So, I mean, they heard what you said, Dara, and now the blue team is trying to respect those team combos and bring out some of their own. There's the D-Sig into the Sig from Kimono that just barely whiffs, given that vertical that vertical factor on the D-Sig from Razor's.
Making up that damage diff. Look at that D-Sig coming through as well. Kimono going to be whiffing. Oh my gosh, that was almost the recovery catching the dodge. Kimono stuck at disadvantage. Razok stuck at disadvantage. The blue team is bleeding.
Oh, Kimono. I was really worried that bonk on his head was going to put out a bunch of damage. He was served up right in front of the red team there. It's a GC inlight from Razok. He gets down air from Saphir, so he can't get the weapon. Saphir's going to snake the weapon away. Razok still looking for that next weapon spawn over on the soft platform. Sidestick comes through from Saphir. He loses that stock, but almost got the KO onto Kimono, who's now recovering back to the stage. He's back on.
Down was such a good idea to land. The blue team was not ready to cover that, just like that Jakey. He was able just to reset the situation. He's playing above them, able to get the jump call out with the neutral. So safe, friendly fire, unfortunate, and like, oh no, combo there, just slightly mistimed. If he had just gone to the left, it would have been able to hit.
One of the few combos they haven't been able to pick up this game. Like they picked up so many, not just the big one in the very beginning, but 3 hits and 4 hits throughout this entire game so far. Saphir's going to be disarmed here, picks up the weapon. There's the inlight, not going to be the KO, but it is going to be the disarm. There is a KO on the right of Jakey on a Kimono. Razok's waiting without a weapon, both blue team members without a weapon. Here comes the spear for Razok's. Hopefully he doesn't lose this stock too quickly before he's able to put out damage to spear, because he'll be put back onto the boat. He now has one queued up, but Kimono this entire time has been without a weapon. 15 to 20 seconds, finally picking up the gauntlets that he needs. Razok's next weapon is going to be the spear.
That could have been such a huge opportunity, but it's okay because the red team is still consistently winning neutral. Razok's though with an amazing call out on the high recovery and still makes it back onto the stage. This is still doable for the blue team.
The blue team is now swapped over back onto their signature weapons for both players. There's a D-Sig, but here comes the D-Light into the weapon pickup side air from Saphir. See if they can get this stock off of Saphir. They do.
Nice.
Can they get this off of Jakey?
He KO'd himself just so that he can go back on and save his teammate. That was such a good idea. You see a lot of pro players go through that. You just have to be careful about when you choose to do so that you're not trolling.
Yeah, Kaino was really the first person I saw do that so much when he was playing with Lores, and then Lores also started to do it as well.
Sidelight?
Sidelight.
GC
He
sidelight?
goes for the sidelight, GC sidelight. I've been dreaming of that for so long. The idea of Lance sidelight and using it exactly like Gauntlet sidelight. Sidelight into GC, sidelight into the side air after they've dodged. I've been dreaming of moments like that. My execution is too low to make it happen, but he was able to do it right there.
I think it's a good call up because normally after sidelight, the most common follow-up is what? Down air, because that is a true combo.
Down air or neutral air.
Down air, neutral air, right?
Especially in twos, you go for the neutral air.
And so sometimes you don't actually go for the true combo. Sometimes you don't actually go for, the thing that's guaranteed to you because you want to catch a panic option. You want to be able to catch a panic dodge. And that's exactly what he did with that sidelight into the GC sidelight. So it feels like the floor falls out from beneath you. Now the game count is 1-1. The red team, they're winning neutral more consistently, and their combos are definitely coming through. What can the blue team do to match this?
I don't know. It's really tough right now because shutting down those team combos, like I don't really know how you do that. And Razok, if he loses the stock here, the recovery hit onto Kimono, that team damage is going to help him by getting the chase dodge on hit, chase dodge up. Okay, they're going to put this damage back out. The blue team's actually more healthy than the red team in this moment. Sidelight neutral air, there's the punish from Kimono with the side air onto Saphir. He's without a weapon. Here comes the Lance. Sidelight into the recovery. He doesn't go for the double sidelight that time because he saw Razok's coming in.
Oh, is that going to be the punish? Just gets a D-Light though. He sees that with GC D-Light. That is not enough to take it off the top. Saphir just running off stage, keeping himself safe as much as possible. Jakey is all out of resources. He couldn't land. He couldn't touch the stage. Wow.
Off of like the fully charged D-Sig facing away from the wall from Razok, asking him to fall into it, and then Kimono was there with the sidelight right after that, and then Jakey just falls like that, not knowing how to get back over to the wall and back onto the stage.
Oh, this should be the KO here. Yes, it will not be. Oh my gosh, the Ensig was still not enough from that position.
Kinda
the
defense.
next one will do it.
They nerfed some of the signatures, but they didn't nerf that defense. That sider is going to get the KO from close to middle of the stage, so holding onto that stock for almost a minute and a half, charging up the Sig. Kimono's just going to side air under it to get over to the wall. That was really the focus, rather than trying to find some late punish.
Yeah, Kimono, good situational
Oh, that's going to
win.
be the KO off the top, the late recovery.
What? Wow, Jakey was not ready for that at all.
I certainly wasn't ready for it.
Neither was I. Okay, all of a sudden, that is blue team coming up with the lead once more. Sidelight, Kimono landing with the neutral. Man, I gotta say, Kimono, he is putting in the work this game.
D-Light down air as well, now pushing off to the side to put pressure onto Jakey that Razok was. There's the down air, the weapon toss. That means the ground pound is not really an option for him anymore. The weapon toss, Razok, he rips the down air, just goes for the neutral air. It's gonna send up.
Everybody is getting caught there, but when you get both members in the blue team, you have to continue the combo even if it hits your teammate. Kimono making it back on, not able to get the KO onto Saphir yet. Look at Greyzox's position. Look at Greyzox's position. They've split up the blue team.
Kimono's now without a weapon as well. This split might really help them out with the down air from Greyzox. The side air as well, showing a lot of that off-stage superiority that he has with his spear. That spear that really impressed me. He hasn't even really been using the ground pound too much. That's what he was using really successfully at the Winter Championships, that D6 slide charge off stage, but Saphir's not able to fall right on top of him with a ground pound or a down air. There's the in-light. They do get the stock off of Kimono, but he still has one left. The neutral signature, the side sig. They're not able to get the side sig off of that in time, just too close. And the vertical send off of that signature from Jakey. I wonder if that's going to mean they lose this game. That would be really, really tough. It seemed like they almost had it in their hands.
They're splitting up the blue team, but the defense from Kaya is definitely coming into play. What an interruption. Kimono trying to hunt down Jakey, able to get a neutral. Gonna go up high, but Saphir covering from below, keeping his teammates safe. GC sidelight into the recovery. Kimono has no weapon, but the GCD light to be able to get back on. So aggressive. Can he pick it up?
Saphir's looking for these KO moves. You're seeing the in-lights come out. You're seeing the neutral, or the recoveries come out. And it's another neutral light, almost from center stage, showing that some of the lance changes have hurt Ulgrim quite a bit, but some of them have helped just a little bit, specifically that neutral light KO potential, a little bit more force coming in on that. So turning that move into just like a damage, maybe potential get off me tool, into something that you use to KO now, especially if you have a grounded opponent.
I think both teams excelled when they got the other team split up. Red team definitely took advantage of it. Blue team took advantage of it. I'm looking at Kimono on the cannon. I'm looking at Kimono on the cannon because he has been lethal. He has been so aggressive. He's been so good with his target switching, and it feels like he is so difficult to punish when on the cannon. This game, compared to game 2, I think the red team's combo potential went down slightly, but they were able to pick it up towards the end. This can still go to either team.
Yeah, really, it seemed like last game was like Greyzox really struggling to find his damage. He was still doing so much on the spear compared to the bow, but overall he put out 384, which is 100 less than the next lowest person. So a significant amount less than everybody else. There's the side stick coming out from Jakey. He gets the side light right after that. Two-piece side air recovery coming out from Kimono. Can he punish the landing? There's the in-light punish on that landing. Saphir moves forward. That gives Jakey the room that he needs to get back. Greyzox wasn't able to capitalize off of that side stick. It's going to be the KO early here onto Kimono. 40-ish seconds into this one.
We're now seeing the Tesca signatures fully come out. We're seeing how much force they have, how of an amazing job they do at covering landings. Jakey, though, covering with that GC end light to be able to put Greyzox on his second stock.
Kimono was not able to find his way in to interrupt any of that whatsoever. That was Saphir doing a great job of keeping him away, so Jakey could just wait there until all the movement options were burned from Greyzox, and he could just hit the GC end light to get the KO. There's the ground pound. We need to see more of those ground pounds over on the edge. There's the down air, weapon toss down. He gets the KO. Doesn't even need that weapon toss. He held onto it, so he had priority. Got the D-light into the down air, but Greyzox wasn't able to capitalize. There's a side light down air into the ground pound as well. Waiting. He gets under it so he doesn't get hit by that axe recovery.
That sideline into the ground pound, that is such a menacing mix-up. You see both players love to go for it. It doesn't always connect, and it doesn't always KO after that, but at least it puts on a lot of damage. The pace of the game slowing down for just a second. Kimono thought that he could interrupt, but he was not safe.
Ground pound goes wide. Kimono hopes to find the gauntlet side air over and onto the edge. He's not able to. He gets back onto the platform, eats right in to the signature, the heavy hit from Jakey coming in. I believe it was a down heavy, the breakdance hitting him.
The blue team is split up. That has been so advantageous for the red team. They're finally able to fight back down for the most part, but Kimono on these gauntlets, can he do anything is my question. Can he get back on? How is Greyzox going to get back on? Or is Jakey going to take both of them out?
That's brutal. Saphir's heavily damaged on the second stock, but Jakey is so healthy. His ability to go in with the ground pound, pick up 2 members of the blue team on that. That is so tough. I don't know if they're going to be able to come back off of that. They get the stock off of Saphir, but again, Jakey's just so healthy. He's going to side air back to the stage, give him all the time he needs to lane. He's going to take 2 hits, but really that's not too much. There's the D-Sig, sending him over to Saphir, so Kimono's not able to respond in time. See if they can get this stock. The recovery's coming in from Greyzox's spear. There's the side airs.
Kimono backing up a little bit. He almost caught the dodge with that Sailor, but he was down a little bit too low. He goes out there through the edge guard. He avoids the weapon toss. Jakey ends up ground pounding his own teammate. Saphir in a nasty position, but so is Jakey.
Oh, Jakey. Oh,
he
Jakey.
Is gone.
They put him on a final stock.
Uh-oh.
Could be KO potential here against Saphir. The neutral air's not enough to KO just yet.
Ulgrim's defense coming through one last time, but can Saphir get back on? He dodges past the ground pound, and that is going to be Kimono closing out Saphir's last stock. All of a sudden, what was an amazing game for the red team has become a 2v1 for the blue team.
Jakey and Saphir choosing to go in so hard on that right side so that Jakey lost his stock and they could set their sights onto Saphir in that moment. Jakey's going to play this very carefully. He throws his weapon, gets caught by an in-light, another in-light, D-light into the down air, D-light into the side air. He's yellow, but an immediate wake-up is going to be his dodge burned. He's going to really play high on that wall. He knows that the blue team is like pretty carefully playing this. There's the in-light into the neutral air. Hit away from Jakey. He's doing solid damage here. Neutral airs. D-light into the recovery. Doesn't go for the side air.
Yeah, what a mix-up. They were not ready for it. Razok's going to be able to get the side light. That's going to be the D-Sig coming through as well, but it's still not enough. Jakey left without a weapon. That's going to be it. Just downhilling to his doom. This is going to be going into a Game 5, and I hate to be ignoring Razok so much, but it cannot be overstated how amazing Kimono's cannon is.
Yep.
Kimono's cannon is making it possible for the blue team.
It's crazy that Saphir did under 300 damage that game, and it was still that close. That shows how much work that Jakey was doing and how Razox and Kimono weren't really able to capitalize too much off of all that damage that Saphir wasn't doing. So he was there, he was acting like a sponge. He took the most damage in the game by far. He was acting like a sponge, wasn't necessarily putting out the damage, but he was able to divert attention away from his teammate so that Jakey could do the things that he needed to, so that Jakey could find those signatures that were so effective at finding KOs.
He was covering the ground. He was catching and landing so many times.
The gauntlet side sig.
The gauntlet side sig. It is a menace, especially in twos. But for Kimono, the cannon, I think what is making it so amazing for him is he knows when it's his turn. He knows when it's safe for him to go in. He knows when can I continue my juggle with a neutral. He knows when I have to go back against the other opponent. He is making himself unpunishable. Razox is off stage.
You can't lose your stock this early.
Okay, he lives a little bit longer.
He took a lot of damage. It was actually more of like a failed save from Kimono. He attempted the save, but I think Razox had enough that he could just dodge through and then not get caught. But man, so much damage has been added up on Razox. They might just organically KO him.
It's Kaya though, right? So that defense going to be coming through. I think Razox could tank, maybe one hit here, depending on who's doing the hit. The friendly fire with the end light, that is not what the red team wanted, because look at the position that Jakey is in. Look at him getting pogoed, and look at him getting ground pounded all off of his teammates' end light. No.
I like that the gauntlet recovery, I don't know if he meant to hit Razox as well to kind of get him out of there, but it was a good thing for the blue team that gauntlet recovery from Kimono hit Razox, got him out of dodge so that that ground pound could come in, and Razox didn't have the threat of losing his stock there given how damaged he was. He loses it shortly after, so all that damage built up early on wasn't for naught whatsoever. Almost got the KO on a Kimono here. He's pretty damaged. He has to be careful. He's going against Jakey's boots, so we could see the side sig coming in. There is no gauntlet side sig, at least to worry about right now.
What a neutral. I can't believe that sent Saphir off stage from that angle. Kimono looking for the GC light. Saphir with no punish. Jakey going to be covering the ground behind him, but Razox doing an amazing job supporting his teammates. Sail, D-light, GC light into the GC sig. It is not enough, but that was so much damage.
Yeah, now we're seeing the blue team start to find these combos that don't have to happen when they just have the man advantage in the 2v1. They can find them throughout the game. That was something Jakey and Saphir were doing such a good job early on. That slowed down quite a bit compared to the way it was in the beginning of this set.
Oh, Jakey.
Oh, yeah, he's got to be careful. You see the sweat beads coming out.
He was relying on his teammates to keep him safe, and he was correct to do so. He was able to justify going through that risk. Razox with the recovery to make it back on and hitting Jakey away. You see Kimono is playing back. He is waiting for the whiff, and he almost got the punish with the end light, but he was a little bit too far back.
Side air going to get the KO. Jakey's going to be the first person on final stock. Down air coming in, and the weapon toss down, and the GC sidelight. A lot of damage on Saphir. The D-Sig, is it going to be enough? No. Doesn't even send off screen just yet, but it does disarm. Even in deck stance that Saphir is using on this Ulgrim, going from base 3 to 4.
Saphir not going to be able to punish that held D-Sig because he saw Kimono, and he knew that he had no chance. His teammate going to be keeping him nice and safe. Sidelight into daily not successful, landing with the down air. Neutral comes through. You see Jakey with the spot dodge, but this is not looking good for the red team.
Yeah, this is really scary. Jakey's taking a lot of cannon damage, and you know it's big damage every single move. There's the sidelight, goes for the turnaround recovery read, but Razox is there to interrupt. The D-Sig onto Jakey. I think that was a neutral air coming through that ended up interrupting the momentum off of that, so saving his teammate.
Yeah, just replace the knockback with a much softer move. in that position. Jakey eating the neutral, and that was the final one. Kimono with an amazing, amazing cleanup. Just like that, the blue team going to be taking it in this game 5. Razox and Kimono. That was the first thing that I mentioned, by the way, at the beginning of the set. The strongest thing for the blue team that set them over the red team was the difference in the combo game. And they split up the red team. They took advantage of the red team's mistake. The way that they opened off, it was off of one end light, by the way. Saphir hit one end light onto Jakey. Jakey was put off stage, and then the blue team took Jakey's stock off of that. Off of that one mistake, they were able to build up a lead. So amazing capitalization, amazing advantage state, phenomenal, phenomenal combo game. I am loving what I am seeing from Kimono and Razox.
It took them a minute. It took them a minute to get there for sure, but eventually they finally showed us what they showed us in their amazing performance at Winter Championship to give them that podium placement. So now I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable going into that one. And I mean, really until that final game, I was like, I put them in my top 3. Like, was that a Winter Championship fluke? You know how these things go. But now I'm much more confident they're finally seeing that game. Hopefully against their future opponents, it doesn't take quite that long. And hopefully if you're a Jakey and Saphir fan out there, you find those team combos that they did early on, and they're able to continue that throughout the set, rather than being something that they front load onto the beginning and then aren't able to continue consistently throughout. Because I mean, even the damage from Kimono and Razox split almost directly down the middle, 522 and 523. Looking at the damage that the red team did, 356 from Saphir, and then 290 from Jakey. So very low damage numbers. They weren't able to do too much of anything that game. It was all shut down by the blue team.
I'm going to say it. I think this is some of my favorite gameplay that I've seen from the EU2 scene so far. Everybody's playing phenomenal. We're seeing some unconventional pairings. We're seeing some big upsets. But guys, that's going to do it for me and Sparky for now. Don't go anywhere quite yet. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some more Brawlhalla action. Thanks for having us.
that gas, we're already going fast. Show me what you're made of, let it crash. I don't want to have to ask. Come on, boy, make this moment last. Let's get it going, come in closer. Move in slow motion, make me feel like I'm a star. You know I love it. Keep going, now we're on hold. For sure, don't stop. I wanna lose control. Wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. Wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I want you now. I want you. I want you now. I want you. One by one, I eyed them down and through the crowd, making on you feel the groove, so silky smooth. The night is young, I feel alive. My stars align. Tell me now, I need to know how.
期待を裏切られた仲間よ。誓うよ、死ぬまでこの世界を守ってみせる。失われた魂を見つけてやる。魂を貸してくれ、ガルダー！仲間が倒れたが俺は負けない。手を貸そうか。かなわない相手なんていない。仲間よ、力を貸してくれ。多勢に無勢だが俺にはかなわないぞ。ラプターフォースの真の力を見せつけろ。お前の攻撃は強いが俺の意志にかなわない。まだまだ仲間のために戦う。残ってるのは俺だけだ。最後の防衛。ブラルハラへようこそ。
Welcome back, everybody, to Spring Double Championship. We're here in the European side of things, and we're in the top 8, getting all the action here as we got some very, very fun matches here. We got a big win for Kimono and Razok, a very, very fun set at that. We got to see some Cannon play, and I was kind of wondering, like, why aren't we seeing Onyx? Onyx kind of like went the way of the dodo bird. Is that the expression? I think that's the way they go. Like went extinct going into last year, and then now is coming back. So we love to see that. Shout out to everybody that's keeping the Cannon dream alive. We're here. I'm PJ, joined by Duke. How you feeling, Duke?
I'm doing all right. Obviously, twos is always fun, and I think we've been hinting at the changes that have happened that are going to make twos really, really interesting. And I think EU as a region makes it exceptionally interesting because a lot of the changes that happened since Winters has been kind of purely directed at Ulgrim, and a lot of Europeans used to play Ulgrim. Some still are, and we'll see how well they continue to do. But let's see what sets we have up next. We've got, well, we just saw Jakey Sphere versus Razok's Kimono, like you said, but up next we got Munir and Acno versus XJ XJ Cool J and the person formerly known as S-Grape, now Chumpsa or Thomas. After that, Zavai and Blaze versus Little Mev and Rain, and then Dark and Bamia versus Razox and Kimono. There you see in some stats about the two teams that we're going to see fight in just a little bit. Lots of numbers in favor of Munir and Acno. Acno, a long-time twos player. Definitely looking strong, but again, who knows where the meta is at right now with the Europeans.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see, and I'm extra excited to be seeing what maps we're going to be seeing as well. I know Shadow Scar Landing is going to be potential here, as we have the 3 map bans going into Small Fortress of Lions, Western Air Temple, and Shadow Scar Landing, which I learned a very fun fact about. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't think I can, but it's a fun fact about that map, which I learned. And so it's my favorite map now, but we won't be getting into. We got Western Air Temple here.
The funnest facts are the ones that you can't share.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it makes me happy looking at it. Acno, Munir, Jomse, and XJ Cool J. Thomas, for the sake of this.
Yeah.
That's a very fun tag to say, but I don't even know if I say it right. XJ Cool J, shout out. That's a guy who made Brawl Tome. That's been helpful for me in my commentary research. We'll get into it now as we get Munir and Acno on the Deviljin Diana pick. The pick that, I mean, I know Flower was like, I don't really like that combination when it was Wushang. Maybe Deviljin will make it a little bit more successful here. Kind of the Balloon Boy team comp is what I'm going to call it.
Yeah, it is interesting that both teams are kind of just running like Gauntlets and Diana, but oh my goodness, Munir, first one to get taken out by Thomas at the top of the map with that Gauntlet recovery.
It happened in a blink of an eye. I couldn't even really introduce the match here as the blue team tried to set up a D-Light side air into an N-Sig on the side of Munir's signature kit here. Actually, Kulte also a Diana here, so maybe some inspiration there. Side air from Acno, trying to get this Edgar on Thomas. He can't find it. There's that jump side air. Will send Acno away, and Acno will have to burn his resource to make it back. Acno unable to find a KO on Bo, who's surprised there, and another KO off the top for Thomas on the Tesca. He's making it happen very consistently here with these recoveries, whether it's Gauntlet or Unarmed. Right now, Munir in a side quest on the right side, finding his way back to the wall. That's going to find a KO with that N-Light off that soft platform, and we somewhat equalize here. A little bit of team damage there, but we come back to everyone on 2 stocks.
It's kind of wild how quickly some of these KOs are happening off the top of the map because it's Western Air Temple. Ooh, okay, I like the adjustment there. Thomas with the throw back because he was hitting his teammate and not throwing him closer to that KO box. Acno's in a little bit of trouble here.
Trying to go for that big anti. We'll get it set up there with a nice N-Light for the red team as they find another N-Light into a combo, another side air there. And Thomas, if I'm not mistaken, taking 4 of those KOs, 2 of which off of recoveries there with a signature and a side air. We'll see a quick trading of the stocks there over onto XJ Cool J, who gets put on his second. So even there, XJ Cool J still was on his first stock.
Yeah, man, he survived for a really long time. They're playing this comp incredibly well. Basically, XJ Cool J just sets up, and Thomas comes in, hits a big signature.
We'll get into it. More of these blasters is causing problems right now with Acno finding that stock onto Thomas, putting him on his last down air, into the double down air, into the dunk. It won't KO, but a nice bit of damage there.
I like the adjustments that they had to make because they went off that soft platform, had to do some gravity cancels and try to keep him close to the ground so the teammate could follow up.
Sidelight Munir and XJ Cool J is going to get sniped out with that recovery from Acno as both the red team members fight on the left side of the stage. They land back down with a sidelight. A side air will send Munir off stage. Nice weapon toss from Acno to kind of interrupt XJ Cool J. Very, very deep red. Any KO move will find one, and that's going to be a recovery to do so. That's going to be a big dunk now with no weapon on the side of Thomas. Thomas getting caught in the D-Light into the recovery, trying to set it up as Acno, but a big nair comes in from XJ Cool J to interrupt that. A bit of team damage, but you're happy to do that and trade it out. Thomas with a big signature onto Munir, and that's going to actually find a KO onto Acno. And now it's a 2v1. The blue team always having a chance, but it's not enough. They find the slam dunk into a bit of a flourish as XJ Cool J will take that stock, but only find 1 there. As that's going to be a big win there for Thomas, who got 5 stocks on the Tesca.
Yeah, he definitely popped off, which is kind of what you want. Again, this is very much a setup for Thomas to do big damage. I think in that very end moment when they had the power play on Thomas, Acno could have gotten a little bit more aggressive. He was trying to play it safe and smart, waiting for those dodges, but if he got a little bit more aggressive, they could have potentially gone for the 2v1 end game against XJ Cool J.
Honestly, I'm a little shocked that we're here at this point where Acno and Munir are actually the ones down in this set. The Diana picks will continue to stay through here as I feel like these blasters with Legends with signatures that can catch like that pop-up, you know, it'd be N6 for both of these Gauntlet Legends. They're going to be very, very good with a weapon like Blasters, D-Light, and N-Light will kind of set up for that side light as well if you're fast enough. And Thomas going for another early KO onto Munir, like the similar one in game number 1 there with that recovery, almost KOing off the top. That Nair will send Thomas off stage. A nice little 1v1 for Acno and Munir. Munir has Thomas in a bad spot, gets the Nair onto XJ Cool J, and they're both stuck on the left side of the stage. Recovery comes in from Acno. It will disarm Thomas. Down air into the recovery. Acno will find not a KO, but another disarm. XJ Cool J tries to reversal with GC D-Light. Doesn't get it there. D-Light into GC. Haymaker is going to be the option. Sorry, not Haymaker. Uppercut. And Thomas is going to forfeit that stock as well. And the blue team come out of the gate swinging, both of them having a stock lead now.
I thought for sure Thomas had the movement there to get back to the wall, but I don't know if he wanted to keep the stocks in sync. It's something that didn't happen in game number 1, but I guess it's going to happen here in game number 2.
Nice Nair there, and we're going to see another Thomas recovery that found 4 of the last game stocks there. Can't find much more than that. A downer trying to set up a recovery. Acno will put a hitbox out and actually interrupt just enough. Side air into the side light, into the side stick, and Acno's putting on a exhibition on this bow right now. The red team are struggling as Munir gets separated from his teammate, but they both make it back to center stage carefully, and that's going to be a big side air from XJ Cool J. We'll find the KO onto Munir. Acno not in the greatest of spots. A little miss input there, and Acno somehow unable to get the better of that situation. The side light will send away, and that's going to be a KO for Thomas off the top. Side air there for a bit of damage on Munir, who is now in defensive mode as the red team have somewhat equalized this game. They're down in damage right now. That Munir signature is going to send very, very far, but not enough to KO XJ Cool J. And this damage continues to build for this blue team, but they need to find these KOs soon.
Yeah, I mean, blue team
definitely
managed to get a big lead. They held on to those first stocks for a while. Here's the combo. Munir, what? He side-sticked Acno and ended up getting the launch onto XJ Cool J. Got to be grapple properties on that one. I want to see that in slow-mo.
Oh, that's going to KO off the top. That Munir Nair will just barely find Thomas off that extended juggle state. XJ Cool J in a bad spot now as Thomas is also taking quite a bit of damage. Munir having to recover. XJ Cool J without a weapon will burn his weapon, trying to catch Munir on this edge guard. Both the blue team members still having the weapons. That's going to be a nice interruption for a moment there as that recovery comes in. That's going to find a KO and Munir on his last. If they can somehow find this KO on Acno, almost chasing him there with a GC side light. Was unable to find enough of a vertical hitbox to call out Acno, but a right idea to call it to dodge away. Acno going for a Hail Mary signature there, and that's going to get slam dunked by his own teammate. Who remembers that clip? Munir coming in there and unfortunately KOing his teammate. Yeah, that's going to be very big. If the red team can capitalize in a meaningful way and isolate a 2v1, that could be a catastrophic throw. Side stick will come in. XJ Cool J losing that Diana mirror for a moment. They're going to find a signature onto Thomas, not enough to KO. Acno trying to set up a down sig in the corner, cannot find it there. The KO options are coming out for Acno. A lot of signatures and a slam dunk will interrupt with an Acno recovery, and Munir and Acno have a 2v1.
It kind of feels like they recognized the position they were in, and Acno just started pressing the heavy button.
Yeah.
Because at the end there, he was just swinging on everyone, and it was working out for them. So he was just getting some big signatures. That is going to be the blue team with game number 2.
Yeah, and you're definitely happy to see that there, especially with, you know, Munir getting that team KO on Acno. It could get very bad, and we've seen the red team able to isolate, you know, somebody and then make a 2v1 happen. You know, they're not getting like these really, really extended combos that we expect to see with other compositions. With that Diana and Tesca, you're looking for like a Blaster's light attack into an immediate Tesca signature, into a potential edge guard, or the other way around where Diana is looking to find those floor signatures, whether it's a N-sig, a side sig, or a D-sig. We'll see this now with a GCD light from Acno trying to hold that center stage control. Munir will pick up a weapon in the process. We go back to everyone having a weapon, and we're in game 3, and we go back to Western Air Temple with the set tied 1 apiece.
So far, no major swings just yet. Acno with a nice follow-up and a good split there. Munir actually neutral signaturing Thomas to keep the red team a little bit split.
Big extension there for Thomas, and goes for the deep signature, and we'll find Munir in the process. Acno getting caught in a bit of a string from Thomas, but Thomas will come in and slide charge that side signature and find that KO. A great snipe out on Munir's recovery attempt as we go for a high recovery as Acno is trying to chase Thomas into the sky, but this Tesca has been lethal so far for the red team. Recovery comes in. Munir will disarm Thomas, avoiding that GCD light. Is Thomas side stick comes in from Acno. Munir with team damage. Munir now getting put in a bad spot. The side air will reversal. A deep down air, a deep ground pound, I should say, and a double KO for Munir as he capitalizes with a side air and a nair to follow up and KO both the red team members. The blue team having Acno on his first stock still. Acno will take point.
Great pickup from Munir to get that double. A little bit of a misplay on the side of XJ Cool J. He went with a ground pound, I think, on bow, which is incredibly slow, which is why it led to that. But here's the team combo coming out from the red team.
Not quite lethal with that down air, but that ground pound could be problems for Munir. He can make it back. Acno now, second 2v1. That's going to be a big extension side air. Side air going for that side stick. Could not find it, but it continues anyway. And even with the drop, they pick it up. And the alley-oop off the top with the recovery from Thomas. And the red team have kicked it into another gear. This is what I was asking for, these extended combos. Not just light attacks into signatures, but something a little bit more. And a little bit more comes in. And they now have the stock lead. 2 stocks on both the red team members and the blue team now are looking to lose this set lead.
Dude, in some other games, they call that an American reset. When you drop the combo, but you pick it right back up and continue it. Great plays coming out from the red team. This lead is massive. This game's pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, unless the blue teams pull something crazy out, that recovery might be the start of it for Acno with those blasters. Cider will send Extra Cool J away as well. Munir, GCD light into the downer. The downer comes out from Acno as well, and that's going to be a bit of team damage. Once again, the red team there, the recovery will come in and find that KO. And now we even up the stocks for everybody. We're at 1 stock all, which is going to be a very big opportunity for the blue team. They can continue to be elusive and light there. Munir will follow up down air. Munir can't get anything off that down air, but a nice bit of damage. Get the party started on XJ Cool J.
Okay, Munir did get that nair. Thomas still managed to get the wall touch. I like the target swap over to the recovery, but Thomas picks him up. Blue team's starting to bring this one back.
Munir trying to go for that slam dunk. Thomas will get that nair to send away. And also disarming the process and like now, and that's going to be a nice edge guard for Munir. And this game that looks so solidly for the red team now is the blue team's game. The down air and the side air, and they came back all the way down 2 stocks to 1 for everybody. That's crazy.
Yeah, what a clutch up on the side of the blue team. Like you said, they got that 1 KO, I think was at the top of the map with the recovery, and then from then they kind of maintained that momentum. It wasn't even like a big play, like they didn't manage to get the power play when it was just Thomas alive while SJ Cool J was respawning. They just managed to keep the pressure and keep that red team split.
Yeah, that's a really tough loss. Obviously, every game you lose is a tough loss, but especially that one where they were able to get that crazy one, and it's just like, that is like, oh man, we threw, we choked that one, and that's not what you definitely want to see. As we go right back to Western Air Temple, quite curious to me. I mean, they're kind of playing the same comps, if you think about it. They're doing the same things with their legends. I mean, the only difference being there's a bow and a battle boots, but even then, their game plans are somewhat similar, controlling horizontal space, anti-airing with signatures. Nonetheless, though, we go right back to Western Air Temple. We don't see a change of venue the entire set, and this could be the last game for XJ Cool J and Thomas here, the top 16.
Yeah, unless they can get this one, get it to that game number 5. Nice pickups here. Munir's still in a little bit of trouble, but a good dodge gets him away from that team combo. Nice.
Oh my
Great
goodness,
decision making.
Acno with the ground pound there, and that's going to be the exclamation point and continuing the momentum in that extended combo. Munir, another one, and a GC signature from Acno. It's not enough to KO. That recovery won't come in either, but it gets so close to doing so, and Acno is twice perfect with these extensions, 1 KOing, 1 not, but Thomas very much so worse for wear. GCD light and going for that extension off the top. Munir will try to save Acno, and that's going to be a nice conversion from Thomas, punishing Munir, expending those resources, getting reversal, weapon toss it down air, clean stuff. Another day at the office for Thomas's Tesca.
Yep, just cleans everything up, keeps that first stock. Red team with that slight lead. Blue team's looking for how they can set up for a signature, but the double bow, not going to make that one easy. Okay, just a raw down heavy catching him coming back onto the stage.
And XJ Cool J is putting on the moves right now, trying to avoid Munir come in and interrupt that side stick from Acno with his own nair. Munir will get another nair on Thomas, though, and Thomas in a bad spot. I love that from XJ Cool J, putting out some interference with that down air, but still, if that's any of those signatures connect, could be the end of that stock for Thomas, somehow making it back, taking his lucky stars with that recovery. That side air will come in onto XJ Cool J, a slam dunk, and that's going to be a side air as Acno punishes the interruption with a hit onto Thomas anyway, and a bit of team damage. XJ Cool J tries to capitalize with a ground pound, couldn't find it. Unarmed recovery will send Acno away. Another one comes in, and a down zig from Munir will put the hitbox out and find that KO. XJ Cool J now, the one who is running away from the blue team without a weapon and without a chance, finally having a teammate. At least the side air will come in. It won't KO, but Munir tried to set it up there. We'll get a ground pound out of getting punished out of that, and I mean, I'm not, 1 stocks to 2. The red team, I mean, they could still win this game. They have to find these KOs kind of soon here, though. Acno, GCD light, it's a recovery! The recovery, and still not able to KO. Munir definitely hoping he was on the gauntlets there, and that bow recovery will not KO.
Yeah, that stock just a little too fresh on the side of XJ Cool J. You even saw Munir with a chase dodge after that to try to get something for the vertical, but now we're going down to final stocks. Acno knows he does not want to throw this one.
And we saw the red team are now showing that they have those team combos online, and they're definitely not scared to use them. Down air into the end light, into the second down air. Nice weapon toss, but Acno will burn his weapon in the process. We'll pick up a pair of blasters now. Tricky.
Dodged into the dare.
And Light waiting for the nairs. Both of the red and blue team blasters throwing out those nairs, trying to cover that horizontal space. Sorry, vertical space in the center of the stage. Side light there. That's going to be a big side stick from Acno, just trying to take all that space he can.
I really want to see the sig numbers at the end of this one because I feel like Acno's been a lot more confident with his Diana signatures than XJ Cool J. XJ Cool J has pretty much just been a light attack monster to set up for Thomas, but great pickup there on the neutral light, got both blue team members.
Homesick comes out there, downer as well, and that's going to be a potential trying to find his KO. The down stick will come in, and Acno returns with the side stick. Thomas loses the stock, but now we go into a 1v1 with both the Diana players. It's so close, but Acno will close it out without too much theatrics. The Nair will come in and find that KO. That got very scary at the end there. Signatures getting traded, drops on multiple recoveries, and then finally the conclusion of it, a 1v1 in the Diana mirror. Acno will win that confidently.
That's definitely some Acno Diana knowledge there to side signature Thomas and Munir ends up falling out of it, I think because of grab properties here. Yeah, you can see Munir gets past that one. XJ Cool J did clean it up, but really smart plays on Munir, on Acno's side, and then that neutral air. Bow players, tell me that neutral air doesn't KO, because I just saw it happen.
Yeah, it was like the darkest red possible. The game was like trying to find more colors in the color wheel to show how deep red he was, and finally the bow and air will KO. If it didn't KO and then Acno lost that game, generational bow down play, by the way. Flower coming in with crazy tweets. No, but nonetheless, a very, very close game. I want to give a shout out to Thomas, who looked so good on the Tesca. XJ Cool J also looked incredible on the Diana. And they're showing that this gauntlet bow, kind of signature heavy gauntlet legend with the bow and the blasters is actually working out really, really well. That was very impressive from them. Even they should have won the set, to be honest. They could have easily won the set. If the last stock went either way in both games, they would have just won it.
Yeah, definitely got that one a lot closer than I think people would have expected coming into this one. Obviously, you have such powerhouse names as Acno and Munir, especially in the twos space. I think a lot of people expected that one to be kind of a little bit of a sweep, but definitely a strong fight on the side of Thomas and XJ Cool J. But we're going to continue on as we also have Blaze and Zavai, aka Godly, versus Lil Mev and Rain.
I'm so distracted by the lore. Do you see that? On the lower right here.
Oh, okay.
The lore is coming through right now.
Ransom is the only legend who was allowed to stay in Brawlhalla through cyber warfare. Interesting.
Ransom is a result of a ace hacker named Redact. Okay, I'm not going to read them the entire time. We're going to be getting into our next set with Blaze and Godly versus Lil Mev and Rain. Rain making a return here in the top 16 of things. PR number 46 and 43 versus Blaze and Godly.
Godly's got too much money, man.
Dude, his money's so tough, bro. I stand on my what is that? What is that bar for? I don't even know. He stands on his money is 7'8" because Godly's already tall enough, you know. But yeah, that's going to be $205,208 of winnings, $118,000 from the side of Blaze. This might be one of the most balling duos in all of Brawlhalla. They are very, very winning players.
Definitely two very well-known players in the twos space. One of them a twos world champion. On the other side, though, Lil Mev's been looking good as of late, and also Rain's just always been one of those players that every EU player is like, yeah, you got to watch out for Rain, and then I don't, and then I don't regret it too much usually.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad because, you know, my boy Seven used to be Rain's partner, but now Rain and Lil Mev doing very well in the top 16 of things. Blaze and Godly, on the other hand, a team that I think all three of us on the desk had in our top 3 predictions. So if we have anything to say, it's going to be Blaze and Godly will win this one quite confidently. But we'll see here as we try to ban out some stages here. I should have asked Flower how he felt about the new stages because I feel like the map pool looks so different than it did last year. We'll keep Jikoku open. It'll get banned away for Small Fortress Alliance.
It still feels like players like to go to the, you know, the comfort ones, the ones that they're a little bit more familiar with, such as Small Fortress of Lions, as well as Western Air Temple. We've seen a lot of that, obviously. But we're getting right into this next one as we get Godly Blaze versus Lil Mev and Rain.
And it looks like Godly and Blaze are like, Dex changes? what do you speak
Dex
of?
what?
So, sorry, what? We're going to be playing the Kaya and the Olgrim on the side of Godly and Blaze. On the other side of things, Mev and Rain will fall into another very similar comp. Gauntlets, again. That one caster talking about it on the pre-show might have been right. There's a lot of a lot of Gauntlets for the blue team here with the Tesca and the Devil Jin pick.
Yeah, and you saw the dexterity changes kind of come into play as Blaze did get disarmed really quickly there, ticked into the orange and was immediately without a lance. Down sig going to connect. Nice pickup off the bounce there from Lil Mev. And the down sig's going to hit onto Godly. Godly still manages to touch.
Godly gets one of those every single game, no matter the format. He's going to find a way to somehow make it back, even though it was basically a sealed fate. But Blaze right now getting caught in a bit of a blender. Godly getting hit with the recovery as well. We're going to slam dunk, and Rain's actually going to get interrupted by Godly, who slides in with his signature. And a recovery will KO off the top. Blaze finding the KO onto Lil Mev. Rain now in a 2v1 into the end light, into the down sig, the snipe, the icicle snipe for Godly there. As we even up the stock counts. No, actually the red team having a slight stock advantage with Godly being on his first stock, but quite red at that.
Yeah, but look at Blaze, man. He's getting into the deep red on this second stock. This is looking like the makings of a 2v1 against Godly, because Blaze is now down to his final stock.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting disarmed at like such an alarming rate here, and then right after that, you're also trying to like get disarmed. You're playing a slower legend, so you're trying to get back to your team, and you're getting isolated so much. The disparity is quite prevalent so far here. Grab out coming in for Godly. Won't get punished by either of the blue team members, as they both have a pair of gauntlets and both get disarmed with that axe there. Sidelight into the down sig. Will catch his own teammate, but will actually catch Rain in the process as well. So you take that recovery onto the side of Lil Met from Godly, and Godly is taking this game and putting it on his back right now, putting both the blue team members and finally getting a KO there. Unable to make it back. Weapon toss comes in from Lil Mev, who's trying to put on a bit of a show on the bow himself, going for both of them, throwing out the down sigs, and that will actually jump over the Kyo when the downer comes in. Godly off stage. Blaze trying to put up some interference, but Lil Mev will not be denied the ultimate victory of finding the KO onto Godly and setting up the next one onto Blaze. Lil Mev kicked it into gear at the same time Godly did, and he said, nah, I'm better. It's a 2v1 now. The recovery comes in for Godly as we even up the stocks, but still one extra stock for the side of the blue team here. One extra player at that.
Incredible plays on the side of Lil Mev, really just closing this one out for them, because he's popped off. There's no easy way to say it.
All right, I mean, the blue team showed they have team combos, so you're not going to get away with anything for free as Godly if you're getting hit there. I like that from Godly, though. He's taking it very high, trying to make something happen vertically so that both the blue team members could potentially either get reversaled, but here Godly getting disarmed already here. And that's something that Kaya will have to definitely get punished for, especially in this 2v1. The recovery comes in as well, even on this deck stance for Godly. Nair waiting again. Lil Mev trying to pick up his bow. We'll find another one here. Godly will get a bow, but you're now just taking a lot of chip damage, and like any end light will convert into some sort of KO now.
This is the side light, and yeah, that's an easy KO on the side of Rain. Down light, side air, and the blue team able to win that one. Again, MVP goes to Lil Mev on that one. The fact that he had the confidence to 2v1 against Godly Blaze, that just shows so much player potential there on the side of Mev.
Yeah, it was really cool. And what I liked is he didn't rush it either with that ground pound. He kind of waited because he knew Blaze had an axe and was like, all right, he's definitely going to throw out interference. He's going to throw out one move. He has one tempo where he can throw out a hitbox and stop me from getting this edge guard. He waited, then dashed him, ground pounded, immediately found it, then got back on the stage, picked up a weapon, got a side air to convert into his teammate's KO. That just shows that he's willing to not only take charge and say, I'm going to be the one that's going to get that KO, get that edge guard finalized, but also convert into my teammate. So a lot of trust, a lot of confidence, and that's exactly what you need to see if you're going to be upsetting, and that's going to be scary already. Godly without a weapon.
I think Godly's just not been able to pick one up, but he's taken so much damage in the meantime. Neutral Air comes out. Nice interrupt there on Blaze, actually launching Rain into the signature of Lil Mev, but still Godly, most hurt on the screen, wants to convert to a KO instead, just a recovery onto Mev.
Yeah, another interruption from Blaze there, getting a side light on the end light from Lil Mev onto Godly that could have potentially KO'd. So Blaze already playing a very solid game plan, and that GCD light and the ground pound there will find a KO for Godly, getting a KO onto Lil Mev, and Blaze with the D light onto Rain to find that KO off the top. We'll see both the red team members now, as Godly is quite damaged here, so you have to be very careful as Godly, especially as you were the one that had to play that 2v1 last game. They're definitely looking at you for sure, the blue team. Like, we can find these KOs, and Blaze nowhere near close enough to intercept that end sig.
Yeah, Godly with a little bit of a slow diagonal dodge right in the face of Lil Mev, and Lil Mev just reaction neutral sig to get that KO. It does feel a little bit like the red team might want to split the blue team up a little bit more. Blaze gets caught by the sig.
And like Lil Mev kind of falling into like an artillery role, just throwing out those signatures in the back line as Rain is able to throw out those hitboxes on the gauntlets. Nice catch onto Godly there. It's going to be big opportunity. Nice interruption from Blaze, but Godly almost getting caught by that Nair from Rain anyway. That's going to be another save from Blaze here, who, if not anything else, the MVP of saves in this game. That's going to be 4 interruptions on his teammate to potentially save his life.
Well, he's definitely surviving a lot longer here in game number 2 than he did in game number 1, which gives him a lot more opportunities to get in there and help Godly out, because Godly definitely trying to get some plays started.
Big Jump side air. Blaze is going to find that KO there, and Rain's going to get separated as well as Lil Mev forfeits that stock away. GC sidelight, so much aggression, then punishing Blaze's side air with a GCD like side air of his own. That's a crazy turnaround for Rain, who somehow holds onto his stock and then invites the 2v1 landing between both red team members. That will prove fatal as the red team now have a 2v1 onto Lil Mev, who will dodge right back into the wall and hold for his teammate to make it back down to the stage as both the blue team members on their last stock. The NC will not connect. A charge up side stick coming out from Rain there. That's going to find the, not KO, but it'll send Blaze off stage without a weapon. Godly in the 2v1 edge guard will find one and almost getting Rain in the process. And Rain the one in a 2v1, but this one looks very different as it's 4 stocks to 1. And the red team do not lose these. The recovery into the recovery will not KO all the way coast to coast. GC breakdowns. Rain is actually fighting this one out best he can, but eventually he'll lose it. GC D-Light ground pound will not connect. Down sig will punish. And the red team with a 3 stock to take game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that the red team did so well this time was split up the blue team. If you look at it in just like raw game vibes, which is something very objective, the blue team was not able to get any team combos. Like, they did not get those big setups, and you saw a lot of times, like we pointed out, Blaze was able to get a lot of interrupts to make it so that the blue team couldn't get those damage spikes that they were definitely looking for.
I'm hoping this isn't a repeat of what Thomas and XJ Cool J did, where they took game 1 and then upset game 1 and then kind of lost the rest of the set. I hope this is a little bit closer, but we're already falling into the same kind of pattern as we go right back to the same stage. Small Fortress Alliance, once again, we do the run back motion and we get here all the same. And like coming out for Godly, who sets up a bit of an edge guard onto Rain already to start off this game. Lil Mev getting nullified a bit by this Blaze axe, and that's what Blaze is known for, man. On this Ogrim, the Rocket Lance found a lot of support, but this axe is causing so many problems for the blue team, pumping out damage and getting those KOs when he needs it. Godly with the spear right now, and the red team look very, very confident in this game already, getting so much damage. Nice little extension onto Blaze there, off the ground pound as well. The weapon toss will come in and interrupt Lil Mev's recovery, and that's actually going to be Rain that hits his own teammate and interrupts that edge guard. So that's a big drop kind of situation. That'll find a KO onto Rain as the ultimate conclusion of that first strike going to the red team.
Didn't want to cover little Mev there. You saw Blaze actually backing up, opting to try to just deny weapons from Rain on that respawn, where Godly was trying to keep Mev on that corner. Mev comes down, Godly late, but he will still get the punish to get the KO.
Yeah, just finding that that little spear stick and KO off the top. D-Light into recovery. Will not KO quite yet. Godly having land back on the platform. That's going to be a nice little D-Sig from Rain to kind of separate Blaze there. And Godly will lose that stock away as that downer comes in. I didn't think it was necessary, but it was. Little Mev smelling the blood in the water and realizing he had to get a little bit more aggressive off stage to confirm. And a nice side light into a weight recovery from Rain. Godly in a 2v1 now. Will avoid that side stick from Lil Mev. That could have put him in a very bad spot. A little bit of a 2v2 combo there as the downer comes in. An air coming out from Rain. Lil Mev with an N light, then another D light coming out there, interrupting, or I'm not sure what that was, but something kind of tricked up both those teams. Oh, another 2v1 combo. The blue team are kicking it into gear right now.
Oh, both blue teams did get stacked up though. Blaze with the falling side air, team combo to set up onto Rain. That's 1 KO. Mev holding onto the stock, backs away. Oh no, he's going in.
Side air from Blaze once again on the Rocket Lance. We're actually just find a KO onto Lil Mev. I was talking about his axe, but his Rocket Lance rears its head and causing some problems for the blue team already. As they're now 4 stocks to 2 again here, and a 2v1 will be the end of this game. Whatever team gets to get there first, and the red team look to be on pace to do so. Downer coming out there, Sider not finding its connection. Godly will punish Lil Mev, and Lil Mev cannot make it back. The Pogo is just all he needs, and he interrupts his own signature with the weapon toss and the Pogo as well. And Godly makes it look too easy on the Kaya. A 4 stock once again in game number 3, and I think we're getting a repeat of our set number 1 here on the mainstream, man. This is tough.
I mean, how do you come back from that? Godly with just some amazing plays, essentially 1v2ing the blue team on that one. Mev went a little aggressive there. He did a fastball side air to set that one off, and then, yeah, this weapon toss to set up and then pick up Pogo. Weapon toss Pogo again. Dude, Godly's so clean on it.
When I do that weapon toss, we lose the game. That's the game-losing weapon toss that everybody talks about. When Godly does it, he makes it look so clean. That was really, really smart, actually, because it looks like it's an offensive option, but in reality, it's also a defensive one. It covered him getting reversal signature there, so very impressive, and that's why he has more money than the graphics can show. I mean, he's stacking and stacking it. We got game number 4 here, 2-1 in the favor of the red team. Blaze and Godly still on the Ogrim Kaya. The blue team sticking true to the Lil Mev, Devil Jin, and the Teska on the side of Rain.
Okay, I like the attempt there. Rain going for that turnaround sider to throw back towards Little Mev. You're seeing blue team try to stack up a little bit more, not get as split. And a great response there from Lil Mev gets over to Rain.
There's an Enlight. Homesick comes out as well. D-Light into Enlight, and that's going to be a bit more damage for the blue team there as Godly slides in with his Homesick. And we'll interrupt that. Rain without a weapon will get punished by that Godly down air. And interrupting the side sig. He gets it done. He gets a double nair out as well. Godly looking so precise on the bow, but it doesn't look like it can deny the inevitable as Blaze will get hit with that weapon toss and will lose that stock, and Godly will get sent away with that Enlight. It will not KO, but it'll come very, very close to doing so. Rain unable to find that down air there. Side air as well. Godly avoiding. D-Light into Enlight will not KO off that upper 45. We're nowhere near able to do so there. And that's going to actually find a KO for Godly as he gets a nair there to KO off the top. And Godly proving the meme wrong with these nair KOs. That will find a KO though on that down sig punish. Will interrupt, so it won't even KO that guy.
Yeah. Nice attempts there on the side of the red team. Blaze just not able to get any follow-ups as Godly was trying to get something set up onto Little Mev. Here comes a team combo, but a target swap from Little Mev. And just keep that pressure on Blaze.
And Light coming out there, Rain trying to find some action. Mev will get a nair, and Blaze will punish with a landing side air in the process. Side air coming out from Rain, and Godly will interrupt it again. That's going to be a downer off that side light. A tricky interaction, and the down sig will send away and find a KO. D-Light, turnaround Cider, trying to set up the Lil Mev GC D-Sig a little bit too high to do so. GC D-Light into the recovery, unarmed from Godly will find the KO on Lil Mev's first stock, and the blue team now, I don't want to call it too early, but this could easily be their game. We could be looking at a game 5 now.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like one, considering Blaze on his final stock. Godly going to join him soon. Deep red on the second stock. Blue team's in a really good position unless the red team can make something happen here, but right now, Blaze left in the 1v2 till Godly respawns.
And Blaze will try to avoid the best he can, but the blue team will get a bit of damage. 3 hits of extra credit punishing Godly, getting KO'd there. That's going to be important. Sidestick comes in, does not scoop anybody. Godly will get a punish off of the assistant to Blaze, popping up into that bow recovery. Jump Cider, Lil Mev with some chase dodges will avoid that recovery, cannot avoid that one. D-Light coming in, Sidelight waiting. Rain in a bad spot now. Lil Mev trying to get some assistance and isolate a 1v1, trying to catch Blaze, but can't find it there. And Godly with another bow nair KO. Little Mev in a bad spot now, and this looks like the lead is slowly evaporating. Godly with the pogo, it will disarm it, just straight out KO. And now there's 2v1 and 2's Rain jumping away and putting those shoes on, and if anything, just to run with them. Lil Mev now without a weapon. Godly getting a nice little 3-piece into the Enlight from Blaze. The side light comes in as well, getting a big anti-air hitbox out in time. Blaze will get caught by that side air. A recovery from Little Mev will hit Godly, and both the red team members getting separated. Sweat beats come out. Blaze hitting his own teammate, but also Rain in the process. The blue team now has smelled blood in the water and realized that they need to start finding these KOs fast. Side light will catch both red team members. Recovery will hit his own teammate, and we're looking for these KO options, and hopefully soon now as the red team somewhat get their footing again, but a recovery comes in for Little Mev. We'll find the KO onto Blaze. An air coming out, and Little Mev now looking to close out the stock. It'll be Rain instead with an Enlight, and the blue team force game 5.
Yeah, blue team just managed to build up enough of a lead that by the end there, the red team was just hoping that they could get some sort of team combo and never saw the opportunity as the blue team just had to press some big heavy buttons.
Yeah, that was close, but it felt like the blue team really pulled away in that second stock, and then at the end I was like, all right, we need to start finding KOs. But I think I felt a lot more nervous than the blue team did. They looked like really confident, even with it going down to the last stock and taking a bit of damage from Godly's Spear. They're like, okay, we're still in control here, and we can get this win. They do so, and we go right back to Small Fortress Alliance here for game number 5. And we got a game 5, thank you Remix for that, as we get into game 5, the same comp. The Olgrim and the Kaya for the red team, the Teska and the Deviljin for the blue.
Well, we'll see which comp wins out here. Game number 5, winner of this goes into the top 8. Lots of people expected Godly Blaze to get that top 8 spot, but right now Lil Mev and Rain making them work for it. Nice. A little late on the interrupt, just going to be a punish. Mev, okay, interrupted by Godly with that side air.
Jump side air coming out, though. Mev will control the grounded state with that Enlight, and Rain has been a czar of the sky right now, just completely shutting down any of those aerial approaches. Godly will get a big mammoth to make a return there, and that down sig will connect, but Blaze interrupting. Blaze is so locked in on interruptions, he actually interrupted his own teammate's signature, and then he gets hit by his own teammate's signature, and now Godly will have to kick it into another gear to find these KOs. That Lil Mev signature will come in. Godly will get a breakdance there and find that KO. GC D-Light into ground pound said, you know what? I'll do it. Just let me do this. And he got it done anyway with the unarmed, uninterruptible from his teammate there, and Blaze with an axe will look to get this extra credit. Godly will do so on the Spear. Sidelight, D-Light waiting there. An interruption from Lil Mev with a side air. Godly in a bad spot. Blaze comes in with the down air and the side air. A bit more damage. A recovery hitting Rain in the process. Well, Lil Mev trying to find a KO onto Godly. Cannot find it there. Trying to get a KO off the top. Will not do so. Lil Mev will find the KO onto Blaze, and the next will fall. They fall as dominoes do, and the red team both lose their first stocks there. The blue team tried to equalize.
No weapon spawns just yet on the right side. Mev able to deny from both red team members. Opportunity again, but no, they're just going to go for the coverage, and Blaze able to pick up a lance.
Sidelight recoveries coming in. Rain with a little bit of the elevator combo right now. They send Blaze down as well, and he gets disarmed in the process. Godly now without a weapon either. Both of them will get resupplied there or restocked with those weapons. Little Mev with a big signature connection. That'll do the damage, even with Blaze interrupting. Another sider coming in there. Rain looking to get this KO on Godly. Double GC with a GC sidelight will not find it there. Godly will punish both the blue team members. Reads with those bow recovers, and we see a swap over to the spear because you realize, wait a minute, they're trying to KO us off the top. Let's go for these reversal options. Blaze interrupts and actually catches both the blue team members, sending them off stage. Godly with the ground pound does not find any connections there. Cider will catch Rain. D-Light into Cider will not KO quite yet, but that Pogo barely misses. Rain avoids it, and Godly struggling to find these KOs. Blaze can't find it either, but finally a recovery comes in, and Little Mev in a bad spot as well.
Falling side air will take out Little Mev. Still not done just yet. Both red team members in the red, definitely KOable, but the blue team needs a weapon spawn. It's on the right side. Mev gonna start looking for recoveries or signatures.
Cider, Godly with a weapon toss into the end light as well. The recovery will come in for Lil Mev, who will find that KO onto Godly. Blaze, the next to fall if the blue team have any chances of winning this game, and they will do so with a recovery. And here is the story. We go to Game 5. We go to last stock apiece. The comp of now versus the comp of the past. The dexterity changes. Are they enough to dethrone one of the greatest 2v2 teams in Godly and Blaze? We'll see so here. The Cider will come in. Lil Mev having to avoid and getting caught in a team combo. The recovery will not KO, but will disarm Rain, picking up a pair of battle boots and getting sent so far away, and that will KO Rain in the 2v1 now, avoiding that D-Sig will get caught with the end light anyway. And the red team just one hit away from KOing Rain and moving forward into top 8, and it'll look to be too difficult for the red team here. Jump side air, and that'll do it. Blaze will find the last one, and they will move forward in Game 5.
Yeah, really solid play. Blaze and Godly managing to close that one out. Every single time the blue team brought it back, Blaze and Godly pushed it a little bit further and ended up getting that W to close it out in game number 5, get that spot in the top 8.
However, although they did lose, I want to say like the two teams that we watched lose look really good.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're getting better playered, at least. You know, it definitely looks like the red team are playing well, and that's why they're winning, and the red team just have that higher peak. But overall, we're looking at two teams, Thomas and XJ Cool J, and now this Rain and Little Mev team that look really, really good, and looks like a team that can definitely stay and compete very, very well here, especially with these kind of compositions with the bow and gauntlets and the, you know, middling dexterity. We'll see them in the elimination side of things. I'm sure you're going to be able to tune in to their run in twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla.
Yep, EU obviously a strong 2v2 team. We do have our top 8 now, and we got to figure out our bottom side of the top 8 in just a little bit. But for now, I think we're going to take a short little break because that's what that music sounds like to me. We'll be right back.
Together, wanna take this chance, wanna make those plans read the room. I'll up the stakes, I'll bet it all on you. We got nothing to lose, 'cause you got the green light, yeah, you got the key right. Nothing like a deep dive into my heart. Baby, got the green light, ready, you can be mine. Nothing like a deep dive into my heart. Green light, yeah, you got the key right. Nothing like a deep dive into my heart.
Everybody get loose, shake it out. Everybody get loose, shake it out. We're gonna make everybody proud when we get down. Everybody get loose, work it. Everybody just move something. We're gonna show 'em how we do it now when we get down. Come on and dance with me. Let your mind, let your spirit free. We don't hurt a thing. Let's live in harmony.
I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
And we are back with more Spring Championship action here for the European region doubles. We've already figured out some of the people in our top 8 top side, but we got to figure out who's going to be taking our top 4 spots as we continue on here. Up next, Dark and Bamia versus Razox and Kimono. And then after that, Munir and Acno versus Godly and Blaze.
Nice matchups here, and that's going to be 2 of the teams that I'm very, very excited for. I believe this is the winner side, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we're in the top 8 of things. Dark and Bamia, a team that is kind of the dark horse team, no pun intended there. Park, PR27, PR24 versus Razox and Kimono, two players that look really, really strong. We saw Kimono's Cannon find a lot of success there. On the other side of things, we got Munir and Acno and Godly and Blaze, 2 teams that were in our top predictions and will face at the start of the top 8 of things. It makes sense. Godly and Blaze, PR4 and 7 versus PR number 1 and 2. As we get into this now with Bamia and Dark versus Razox and Kimono, should be a fun one for sure.
And they're ready to get into it. The second they heard their names, they started banning out maps. Shadow Scar Landing still on the board. Fun fact, still in the pocket of PJ, because we're going to be going over to the Fortress of Lions here for game number 1. We're seeing Kimono still on the Onyx, but Bamia's got a cannon of his own.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at this correctly, Dark Bamia, this is the first time they're teaming together, if I'm not mistaken. On the other side of it, Razox and Kimono have exactly 1 tournament together, which is Winter Championships Europe 2026, and they got 3rd place. The Kaya will make a return here, as we saw in the Godly Blaze set with the return of the Kaya Ogrim comp that we thought was, the I can't even say that word. De-Ogrimification of EU will not affect Blaze and Godly. Nonetheless, though, we have the Onyx making a return once again. I'm happy to see that, though. Onyx, one of my favorite legends to watch. And Arrow come in for Kimono as Dark looking for that sidelight there. Blaze looking for a sidelight of his own as well. And the damage looking so far so good for the red team now as they continue to keep up in the damage department and have hold a slight lead, I should say.
There was a really good decision on the side of Dark where Bamia had the launch towards him, and Dark saw the opportunity to go for the side 6 straight forward, but instead turned it around, tried to keep that blue team split up. And so far, it's working out for them as they're going to get that first stock off of Razox.
Kimono will find a way to send Bamia quite far off stage, and that's a recovery, almost finding a KO. And Kimono, fearless, they're having so many resources, even gets a reversal nair. That Cider will come in. Razox will punish his own teammate there, but you're happy to still get that damage on Bamia, who will jump over that D-Light with a GCN light on the axe and get a whiff punish. Their recovery will connect, hitting both his teammates and Kimono, but only Kimono will find that, or will get KO'd in the process. And both the red team members having a bit of this lead. And Bamia, man, he is eating right now on this cannon, a longtime Zol player, and making it look so strong in this 2v2 space. We'll find a KO onto his team, and then that NSYNC will close it out there as we go to 2 stocks all.
Yep, everything cleaned up. Razox a little bit hurt, but man, I'm watching Kimono. Kimono's cannon popped off in the last set that we saw on stream. Kind of expecting it to happen again here as he's already looking solid with it.
D-Light waiting there as well. Kimono getting that extension into his teammate, and then a side sig will come out there, if I'm not mistaken. The Cider will come out as well. And the ground pound from Razox will find Bamia in a bad spot, but Dark will punish him dearly for it. And then Bamia will still make it back to down air, punishing Bamia there. That's a double down air there onto Dark, and the triple from Razox. And though Razox's stock gets traded away, it's a 2-for-1 pot of greed. They go up 1 stock in the process.
Yeah, great decision making on the side of Razox. Saw that the weapon toss from Kimono did not connect onto Dark, so he's like, I got to come down there, get that final blow onto Dark, and make sure that KO comes through. Hit him with that down air, and now the blue team with the lead.
Sidelight waiting there. Bamia will avoid these Kimono extensions, more and more, as Kimono's gauntlets kind of leave something to be desired. They haven't really set up any too crazy plays. There's a lot off the back of this cannon, of course. Razox will try to do something on the spear. The down sig will come out. No punish from Bamia as he misses that D-Light a little bit too shallow there with it. Another D-Light coming out and punished by Dark, who's just getting his damage with these end lights. They won't KO, but they'll definitely separate both of them, and that side sig will bring them together, and we'll find the KO onto Kimono as we go to 1 stock all.
Razox just trying to make sure he doesn't take too much damage on the respawn. Got a pogo in while he was jumping around there. Kimono on the new weapon, or he's on the gauntlets now, like you pointed out. Struggles a little bit with them, so gonna go over to the cannon. Oh.
And light down air, that's a very bad spot for Bamia, who's in this 2v1, and that recovery won't connect, and the ground pound will punish any shenanigans. If I'm not mistaken, that was a GC N-Sig or something, trying to get a upper 45-degree hitbox and then potentially get that there, and the blue team is moving on the podiums right now. That looked quite funny to me. The downer is coming out in this replay as Kimono made it happen, and Razox followed up with his bow, and they looked really solid. It was kind of an unstable game. I feel like nobody was like, oh man, they're like really solidly pulling ahead here, but we look to see a bit of a swap off the Kaya onto the Wushang, or the Aang, I should say, Zol and Aang, Kaya, and Titan. So a lot of level 100 players, though, for sure. They are very experienced on their legends.
Yep. Didn't want the bow anymore on the side of Dark. Instead, going to be bringing over the spear here. But again, the blue team, you said it was a little bit kind of back and forth, but once Kimono got that, like, essentially double, I think that's when the blue team really tried to slip that one away.
Yeah, they traded the 2-for-1 there, and that was a big moment for them to capitalize. And even find KOs through stocks, I think, is very important. Even losing a stock and then coming back down and getting that one, picking up right where he picked up. Continuity of edge guard. Downers coming out for Bamia now. GC sidelight into the Nair. Kimono getting caught in a bit of an axe string. And these big moves from Dark here, who swaps off the Kaya and picks up a pair of gauntlets in exchange for that bow, already paying dividends.
Reaching out there with that spear, not able to get the hit, falling side air. Kimono, plenty of movement, but the blue team is split. Opportunity for Dark to go for the edge guard onto Razox, but no, he backs away. Kimono made it back to the stage.
Recovery will hit his own teammate, and they both make it back. That side air will hit his own teammate, interrupting the end light from Dark that could have definitely KO'd. Even though you hit your own teammate, you're happy to take that as you give one more chance, but that one chance will be spent on a landing side air on the side of Bamia's cannon onto Kimono. Razox in this 2v1 stuck on the wall, and I wonder if this is a detriment now, because you allow a 2v1 to happen, and even so, getting a little bit of team damage there. It's sloppy, but damage is damage, and they're happy to do so there, as Razox is in a bad spot. Will finally make it back there as Bamia is putting on an exhibition, and so is Dark on how to hold on to these stocks and get that extra credit going.
Yeah, I think they've recognized Kimono's kind of been... Oh my goodness.
That's so bad, and Razox in a terrible spot now as Dark tries to end it all there with that down air, and the ground pound cannot find it on the side of Bamia, and that ground pound will punish, but still the first stock only on the side of Dark, and that will KO. But now they're down a stock as Kimono got called out by that Wushang N-Sig that's been nerfed so many times. It just doesn't matter, as that's going to KO, and now you're down a stock, and if Kimono loses this stock, it's all but over, and we even up the set count.
Yeah, man, I think Red Team really recognized Kimono has been kind of the clutch factor for this blue team, so they're going all in, trying to take Kimono out of the game and force Razox to be a lot more aggressive.
A flurry of attacks on that left side underneath that soft platform, and really nobody pulling ahead in terms of the damage from that. Finally, double recovery there, and a ground pound and a GC sidelight from Dark. Wishful thinking from both members of the blue and red team as they try to make something happen on a tricky edgeguard play. They somehow both make it back. Unscathed Cider coming out there. Bamia with a GC N-Light will punish Razox, trying to set up that edgeguard, and N-Sig will fly but will not connect, and will lose a weapon in the process, and we are going back and forth here, and Razox the ultimate loser of that interaction, as the blue team now are 2 stocks to 4, and we're looking to see a 2v1 very shortly here as that Cider comes in, hitting his own teammate in the process. Dark getting hit with a double pogo. We'll lose that stock though, so it's not over quite yet. That'll be a KO with a D-Light sidelight into D-Light Cider side air. And Kimono, oh my goodness, he got the perfect dodge read there. He could have definitely capitalized. Dark with no dodge. He's in sweat beats now. That could have been a bad spot. Endlight comes out as well. The ground pound does not connect. Dark without a weapon and still getting sent off stage with a down air. A side air will come in from Bamia to interrupt, and Razox will get caught in the process. Kimono now still scouring out that KO onto Dark. Couldn't find it there. Side air coming in from Bamia off the stage, and they reclaim a semblance of control here. Down air into Nair right now from Razox still though, and he's making it happen here. It's not quite over yet. D-Light into side air. Bamia in a bad spot. A weapon toss from Dark to interrupt that, and that's going to be a nice side signature to send Razox away without a weapon, and that should be the end of the game. Endlight not enough to KO, but it's all a formality as the weapon toss will be the last thing needed. No, not quite. Razox with a down air there. He's still holding on to this game. Nah, that Endlight should do it. Not quite.
Still scrapping, man. Razox holding on for dear life, wants to try to clutch this one up, but another Endlight, and he is out of there. Man, there's that brief moment where Kimono had so much pressure on Dark. He was just getting cannon hit after cannon hit onto Dark, but Dark kept coming back, and the second he got over Kimono, that's when I think it was kind of curtains, and Kimono just did not have the health to play.
Yeah, the last kind of rally there was so important, and like you said, once he got over Kimono, it was kind of the end of it. He even got like a down air there, but it wasn't enough force, and you're not really looking like, okay, I'm gonna eventually just KO by building damage. You're like, I need to find like a low ground pound or something and just early gimp, or maybe, you know, with the sweat beats coming out.
All their options.
Exactly. There's no way you're just gonna get like a raw force KO to KO anywhere, even with signatures, as we go into game number 3, and we are getting very close sets, Duke. These are very, very back and forth.
Yeah, you love to see it. EU, a competitive region in the 2 space. Everybody fighting it out. Falling down here on the side of Kimono.
Tyler coming out there as well. Bamia getting a bit of interaction with that axe, and that's going to be a 3-man Endlight as we had both the blue team members and his own teammate. Bamia going for that signature there. Could not find it.
Razox barely making it to the corner there. Dark and Bamia doing a really good job splitting this blue team up. Oh, side air not going to hit there. A little too stacked.
Side air, Nair. Kimono and Razox putting up a great opportunity to find a KO onto Bamia. I was going to say, I couldn't even come to that conclusion fast enough where it's like they're trying to split him up and then find a KO off the top. As soon as one jumps and tries to get it going, that's where it happens. But Bamia will get a signature there, will get interrupted with a downer, then a signature will come in, then another signature will come in, and now the red team are the ones with the stock lead as Dark fights 2 KOs with the Aang signature kit.
Yeah, it was a really good interrupt there on the side of Kimono, but then he immediately got caught, and then Dark just those side signatures so fast on the side of the Wushang. Edgeguard attempt. Bamia able to get past that ground pound. Okay, Dark gonna fall there. Razox with a nice ground pound on a Bamia. Can they get this KO? He got the wall touch.
And an Endlight on his own teammate's going to put Razox in a bad spot. Dark will try to capitalize with a Pogo. Will not find that connection, but a side light onto Razox for a little bit more extra credit in the extension of that punish. The downer almost setting up into Razox's down sig, but they're not even needing one as that's going to find a KO and a bit of a scramble from the blue team as they're trying to just get a bit more damage. Side light and a down air, and that's going to be quite a bit of damage onto the side of Dark already here. Jumping forward with that side, the recovery will come in as well. That's going to be sweat beats coming out, exhausted recovery. And Sig will connect and find Razox, but it'll hit the Kaya, so you're going to have a lot of defense to lean back on. Dark going off stage with the GC sidelight, saving Bamia there, who had very few resources. Kimono trying to set up an air there. We're going to cross the screen here as Dark is the one getting sent off stage, and Chase is down with the ground pound, but he can't make it back either, even with the chase dodge and a bit of a favorable situation for the blue team somehow there as Dark gets a perfect punish, but actually loses his stock in the process as well. That's a 1-for-1 I don't know if we're willing to take.
Yeah, it's a really weird game of ground pound chicken that they played on the bottom edge there. I don't know how necessary it was, but either way, both of them fell for it. And now, everybody on final stocks, but I'm watching Bamia. Most damage one on the screen.
And light there, and Kimono continuing here as Dark, I keep wanting to say Taran for some reason. Dark getting sent far off stage. Side air coming in as well. Side light hitting Bamia in the process there. A pickup of the cannon on the side of Bamia. Side light waiting. Kimono is the one to play point here. Trying to get something going on this cannon. Both the red team members kind of forfeit the stage control, putting both of themselves off stage. Bamia, double exclamation points. Dark actually punishes, and it's chaos. The ground pound comes in, and Bamia, what are we doing with that ground pound? I'm not too sure what he was doing in general, putting himself off stage like that, but to jump up and ground pound on a Hail Mary play that can only hit your teammate on the head, I'm not sure about that one, and that is a catastrophic way for that game to end, and Razox and Kimono will move forward in the set 2-1.
Yeah, Bamia was trying to extend that stock so long. And here, I think we're going to see that final ground pound. Yeah, I don't know if
it doesn't even hit. I don't even think Razox could get there.
Yeah, it's like maybe he was hoping Razox pressed the dodge button and just like it worked out, but that ground pound kind of only could find the teammate of Dark, and that was real tragic for the red team as we go to game number 4.
Yeah, like that's just not how games should end. That's just really bad. It's really chaotic, really bad. And we'll go into this next game. Hopefully they're going to be able to wash the taste of that very crushing loss out of their mouth. Razox will get a bit of an extension onto Bamia now. And a nice side light into Nair, and a ground pound comes in from Dark, who's so aggressive. Bamia with his axe, sending Kimono off stage again, and that N-Sig will cover that attempt to get back to the stage very, very cleanly now. Dark. Side Sig will connect onto Razox and going for a down Sig, hitting both of the blue team members in the process.
Razox.
And Bamia will pick up on Kimono. Razox can make it back, and Kimono will take so much damage. And yeah, the red team looked to immediately forget that game and maybe just laughed it off. A ground pound coming in, the dance to the ground pounds, and another ground pound coming in. Dark now trying to find a KO onto Kimono. Kimono makes it back to the stage as Razox gets involved with a unarmed ground pound of his own. GC downlight from Dark trying to find a KO off the top or some sort of extension. Down Sig there, no N-light from Kimono. Down air onto Razox from the side of Bamia's cannon. N-light comes out as well. Side light, recovery will KO. And it is pandemonium in game number 4 now as the red team are trying to make this game work, but that'll find a KO, and we go to 2 stocks all.
Nice pickup there. Dark going to be on that respawn. He's the one who really popped off at the start of this one, so the blue team might want to try to shut him down, but right now they're doing a good job splitting, forcing Bamia away. Kimono in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and Dark on these gauntlets are going to be less kind of consistent in finding these kills compared to that axe, so it's interesting that they decide to swap that recovery. We'll find Razox and disarm in the process, though, of course. And like side Sig, not connecting with that side Sig. Side light, wait, no recovery there. Can't find the same extensions that Kimono found previously to close out that first stock. The recovery will come in just raw, and that'll KO from center stage. As Razox is not in a great spot, and that Pogo will make it so. As it's now 4 stocks to 2, and the red team, if they can coast this lead, will force a game 5 here.
Yeah, it was a great recognition on the side of the red team. Razox with the panic dodge ended up getting caught there, but wanted to go for the top of the map onto Bamia, couldn't quite get that final blow.
Unarmed recovery from Kimono. Dark and Razox, the battle of the spears right now, and the Airbender is winning out that vertical game. D-Light into the Nair coming out as well, and we're looking at Bamia trying to make his way back. Razox will get that kill with that ground pound, and it's not quite over yet. Bamia put himself off stage to try to run away from the blue team as they try to isolate a KO here. And now Dark having no more kind of invincibility here will definitely have to worry about a potential 2v1 opportunity for the blue team now as Bamia continues to run away. That side will KO now the 2v1 into Dark having to avoid their sweat beats come out. GC sidelight just trying to run away, or sidelight off the soft platform, dash jump side air, and he'll make it back off stage and back to a comfortable spot on the stage with his teammate Bamia by his side, and they have a bit of a damage lead so far. A bit of team damage, and now a pick up there onto Dark, but a dodge away is very smart from Razox, not wanting to get caught by Bamia's attempt to punish that over-aggression.
Interesting decision there to just hit both of them and not just wait for that signature to come out. Zol with a lot of strength could have done a lot more damage onto the teammate, but still, advantage to the red team.
That's going to be a nice little extension there. Razox with another anti-air, but cannot convert D-Light into Nair. Will not KO Razox yet. And we're going to see Kimono try to create some space for his teammate to pick up a bow now. That's going to be a Nair, and Dark in a bad spot now, who could potentially get KO'd. And N-Sig comes in and will separate Bamia from his teammate and get that down. Oh, the down sig into the N-Sig will be enough to KO, and it's a 1v1 now. The format shifts there, and that's going to be a GC D-Light. Not enough to KO is that downlight. The weapon tosses go high. Bamia still with an axe in hand, and Kimono cannot land, and he cannot find a way to win that game. And they would go to game 5.
Clutch up on the side of Bamia, able to get that final 1v1. Despite the scrapping that came out from the blue team, they had that team combo that took down Dark, but there was just too much force on the side of Bamia, and we're going to game 5.
Yeah, that pickup was so important there, and Bamia equally as important to not say I'm going to interrupt that or find a way to punish Kimono. I'm going to just KO Razox and win that one out. Very smart target selection, and that's going to be part of the reason he did so well. Another part, 579 damage, but also Kaya on Razox doing 632 damage in the process. We'll see the stats here as we have very high damage games now. As we go into game number 5, we're going to see if the venue is the same. Yeah, we're going to Small Fortunes of Lions once again.
Yeah, the one who seemed to struggle the most there was Kimono, only putting out 360 damage. I do want to remember, though, because the start of that one was Dark going crazy mode, and they managed to bring that one down to final stocks, 1 hit. So blue team definitely not done here. It's still top side of the bracket, so whoever falls here goes to the elimination side, but you know they both want to stay in and get that top 4 spot.
And right there, Razok getting sent away, and Bamya will get back onto his business with this axe in hand. Dark getting a nice little feel out there, and the Gauntlet Mirror will win that out with an air into side air. Kimono will disengage with the side air there, and a big side sig will send Razok quite far off stage already here. And Light into a down sig. We saw that startup come out, but it wasn't enough time as we get an interruption on the side of Razok's there. Downer coming out. Bamya getting right back onto the stage with an end light there, and a dash jump. Side air will catch the very low recovery from Razok's there. It's trying to hug the floor there. Another end light comes in into an end sig, and that'll find a KO. And Dark is already 2 for 2 on these signatures, and both of them have looked at very big swings of the game here. Already checking once again with the side sig, and N sig will come out as well. Sidelight waiting. Bamya getting another signature connection onto Kimono, and Razok will not interrupt during, but will punish after the fact. Sider coming out, and Dark, are you able to make it back? That'd be quite a drop for the blue team. No, they don't let him Sider into the wall. We'll close out that stock.
You can see Razok's a little bit wary of Bamya. Goes down for the ground pound. Bamya falling a little too low there. Razok's manages to come back up safely. Slight advantage to the blue team.
Waiting there, trying to go for that nair. That recovery will KO off the top, and we go to 2 stocks all now. Kimono, the only one with a considerable amount of damage on himself here. Sidelight waiting. Bamya with the dodge in place there. And Dark going for a big ground pound will get hit with 2 pokos. Bamya will come in with the assistant punishing Razok, trying to refresh his resources with that sidelight. Kimono getting caught in that side sig, and that'll KO. And that is a big opportunity for the red team, and a big pickup there, as they are so smart to isolate that KO with that deep signature from the Dark Spear. Downer coming out into the ground pound. Kimono already almost losing that stock away as well. If that nair came out instead, Ensik coming in, hitting his own teammate. A bit of a D-light into side air, and will get punished with a side air from Bamya in that case. And it's tough for the blue team to get back in this game, because right now this chaos is going to the red team's favor, because they have the lead. Sideline into recovery will KO, and both the blue team members on last stock, and Kimono getting caught by the nair into the ground pound, and it's all over. 4 stocks to 1, and Razok is going to try to make magic happen, try to make a miracle happen, but this looks too little too late. I mean, this, I don't even know if it's possible at this point. The red team are just so solid. They will not make it look any easy to even take another stock, let alone this game.
Still manages to get that wall touch. He's trying to extend this stock. Gravity cancel Ensik gives him the chase dodge up. He really wants to clutch this one out. Kimono just left to watch as Razok has to try to take down 3 stocks left on his own. Sidelight. Oh, he's 1 sig away from in trouble, and that'll do it.
A clean conversion there, and that almost could have once again went the other way in that game 4. Somehow the blue team was able to clutch it out with Kimono in that 1v1 versus Bamya, but it will not happen. And all they can think about is what could have been, as they fall into the elimination side of things with Dark and Bamya moving forward once again, and they do so with very, very big wins and a lot of upsets here to make it all the way into winners finals now.
Coming in here, double-digit PRs on both of them, if I'm not mistaken. Means they had to make quite a few upsets to get here, and now they're guaranteed a top 4 finish.
This is crazy. I mean, we see the Wushang and the Zol pick, and I don't know why I didn't think of that, but like, yeah, Bamya would be crazy on this Zol, and I think Zol's really, really strong right now in this, and I mean, the cannon was looking really good. We weren't seeing anything like insane. We weren't seeing like 9-piece strings, but you don't even really need that with all the strength on the Zol. And the Wushang signatures are exceptionally proficient at following up off of straight light attacks from both cannon and axe, and you're leaning into that, and we saw a lot of that, as that last game was a 6-stock game for Dark there, where he took all of the stocks in that game with only 419 damage. So he knew his job. The red team knew their win condition, and they played for it perfectly.
It's so interesting to me because I'm so used to the person who's doing those like closing out signatures being the one with all the strength. Like, their whole job is to do all of the damagey stuff, and the other person is generally the one who's kind of got lower strength. They're just trying to get something that sets up. They're trying to interrupt. They're trying to just play that safe all-rounder position. But this time it's like Bamya's also putting out a lot of damage. He put out 558, and it was really just like he puts a lot of damage out, and then Dark just follows up with that one signature that has enough force behind it to get that KO, and that is what got them into the top 4. But now we've got a set that is surely not one to forget, because we got Munir and Acno versus Godly and Blaze.
This is going to be quite interesting. I feel like this is kind of the 2 people that we expect to see in grand finals versus each other, but they'll be on the same side of winner semis, which means one of them will have to fight through the gauntlet of the elimination side, as the other will face down Dark and Bamya in the winners finals. Once again, Godly and Blaze A lot of tenure. They didn't get. They got a second place there at Winter Championships for Europe and 17th at Galaxy Cup Zenith. However, Munir and Acno got 5th place. In the last time they faced each other, which was Winter Championship Europe, it was a 3-0 in Godly and Blaze's favor. Of course, the meta has changed considerably, and now Godly and Blaze's Ulgrim Kaya pick has definitely gotten nerfed by these dexterity changes. We could be seeing the meta readers, the meta definers in Munir and Acno try to jump ahead in that, now kind of cash in that prediction from Winters.
Yeah, it is interesting because you see on the bottom side, Godly has the Cassidy, one of the characters that he played in last week's singles space. Also, he has the Bodvar. Like, he's got some characters that are still really, really good in doubles if you opted to go into it. And, like, we know Blaze has other characters than just the Ulgrim. It's interesting that they're like, we're just going to go with the tried and true, the thing that's worked so far, and it hasn't really let them down because obviously they're here in the top 8.
They're here in the top 8, and they're on the winner side of things, which means this is a guaranteed 5th place for them, but obviously neither of them want to repeat that placement, especially if you're Munir and Acno. You definitely underperformed in the previous... Of course, they did so well at BCX. You're definitely looking there as they're PR number 1 and 2, and that's heavily weighed into the PR going into post-BCX, where they got 2nd place there, but have yet to replicate a win since Autumn Championships in 2025.
Yep, they struggled a little bit in that Winter Championship. Might struggle again here, as again, Godly and Blaze, definitely not two people to sleep on. They are two absolute monsters, man. I think most people at home, if you've been watching Brawlhalla EU, you know these names.
Yeah, which is crazy that, once again, this is not for 1st and 2nd. This is not even for guaranteed 2nd and 3rd. This is to get 5th place. Like, the loser of this will get sent to elimination side in the 5th place position. Will have to play multiple sets to make it back for a run back here. So this is to get into winners finals. But that's just how the seeding works out there, of course, with the seed number 1 and 2 on the upper side of the bracket versus the seed 7 and 8, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's the seed 1 team and the seed 7 team play each other, if I'm not mistaken, or seed 5 seed. Nonetheless, they make it here. I forget how brackets work. I've been a retired TO for quite some time now. Nonetheless, we're going to be waiting for these players to get in as we get a very anticipated matchup between two of the teams that everyone was looking out for here in Godly Blaze versus Munir and Acno.
Yeah. Just waiting for them to get into the lobby right now. Haven't seen them get past the score screen of the last one. So I think just kind of waiting on these 4 players to get in here. They always want to do their checks, make sure everything is good and clean. But, okay, that was really loud. Sorry.
No, you're good. But before we get into this very anticipated winner semifinals match, we're going to be going to nothing. We're going to be going to the match.
Can you be less loud in my ears?
It's awesome.
Oh, my
so
God.
Duke is getting an audio flashbang from the production while they are telling me we went from a break to no break, which means you don't have to wait much longer as we got our match lined up here. Should be quite exciting. We're going to be going to a short break, and then we'll be back with the rest of your action here in the top 8 of things.
Coming over me, I just wanna see. Gets a little peak. It's higher than the trees.
Welcome back, everybody, to your coverage of the Spring Double Championship Europe. We are here, and before we get into it, we're going to a short break. No, I'm just kidding. We're actually here this time, Acno and Munir versus Godly and Blaze, the matchup you've been excited for, and I feel like one of those YouTubers. Stay till the end, because there's going to be something crazy after you watch all these ad rolls. No, we're here nonetheless, Acno and Munir, Godly and Blaze.
Have you heard of cybersecurity? Let me tell you about Virus, the legend.
Want a break from the ads? Good times. And okay, we're in the map banning stage. So we are really here. It's really happening. Acno, Munir versus Godly and Blaze. And I love that the background of the map banning is a map that's not currently in this map pool.
It was, though.
It was, but it's not anymore. Yeah. So maybe we'll see that change. But nonetheless, we're going to small force of lines, and we are all business here. Acno and Munir, Devil and Diana, Godly and Blaze still on the Kyogre.
Yep, no surprise picks just yet. Fair amount of bow, all things considered. It's not really like the weapon that any of them are going to be leaning on too much, but it's in all three of the kits that they want to use.
Okay, we're getting a bit of an exchange there where the weapon that's a little more consistent in the spear will get a nice bit of action here. And so far, I think the red team's won every set, I think, in our block. So this will be interesting if Munir and Acno get it done here with the red team power up and behind their back here. Banner coming in. Munir getting a nice little bit of a punish there. And this looks much different than the other sets, I feel like, Duke. It's much faster at the very least.
It does feel a lot more controlled. There isn't kind of just this like scramble where everybody's putting hitboxes on top of each other. Instead, it's kind of like the classic twos that we're used to. Both one player on each team going to get knocked out. Acno and Blaze going to be sent out of there. But Munir on the right side. Acno with the save attempt, but Godly with the recovery.
Whoa. Godly unable to get the D-Light into recovery there. That could have potentially found a KO onto Munir. Has taken a comical amount of damage and somehow still not getting KO'd here. That Endlight will finally do so, and Acno in a 2v1 now. Godly will get the ground pound to get it going there. Acno will have to avoid with that downer to recover. You don't get a KO, but a bit more damage as Acno was quite healthy in that stock now. No longer the case. One team combo could be the end of that stock here. We get the scoreboard here. We're getting game number 1 of the winner semifinals match.
Okay, sidelight there. Munir just going to raw neutral light in the face of Godly. Godly the one sitting on the most stocks, but again, Munir with these big neutral signatures, only catching his teammate.
Endlight and a nair there. A little bit more damage racked up onto Munir. Downlight from Acno, and Godly's going to go for a recovery. We'll get interrupted, but a ground pound comes in for Blaze, and a bit of a team damage there, but somehow it still works out, and a double KO going to the side of Blaze's axe there. Munir will capitalize with that recovery onto Godly, but a bit of a scramble there, and both the red team members are on their last stocks.
Yeah, man, Godly just lost his first stock as well from just one little hit, but man, the blue team really just getting hit after hit onto this red team. Okay, team combo again. Munir comes down. It seems like every time the red team tries to interrupt, they end up getting punished for it as well.
Great pickups there. Oh, that's going to be a big down stick to connect onto Munir. That'll disarm him in the process as well. He's looking to get that Endlight going. The side stick from Munir is very wishful. The recovery will hit Godly. Godly without a weapon now. Endlight into that jump side air from Blaze coming in and catching Munir, and that's going to be a nice pickup there. I believe that was a D-Sig and a side air from Godly, and Godly is moving right now to find these KOs. Acno with a breakdance there, but it's too little too late. Down air into side air, weapon toss. Acno down air trying to make something happen, trying to make a miracle, but can't do much more than losing that game as Godly and Blaze come out of the gate swinging, very close back and forth stock number 1, but Munir took so much damage so early on, and the blue team was easily able to just snowball that with 660 damage on Godly and 531 on Blaze. They completely lapped Godly, doing more damage than the entire red team combined.
Yeah, red team definitely struggled. Acno around 230, Munir at like 301. Neither of them really getting to get any gameplay in there as Godly and Blaze just too strong right now. I also really want to highlight Blaze. I feel like his axe accuracy in that last one was very high. He was getting some very clean follow-ups off of Godly that led either into more combos, led into interrupts, or they led into KOs.
Yeah, I'll try to pull that up here in a second because, yeah, it definitely looked really, really good.
Guys, you want another break? Because we're definitely not playing on this map.
Definitely not. We have Blaze in that last game. We were talking about it. 60% accuracy on 52 light attacks. He did 51% of the time equipped it to axe, 296 dealt, 103 taken. So he was kind of crazy on that in terms of like his accuracy, like you were talking about. The Lance finding some success there. On the other side of things, Godly with 396 damage done on the bow. I mean, compared to Munir, he did 2 damage on the bow. That's why he's swapping off the Zara. He's like, what am I doing on this legend? We're going to be swapping over to the Wushang.
Yeah, wants to have a spear instead of the bow. Still wants to have those gauntlets. Weapon toss?
Does that count with the weapon that you threw it with?
I don't know, because other than that, it's not like... Because if Bo had a multi-hit that got interrupted, then I could understand
the starting hitbox of recovery, maybe.
Oh, okay, maybe, yeah, just the light grab.
Like the scoop? I don't know if that does 2 damage, but yeah, that's a comically low number. 56 damage on Acno's side too. So their bows on the red team have not been working out. That's a combined 58 damage on both of their bows, and that's going to be a big 2v1 combo for the red team as they come out of the gate swinging. A side tick will connect, and a down tick from Munir will cover so much space and could even continue talking about their bow. You don't see any bows right now. The blasters and the gauntlets come out with a big lead there. Down air into the recovery, could not find the recovery. Blaze will get an air there and set himself quite far off stage. Godly trying to get some action started with that end light and that side light attempt, or sorry, the D light anti-air. Both the red team members getting sent off stage for a moment there, but that'll KO with a down air into recovery, and that's what we're talking about there. That's why this composition works, is those extended blasters and gauntlet team combos, and Wushang will always be a great legend to get those finishing signatures with.
See Acno trying to chase dodge out there, trying to keep that pressure on the Blaze, but wanted to send him back towards Munir for more team combos. Godly able to finally get an interrupt there, but man, this red team, like you said, came out of the gate swinging.
Light and the side airs coming in. Blaze will catch Munir in the process. The N-Sick comes out and actually hits Godly as his last action on that rocket lance. And the Haymaker comes in, just punishing Acno. And they're not quite out of the woods yet in terms of the red team. They can definitely, with a little bit of a stagger, find themselves in a tough spot versus this blue team. Blaze will take the point position here on the Saxon, catch both of them there, and they'll get a bit of a team combo where the damage somewhat evens up now. And like I said, not out of the woods yet. You got to capitalize on these damage leads because Acno and Munir can definitely, we've seen them throw before. You know, it's definitely not impossible for them to choke a game like this.
Yeah, no game is unthrowable, but man, a great interrupt on the side of Blaze. I think their wires got crossed a little bit on that team combo. Godly started to back away after he hit that side air, but Blaze only did just a quick little neutral air. Blaze disarmed on the left side. Who's going to get a KO here? It's going to be Godly with these spear dares.
Big pickup there onto Munir, and that's going to find those stocks, and the blue team once again come out with a lead here in the last stock for them, as that signature is going to find a KO. Acno catching there, Godly avoiding that. The down air will connect onto Godly, and we go to 1 stock all here, and we're going a sudden death essentially here, but timer, of course, on 6 minutes, so you got quite a while to find out who's going to win this one. GCD light into recovery will not KO off the top small force of Lions, and that Kaya defense coming into effect there.
Munir just trying to get some pummels in on top of things. Gets a nice neutral light. Acno with the side light. Gets a neutral light as well. Godly starting to take a decent amount of damage here.
This will be a crushing game for the red team to lose, and the blue team look to do so here. That's going to be a disarm getting hit by his own teammate, and that down sick, the very last hitbox of it is going to find the KO onto Godly, and now the red team have a clean game win. That's going to be a quick 4-piece to close out that game.
Yeah, just that slight misplay. I think Godly had time to respond, but I don't think he expected Munir to charge that down sig for as long as he did. End up getting hit by that final blast, and then it led to an easy 2v1 combo the red team had in the pocket.
Yeah, and that all started off the back of Munir and Acno getting an extended like 6 or 8 piece combo to start off that game. And although they didn't get KOs off of it, you're still very happy to kind of cash in that damage. And although the blue team was able to even up the stock count at the end, 1 stock all, they still ended up losing that game with, once again, a very tricky Munir charging up of that down sig. We go into our game number 3 back on Small Forces of Lions. And man, EU likes Western Air Temple and Small Forces of Lions, and that is it.
There's only 2 maps in the map pool. Ignore the rest.
Side airs from Godly, holding the center stage. Side light as well. D-light from Munir. Getting caught is Munir, and a D-light into side air. Godly's bow right now is causing some problems for the red team. He is everywhere, whether it's onto Munir or Acno continuing combos or just winning that neutral state. Godly starts off with a great exchange of damage there.
Yeah, I mean, he just took on the role of an ADC, like sat behind the tank and was just putting out those arrow shots, just adding up that damage. Acno's in a lot of trouble. Side sig, and it doesn't connect, so he is not going to get back onto the wall.
And an impossible task for Munir to try to save Acno as that spear recovery forces a dodge and just takes too much time. Acno, no way he makes it back. That landing side air will KO for Blaze there. And that rocket launch side air, man, is one of those moves that is so good because it's a multi-hit that moves you towards the blast zone you want to KO them. And compared to a cannon side air where it's just front-loaded force, that Lance side air, man, for Blaze is going to be a way to get those KOs consistently. Be a nice catch there for Acno, who closes out that stock. And a D-light recovery from the side of Munir with a bit of team damage in the process. But the blue team now will look at, about 70 to 80 damage on both of the red team members going into the second stock.
Yeah, a little bit of a reversal of the position they were in the last one. Nice recovery there from Acno. You saw Blaze was definitely looking for a follow-up off of Godly.
Sidelight coming out there as well. Nair, Munir trying to get that chase dodge down and continue that combo onto Godly. Blaze will get called out by those downers from Acno, but Blaze will easily make it back as you have quite a bit of room to work with that vertical there. That Ensig will find the KO. No interruption from Acno. Tough one to interrupt. Acno in a bad spot now, getting himself onto the wall, but the blue team will not push the initiative there as they realize that they have a stock lead and they can just play the center stage control. No need to make any crazy plays happen. That down sig from Acno, the classic Diana trick there, unable to find that trap to find its connection.
And Munir is on his final stock. He just respawned, and he's about as much damage as Blaze does right now. Nice neutral signature, but Blaze with the falling side air. Munir, he's just trying to survive right now.
Yeah, especially you're looking at like one light attack into a signature KOing on the right side of the stage for the blue team. You have to definitely play back as Acno tries to make something happen on this bow, and he'll do so with a downer and a nair there. And Munir chases high, trying to find something there with a nair into recovery, potentially on a dodge read, for example. That's going to be Acno going for that Ensig. Could not find it there.
Recovery disarms Munir. He's in a lot of trouble. Side air. Munir hasn't touched a wall in a minute. Does get down there. You see Acno trying to save, but Godly hitting Acno for his troubles. Down there puts Blaze on the final stocks. If they take out Godly, maybe 1v2.
That's a pretty crucial drop that Acno was throwing his weapon instead of picking up on that nair from the side of Munir. That could have been a way to close out that stock onto Godly. Godly now will get hit away with a side air and still no weapon online for either of the blue team members, and especially Godly. Recovery comes in from Blaze, and that'll KO outright. And Acno in a 2v1, he could make this happen if he KOs Godly, but he won't do so here. And Godly picks up a spear. A nair separates the blue team members once again, and that landing side will find the KO. And Blaze and Godly put Munir and Acno on set point.
Yeah, I think you were spot on in that one moment where Acno, I think, was still thinking of standard twos play, where it's like you want to just like swap out weapons, deny weapons from the person respawning. But in that moment, they needed to take out Godly, and Acno was not thinking about how to follow up off of Munir, and that slipped away. Acno and Munir one game away from getting knocked down to the elimination side.
Happy to see that there for Godly and Blaze, but Acno and Munir, I feel like, you know, a game like that's very winnable, and there was just kind of some slight mishandling of plays. I think Acno got edge guarded quite early on, and that'll be it. Acno 580, 442 from Munir, but once again, 569 damage, 55% accuracy on a 60 light attacks. Like, they are just hitting more buttons and getting things done. Blaze on the other side at 444 damage, but like you said, a more traditional ADC relationship where Godly's in the backline throwing out those arrow shots. Blaze is just that tank that's causing problems, and those Rocket Lance side airs, I mean, as much as you're leaning on Godly doing damage, you can't really find KOs on bow. That side air just caused so many problems for the red team, punishing those landings and getting those KOs when they need it. We go to game number 4 now, where Godly and Blaze need one more game to move to winners finals to face Dark and Bamia.
Yeah, and Munir going to swap over to the Tesca. The final potential pick here for this red team's top side stocks. Drama.
Okay, that's going to be first strike going over to the side of the nobody,
game,
actually. Everybody
it was just dramatic explosions, like a good Michael Bay film, but we're back into it. Still people hurt. Munir and Godly the most damage on the screen. I think red team maybe knowing again that Godly was able to put out a lot of damage, maybe wants to take him out a little early.
Landing side air, and Munir actually interrupts Acno getting KO'd by that side air again, so we get a bit of a rollback save, and there a save just outright, and Haymaker comes in from Blaze, picks up an axe, and then immediately swaps over to Acno there. And Godly will go for a D-Light to interrupt Blaze's recovery there. That's going to be a big thing there.
Yeah, I think he was expecting Acno to come back up so we can hit him with that down light. Acno with a nice recovery there. Wants to get these stocks, but Godly unarmed recovery. There was too much damage on Acno. Munir has to avoid taking too much damage. Narrowly lands down, and he gets the recovery on the Godly.
Oh, I thought Blaze was going to make something happen with Munir going for that pretty aggressive option. Ground pound there, side air. Bit of a pinball is going to send right into that spiking angle. And Godly is playing a bullet hell right now, and he somehow avoids all of that. Gets caught by a side light, but honestly, if all you took for being in a 2v1 was a side light and then picking up a team combo, you're happy to do so. Godly, looking Godly once again, his name proves right, and just unstoppable right now on this boat. Blaze hasn't really been hitting much, but Godly been getting the action started here.
I mean, Munir's got to be worried as he hits his teammate with the Ensig, weapon toss, but Blaze with the side air.
Dude,
final stock here, both red team members.
Oh no, okay, they don't get the poke there, but Godly comes in with a down sig, and Munir unable to interrupt as Blaze set up some interference, and another tragic team KO from Munir on his signature, getting a little bit too aggressive off stage with that N-Sig, and now we're looking at a very different environment, but it's definitely not over yet. Acno trying to set up that down sig, but he was facing the wrong direction. That could have spiked and potentially separated a edge guard.
And Munir taking a lot. There's the side sig. Can they take out Godly? Try to keep this one close. Side air just off the mark. Godly just
No
hanging
way.
onto that
No
wall.
way.
He gets up safely. Down air, not quite enough yet. Weapon toss not gonna hit.
There we
Okay,
go.
down like Ground Pound.
And Acno will immediately get the action started onto Blaze, who's running away. The recovery will go high. GC Enlight will nowhere near KO. And we look as Munir goes for a big signature. We'll get an N-Sig there, but it will not spike and KO. Acno trying to pick up on that Enlight with a GC turnaround D-Light. Did not find it there. Godly will interrupt that attempt to get that combo onto Blaze. A dodge get burns out there, but Blaze does not pull the trigger. Sliding in with that N-Sig is Godly. He cannot find it there. That bone air nowhere near KOing. Landing Cider doesn't connect, but that down sig will. And we are one Acno stock away, and Godly will do it himself. 2 KOs, 2 down sigs, and Godly and Blaze move forward into winners finals versus Bamya and Dark.
Yes. Bamya and Dark in the top side, now going to be challenged by Godly and Blaze. And Godly and Blaze, they're just sticking with the classics. The Kaya, the Ulgrim. Everybody was saying that Ulgrim is done. He's beat. He's old. He can't do it anymore. But Godly and Blaze are making it work. 3-1ing Acno and Munir. What a impressive showing from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the difficulty, obviously, that you look at a team comp like this is lower dexterity numbers. You're getting disarmed quite a bit, but they've been very good at, like, making sure that they're cycling the weapons, and when one's getting disarmed, it's like, okay, it's now time for me to kind of realize, like, oh, my teammate got disarmed, now I'm going to get disarmed soon, so now we want to start cycling weapons. And if you're getting KOs first, it doesn't matter that your weapon gets knocked off first, because as your opponent's getting back to the stage, another weapon will fall, and then you go up and pick up that one. I'm just explaining, like, very level 1 Brawlhalla, but it works even at this level of play for this composition with low dexterity.
I mean, on top of that, though, Blaze also did a really good job. We saw him do a lot unarmed. He came in, hit a lot of haymakers, hit a lot of discos as well. Like, his unarmed heavies were getting some finishers. So to a degree, it kind of helped out the blue team at times. Either way, that is going to be them continuing on. We still got to figure out who is going down into the elimination side, who's going to make it through the top 8. PJ, take it away.
Thank you all for watching our block here of the EU coverage, but EU is not done yet. We got the rest of top 8 right after this short break. I know you've heard me say that a lot, but for real this time, we'll be right back with more EU action.
I'm rolling, watch me move, I'm styling, hanging loose, I'm a treasure. Go get her. I'm shiny, made of gold, I'm flowing like French cologne, no pressure. Trendsetter. No one does it quite like I do, baby. Got the feeling, can you feel it? Watch me now. Everybody's trying to look like me. Oh no. But if I taste the leather, don't smell as sweet. Not like me. Pulling dice, looking fly. I'm glossy. Hey, I'm glossy. Hey, feeling stars, feeling wild. Yeah, I'm glossy. Hey, I'm glossy. I got diamonds on my chain. I'm fresher than lemonade. I'm sipping, drip dripping. No one does it quite like I do, baby. Got the feeling, can you feel it? Everybody's trying to look like me. Yeah. But if I taste the leather, don't smell as sweet. No, no. Bullet, dice, looking fly. Yeah, I'm glossy, head to toe. I'm glossy, head to toe. Feeling, stop, feeling, wild. I'm glossy, head to toe. I'm glossy, head to toe. Ooh, I love you, baby. No one does it quite like I do, baby.
I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
Welcome back, everyone. It is a Flambeau, and I am Slow Motion. We are at the desk to bring you guys Elimination Side Top 8. And gonna get down to those games. We got Taya and Amet, XJ Cool J, S-Scrape. I mean, we saw Acno and Munir just get sent down there by Godly and Blaze. So there are plenty of sharks still in the elimination side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, man. I'm a little confused. You know, like we out here, we changing the game up. You know, we changing decks. You know, we doing all kinds of changes to signatures. You know, breaking legs and arms of legends, and then I look and I still got Ogrim and Kaya.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
I mean, this is EU, bro. So, I mean,
what else do I gotta do, man?
I know. But, you know, we've been talking about it. You know, Super Stance's coming. They're going to be legal here after this event. So, I mean, we're going to be seeing the meta change a lot, I think. A lot of legends become more viable, et cetera, et cetera. But like we were saying, we just saw that 3-1 victory for Godly and Blaze. Taya and Amet, XJ, Cool J, and S-Scrape are going to be leading off the top 8 of elimination.
Okay, should be a fun time. I mean, granted, you know, this is the fun part. I say this every time I come here, where it's like, this is the fun part. Mid-seasons is on the way.
Yes.
And this is the last chance for people to really experiment. The timing of the patches is lining up just perfect for when mid-seasons finally happens. It'll be the culmination of everyone's exploration or lack thereof, I guess, in terms of how they're going to try to fight their way to the top. Now, granted, this time around, we do have XJ Cool J and S-Scrape, who are some of my favorite players. Yes. SJ Cool J, known for multiple different sets that I've had the pleasure of casting at BCX that end up being a bit of the slower ones, but always has that presence in the doubles landscape. And S-Scrape, who's been going through a bit of a name crisis, landing back.
S-Scrape. He's back.
Allegedly.
He went, and then now he went full circle, and we're back to S-Scrape. So he's locked in on that. We are locked in here, and this is going to be game number 1. Amet and Taya, XJ Cool J, and S-Scrape.
All right, now let's see. Starting things off, I mean, just even taking a peek at the legend compositions here, right? We have a Tezuka Diana, which isn't something we see super often. Diana, I think, getting a bit more of representation just overall because of the state that Blasts are in right now. She has always had those fantastic signatures that never drop. And Tezuka, well, we've seen what Tezuka can do in doubles multiple times now, so that's no surprise.
Yeah, that edge guard capability from Tezuka is something I bring up a lot. It is a very good kid.
Nice.
Nice pickup. Recovery's going to go ahead and clean up that one. And Ataya is going to be the first to lose their stock off of that Rick. Oh, Ahmet trying to get back. He gets caught. XJ Cool J going to go ahead and send him up to the top with the recovery. And that's going to be two back-to-back stocks being taken away from Red Team. Oh, my goodness. Taya's on his final stock, Flambeau.
Yeah, that happened real quick. I mean, like, the game just started. Like, literally, we're about to hit the minute mark. That's when you get outclassed, man, that's what it looks like. I mean, geez, looking like a rough bout here. But we'll see if the Red Team can bring it back. You know, they're not completely out of this game yet. Last stock, sure, but in the yellow, you got a decent amount of stock to play with.
We got XJ Cool J still floating around this map on this Diana, still on that opening stock. Nothing but extra credit. That is not going to be enough to knock out this tall map. That one, the recovery off the gauntlets, is going to be enough. And finally, getting that pesky stock out of here.
All right, now let's see. Can we get a confirm off the end light? Nope. Looks like XJ Cool just going to go ahead and keep on chasing. Ahmed on the left side, trying to get his edge guard. Gets the scoop there. That's going to be the stock. That's going to be S-Grape sent down to his final as they're trying to get the 2v1 on the XJ Cool J. They kind of give up a lot of stage presence there, which allows them to kind of reconvene with S-Grape coming down from the revival platform. And we'll see. Ooh, Ty just barely hanging on there. That was a little bit precarious for a second there, but potentially maybe hope still for the Red Team to bring this back. Ty still has to hang on, though, and there goes. Huge opportunity for the Blue Team to go ahead and close this one out.
If they can get on that 2v1 opportunity, but Taya running away, he even slid a little Sarah in there, and Ahmet has now spawned back in, going to take the pressure off his teammate, trying to set up a 2v1 combo here. Some good damage being put down by the Red Team. XJ Cool J with the breakup. S-Grape trying to come up with that signature, but it gets interrupted.
Okay, and just like that, that's going to be Ty's final stock, taking out Ahmed, left in the 2v1, trying to find an opening, gets a nice little sidelight recovery onto XJ Cool J, trying to get all this bit of extra damage. We have to get rid of S-Grape stock here, or potentially this is the 1v1 you can set up to get that 1v1 versus S-Grape. S-Grape just running away, playing it smart, saying, I'll wait for my partner to come back here, and then we can reconvene, maybe get a 2v1 combo, but Ahmed so close to closing that one out. S-Grape needs to play in the back here.
Yeah, that's great. He's getting a little too close to Ahmet there. He's stepping in again. Ahmet trying to shut him down with the recovery. XJ Cool J is going to take that pressure position, try and get some damage on and chip away at the stock. Ahmet still in, let's call that deep yellow, light orange, as he is trying desperately to find some sort of offense here. XJ Cool J, is he going to let it rip over the side of the stage? He does not. Ahmet lands right back in front of him. There's a two-piece. Going to come back down the stage, catches a weapon throw with the face. Ooh, coming up with the nair. Ahmet gets through it with the dodge. He's cooking here, Flambeau. If he can get something in on S-Grape, he could be in a really good spot here.
Yeah, was doing a good job of using that platform to refresh his jumps and get hits unanswered, but that's going to be the stock. A nice little pass with the neutral light into the gravity cancel side sig from S-Grape is going to lock in game number 1.
Taya, 230 damage. He wasn't even allowed to play the game the first half of that opening game. Ahmet, though, 625, trying to keep it close there for his team. Got XJ Cool J, 610 at damage, 503 of that off the blasters.
Yeah, that is, I mean, that's a lot of blasters damage. But thinking about it, I mean, XJ Cool J really, I mean, we saw a couple moments where we saw a little juggle here and there with the nair from the bow, but otherwise, it was a lot of end-light passes over to S-Grape, and even just, you know, doing those full height jump down airs to cover a lot of space. Sometimes people jump into it, and you just, it's hard to punish that. So good job to him for being able to rack those up. We're going to see if maybe this game 2 goes a little bit better. I'm thinking if Taya doesn't get sent down to their final stock in under a minute.
It was so early,
there's
bro.
maybe there's a chance.
They spawned in literally Blue Team just was immediately just putting hands on Taya. He didn't even get to play the game until the second half. So if he can try and lay down some more offense, it should put, like you said, him and Ahmet in a much better position here in game number 2. But so far, we're seeing everything's very, very even and neutral here so far. Everybody being pushed into yellow. S-Grape going to get a little friendly fire there. XJ Cool J going to send everybody back down with the dare. Ooh, S-Grape again. We've seen early stock might be coming off of Ahmet. He tries to get the bow back in hand, catches the recovery onto S-Grape. S-Grape got disarmed as he gets caught in another recovery. Still not enough to even think about KOing though off that bow.
Okay, now let's see. Huge opportunity to potentially get an edge guard on the left side here. Taya setting up yet again with that neutral light on the blaster. It's going to be such an effective tool to potentially set up a KO, and that recovery from Ahmed's going to be enough to go ahead and secure the stock there as well. S-Grape with the signature can't get broken up in time by Ahmed, but Ahmed does find the return with that recovery to go ahead and kind of even out the stock out a little bit, but there's still a slight lead here for the red team.
There's a slight lead, but we do got to give props to Taya because he has done a fantastic job keeping things together, trying to hold on to his health here in game number 2. I met with a nice break up there, but Taya come back around, a little friendly fire, catch them both with the recovery. Oh, you looked away for a second, Flambeau. They would have reversed it off the top and got the stock. Poor Flambeau reached down to turn his headset up a little bit.
You know, it's the small moments in life. That's why I say you blink and you miss it, right? It's like, turn away for 1 second and my child's all grown up. Where have I been? At work too often. Absentee. But hopefully this time around, I'm a little more locked in as we're watching them get right back into the fray. Nice little combo off of that Nair to go ahead and close things off. Ahmed doing a great job of following up off of every single one of Taya's hits.
Yeah.
That's going to be a stock taken off of S-Grape down to the bottom. And now we have a lead for the red team. They're looking pretty good. Oh, that was scary there. S-Grape almost picking one up a little early there. Ty with the follow-up as well.
It was almost a fantastic conversion from red team, and they had S-Grape locked in.
Okay, huge.
Look at that Met. There's literally 2v1ing up in the air against blue team. Oh, Nair brings it back down. Another Nair.
Nice.
Cool J gets sent off stage. We see Ahmed just absolutely swinging with these gauntlets. And just like that, 2v1 situation, it looks like red team is in a fantastic position here. Even if Taya gets taken out, you're still in the stock advantage against S-Grape. Ahmed's in a fantastic, oh no, what are we doing?
Yeah, maybe the side sig would work there, or even a down sig perhaps. Just a little bit off with that neutral sig. Was trying to see if he can quickly get one. Going for a reversal. There it is. Does get that hit off the top, but I'm going to come back with another stock. S-Grape trying to hunt down Taya. Can't find it, and that should be the pass. Not quite enough. One more. Almost gets caught by that gravity cancel D-Light. Would have for certain led to the loss of that stock, but another chance here for S-Grape. Maybe going to shark on the side a little bit, see if he can bait someone off stage. Great patience from the red team. Retreats to the platform. Doesn't get the punish, and has to weave around Ahmed here, looking for only options that can't get punished, but finally gets caught by the end light from the blasters. The active frames proving too powerful, and it looks like the red team going to be able to come out on top after what looked like a pretty disastrous game 1, showed up in a big way, massive way game 2.
Yeah, we get a look at what we're talking about. Taya, you know, coming out stronger and not taking so much damage to begin the game, and it was exactly what they needed to go ahead and tie this setup. Taya put down 431 damage, so still not a whole lot of output, but he was definitely there and involved a lot more in game number 1. Ahmed holding down the weight again with 626 damage.
Yeah, definitely playing way more as a unit. In that second game. In the first game, they kind of got split up really quickly, and then, you know, it seemed like blue team was able to just kind of run away with it in that regard. In that second game, way more cohesive. You know, you got your spread between the 2 slices of whatever you're putting on your sandwich, and then, you know, you can take one nice, just unified bite, right? You got to elevate it, right? We don't want a deconstructed sandwich. We want just a sandwich.
A constructed
sandwich.
Beautiful sandwich.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Got to elevate it.
Okay, got an elevated sandwich.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, we are going to take a look at the new map here.
Okay. And so I remember last weekend, in the singles landscape, we saw a lot of comebacks happen on this map.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about the map, if it's the layout, if it's about the vibe, but there's something in the air, the atmosphere of this one that really gets people going. So let's see how things will shake up here.
Big recovery.
Disarm on XJ. Cool J's trying to come down here. Ty, once again, they're throwing out these end lights. Just always an active hitbox in the corner. You can't look away for a second because Ty is there just popping off shots left and right. And again, a combo right into the signature. Kaboom! And just like that, a lead for the red team.
Great start for Taya here. Took a little bit of damage, but you see they do have the 2 stock advantage against blue team. S-Grape and XJ Cool J have got some work to do already in this game number 3. Try and just get back into it and get things evened up. The Sarah's going to send Taya out, holding onto the axe. No disarm happening yet. Taya, the D-Light, is going to go ahead and clear the stage. XJ Cool J is going to delete a Met stock off the top.
Nice.
Team combo. Taya follows. Great rebuttal from blue team there.
Okay, yeah, now we're really locked in. trying to make sure this one's as close as humanly possible. Nice little team combo off of that. XJ Cool J is unable to pass to S-Grape after that because S-Grape does get hit after landing that N-Sig, but great damage nonetheless. These guys are really starting to cook up something fierce here, and XJ Cool J and Taya now taking turns, exchanging these bullets.
That was a nasty
Ooh,
dare
and
off
it's
the bow,
enough.
bro.
Yeah, no, that was filthy, right? And just like that, you know, that's the stock swing in that exchange. And so now the blue team playing from behind just a little bit. You can see S-Grape trying to find that weapon, has those gauntlets, needs to find a way into the fray. It's a little bit awkward with the way those platforms are up there, that like you're trying to get down and find a spot down to the base platform. Sometimes you gotta kind of exercise some patience. Whoa.
I mean, XJ Cool J and S-Grape, they had this deficit that they had to make back from pretty much the beginning of the game, and it's just not getting anywhere. We're not seeing things close back up. We're not seeing them get the momentum back in their direction. We're seeing Taya and Amet continue to control the stage here. Taya stepping out into neutral. There we go. Just going to get free shots against S-Grape and XJ Cool J. The big whiff on the side sig. Taya only getting a sidelight on it, though. Not a whole lot to punish.
Yeah, S-Grape basically bleeding out here. I mean, there we go. That down sig just barely enough. And then the perfect team combo again. A headshot from
Lights
Taya.
out, bro.
Wow, okay, yeah, threw him 6 feet under real quick. Amet and Taya have completely turned things around. I don't know that this stage did any favors to the blue team either. It seemed like they looked a little awkward trying to maneuver around the platforms. And they weren't able to get any real strong team conversions either. I think really when I'm watching this, what it ends up coming down to is one, S-Grape's having a really tough time closing out these stocks. I see him get the initial hit often, get a sidelight on gauntlets, and then, he wants to get that recovery. Which way are they dodging? I got a fast fall with him. Well, what's the answer? And he just hasn't been able to guess correctly the past few times, and it's led to the enemies having their stocks last longer than they need them to. And on the other side of things, XJ Cool J and Taya, they're basically having a blasters off. It's like an old little Western draw, right? But the thing is, I think Taya's winning most of those quick draws more often than not, and so it's really not working out for the blue team there because if one Blasters player is going to be the one controlling the screen, that means there's really only one team that's getting all those opportunities to combo off of those long-lasting hitboxes, and it needs to be the blue team right now.
Well, I'm seeing one thing I'm seeing for blue team is there's a lot left to be desired off this Tesca. When I see a Tesca, especially in twos, I expect to see the big knockouts. I expect to see the big extending signatures off the side of the stage, catching people. And when you're holding a Tesca to 280 damage, you're just not going to get much out of that. And breaking down the damage again, too, Taya, this is the first game in the set, he put out more damage than Amet in that game. He got about 50 more damage. And then XJ Cool J and S-Grape, XJ Cool J did 318 damage, and that was the heavy hitter for blue team. So just not a lot of offense, not a lot of taking advantage of the opportunities that are placed before them, be able to find those knockouts and be able to find that advantage state, because they did not find it in game number 3.
Yeah, because, it's one thing, it's easy to kind of point at the numbers sometimes and be like, oh man, they didn't do enough damage.
The numbers don't lie, Flambeau.
The numbers don't lie, but they also don't necessarily tell the full story sometimes, right? But
facts.
I'm more willing to say that phrase when it's a situation where you're getting stocks really early, right? You're being efficient with your knockouts, and because of that, you're not racking up a whole lot of damage. That's not what's happening here. These guys they just can't get their hands on them, and so they're gonna have to fix that with haste, because you're hopping right into game number 4, and they won't have another opportunity if they can't clean up their act.
No, you're absolutely right, Flambeau. With haste is exactly right, because this is an elimination side. XJ Cool J and S-Grape are now on their tournament game right now. They will be out of Spring Championship 2v2s if they cannot convert this game right now.
And right now, they're doing their absolute best to see if they can make the dream a reality. But, they're still trailing behind right now in terms of damage. But you don't want to, count it till the fat lady sings. Got a moment here. They're trying to hold that center stage at least. XA Cool J and S-Grape kind of taking turns patrolling the platform, but still, I feel like they're giving up way too much space here. It's like they're playing a little bit scared. They're giving the red team a lot of stage control, and just like that, Taya, I told you once again, seems to be the one succeeding. Oh, but it's not enough to get the stop.
But it's still almost from the opposite side of the platform. It almost was enough to confirm, but those are the grabs. Those are the big extensions that we want to see off this Tesca. Oh, Taya was just laying the down sig down. It's going to be a double confirmation. We're feeding the Titans. S-Grape and XJ Cool J have a lead since, I think, since game 1.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. They kind of forgot what it was like to be here, but hopefully they're able to, settle in nice and steady XA Cool J have to save. Scrape. Nope. He does have enough juice in the tank. Has to go high. Nice. Gets out, but doesn't look like it's for long here. As yeah, just gonna go ahead and let that stock fall, so you can kind of rejoin with a fresh stock there. That way you don't have those scenarios where you're getting sent off the stage for a long time and then they get a 2v1 combo. And speaking of 2v1 combos, huge, massive double knockout. No, only one? Oh, that Barraza defense. Wow.
Oh, that broke my heart. I wanted that double so bad. That was beautiful. We're gonna take a look at that one in super slow-mo at the end of the game, because that was a huge open up for a blue team here in a perfect, like a great win situation here, a win state to be able to convert this and take us to game number 5.
Yeah,
it didn't look like it was going to be possible, Flambeau.
Yeah, it did not, man. I mean, you know, look at the way the Ahmed's playing now, right? Got one stock, basically just sharking the left side, you know, trying to get these quick ones, and finds it. Wait, Ahmed with a pretty cheeky conversion there, gets a pretty early knockout as well, but Escray coming back, almost getting the pass over to XJ Cool J. That probably would have been Ahmed's stock. Ahmed, though, still weaseling hits in here and there to go ahead and try to bring things back. Still a bit of a mountain to climb, but it's not impossible.
No, it's definitely still there. They need to get XJ Cool J onto his final stock here. Ahmed bringing it all the way back down the stage. Gonna stay over in the back. He's trying to hold on to this final stock. He is in red. He's very close to knockout. Great nair, but not enough. Huge Sarah from Taya. Pass it over to Ahmed. Wait a second. That was like a 30-yard pass straight down the middle, bro.
Shout outs to Randy Moss back in the day, man. In the end zone, just waiting. That's still not done yet. No touchdown to be found. Oh, Taya getting these hits here. Has to be careful, though. Getting so much damage racked up.
That's huge.
Gonna fall. Wait, XJ Cool J all by lonesome, despite the massive lead they had before. Somehow Taya and Ahmed have brought this to a 2v1 situation. XJ Cool J gets it down there, manages to take one out. Okay, so 1v1.
He's got the advantage now. Taya is in trouble, fighting back unarmed, trying to get on that weapon. No, he's going to hold off just a little bit. He wanted to starve out XJ Cool J there. Catches him with the rod.
Be careful, buddy.
I know, there's a lot of damage coming up, but XJ Cool J still has this advantage. Recovery? Man, if he would have nared or recovery, I think he would have. There it is. And we're going to game 5, Flambeau. I love to see the comeback. They won game 1. They lost the next 2, but in game number 4, put their foot down. XJ Cool J and Escape right. And here we go. The super slow-mo. I forgot I requested this.
Boom, boom. The pass, recovery, and then you get the double. Honestly, so surprised that Barraza was able to hang, man. But that's what the defense is all about, I suppose. Yeah.
Y'all wonder if it was just one less defense, that would have been a double knockout, I do believe. But it was a beautiful nonetheless. And there we go, that final knockout to XJ Cool J going to go ahead and extend us off. We're going to get blessed with game number 5 to start off our block.
Ooh, yeah, no. Scary game 5 to boot, too, because honestly, with the way that last game was looking, I really thought Ty and Ahmed was about to just win anyway. Because, you know, when you find a moment like XJ Cool J and S-Great found in that game, usually those are just the game winner, right? Like, usually past that point, there's usually any doubt that you have in your mind about whether or not they're going to win that game. Nope, they got the team combo. The other team didn't. That should be it, right? Yet it still came down to a 2v1 situation for them. That doesn't make me feel great, because I'm like, going into game 5, are you gonna get that combo again? Because Lord knows you needed it in that last game to barely scrape it out. So if you don't find that, like, that means you're relying basically on just having a better neutral and a better punish. And I feel like those team combos really make the difference if you're going up against a team where you kind of struggle against. Sometimes they can give you that little bit of extra edge, but right now I'm a little worried for the blue team.
We're gonna see though if they're gonna be able to build off this momentum they found in game number 4. So far, though, Taya getting some big swings off of this Barraza axe. There's another D-Light, more damage being put onto S-Scrape there. XJ Cool J already in orange, being sent up again. Another neutral light is going to put more damage, but the raw ground pound going to bring back down the stage and catches him off the signature. Oh, S-Scrape had it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit preemptive with the ground pound there. It was just a little bit not quite stacked in the right way to go ahead and get that conversion. Huge missed opportunity, but I do love the confidence to go out there and go for it. They do need big plays like that right now. Speaking of big plays, Ahmed with that ground pound into the conversion. That was an N-sig, and then off of the ground bounce, a side signature coming out from big boy Barraza there, and just like that, S-Grape not getting that ground pound earlier, you're starting to feel it now.
Yeah, I'm looking at this health very, very closely because I'm seeing Ahmed especially still very healthy on his opening stock. Red team getting so much extra credit right now. Taya being sent all the way out. He got disarmed, but he's going to have a wide open weapon spawn, but he's going to get sared by the blaster, sending him back over the right side, taking him out of the contention over here on the left as Ahmed searching for it, trying to get something in the air with this bow. Sair is going to send Taya all the way off and out of their first stock. And Ahmet now follows, and they still hold on to a slight advantage, but the stock count is completely even.
Yeah, I mean, the blue team is trying so hard right now, and I mean that respectfully. Like, to get these knockouts, it's like they need like 3-4 different opportunities to finally make the conversion happen. Meanwhile, on the red team, you see how easy that was? Boom, the stock's gone. There's no question about it, right? They find the opening and the stock is removed. And it's that efficiency that is really the difference maker right now, is S-Grape and XJ Cool J just can't seem to find that rhythm. There we go, end again. See how easy this is for the red team? Just another day at the office. Look at this. Look at this extended edge guard. S-Grape almost just throws one away.
This is looking worse and worse for blue team here. Oh, we got everybody involved in that combo there.
Oh my gosh. And Ty is piecing people up with these blasters right now. It's looking like all she wrote here. Can S-Grape and actually Cool J turn things around? The recovery doesn't have enough juice. Nice anti-air as well from Ahmed. Blue team trying to force throw into the corner here, but S-Grape doesn't have any stock health left to work with, so basically forcing XJ Cool J to take the lead. And XJ Cool J don't even got health to work with either now, so at this point they're basically just waiting to fall to their demise. Every little tag is just bringing them even closer to being wiped out. There goes one, and surely comes the other as the red team, Ahmed and Taya, lock in that game number 5 and send the blue team pack and say, y'all gotta go home and rehearse a little bit more. We're taking the dub today.
Yeah, XJ Cool J and S-Grape. That is going to put them out at 7th, I believe, since we're in top 8. So they're going to get 7th in Spring Championship. Congratulations to them. That was a nail-biter of a best-of-5 set. But red team kept the momentum. Ahmet and Ataya are going to be moving forward here through elimination side.
Yeah, no, I mean, they earned it, right? Like, I mean, that game 5, that was a convincing game 5. As far as game 5s go, that was a convincing game 5. Even when we were talking about the game 4, I was saying, like, man, they got that team combo, and it was still hella close, right? So if they ain't finding that in game 5, I don't know, slow-mo. And then in game 5, they did the opposite of finding it. They completely lost it. I don't know. They were trying to find the map to the one piece. They didn't know where it was. So next time, I guess. But it was a great, valiant effort. Obviously, I mean, they made it all the way to top 8, 7th place is nothing to laugh at, especially, you know, considering that, as you know, we keep mentioning and reiterating that, like, the game is going through some massive changes. The next time they play the game, it's going to be a completely different game. And so, like, even, you know, that's why I like that they're being introduced incrementally, because in that way, okay, you get a little taste, a little appetizer of what the game's going to be like, and then now the next patch comes in. Next one we got Super Stances, you got a little taste of that too, and then all right, cool. You got a whole new flavor to wrestle around with. So good job to S-Grape and what do you call it? I almost said Ty. The homie.
XJ Cool J?
Yeah, XJ Cool J. Thank you. I was gonna say the homie, bro. The homie. You know, that's big dog. You know. But anyway, we're moving on to the next one. We got Saphir and Jakey coming up against Kresu and Blues.
Yep.
I mean, Jakey and Saphir, man, they've been doing it for ailment, right? I mean, but the same also goes for Kresu and Blue. I mean, this is just classic 2s in EU.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of classic 2s in EU, they're already locked in the Olga Mateska. They didn't even hesitate. They didn't even think about it. There's not even they weren't even worried about the other 66 legends that are running around the game. No, there's the only 2 you need. Been some more Devil Jin, some Kaya gonna be dipping her toes back into Brawlhalla here, as I think we're going to Small Fortress.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe. If we end up going to the Shiganshima district,
we're going. We're going.
We're going to Shiganshima?
Yeah, we are.
What the?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be. Okay.
I will say that we saw it a lot in ones last weekend. I mean, just a little more willing to take tours around the maps. We're seeing a lot more of the map pool be used since it's changed up a little bit. But we can contribute that to more of the patches coming, the things changing. And that is just one more thing that keeps things mixed up here. Has Jakey and Saphir trying to carve out something here, but Blue not even had hands put on him yet.
Okay. Well, let's take a peek here and see how things shake out. I mean, so far, you know, pretty even. Oh, but huge opportunity for the team combo, and this might be a double wipe. No, we get the drop on the final part of that would have led for the knockout, and a huge stock lead for that team. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not too bad. The blue team still got a lot of damage out of that. You can't be too mad. There's the pass as well. The side stick doesn't have enough juice, but I'm sure it's coming.
You see Jakey not afraid to push that heavy button here in the first 45 seconds or so here. They're going to go ahead and swap stocks there. Blue and Jakey still holding on to their initials.
Yeah, Jakey just trying to get that final hit, still letting them 6 fly. And we're watching Saphir on this basically neutered Rocket Lance. I mean, it ain't got, it can't do anything now, but it's trying its best. And still, people are able to go ahead and grab this weapon and make it work. I mean, I appreciate it. They're doing absolutely the Lord's work here and still making it a contender to work in the twos landscape. And even though the Cider doesn't have as much juice as it does for the knockouts, I mean, it still controls so much space.
It really does. Being able to control that neutral, be able to catch those landings. Saphir going way low, dip down with the down air. Going to catch a pogo to the top of his head there as Blue sends him back up with the neutral air. Side light connects on Jakey. Jakey going to back it back up. Blue's going to interrupt him, and Jakey reverses again. The recovery's not enough. Saphir trying to get up there and confirm it, but he's able to slip back down to back down the stage. Ooh, wow. We go ground pound. Okay. Saphir and Jakey gonna go ahead and just pass him all the way back over the left side. Blue trying to run. He gets caught in everything. Jakey still trying to extend it. That's gonna confirm. And now we're gonna swap the 2v1 on Cresu over on the left side. Jakey gonna go low. The ground pound indeed. Weapon throw. Oh, no, the friendly fire. He still gets back, but they did not confirm the stock.
That was he. Oh, and the chase dodge there. Saphir's still in here. And then they recover off of each other. This is why Jakey and Saphir are such a treat to watch. Jakey still going crazy unarmed right now. Oh, Jakey's been hitting it. Dude, it looks like a Street Fighter shimmy, the way he pulls up in it, because he pulls up right in their face, dodges right through, and then just starts charging, baits out those spot dodges, baits out the aggression, and then punishes them for it. We saw him do that in that earlier exchange as well. The blue team is looking on another level right now. I dare say they entered flow state for a second there. Okay, and Saphir on the other side. Ooh, try to make him pay for it. And instead, yeah, nah, I respect it, man. At that point, I mean, you're up by a decent amount there. You have a lot of damage racked up. You get to rejoin with your homie.
Yeah,
and see, talking about that nerf Rocket Lance, it don't matter.
It really don't matter.
It don't matter.
You know, I forget who Sparky was talking about earlier, but, you know, there's a difference between an Ulgrim player and a player who plays Ulgrim.
True.
And, you know, you have a couple people in EU that they, no matter what you do to Ulgrim, 683 damage, no matter what you do to Ulgrim, they are Ulgrim players. They're going to lock right back in.
Man, it's because he has the accent. I don't know which accent it is, but he must be from the EU, because the way they're stuck to him like glue, like white on rice, man, they love their Ulgrim, man. They ain't never gonna let him go. You could, I don't know, man. You could take Ulgrim's family for ransom, and they still be picking them, man. Oh man, I love EU players, man. They're dedicated. They're dedicated.
I am loving the Flambeau vibe today, I must say.
They're committed. I love a committed peoples. That's a good way for it. Committed people.
All right, we're going to see some legend swaps over here as Cresu is going to bring Core out.
Okay. So he wants to flex on him, you know, so I need another pair of biceps to see if I can get the work done. Speaking of getting the work done, they almost get a quick one on a Jakey right there. Even getting him in the orange, that recovery still doesn't have enough juice. That is one of the downfalls of the bow kind of KO potential there. But with that said, I am excited to see what this core can do, if anything. I mean, Cresu's coming up here and just smashing that SIG button. One is yet to connect, but I do respect it, because that is one of the great things that core has in those arsenals. I mean, boom, the chains of oppression are not going to be enough to go ahead and take down Jakey there, but maybe one more, we'll be able to do it.
Oh man, nice catch out. This map is so beautiful. I just think about it. Every time I see it, that's going to go ahead and confirm off the top. Saphir is going to be taken down, and now we see Blue and Cresu having a lead for the first time. They played behind the entirety of game number 1, but they're finding a little bit of momentum here, a little bit of positivity. Cresu mixing things up with this core. Ooh, Jakey going to sit him all the way back, catches him with a sidelight again, tries to push it with another one. Saphir's going to go ahead and tear him off the side of the stage. Nice. There we go, Jakey with the extension and the recovery and the knockout.
Turn around. Oh, Cresu getting a little bit scary there, but you know what? what, makes it back to the stage, no problem. Going to go ahead and force Jakey off to the side, has that hammer. That means he's got a lot of threat potential with the reversals off stage. A lot of aggression on the blue as well. Here's the red team trying to capitalize on the Saphir. Saphir gets disarmed by that smack, but it's not going to be enough. Blue swatting in the corner and good patience there. I thought Cressy might throw like a weapon throw there to break that up, but it doesn't matter. Here's a combo here from Cressy or Saphir. Weapon throw on the way down. Bangs Blue on the head. That's the homie. Don't matter. One goes down. Do we see two? Oh my God. The ground, man. Man, that had to hurt, right? Like,
the options are crazy. So much for that lead from Blue and Cressy because blue team here is crawled their way back. Saphir gonna get some more damage over against Cressy. He's hurt. Saphir dropped with it. He bumped his head. He's still gonna be able to get back up. No! Gets sent down to the bottom. Cressy's gonna go ahead and go down with the scoop. Send Jakey up. Saphir's back on the stage. He's trying to get over to the weapon throw as his teammate gets sent down to his final stock. Cressy is now the healthiest on the map, but Blue is in yellow with damage already being built up against him. Saphir, that dare could be very, very dangerous for Blue. He's able to land, but he gets caught in the 2v1 combo yet again. Cressy whiffing with the side light. Saphir gonna take the higher out. Nair.
Okay, that's an opening. Yeah, the end light. Gonna be able to lock that in. They're trying to get that 2v1 moment onto Blue right here. They end up getting some friendly fire. Blue's back onto the stage. Cressy was able to rejoin with a weapon as well. That's a little team combo. Only gonna be a two-piece though. Here we go. These end lights are really setting up. You can see Blue's just interrupting every single hit that the blue team gets right now. Starting to look a little precarious. Ooh.
Oh, that drop. Saphir was in. Looked like he got tied up there for a second, but it dropped somehow, some way. Is red team still holding on here? Saphir stays out of the way of the weapon throw. He's got the options to get back over. Nobody pressures, but now it's a 2v1 situation. Saphir is very, very hurt. This could be the opportunity the red team needs to tie up this set. Blue with the Sayer off the bow. It's not going to be enough. That one is still not going to be enough. Weapon throw is a little shallow. Not able to catch Saphir with it. He's trying to find an opportunity to get back up on stage. There we go. The neutral light is going to connect. He's still fighting with that axe. Is it going to be enough? He's got so much work still to do, but Cressy is going to go ahead and shut it down, and they're going to tie the setup as we go into game number 3, Flambeau.
Okay, yeah, you know, kind of a hard comeback to make there. You got the axe, they got some slow, laggy moves. You really only have, like, the down light to use. I mean, even the end light was proven to be a little bit scary to use in some situations there. And he just has so much damage racked up. So good job there being able to close that one out. We love seeing a nice little hammer, side air, KO, you know, kind of bring things back to the basics, right?
Blue was not playing around on that Kaya, bro.
Not at all.
No. 728 damage.
That's the team on your back right there.
Yeah, absolutely. So much offense coming from Blue. They're in the game number 2. See if they're going to be able to continue that on here as we have a completely tied set.
All right, let's see. Things so far starting off okay. Cressy with a good opening with that hammer. Tacking on some damage. Blue team trying to get some SIGs out, maybe get a team combo going, but no dice here as once again Jakey going for the end SIG, not going to find the mark, and then the red team is able to split them up. They're going to pick one person to collapse on. It's going to be Jakey. Jakey is going to get back. Oh, the interruption on the ground pound, the accidental friendly fire from Cressy. Blue does have the recovery. He's going to be able to make back to the stage.
No. He gets sent back out. Blue, they will just not let him play the game. Let him get back up. He gets sent out with another. That was from Cressy. That was a Sarah off of the hammer. Blue is having a very difficult opening stock, but Cressy's putting out enough damage, and so is Blue. They still have an advantage here.
Yeah, no, advantage they do indeed still secure. I mean, granted, the red team, you know, trying to push on Saphir, just biding his time here, waiting for that respawn from Jakey. Here comes Jakey, and Jakey can't do much because immediately after making it back to the stage, we're going to watch Saphir get sent to the blast zone. And so now we have ourselves a pretty hefty lead for the red team here. I mean, Cressy, goodbye. Oh, no, what the heck? Man, just to get out of harm's way, it's like I was just joking. He can't come back.
Yeah, no. All right, things are looking much more even now. They had a good opportunity to try and get some extra credit there, but unfortunately it got shut down, so that opportunity is going to be lost as we see the 1v1s kind of just breaking down here. Okay. See if he's going to go off stage after him. Blue, no. He opts to go back towards the Saphir. We're getting the 2v1. Just juggling off the bow. Can he catch the landing again? No. Swaps over to Blue. Can't find anything.
Blue's been doing such a good job with his bow. Oh my God, bro. It's a SIG as well. Been getting these nairs, these end lights. Oh, the pass there to Cressy as well. Cressy kind of drops the ball, but that's okay because they still managed to maintain the fumble there. And so just like that, that's the downer. Going to send Saphir low. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a ground pound because he forced the dodge out with that weapon throw, but instead, maybe going to take some time here. Tries to jump for Saphir. It's not going to work. Beautiful dodge out of that signature, and Blue with a turnaround there. really racking up that damage. The red team just looks a cut above right now, waiting for the blue team to respond. But right now, you know, they're calm, but no one's answering.
No, they have locked in a very decent lead here. They've had the momentum since the very beginning. Since 3-2-1 Brawl, it has been a Blue and Cresu here. Okay, another Nair is going to send it back to down sig. That's going to go ahead and connect. Okay, wait a second. Jakey does have the options to get back. Blue slipped and fell, but he has another stock to work with, and we now have the 3 stocks to 1 situation here. It should be pretty much another day at the office for red team here, is they just need to tap in this final stock, but Saphir is going to put that Lance in, get the recovery, and at least take another stock towards his team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd run it off too, bro. I mean, you're gonna do the 2v1 with the pool noodle? It's not happening, man. Come on. It's not happening.
Take a look at the stats here as they are rolling in. Let me get my refresh on.
Yeah, no, that was tough. That was a tough comeback to make. Save the energy, rent for the next match.
Yeah, that was a little rough. Blue team is having a hard time getting any offense coming out. I mean, 321 from Jakey, 343 from Saphir. Just not those big damage numbers that you want to see. Cresu is, of course, going to stick to the core, which has really been the wild card for me. I mean, since they lost game number 1, he swapped over to the core, and he has just been putting down damage off of that kit. 492 in last game.
You know, I'm saying, oh, EU's so committed, but yet they finally put him down. Took him out back like old Yeller. The Olgrim is no more.
Yeah, oh, you know? You're right.
The Olgrim is no more. We got the Bryn now, right? And so, I mean, granted, he went from one EU Classic to another EU Classic, so still trying to use the old formulas, and so far it's working out. Nice little team coming for the blue team, as they're going to go ahead and, you know, keep using this axe here. Saphir actually cooking up right now. Cresu, though, trying to make sure that things don't get too far out of hand with that hammer. Has to swap over now to the gauntlets whenever they spawn. Beautiful combo as well.
Clean.
Still not enough. There he is. The first stock and the second soon to follow with that recovery. Blue team's back on the map.
Back on the map indeed. First lead they have had in a little bit here is though. We're going to get tied back up here, I think, is Cresu. Oh, he misses the read. Blue reaches out with the Sair. Saphir's going to put that spear on him, though. Misses with the side air. Blue did not swap back. They had a good opportunity to put some serious pressure against Saphir there.
Oh, my goodness. Saphir going for a read there, and it doesn't work out. Ends up losing the stock for it, but I respect it. I respect the audacity. Now, granted, on the other side of things, we got Jakey here fighting some time. There's a grab cancel entering onto the stage. Could have been a potential for a team combo there for the blue team. Nice little scoop from Blue, but a better interruption from Saphir, holding things down in the corner. Beautiful conversion to the Ensig as well. You don't see that very often. That's that grounded hit to the down air that gives that little pop-up that was strung into the Ensig there. And then speaking of popping people up, popped someone right into the blast zone. That recovery looking immaculate. Saphir on the Bryn might have been the pick.
Jakey got thrown into that. Kind of became some collateral damage there. Another Dare is going to end that stock in a blue team just like that. Their lead's gone.
Yeah.
Blue holding on a little bit. He is the healthiest on the map here. Everything he's throwing out now. That Nair is everything is extra credit. Blue team going to try and shut it down. They need to get that damage built up. They need to get Blue onto his final stock, or if they can pressure on Cresu here and get him out of the game and force a 2v1. I mean, they do have a couple win conditions.
All right, it looks like they're trying to maybe get Blue here, then take that opportunity to collapse on a Cresu afterward, but Blue getting a lot of damage. There's the team combo. Saphir just barely able to get there in the nick of time. Now here's their opportunity that they need, and Cresu's playing great defense here. The blue team ends up doing some friendly fire. Can't get that opportunity to collapse, and that might be it. We'll see if they're able to hang on still. Blue fighting unarmed here. Saphir with not a whole lot of wall to work with, looking for an opportunity to combo off of something. Jakey has to create the opening instead. Saphir hits Jakey on the opening that he provided and then gets scoped by the down air. Jakey left to his lonesome. We'll see if he can do it, man, but I ain't optimistic.
What?
Ooh.
I mean, this is a huge upset in case anybody is not paying attention. Blue and Cresu coming in at power rank 48 and a 49th. Getting ready to take out Jakey and Saphir, who are both in that top 10. And there you go. It is official. Blue and Cresu sending Jakey and S-Grape out of Spring Championship. Like I said, that is a crazy upset.
And it's a Saphir, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Crazy match, you know. Blue and Cresu, I mean, they were cooking them up. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
We saw, you know, Jake and Saphir try different team combinations, different strategies, different maps. Ain't nothing was working, right? They just couldn't. And honestly, I feel like I'm more used to seeing Jake and Saphir be a little bit more pinpoint maybe. Like
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like the passes tend to be a little bit more crispy. You know, a little bit more just cleaner overall. I felt like in that game there was a few moments that I witnessed where it was like they were getting. Either there's a common situation that happens in doubles where someone on the enemy team whiffs an attack, and you have to know who's going to get the punish first so that the other person can combo off of it, but they would go at the same time and then hit each other as a result, and then boom, your potential for a team combo is gone. So that's just tough, man.
It is tough indeed. But we have plenty of Brawlhalla action left for everyone. But Flambo and I, we're going to take a little bit of a break. So go fill your water up, stretch your legs. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Spend so many nights alone in the safety of my comfort zone. Strangers in the life I know, dreaming up your afterglow. Where we be making memories, and holding you is evergreen. Oh, come on, let's make history. Cut the lights and see how you waiting for me to reach out when you want to love you endlessly. Are you waiting for me to take you to higher ground and let you heavenly? Oh, are you waiting for me? I would risk it all to feel these endless possibilities. Could you be my person? We should break down all the walls to see. Oh yeah, oh, 'cause we'll be making memories. We're holding you as evergreen. Yeah, we'll be making history. Cut the lights and see. Are you waiting for me to reach out when you were down? Love you endlessly. Are you waiting for me to take you to higher ground, let you heavenly? Are you waiting for me to reach out when you were down? Love you endlessly. Are you waiting for me to take you to higher ground, let you heavenly? Oh, are you waiting for me? 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 Are you waiting for me to reach out when you were down? Love you endlessly. Are you waiting for me to take you to higher ground, let you heavenly? Oh, are you waiting for me? Jumping in the deep end, living for the weekend. So come on, it's what we came here for. Ladies in the whiskey, now I'm feeling tipsy. Hazy rush, let's make this house up.
Congratulations! You've been infected! No spam filter can stop me! You bring fists, I bring corruption! You fight like like this is a tutorial. Firewall this. No antivirus can save you now. Shots fired. Downloading your defeat in 3, 2, 1. I am the infected glitch. The system is down, thanks to me. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
And we are back with more of the Spring Championship 2v2 EU edition. We're in the top 8. I'm Flambeau, joined by Slow-Mo, and we're here to drive you guys through some of the more matches we have coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. We just saw two fantastic sets coming from both these teams, and we got Razox and Kimono. We took a look at them earlier, and now they're going to be going up against Taya and Amet, and here is the schedule, where we've been and where we are going. The Kimono and Razox, Taya and Amet is where we're going.
Should be good. I mean, we did get to see a bit of Taya and Amet a little bit earlier, and they were looking good, all things considered. But Kimono and Razox also, I think, what was it? PJ and Duke got to go ahead and cast that match, and that was a pretty electrifying one as well. But we still have more to be seen, as people have just been fighting their way out of this elimination side. We're gonna have the Onyx and the Kaya up against the Devil Jin and the Rick.
This Onyx, we were talking about it earlier. We kind of saw it pop up. We haven't really seen a whole lot of her since our Chronix days. She pops up from time to time, but you look at that stat line, and I think Onyx is one of those legends that we're going to start seeing a little more again if Gauntlets stay the way they are, once you can throw some super stats on her. Yeah,
I mean, she definitely just has one of the best stat spreads in the game, kind of up there with like Ulgrim, right? Where it's like you really, if you want to take 2 out of a stat and throw it to another one, you got a lot to work with here. But we are starting off in this game number 1 on the Fortress Alliance here. Looks like Kimono and Razox trying to kind of hold things down. It's going to be a nice little team combo, little 2-piece. And you can see Kimono trying to use those endless on the cannon as well. But a nice turnaround from Amet and Taya. And Taya, I mean, even before in the last set, was doing such a good job of just piecing people up with those blasters. So we'll see if that stays true in this game as well.
I'm really impressed. I mean, red team came out laying down some good damage. You saw blue team starting to dip down a little bit, getting close to red. But if you look up in the top right corner, everything has stayed very, very even. Great job keeping things together after that early deficit. Is Amet going to break it back up with another recovery into Neutralite, juggling red team here. Razox, was getting punished on the down sig, but the interruption came out. We see stock start to fly. Amet is going to be the first to fall, followed by Kimono there, as Razox now in a bad position, but the Sarah is going to save his stock. He's looking for the pogo. He can't find it. Amet, are you going to turn around with the ground pound? No, he tries to catch the landing and he whiffs, but the recovery finds its connection.
Okay, and now we have a little bit of lethal blue team here. I mean, it can't be too much time left on Taya's stock. That's a nice turnaround. Gets a turnaround nair there. Gets both of them into that hit. Only one gets caught by the down air, though, but still huge damage. Taya just keeps finding these openings. Finally pays the price with their stock, but at that point, you're so far ahead, you don't really care. You got a good amount of damage from that.
There isn't much of a lead. Razox, though, trying to hold on to the second stock, as he has now been deleted, as he is on his final stock. As he comes back in, we see him spawn.
Nice.
Kimono holding on with the 2v1 there. Razox coming back in to try and clean it up, but we see the reversal from Amet. Is it going to be enough? No, he has no options. We see sweat beats everywhere.
Wait, nice.
Somehow he saved him, Flambeau.
Yeah, saved him and got back. That was actually the perfect execution done there. It looked like it might have been a wipe for both members of the red team, but they're able to play off of each other with perfect accuracy to make sure they both survived with their stocks, and now going to be sitting in a very decent lead because of it. But as I say that, the lead has been evaporated because Amet and Taya are able to convert a 2v1 combo onto Razox, and it looks like they're about to do it again, and that's just gonna be the game, Slow-mo.
I mean, they make it look like absolute second nature. I mean, these teams that get in here and they lab these team combos. I'm pretty good at the game, you know. I'm diamond in twos, but they just make it look so second nature, bro. Like absolute lights out. Do it with your eyes closed. We're gonna take a look at these replays here. That was such a chaotic interaction over there. But Kimono getting all the way down, getting a recovery, putting his hands on his teammate, saving his stock, but it wasn't enough, as you see, as he gets closed out with Taya and Amet. We're gonna see that final team combo right here, finished off with recovery, looking very clean from that blue team, coming off that win from a last set. As we get back in here, game number 2, we're gonna take it right back to Small Fortress.
Okay, now, I mean, all things considered, the game was relatively close until it wasn't, right? It's just one of those things where it was one team combo that led to a 2v1, then led to another team combo, and then the game was over, right? So it was close up into a point where it hit kind of like a point of no return, where, you know, they just kind of bulldozed ahead based off of the circumstances of the match at that point. But Taya gets a huge chunk of damage on the Kimono right there, comboing with Ahmet as well. And then the down sig is going to be enough to close things out. So great start for the blue team so far. Ahmet getting hit there, almost gets the team combo that would have probably led to a recovery from Taya and then another stock. But either way, the blue team's still doing pretty decent.
Yeah, Taya, kind of got my eyes on him. He's looking very good here. Healthiest on the map, still holding on to a very big chunk of that opening stock. Nice dodge, stay out of the way of that cannon. Razox going low, nobody follows. Taya catches him coming back up on stage. There we go. Amet is going to fall, but Taya is going to go ahead and charge it up a little bit, get some more damage off that axe. The weapon throw is going to go ahead and stop the force against Kimono and keep him on the stage, but his teammate is sent down. Razox is on his second stock. Taya, healthiest on the map, Flambeau.
Yeah, and hopping right in, that's going to be another team combo into the side sig. Only one of them gets caught there. Somehow Razox got out of that, but it doesn't even matter because Ahmed gets the pickup. Huge damage. Razox still going to be able to recover, but huge damage amounted from that interaction. And now, I mean, it's looking real rough for the red team.
Bro.
Yeah.
Like, you can just go ahead and say it, Flambeau. We're seeing an absolute destruction happen against red team here in this game number 2. Taya gonna get sent all the way out there. They're gonna try and lock in. There is the first stock off of Taya. Almost 2 minutes into this game as he's just now being taken down to his second stock. See the damage continue to come out. Amet is gonna nair him back down. Taya is gonna pick it up with a neutral light. Gonna swap over to Razox as well. There's a stock of Kimono. Razox, 2 stocks to 4. Make that 1 stock to 4. What could possibly be the win condition here, Flambeau?
None, bro. Nah, make something up. Ain't nothing to make up, bro. It's just, I mean, you try your best, and you know, if today you're decided to be the shonen protagonist, good for you. But today's not the day.
That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at these stats because my goodness. That was a crazy game. Razox, 273 damage. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Kimono, 160 off the Onyx. That is our first sub 200 damage game for many players so far that we've seen today. That is a very, very rough way. I mean, it's not even game number 1. I mean, that is after you've got the download. After game number 1, you're coming into game number 2. You're supposed to have it better together. You're supposed to have a little more idea of what's going on and being shut down. 160 damage. That is a rough number to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta wipe things from your memory. You know,
it was just 5 seconds ago, Flambeau.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, like sometimes you try something, it don't work, and it's just like, all right, that's an L, and then you try something else, right? I mean, greatness is not found without failure. It's actually like quite the opposite. True. You gotta fail a lot of times to be able to find success, and so that's maybe the approach they're taking here as Razox and Kimono are still getting pieced up in this game number 3. So I don't know.
It is looking a little rough because Kimono gets his landing caught again from Taya. Taya doing a fantastic job. He's been doing it every set we've watched. The zoning off these blasters. No. He went deep for it. Wait a second. That's going to be both stocks. They're going to go ahead and just trade those out, and that leaves with red team still having the advantage here.
Yeah, you know, I think if Razox didn't go for that play, I think Kimono would have gotten the stage spike with the recovery, and they would have kept the stock there. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it still kind of works out. I don't know if Razox sits back from that. Okay, cool.
Position, with the swap, Amet going over, he gets the sand and the
you gotta go for it. Yeah, I mean, because he goes, where's the help, right? Kimono's on the other side, dilly-dallying, and can't really do much. And boom, speaking of Kimono, where's he at?
He's on his final stock.
Where he at, though?
Yeah, like a minute 10.
Oh, my God.
A minute 10, and he's on his final stock.
And they're just starting the team combo on the next dude they see. Like, there was no transition. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the game. Like, N-Sig from Taya just yoink, kaboom. Like, I mean, okay, cool. at least show some signs of life. You know, they're fighting back a little bit, but not a whole lot.
No, Taya and Ahmet making it look quite easy, but this is against Power Rank 14 and Power Rank 9. These are not chumps. These are household names, especially Razox. I've been talking about him for years. And they're just absolutely piecing them up. Met gonna get interrupted there, but Kimono, ooh, the Sair gave him exactly what he needed to come back up on stage, but it might be for naught. Taya, though, sending back down to his final stock. Kimono, Razox holding on to just barely anything between the two of them. That's gonna go ahead and send him down. Razox is gonna follow, and Taya in a Met with a very clean and decisive 3-0 victory.
Yeah, no, that was tough. I mean, like, sometimes, and I mean, we've all, I don't know about we've all, but a good chunk of us, at least, like, there's some, it doesn't even, like, PR, like, take that out of the question, right? Like, there are just some head-to-heads that people get stonewalled by, you know, we call them, like, bracket demons, right? Where it's just like, you know, I can beat the first and second best player in the world, the third and fourth best player in the world, but for whatever reason, when I go up against, like, 16 and 17 or something, it's like, dang, these guys just in particular have my number. And there's something about the way that team played where they were just able to, you know, deconstruct the enemy team with such efficiency. Ty and Ahmet just ripped them apart.
Well, deconstruct is actually a fantastic word because we just watched, like, it progressed through those 3 games. Like, it started out like, okay, come on, Razox, it may have something going here. We'll see what happens in game 2. And then the screw tightened, and it got tighter. And then, you know, all right, so we're down 0-2. This is our game. And it was just, I mean, it was an absolute dog walk. There's no other way to put it. Like, that was belt to Brawlhalla.
Yep, belt to brawler, as young
Brawlhalla.
PJ loves to say. Belt to brawler. Now they got it, you know. But maybe next time. But we got to keep on moving on, as we're gonna have PR 1 and 2 go up against PR 48 and 49.
Yeah, but what did we just watch them do? I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I know we're forgetting things, Flambeau, and we're just omitting things from our memory. But they literally just a minute ago sent Saphir and Jakey packing 3-1.
That's true. That was Saphir and Jakey, though.
It was Saphir and Jakey, bro.
That wasn't, you know, Munir. Big Munir.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, Munir and Acno, that is kind of a different caliber. Little, you know, let's step up from the last boss. You know what I mean,
they got Acno on that team. How many gold medals that man got?
More than I can count, honestly. Yeah. But no, this is they played fantastically. I mean, seeds be damned. They look great. And they're continuing on here. They're going to be fighting it out for 5th place if they can try and get something done against Acno and Munir. I said on pre-show, though, I am all in on Acno for 2026. He has already impressed me. I think him and Munir are going to be able to get this job done. But what we just saw from Blue and Cresu makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say the same. I mean, we'll see. These are, you know, Munir is someone that can be subject to, you know, just the day. Man.
Yeah,
like,
you know what?
Like,
you're not wrong.
Is it raining today? All right, that means Munir's going 0-2.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, okay, but a nice warm spring day. Oh, that's an easy first place. You know, he's really volatile that way. But I say that, but in recent time, he has done a much better job of, you know, being consistent, at least in the top 8 of things. But how far can he push?
Bro, I told you. I'm telling you. Blue and Cresu fighting the conversion there, carving out a 2-stock advantage against Acno and Munir here. And Cresu using that soft platform, getting back-to-back nairs, juggling us some damage against Munir. But Munir going to go ahead and get that axe in his hands. 2 quick swings, huge ground pound. Looking for the gravity cancel neutralize, but Acno's going to go and clean that one up, and stocks are even. Flambeau.
There we go. We got Munir with the blasters in hand. Going to try to start up some team combos for Acno to follow off of. Lots of down airs, lots of D-lights, a lot of nairs. That's an N-light. Acno does find the follow-up immediately, right? All it took was one opportunity, and Acno was able to get like 2-3 hits off of it. Again, he does such a good job of following up off of his teammate. That's those years of 2's experience. We're going to see if the blue team kind of slow that down. There's a recovery. It disarms Munir. Cresu trying to get in the fray there. Double recovery. He doesn't take out either of the stocks of the blue team.
That could have been huge.
Okay, so I'd say that's 1.
Yeah,
we see 2. That's
and there
2.
it is. And especially Blue, very, very healthy on this Zeka stock. This could be a definite go next situation here for this favored Blue team. Ooh, that's going to disarm Kresu. There's no weapon spawn on the map. Acno going to swap back over to blue.
Nice.
That dare is going to finish it up. That was a great awareness from Acno, playing off of Munir.
Nice.
Okay, Kresu being sent out. Blue trying to break things up, but Acno gets in there with the Sarah off the gauntlets, looking for the Nair. No, everybody's going to drop Kresu in big trouble. Exclamation points out. Can they?
Oh, Acno with the drop. That would have been a perfect follow-up there.
They needed it too.
Wouldn't have been able to get the wall touch there or the ground touch to refresh those options. Would have been the stock. Doesn't matter that they still find it. And then Munir starting off a combo off of Acno's hit. A little bit of friendly fire, but it's well worth the additional damage he's getting on the enemy team. There we go. Munir still acting up, man.
Oh, Kresu had no options. He went up there with the sweat beads, had nothing to pull as Munir is going to hide over on the side of the stage. He throws that axe away. Acno gets a juggle, but that is neutral air on Bo. It is not going to knock out this early. Munir backing up off the stage again. Acno just letting the haymaker go. Damage being put up against Munir. Acno eating the weapon throw. He is going to get back up on stage though.
Acno needs a weapon so bad. He can't find one in the moment he does. Munir has already been taken out of the picture. Has to do this 2v1. I don't know if he'll be able to do it. Trying to get back from the left side, gets past the weapon throw, sneaks onto the stage, but needs a little bit more damage on both members of the red team, and that's going to be the game. A nice little combo off of the gauntlet and light into the unarmed recovery is going to seal the deal there. I think Acno was unarmed a little too long on that final stock. Munir couldn't stall long enough for him to get a weapon and ended up falling a little bit there, but all things considered, extremely close game one. Final stock game. Looks like we're in for a heater.
It was a very close game, and I'm looking at the breakdown, the damage breakdown per weapon, per player, and everybody on the map was within, both their weapons were within 50 damage of each other. All 4 players. Okay. Everybody used their entire kit. They used it equally, and definitely trying to use every trick in the book they could to try and break that game number 1. But here we see it on the scoreboard. Blue and Kresu, at least for the beginning of the set, able to get 1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and the good thing is, too, I mean, both of these teams are very, very good at converting off of each other. So it's really going to come down to kind of, you know, these very small moments, like right here, right? We see Acno getting the pass, and then the interrupt kind of from Blue, kind of playing that game of leapfrog of, like, you touch my teammate, I'm going to punish you for that. And then the other teammate punishes you for that. And you guys just kind of keep doing the jump over the other until someone actually ends up getting a bit of a streak and kind of pushing forward with that. But here we go. Acno tries to get a massive punish. The N6 not going to work. A down tick also not going to find the mark here. We're fishing for these stocks now. Another N6 from Acno, kind of desperate for the finisher, but nothing is landing. Luckily, the punishes have not been too steep, though. Munir also a little bit desperate, goes for the side sig. Acno misses the pass. It's so many opportunities here that are just not closing out. Munir with a grab cancel down sig, tries to get the reversal with the recovery as well. Nothing is finding the mark. The blue team can't get their knockouts.
Nobody can. Finally, Kresu is going to tap one in with the ground pound. That's not going to be enough to get them both. Blue with that Kaya defense, being able to hold on just a little bit longer. That's going to send him up and out of here, though, and blue team having a very, very slight advantage. But here comes the team combo. 2v1 opportunity. It got some good damage built up against Kresu there.
All right, there we go. A little bit of an extension. Blue trying to get down, has no weapon. And then we're going to see Kresu with the kind of retaliation there to stop the starvation from happening. We're going to watch Munir get sent down to the final stock as well. Let's see here. This is extremely close set so far. They've been going neck and neck pretty much the entire time. Munir trying to get a little cheesy N-Sig. We know all about the damage that signature can do. We've seen it time and time again.
Both these teams trying to get something going here. Kresu, there we go. Nice cleanup. Not enough to knock out Munir, but deep into the orange goes Acno. Ground pound, though, opportunity. That's going to be good. Kresu's down and out. That's going to put him on his final stock. Great opportunity. Just one unarmed ground pound, and it just sets the win condition immediately.
Now let's see. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a save and a save to boot. They trade saves there, but Acno does end up falling. Munir can't get the punish on that Kaya down sig. Just narrowly not able to space it quite right, but we'll be able to come back to the stage. He's going to be hanging on to this penultimate stock as well. I think Acno's going to let Munir take the front just because he has that extra stock, even though he is so heavily damaged, because that way, even if he ends up trading something, Acno should be able to get a punish for it. But looks like that's not going to be the case here, as Munir does get removed from that stock in isolation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Acno was able to get nothing off of it. It was just a clean knockout against Munir there. Acno went high, did not get the pass from Munir. Blue is going to lay down the neutral light, going to get a little more damage. They need to lock in, get Blue on his final stock. There we go. Comes down to Kresu. He needs to hold on. He needs to tank out the stock. He's doing a fantastic job. We see him running with everything he's got. Coming down, gets caught on the neutral light from Munir, but Acno staying up in the sky with those active frames. Leaves the opportunity to get punished, and now it's once again the Acno 2v1 situation, and it's going to be rough to do against Gauntlets and Bow.
Yeah, Munir sold there. You just gave it up, bro. It's not like you got edge guard. You just messed up, and they're gonna lose the game because of that. Yeah, that's just tough. It's really hard to come back from that situation. I think they were at least positioned to be able to, you know, potentially get the dub there. But then Munir, like, he had at least 2 jumps, and he just ended up doing a nair and then falling, and then just. Acno was like, all right, well, what am I supposed to do now, you know?
Look, bro, I don't mean to be selfish. I know this isn't the slow motion show, but this is horrible for my predictions, bro.
Yeah.
Horrible for my predictions. As we see them up 2-0, and this would be a crazy upset, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. It was like
You said it wasn't going to happen.
It's not.
So you're still locking in. Not going to happen. No upset.
What kind of man backs down
Acno
from
and
his
Munir
word?
running the 3 in a row right here.
I said what I said.
Okay, all right, all right.
Did I stutter? I don't think so. Watch this.
No.
Watch this.
Okay, all right, here we go. You heard it.
And Munir and Acno come out the gate. It's 6 stock for game number 3. This is, I'm telling you, man, they're cooking up.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They definitely had a hard time getting something done against this red team of Blue and Kresu, and it looks like we're just gonna drop into this chaotic neutral gameplay from both these Acno. There we go. Finally getting some of that Diana kit working in his direction. Gonna send Munir all the way down as well, though. That dare is gonna be huge damage. It's gonna go ahead and confirm the first stock. And at least Acno looking fantastic. Munir's taking a little bit of damage. It's gonna send down to the second. And we are dead even, but a great 2v1 combo from Kresu and Blue to get some good damage on Acno.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Getting, I mean, Acno, we've seen what this Diana can do. Oh, tries to get the interrupt there. It's not going to be a chance. I mean, the blue team really hasn't had much of an opportunity to reconvene center stage, but there we go. Acno throwing out those SIGs as we know him to do now these days, especially with that Diana. Gets a turn around there, still gets anti. It really is if Munir is not having enough presence on the stage. I feel like it's a lot of Acno finding the hits and then having to dash in and save Munir. Munir needs to get at least a shred of advantage state here so that the team can just have a little bit more presence on the stage. Munir playing so far back. You got to get closer to Acno, man. There we go. We get one little swat, but that's not going to be enough. Off the wall, I don't think he got the touch, so that's going to be a stock taken as well. Munir playing a lot slower here. Acno
that's huge.
Really taking the lead. Oh, that would have been a stock there.
That was a great weapon throw. Being able to hold Acno at bay.
Nice.
That's going to send Blue off and out. And blue team, I think, is about their first lead so far. Kresu, though, trying to push the envelope in the 2v1, but blue team wrapping it all up there. Great conversion from blue team there. Be able to get some big damage build up. Blue's going to stay out of the way. Sweatbeat's coming back down stage, catches the poke, go off the top platform. Stares Munir off the stage, swats him away like a fly. As Munir's coming back over, trying to hug the inside of that wall. That's going to go ahead and take Acno off the top. Munir is on his final stock as well, and that is tournament stocks for Acno and Munir here, as Kresu is taking down into his final stock as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the start of the reverse 3-0 for Acno and Munir. So,
I love it. I'm here for it, Flambo.
They're making it happen. Here's, you know, the first step, right? Baby steps lead to giant strides. They're trying to make that first little baby step right here. Great jugs from Acno. Munir coming in hot. Acno with that recovery. Man, Acno's been playing on fire this game. Would have gotten that down stick too if he didn't get interrupted. I love what I'm seeing here. Munir needs to hang on a little bit longer here, though, because Acno is doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. I'm not going to lie. And there he goes again, the recovery on the side. Acno looking to close that one out. No punch from Munir there.
They need to confirm on blue.
Oh, and Acno, he's just throwing the SIGs out now. He's like, I gotta end this before Munir gets tagged. That's kind of what happened the last game, where Munir couldn't hang on long enough for Acno to effectively win them the game. Things against tough. Beautiful weapon throw to break things up. That's a recovery. No, the side air instead. It's still going to be enough to knock out. And now they have a 2v1 situation. We can see Kresu throwing out unarmed haymakers. You just got to keep that boy starved. If Acno gets one end light, that should be the game right there. Kaboom. They chain it. And as I told you, man, baby steps see the giant strides. That's game one. The reverse 3-0's on the way, baby.
I mean, I'm here for it. I'm hoping to see it. I mean, I definitely had Munir and Acno slated to win this thing. And 692 damage from Acno.
He's carrying.
Coming off that Diana. 427 off the bow, 251 off the blasters. My man was on fire. But, I mean, Munir was holding his own too, 401 damage. Preferred the axe is definitely getting more out of those swings. And then Crestu kind of carried a little bit of the weight over on red team of 489 damage, taking 609. He took some damage off of that Zarya.
No, 609. You were getting hit.
Yes,
but
sir.
he was hanging in there. That's what that means. I mean, granted, we'll see. We're back on the Fortress Alliance here. Acno did such a good job in that last game because, I mean, you can really feel his presence on the stage. I feel like Munir, honestly, kind of feeling a little bit more like just underwhelming, which, you know, is a little bit uncharacteristic for Munir, but as we said before, like, he does kind of come with the day.
Yeah.
And so, like, right now, at least, he's not seeming his absolute strongest, but Acno does have that momentum, and I think he's recognizing it and just trying to do his best to empower Acno as best he can.
Well, I mean, I completely agree, and it's just unfortunate because I want to see Munir step up a little bit. I mean, having Acno have to put out 700 damage to be able to confirm your win, that is a rough spot to be in. Acno was just back and forth signatures. Nobody cares. Nice interruption. That was insane, stopping that down sig.
I mean, just like that. I mean, you see the Acno, like, literally doing so much work right now, breaking up every potential opportunity, and then converting off of that as well. Boom, back to back. Acno saying, "Yeah, I can find these knockouts, man. Just Munir, just hang out, bro. Look at this. Look at this. He's gonna get back. I'm gonna tell you, right?
Acno
Right back
fearless, bro. Trying to shake it loose for him and his team here. Munir, though, putting out some good damage, and he was holding on just the same. There's the first stock's gonna fall off. It was even enough to knock out off that top 45 against Acno, as we're gonna get the resets in here. Neither one of blue team members have a weapon. Finally, it's on the map. Acno is going to go ahead and put the blasters in his hands and try and go to work here. Catches the Sarah against Crestu, going to break up anything they had going on.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Acno he's found so many knockout confirms and has been interrupted at least on half of them, and he still just finds them again later. Like, he is absolutely cooking. All right, here we go. Beautiful double knockout coming out from guess who?
Oh, that'd be Acno.
Oh, yes, of course. Not to Glade, but I mean, he is just absolutely just absolutely controlling the map right now. We're going to see if Blue and Crestu can kind of stop it because, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm giving my little, you know, the reverse 3-0 is going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to be, you know, the Acno show on the way there. You know, I thought Munir might, you know, pick up a little bit of the slack.
He's trying here. He's trying to go ahead and peel Crestu off of that soft platform. Acno trying to D-line his own teammate there after Munir tried to sidelight him. Oh, what an interruption again. Just dead stop off the force. Oh my goodness. Acno, that wasn't even meant for him. He came down there and was collateral damage. Munir going to back over on the side of the stage. Acno is going to spawn back in. They need to get Crestu off of this map, and they need to do it immediately. Going to push us to a game number 5 if they can get the job done. Acno reaching up in the air off those blasters. He catches the recovery. Say bye-bye, Crestu. Blue, though, going to go ahead and get that second stock off of Munir, but it's a 2v1 situation. 2 stocks to 1, and Blue is on orange. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, because at this point, I think Acno has literally gotten every single knockout. We're about to find out right here, but I think he's 6 for 6
right now, brother. And we are looking at 577 damage from Acno. Definitely coming in and holding it down. Was loving the blasters that game. 365 off of it.
Yeah, 6 for 6 knockouts there. We're able to see it right there on the screen. I mean, Acno, like, he got it on. I mean, part of it, right? I mean, the blasters recovery also just an extremely good tool for fighting and finishing off those team combos and knockouts. But some of those were assisted. Most of them were not, right? Like, he just pulled up, he found that D-line on his own, and he could just convert it, right? Like, I mean, he really. Man, I
mean, what's that old saying? When you need something done, something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, and Acno set up in his chair and
he's gamer
definitely getting it done here. Is we have somehow, some way found ourselves in a game number 5. We got to change a venue as well.
My cabbages. You know, we out here. Let's see.
Ooh, Crestu playing a little more cautious, kind of hanging out over. It's like he's trying to play those anti-airs over on the right side as he comes back into neutral here. Acno gonna hit the dare, come back on the stage, floats off to the left side of the stage. Blue gonna send Munir back with a sidelight. Crestu gonna go ahead and tap him up one more time, and then we're gonna swap back off. Munir come back on stage. D-Light will get punished with the Sarah. Blue gonna go ahead and pick it up with the Sarah as well as he goes in the air looking for something. Crestu holding down the top plats.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because Acno took a lot of damage early on here, so he's kind of been nerfed in terms of stage presence here. Puts a lot more pressure on Munir to go ahead and try to make some of these plays happen. And he's doing his best. But now that Acno has a healthy stock to work with, he's not afraid to go ahead and throw in these combos. I thought it was going to be a recovery, but probably wouldn't have knocked out because of the high ceiling on the stage. I think that's why we saw him go for the sider, just narrowly not connecting.
I do love the fact that I'm seeing Munir still on his first stock here, taking it out a little bit more than what we've seen in this set. Munir looking pretty good so far. Ooh, nice pickup. It's going to get interrupted by Blue,
he's so
but
good.
he's going to get tossed too,
so
bro.
Good. I'm like, bro.
So I'm learning some things today. One, never go against my gut. If I say somebody's gonna win, I should not doubt them. And two, always listen to Flambeau because Acno and Munir are looking fantastic here. As we see Cressida trying to put the brakes on it a little bit, had the dare off the gauntlets, but immediately got disarmed. Back on the bow now, as Munir's gonna try and get at him in the air, try and mix things up with that down sig off of the spear. It's gonna be big damage. Cresu floating out of it unarmed. Everybody's going back to the left side. Sayer back against Munir. Weapon throw out.
Okay, the recovery not enough. One more will certainly do it. Acno getting hit on the blue. If I'm the red team, I'm trying to get rid of Acno ASAP because he has been doing way too much damage to my team synergy. Munir on the back here. That's going to be a combo. It's not enough to get rid of him, though, and Acno is able to sneak a knockout in the midst of that, which is not what the red team wanted to see. Acno again with the aggression. He's just hunting them down, and that's just it. Blue is out of there, and Acno's just trying to tap it in and taps in Munir instead. He said, "This is my spotlight. Get off the stage, bro."
He's still got no other stock to work with. This is a fantastic position for blue team. The complete 3-0 sweep here. Reverse sweep rather, as Cresu just trying to find anything off this bow. But I mean, he's trying to fish out knockouts with bow. That is a not a great spot to be in. Oh, Acno coming over the top. Nothing to be found. Munir, though, the Inlight is going to connect into Nair. Cresu, more damage being put against him. And now Munir has that axe. Big knockout capability. D-Light will disarm.
Man, I can't believe this.
You spoke it. I mean, we talked about the Castle's curse. I think you just spoke this into existence,
I didn't think it would be this bad. I mean, Acno just like Munir really over there saying, "Go, Acno, go!" You know, he's crowing in the stands in the Tournament of Power. Goku, you can do it. Like, look at him. You know, he's over there. I love you, Munir, man, but you know you got to care about Acno today. Acno and Munir moving on in the bracket.
Yeah.
Reverse 3-0.
I mean, we can say it's the Acno show. I mean, he was the flashiest.
6 for 6 knockouts again.
Yeah. Oh,
you know, like I'm just saying, like yeah, Munir hitting them sometimes.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, Munir was putting the damage show. He did more damage than Acno.
Yeah, because Acno was KOing them too fast. Efficiency
for real. No, that was actually amazing. I cannot believe they were able to go ahead and reverse that. It looked like it was just over. I mean, once we got into game number 3, like, I mean, they had Cresu and Blue had so much momentum, bro. But like we said, Acno just kind of set up, got that gamer lean going, and it was lights out the next 3 games. Congratulations to Acno and Munir. Personally, keeping my predictions alive, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what it's all about. You know, I remember. Good old Prime Sandstorm, you know, would lean into the monitor like this, right? He said, "Oh, it helps me see the frames better." That was Acno
helps me
today.
See the frames better.
Yeah, he was all up in there. There was not a frame that he missed. You know? Full 4K, everything. You know, got to give it up. Every single pixel, man. He got it. That was a great reverse 3-0.
Yeah.
You know, you get some of those sometimes, and it's always a treat, man. It's always a treat. Granted. Pretty tough though, considering if you're the other team there, right? Like if you are Cresu and Blue, you were this close. I mean, you were 1 game away.
But you can't be mad, bro.
I mean, yeah, you can.
PR 48 and 49th. I mean,
yeah, well, that's why you can be mad because you're about to make a historic run, right? Like you're about to go all the way, right?
Yeah.
And then you're 1 game away, and then you know, Acno cracks open a Red Bull, and then suddenly. You know, you just can't. It's tough. That hurts.
That's really just how it goes down to. It does hurt.
Almost made it to top 4 too.
But amazing stuff from Cresu and Blue today. I mean, we were able to see their other set. They had an amazing upset, but just not quite enough for Acno and Munir. You can see on the bottom of your screen, we're going to bring Godly and Blaze back out to play here in just a minute, going up against Dark and Abamia. That's going to do it for Flambeezy and me. I think we'll be back for some South America action later, but we got some new commentators going to come in and finish out your top 4 for EU. Don't go anywhere.
I've been quiet, 'cause I'm running out of words. I'd be lying if I said this didn't hurt? But I don't wanna lose you, don't wanna make it any worse. So I keep quiet, 'cause I'm running out of words. I'm listening, but oh, I can't read your mind. Darling, I've tried and tried. Can you say anything to make this feel alright? Say anything. Say anything before we're out of time. Say anything. If we were hidden in a memory, some way, somehow, can we fight for what we need? 'Cause I know that we're worth it. We know that we had a love story. For the edges that talk about you and me. I'm listening, but oh, I can't read your mind. Darling, I've tried and tried. Can you say anything to make this feel alright? Say anything. Say anything before we're out of time. Say anything. Don't walk away, or just tell me that you're staying. Won't you
to the European Doubles Championships for Spring. I am Doug, joined by Sparky. This is the final block of EU we have coming on up, all the different finals. Sparky, how are you feeling about all the competition that we got to see today?
Certainly Razox and Kimono did not play as well this tournament as I expected them to do so. So many of the things that were really successful for them at the Winter Championship, there were moments where that was the case this time, but I just wasn't seeing the lethality of Razox's spear and Kimono's cannon that consistently throughout the entire tournament like they did at Winners. So hopefully they'll go back to the drawing board after their tough performance this weekend and maybe bring something special out if they're able to make it to midseason, or of course for the Summer Championship doubles experience that we have coming up in several months. Aside from that, one of the big surprises was Seed 17, Blue and Cresu. Now, unfortunately for the fans out there of those two players, they are out of the tournament after getting reverse 3 by Munir and Acno, but still, Seed 17 placing this deep into top 8, very impressive from them.
I'm glad to see that Unk still got it. You know, Munir and Acno, some legendary twos players at this point in the
Blue also
EU
Unk
region.
at this point.
Blue also,
I mean,
yeah,
Cresu
that's
Unk
right.
also.
Well,
Cresu
okay.
definitely Unk.
Well, you know what? It's still, if it's an Unk
He's
v
Hall
Unk battle.
BH Unk.
I see. Well, if it's an Unk v Unk battle, there's still going to be an Unk that is winning. But guys, speaking of Unks, we got a couple coming on up here. We're going to be seeing Blaze and Godly, two also mainstay players of EU. This is the winners finals, so we're just going to be getting into it. And now we have Bamia and Dark. Bamia and Dark doing absolutely phenomenal this tournament, just absolutely tearing it up. They're here in the winners finals. I'm excited to see them go at it. We're going to be, of course, seeing the classic Zolt pick from Bamia. From Blaze, we're seeing the Olgrim. From Godly, the Kaya. Just a bunch of very standard twos picks, especially the Wushang.
Yeah, Godly and Blaze are basically saying, like, the patch means nothing to us. Absolutely not. Godly wasn't even, like, focusing that much on Kaya. He was still playing her sometimes, but it was really them just saying, like, we don't care. It doesn't matter. We're going to play this. It's still very strong, and we're going to show how strong it is. I'm a little bit surprised that Bamia and Dark made it this far into the bracket, given how they played against Shira on Heartbleat earlier. There were a lot of mistakes that they seem to have come back from and learned from since then as they get the disarm on a Blaze. Here he's going to come in with the neutral light. Sidesig almost coming through from Dark, but he gets interrupted in time, and there's another signature coming out. Does get punished on that and KO'd. See if they can take away this stock from Bamia. It's going to take a little bit more damage. He does get disarmed. There's the side air setting up. No, they're just going to turn on the Dark. See if they can turn him orange. No, just a couple hits in yellow, but there's the neutral air and the D-Light coming out from Blaze. Now Godly throws a spear side air. They put a lot of damage on Dark very quickly.
Blaze's accuracy has been fantastic. Every single side that he's been looking for, every single D-Light has connected, but that is now going to be Godly losing his first stock. Blaze looking for a gentle way to make it back on, but Bamia gonna deny him from touching the stage. Nicely done with that ground pound.
Yeah, he sort of fainted like he was going to do something, waited for just a second. Then I think Blaze realized, or thought, unfortunately realized if you're a Blaze fan, that nothing was going to happen, and that's when that ground pound came in, and the Sider's going to get the KO. Can they finish up this second stock on the Dark? The down air is going to bounce off the bottom of the stage, get the KO off that as well.
Yeah, definitely not an impossible game for the red team, but it is the blue team that is coming up with the lead now. Let's see what they've got for us. Blaze and Godly just slowing down the pace of the game. Bamia hit the sidelight, hit the neutral. That's just good damage being piled on here. Tries to go for the spot dodge punish, not going to be able to find it. Bamia not able to find the sale. Blaze just getting the two-piece.
Now, this first game is never always like the do or die, the major indication of how things are going to go. But it just seems like so far everything, almost everything I've seen from Godly and Blaze today is that they just seem to be playing better than everybody else. They just seem to be on a different level than the other players today.
Yeah, they're definitely playing consistently, but Bamia has that X Factor. Dark, you see playing back behind him, trying to go for the spear, not able to connect the side sig. The red team has been split up. The weapon toss beneath the GCD light, avoiding the friendly fire. Bamia with a massive end light, tries to go for something crazy. Godly just going to be avoiding any big damage until his teammate gets back and ends up hitting him instead. He stayed alive, he stayed safe for so long, only to eat that friendly fire.
I think pre-patch, he gets hit with that side air. He's probably KO'd off of that, but a little bit of the help from it being a team side air and the Lance nerf is going to help him out on that one. He's going to lose a stock eventually, and technically the blue team is behind in stocks, but the eyes are on Dark. Blaze going to be coming in with the neutral light.
Oh no.
And there's a team KO. All the time we spent talking about that potential side air KO from Blaze onto Godly, it's actually a neutral air KO from Bamia on to Dark, and that gets the KO off the top and potentially sets up this game loss for Bamia as he's in the 1v2. There's the inlight. Godly comes in, answers with an inlight, a second inlight. He dodges out of the way, and here comes the sidelight neutral air from Blaze. Now on over to Godly. Just barely misses with that inlight. There's a two-piece again back from Blaze.
I don't think that this is a team that messes up the 2v1 situation, but with a cannon can make anything happen because it carries you side to side. It puts you in its own little dimension. So Bamia finds that one opening. He gets a chase dodge. He gets the sail. Blaze ends up landing and finding a D-Light. But you see Bamia, he wants to take somebody with him off stage with that sail. Can he make it back on? He goes for the high recovery. He tries to switch up onto Blaze. You see the attempts. You see him with the ideas. He's so close. But you know that he can't go through the full combo because his other opponent was too close to him. He has to oftentimes just go through the target switch. Love the way that he played it, but that was still a 2v1.
And the blue team is going to play really smart in that moment. They know that they were on final stocks there. They weren't like really in danger of being knocked out, so that they'll commit just a little bit off stage, but nothing huge. They don't have to. They can sit there on the corner. Of course, you have Spear Inlight that you can poke. You saw what Godly was doing. It was switching off between Spear Inlight, D-Sig, Inlight, D-Sig, back and forth, back and forth. He even got the side air interrupt with his Inlight as we saw Bamia side airing back into the stage. I don't know if he was going to be on the stage or into the wall, but he was just high enough if he was going to be in the wall that it still got the interrupt on it with the on-stage Inlight. Godly and Dark are going to be, oh no, excuse me, just Godly without the weapon. He picked it up very quickly though, hitting 2 with that recovery. There's the D-Light into the side air as well. Already has Dark in the yellow. No ground pound coming in from Blaze. He was a little bit too high to be too telegraphed and then be able to be reacted to in time. D-Light, nothing from Bamia. He saw Godly coming in right behind him, so he's not able to even find the true combo off of that.
Dark is off stage without a weapon in prime sail position. Bamia gonna try to take Blaze for a ride. Sidelight comes through. Godly ends up hitting his own teammate, maybe actually saving him from that position. Being right there next to Cannon is a nasty place to be. Godly is continuing his advantage take. Dark cannot seem to land safely. The friendly fire is piling on. The NSIG does not connect there. Dark just looking for any hit whatsoever, but he is behind.
Yeah, great dodge through from Blaze. This time Blaze stays high so he doesn't get caught by the GC. D-Sig picking up the stack, and they get the stock off of Bamia as well. Sidelight neutral air coming out from Blaze, even dashing off stage with the D-Light. See if they can keep this pressure up and hold on to their stocks. There's the D-Sig. The first one didn't hit, but the second one does, and it finds the stock off the top. Down air from Bamia is going to look for the neutral air. No Blaze. It's glued to the ground, hits the D-Sig onto Dark, almost taking out that second stock, but he gets counter punished by Bamia to get that first stock off of Blaze. But again, eyes are on Dark. He could be potentially knocked out. The first in this game. He's definitely going to be the first one on his final stock unless something crazy happens here.
Dark is just not a factor in this game so far. He's finding an opening, but he's not finding the two-piece. And the red team, I feel like they're struggling to find any big combos, any big follow-ups. The blue team is looking so consistent by comparison. That's going to be the double pogo. And just like that, with optimal KO efficiency, Godly takes them to last stock.
Yeah, last game, Dark only put out 282 damage, so he was a part of the game, but he was not a critical point. There's the Inlight coming out from Blaze. Meanwhile, Godly hits the D-Light in the side air, I believe, onto Dark over on the top. Now, both of them, eyes set, exactly on the same page in that moment. Bamia comes over. There's the Axe side air onto Blaze, sending him flying.
You see Blaze just continuing to support his teammate Godly, not afraid of getting counter punished in that position. Dark has been knocked out of the game, and now Bamia has to fight the 1v2 once more, and it is not as doable as the last game. You can see it is 4 stocks to 1. He is on the Axe. I don't think he's going to be able to do this. GC sidelight, the D-Light comes through. Blaze, no follow-up, but that's okay. The ground pound and the weapon toss, I don't think he makes it back on.
He does get the chase dodge. Godly was willing to really press that out there. You know, he has a lot of time spent in those edge guard situations, given all of his gauntlet history, so he feels comfortable doing it. Even when you're not using gauntlets, he feels comfortable just in general piloting his legend while also potentially being at a weapon disadvantage or just being unarmed v unarmed in that moment. So he feels comfortable out there, but you didn't see him go for like the side air or the recovery off of the D-Light that he picked up because he also picked up Blaze. He could have taken the KO off the top potentially with it, and so like why even wait for that when you can just go back to the main stage, have that corner control, and then press the edge guard exactly like they did and guarantee that KO there. So they played it smart, they played it safe, while not only playing it in the defensive manner. They just woed back just enough. They took their foot off the throttle to get those revs under control. Still high revs, but kept them under control so the engine doesn't overheat.
Something that the red team needs to figure out is how can they not get separated again? Because the blue team, they got the initial advantage by separating them and then focusing on Dark specifically. And then the next question is, how do you match the combo game? You see Dark is committing so heavily off stage. He's looking for some big pickups with the, gauntlet neutral, and he's gone. That's Dark losing his stock again.
Pick up that early, 26 seconds, getting an unarmed KO off the top because Blaze was all the way up there to follow up off of Godly. The D-Light into the side air and another side air to get the stock off of Bamia on the left side, and now Dark's by himself. Little bit of crossed wires there as Blaze went in for the ground pound onto Dark, and the side air from Godly's spear ended up hitting him in the back of the head. Delights here from Dark.
Nice switch up. Yeah, really nicely done. Dark just doing anything he can to control the ground. The Ensig doesn't connect. The Sarah does, though. That's going to be the End Light, but then Dark ends up interrupting it, and then Bamia's second hit of the End Light ends up hitting his own teammate. That is okay because Blaze's first stock is gone. Godly just going to be occupying the top platform, just throwing down the weapon to keep himself safe. The D-Light, and then went into the GC End Light. Okay.
I think he wanted to do something ahead of him that was in a more defensive manner than going for like a side air after that. So going for the GC Enlight potentially would interrupt the other blue team member coming in an attempt to hit that punish. Okay, the weapon toss goes off stage from Dark. Almost got hit by that axe recovery going back towards the stage. Bamia does get the KO off the top onto Godly. It's going to be his first stock. Both members of the red team are in orange, but so is Blaze. They've done a great job of adding up damage onto Blaze. And even that one's going to be a little bit of damage from Godly onto Blaze. And this time it's going to be Dark getting the recovery KO off the top. Great work. Blaze is first on final.
They capitalized off the friendly fire. That was all because Godly ended up side-seeking his own teammate, and they got punished for it. All of a sudden, just like you mentioned, Blaze is on his last stock. You see Dark backing up a little bit here, able to get the punish. The side light comes through, but then Blaze continuing to cover his teammates back. The red team is once again split up. The GC Ensig was enough to make it back onto the stage.
He was able to use that dodge from the GC to get through the move that Godly was putting in, and then also get the movement from the neutral signature and put out a hitbox at the same time. So he's going to be living because of that wise choice. There's the down heavy that's going to disarm, onto Godly. He's going to have to find that next weapon spawn in here shortly. Bamia's going to be looking for the same exact thing, but it's Bamia who's going to get it first. See if they can get this stock off of Godly. There's the cannon sider, not enough to do it yet. The defense of Kaya dealing with that strength that Zol brings to the table. Side light into the side air. Okay, keep it going. Bamia. Oh, he backs up beautifully for the GCD light into the neutral air onto Blaze.
Okay, that is now Bamia's second stock gone. Dark has to find any way to stay alive. He has to avoid the 2v1 combo, and he's going to be able to get the recovery. And Godly on his last stock. Blaze in a nasty position. That's going to be the two-piece. That is now an advantage for the red team. This is their chance. This is their moment as long as Dark stays alive.
Godly in the 1v2. It's going to be Bamia leading the charge here, given how healthy he is compared to his teammate Dark. Let's see, there's the down air. If he's just going to trade damage back and forth, like you can only do that for so long against a Zol, even with the defense that Kaya brings to the table. Didn't press forward enough, gets caught, almost picked up the side sig. You got to be ready with that one. Like, that's a classic right there. Side light into the side air and the timed recovery from Dark. They're going to deny the 3-0 and push it to a game 4. Great comeback from Bamia and Dark.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think they've made a lot of really good adaptations. Even if Dark did lose his first stock so soon, I don't think it snowballed like it did in the previous game.
You're exactly right.
So Godly and Blaze, I mean, they still did look so good. They still did look so consistent. I think something that the red team can do to push the advantage further is figure out actually how to get Godly and Blaze in the 2v1s when one of the members of the blue team are respawning. It feels like both Godly and Blaze, they're occupying the top platform, they're throwing down a weapon. They've been able to avoid a lot of damage that way.
Yeah, they were able to force Blaze onto 227 damage that game. 85 on the axe, 111 on the lance, and then 31 damage on arms. So they really didn't let Blaze play that game very well whatsoever. It was really just Godly putting out 663 damage, but that's not enough when Blaze only brings 227 to the table. So hoping things can be a little bit different this game if you're a blue team fan, and Bamia and Dark are hoping that they have this blue team figured out by putting that pressure onto Blaze so that they can take him out of the game that much earlier and then focus on Godly.
Let's see how it goes. 2-1 once again in Godly and Blaze's favor. Let's see what they've got for us. Already Bamia opening off hot here, looking for these big openings, the landing neutrally to be able to catch the jump. Bamia on this cannon is looking like a menace.
He's a really strong cannon player. He's a great Zol player. He's been playing this legend for so long. He shows like why people really fear cannon and Zol all in one. Moving over to the right side, making sure he stays grouped up with his teammate. They even got the disarm onto Godly very early on in this game. It's that low dex that Kaya brings to the table. Oh, great interruption from that spear from Godly, saving on that neutral signature that was coming out from Bamia's cannon.
Blaze almost finding a huge Sarah. I think that would have been able to take out the stock, but now look at the position that Dark is in. He is left without a weapon. Godly gonna try to cover it. Dark's recovery was not enough to take out the stock. Blaze is still hanging on, but the weapon toss is going to do Bamia in. Can Dark make it back onto the stage? I don't think so. All it takes is that one weapon toss from Godly.
Yeah, nice way to shut it down. And the vertical ladder into the sky. Blaze unarmed, and Godly's bow carrying him up there, doing at least 50 damage on that one. The sidelight then turning around, setting their sights onto Bamia as Dark comes in, getting caught by the neutral air again. This blue team is going to be split up here, and they're able to capitalize. One on the right, one on the top. First was Godly, then Blaze fell.
They're not that behind in the damage, but I feel like the red team has been getting blown up, especially off stage.
Oh, this could be really scary.
Oh, Bamiya's off stage. He has to make it back on. So is Dark, and that is Blaze with the Sailor getting both of them. Bamiya now left weaponless. This is not a good position to be in, but Gauntlets can go for the crazy reversals. Dark wanted to go for it all. He wanted to go for the ground pound, and he was punished for his insolence.
He lost that stock so early through it, and that's because Bamiya was also really damaged. So anytime Bamiya got hit, he was sent flying. Then the blue team really focused on Dark putting that pressure onto him so they could get that edge guard. Then Bamiya finally makes his way back over. He gets hit another time. All of a sudden, he's back all the way right side, East Coast, and he's just stuck. And now he's taking more and more damage. They're really building up so much damage quickly on Bamiya so they can knock him away, focus on Dark, and then catch up on Bamiya and clean him up when he's coming back in.
Bamiya's not able to find a lot of clean hits. He has been getting whip punished left and right, taking so much damage in the process. That's the Sailor. But every time the red team goes for an attack, the other member of the blue team punishes them for it, which you cannot do. You cannot trade like this when the damage difference is so high.
Okay, Blaze is caught there in the middle while Godly is respawning, or not respawning, but recovering back over on the right side. There's the recovery. Not enough to take off the top. They do get one. Can they find the other while they're both in last stock on red? Okay, everybody on final stock red. Great cleanup coming from this red team, but they really can't take a major KO move unless it just happens to be from the wrong side of the stage. Like if he gets hit with a side air, he might even not lose that stock if you're Bamiya. There's the KO off the top. They got one. The inlight's not enough to do it yet. Fast falling away from that reticle as quickly as he possibly can.
Bamiya just trying anything he can to make it back on the downer into the chase dodge. That was such an amazing play. But then Blaze still covering the stage. Nicely done to the blue team. They made this set look a little bit easy, honestly. They just looked so consistent. The combos were really on point. They separated the red team, and they took so many stocks when the red team was desperately trying to get back onto the stage.
That's Godly and Blaze winning 3-1 style in the winners finals to move on into the grand finals from the winners side. So they have a guaranteed top 2 placement coming in seed 3 for this tournament. I'm feeling good about where I put them on my predictions coming out with the gold medal today. I think Acno and Munir are strong, but it really just feels like, I don't know, Godly and Blaze are playing like really solid today, and there's some other teams here that I just feel like aren't living up to the potential that I expect to see them playing at going into this tournament. It almost feels like we're getting a little bit of winter championship vibes from some of the way these teams are playing when we just had the winter championship, you know, a handful of months ago. So it's interesting. I think Godly and Blaze are playing solid, but it seems like some of the other teams, they're running into these like little tiny mistakes here and there, and they're frequent enough that it's making them lose some games that I think otherwise, maybe in a different bracket, a different time, man, any given Saturday, you know how it goes. Maybe things would be different, but that's the way we got it today. That's why you can't ever make those little mistakes.
I think the biggest thing that is setting Godly and Blaze apart right now is just the sheer consistency and the reservation. I think one general criticism I'm seeing of a lot of the two teams this weekend, if I had to find something, is there have been a lot of overcommitments, especially when it comes to the offstage. And we got to see it in this game as well. When Dark was going offstage for the ground pound, it was he who ended up losing one of his stocks. I feel like Godly and Blaze, they know when it's their turn, they know when it's their chance, and they know when exactly to stay on the stage, and the combos are just so clean. The fundamentals are showing, you know, they're just so good in every single aspect of the game. I can't even find like one mistake that they might be making.
So we're going to be moving on into our next set. We're going down into the elimination side of things. Godly and Blaze are going to be waiting for a little while now. They have some time to just sit and relax while the rest of this lower bracket finishes up. We have the teams that are on your screen right now. We have Taya and Ahmet, who caught a very early loss to Blue and Cresu. This was during groups, man. This was very, very early in the tournament. I thought this was going to spell disaster for them. I was thinking that Taya bringing in this Barraza, this Rick play, was just going to be a complete failure given that set happened so early in the bracket. But he's obviously rallied back from that. That must have been one heck of a set to see. I know it was on the side stream, so I'll have to go back and watch that one. But then Munir and Acno, they got sent down by Godly and Blaze, who are in the grand finals right now, and then they barely won a game 5. Although it was really, they had like a couple games in there that were really confident, and then that gave them the rally that they needed to hit that 0-3, or excuse me, that reverse 3 back to win against Blue and Cressy that we just saw in the previous block from Flambeau in slow motion.
I'm excited to see the Burasa, because I think this is such an amazing twos legend. You have super powerful, super active signatures. I'm thinking about Axe and Sig as you're trying to get back onto the stage. You can easily choose out one or two stocks like that throughout a set. But my friends, we are going to be jumping into game number 1. We are seeing no change in the stage between the sets. Let's see what they've got.
I mean, I'll never shame anybody for heading into the bracket full Rick head to toe. You know how it goes. There's the in-light, but it gets instantly interrupted by this Wushang from Munir. Yeah, we're going back over onto the Wushang and the Diana. Munir did play a little bit with the Barraza earlier like we saw, but he quickly swapped off of that now that we're in this set.
Taya already going to be fishing through some of those Axe and Sigs because it sends behind and it spikes behind. So let's see if he's going to find any of those anytime soon. The red team has been split up. Good interruption from Taya, just dealing some damage as revenge for his teammate.
There's the D-Light coming in from Taya to zone Munir away. He's going to slowly come back in, land on that soft platform, getting away from that recovery. Meanwhile, Ahmet's going to juggle Acno. The D-Light into the recovery, turnaround, unarmed, on the pressure from Ahmet chasing into the sky. Complete deletion of that stock. That was a huge turnaround play.
I feel like that's what Acno is so well known for. His turnaround plays, his really creative follow-ups. I mean, he is just able to take a stock from any position sometimes.
And I love how much he pressured high into the right because Munir was there. Even after throwing out your Blaster's recovery and being in sweat beads, like Munir was such a good job acting as a wall there in that moment. So Acno could really go for it and still be safe after it. Double Nair juggle. He's waiting for it. The GC side signature reading to the right, but Ahmet held down and to the left.
Not able to connect the Shira. I feel like Taya has been struggling with some of his accuracy. Ahmet going to be cleaning up Acno's first stock. Munir looking for a safe passage back to the ground and just swatting away the members of the red team.
The weapon toss goes down, doesn't even need it. The stock is lost. It's a little bit dangerous for this red team, given that Ahmet might be on this final stock here in just a second. Back-to-back siders, gets caught with the neutral light and the turnaround down air from Acno. Let's see if they can get this stock. There's the side air. That's enough to do it. Damage potential here against Taya. He's going to use like all of his movement opportunities to get away, and he can't. A side air into a down air, into a gauntlet recovery. The side air now coming in as well. Can he land? He can. Munir comes in. Disruption. Oh, the second swipe from Ahmet ends up hitting Munir, so he couldn't interrupt that signature onto Acno.
Definitely an awkward spot to be in. You see Munir not going for the punish on the whiff D-Sig because he saw Taya was directly above him. He knew that it was not safe. Acno playing back a little bit here, trying to support his teammate, able to get a sale. This is such a good spot for the blue team, but at any moment they could be put onto the last stock. Taya fishing through the GCD light. Munir pressing a D-Sig.
For sure, bro. What did you think was going to happen there? There's the in-light as well, and of course the jump follow-up, that jump side air from Ahmet to get that stock. Now everybody's on final.
Oh boy, the N-Sig as well, but the friendly fire. Taya and Ahmet stepping on one another's toes.
They're behind in damage. They rallied back for sure and didn't take too much damage, but all of a sudden it's starting to build on them, especially after that little bit of overlap right there. The jump neutral air coming out from Munir. The side sig gets interrupted. Taya has to back up off of that D-Light. Even the next D-Light, he can't find anything after. This time he eats a spear in the back of the head. Okay, there's the catch. He was building for the side sig off of the side air from Ahmet, but Ahmet with the side air. That's so tough. That might have been a KO.
Clutch. Amazing job. Taya going to be saving his teammate as they both get back onto the stage. The N-Light hitting his teammate, and then that's Ahmet taking the sale. The GCD light ends up getting interrupted. This game is all of a sudden so close. Last stock, last hit. The recovery takes out Taya's last stock. Ahmet taking advantage of the friendly fire. This is still doable.
Yeah, they're both playing the N-Light game. There's the weapon toss that goes high. Ahmet's going to dodge and jump and recovery to get away from everything. There's the sweat beats. Dash into the neutral light for the KO. But Acno and Munir barely catching that one. I think everybody was really nervous towards the end of that game, and that's why we saw so many like little overlapping moves that ended up doing a lot of team damage. So many interruptions or whiffs that came out in the final stages of that game that kept it from being a decisive victory or a comeback victory, depending on whose point of view you're looking at.
Yeah, Ahmet and Taya, little bit dropped execution. We saw a couple of missed follow-ups. We saw a couple of bits of friendly fire. I'm thinking about on the right side of the stage when we see the like missed side sig from Taya, and that could have been super, super definitive, and instead he ended up hitting his own teammate. So those small interactions, those small changes, just like cleaning up the timing, cleaning up the spacing, making sure that you can get your full follow-up and combo, Ahmet and Taya, I feel like would have had a totally different game. The blue team, definitely super explosive. I feel like they made a couple of mistakes, a couple of big whiffs.
They definitely had them too, for sure. I think it was both sides, almost having some like game one jitters going into this one, given that these teams are so closely ranked between them. What are the seeds? It's probably like 1 and 3 maybe? 1 and 2, excuse me.
Right now, Amit is making it so difficult for Munir
Nice
to
neutral
land. They're separating the blue team.
Yeah, they're completely separate. You see Acno on the right side, Munir on the left side, but they're able to, in that separation, form pressure in the middle of the stage and get a double KO. Beautiful team wipe going through this, and that's off of them being split up. That let them corral the red team towards the middle so that they could regroup, push everybody to the right, push them off stage, and send them into the drink.
That was beautiful. Just amazing synchronization. But Amit taking advantage of the fact that Acno used up his dodge for the gravity cancel. He wasn't able to KO off of that side like recovery, but it definitely put him close. That Shira is going to be able to do it. Look at the position that Munir is in. He might lose his stock. The weapon toss was not enough to keep him safe. And the GC and Sig Amit cleaning it up.
Sending Munir into that right blast zone and onto his final stock so early, especially compared to everybody else. We're a minute 15 into this, and Munir's on final. He's going to have to avoid damage while simultaneously still be a part of this game. He's going to recover high. Taya is going to whiff a sidelight. He gets punished with an inlight and disarmed after that. Meanwhile, Ahmet is putting the work onto Acno over on the left side. They're trying to regroup. Takes the two-piece with the D-light into the recovery. Munir takes it down there from Ahmet.
Amit is on fire, but whiffing an N-Sig like that, I don't know. Munir and Acno just barely dropping what could have been a critical combo. Munir is sent deep off stage. He's already on his last stock. You see Amit pursuing him. He wants him. He wants to take him out. Munir is still left weaponless. He is not being allowed to play the game. And all of a sudden, Acno just saying, you can have it.
GG go next for sure. That was a beautiful sidelight interruption because Munir was unarmed. He was going in with a ground pound onto Ahmet, but it was a sidelight interruption from Taya, using that blaster to say like, oh, nope, I'm going to put a wall right there, and you're not going to be able to get past that. That's going to shut him down. They're going to get the stock shortly after that as well. Munir still sticking on this Aang. I thought we might see a legend swap given how confident that last game was for Taya and Ahmet, but no, they're still going in with the same team comp, same stage.
I am loving the momentum that the red team has built up for themselves. They're playing a lot more confidently. They went for some pretty big plays, and it really paid off. And especially the biggest thing that they did, they separated the blue team. And we saw that in the beginning. We saw the blue team come back in and get a couple of stocks of their own. But after that point, the blue team, they were not allowed to play twos with one another.
Let's see if they can regroup this game. I mean, they were split up between the two sides and regrouping over on the left side. Let's see if they can get back to it. Feels like we're just kind of trading hits at this point. No real way of telling like who has the upper hand here. Like you can guess based on the damage in the top right, but no one really has a major control. Although the red team is starting to get it. We're seeing those great side airs. There's a D-Sig.
Side Sig comes through. Acno just covering below his teammate. Taya going deep off stage. Acno put himself in a nasty position off stage as well. Ahmet covering high, but the bow recovery was not enough to take out the stock. The side sig, the second hit of it comes through, and it does not matter for the blue team. I love the way that they tried to save each other, but it wasn't enough.
The side sig hit one of them, the second blast hit the other, and then there was Munir getting taken off the right side as well. Fantastic follow-up coming out from this red team, putting themselves in a really good position. They are red. The GC side sig is going to get whiffed by Acno. And the double in-light, dude. The in-light picking up two members of the blue team. They've done that 2 different times. The follow-ups here have been so on point.
Okay. Well, almost on point. Acno just saying, you overcommitted, you missed your punish. Now I'm going to find a ground pound of my own. But maybe it's a little bit too late. That weapon toss beautifully connecting. And now all of a sudden, it is Munir almost on his last stock. Is he going to be able to make it back on? Let's find out.
Neutral Sig ended up sending Munir over to the right side. He's without a weapon. Now he picks up the spear. See if he can find his way in. Like, he comes in with a D-light, but him being in the air, he gets hit by the down air from Acno. So a little bit of team damage on that one. The side air, the blaster side airs from Taya have just really been sending players over towards the blast zone, and then they have to spend so much time getting back. There's a D-light neutral air from Ahmet, getting the KO there. Acno's just running away. He's going to try and stay as high as he can for as long as he can. Eats a neutral signature. Neutral air coming in from Ahmet. No major commitment. They'd rather just get the team combo onto Munir. They pick up like a 3-hit combo there onto him, putting 50 damage out pretty quickly. There's the in-light.
Finally, like a good combo attempt from the blue team. They got a couple of hits in, but the question is it too late? Ahmed constantly setting up here, going to be taking out Munir's last stock. Acno going to be eating the end light into the end sig. Oh, beautiful. Yep. That was just beautiful.
That was really, really well played from the red team. This is them coming together in ways that it felt like they hadn't until like really just now, especially against a team like Acno and Munir, especially given how things kind of started and how it looked like, okay, maybe Acno and Munir going into into this, we're going to have some confidence on their side. But all of that has completely been shut down by this red team. They're playing together so well.
In the beginning, I talked about the biggest thing wrong for the red team was the dropped execution. Because they were so close to the damage. They were so close to being able to get the KOs. But now they have it.
Yeah,
they have it
they're
online.
it.
Do Acno and Munir have what it takes to make this comeback? Can they match this level of lethality, of consistency?
I mean, if they get the comeback here, it wouldn't be a reverse 3 like they just did against Blue and Cresu, but it would still be very impressive. It's going to take a lot, though. I don't know. The way Ty and Ahmed are playing together, just Ty's blasters are really on point in these moments.
Let's see the sidelight. Good interruptions from Acno. I feel like he's been doing a nice job of that consistently. Oh my gosh, is that going to be the stock? Yes, it is. Acno with 2 cleanups back to back. Diana's signature is absolutely lethal.
They're only in the orange here, and they get the in-light into the side sig as well after the in-light from Munir. GC in-sig attempt on a sweating Ty. He's able to land back, but he doesn't have a weapon. The downer into the sidelight, into another sidelight coming out from Acno onto Ahmet. The weapon toss goes up. Munir comes in with the in-light, just barely misses that. Taya has these blasters, doesn't get the KO off the top just yet. The recovery coming in, doesn't need it because Ahmet's there to get the
GC
KO.
in-light behind, that was amazing, but wait, Acno! Ahmed!
Okay, the turnaround.
Nice.
Amazing turnaround from Ahmed. I thought we were going to see the Blasters recovery KO off the top to steal yet another stock from this red team, but they maintain control of their second stocks, even though they're a little bit behind.
Been playing so safely, but Munir is just ready to cover his teammates back. Nicely done. Taking that stock with the signature, and now Ahmed left sweating, no weapon on hand, just constantly being denied from center stage at this point. Picking up the bow, what can he do with it? Wow, the second hit of it actually going to be catching both members of the blue team.
There's a neutral air, then hits the in-light, but here comes Acno with the side light. Picks up Taya, GC side-sigging out of the air with the blasters in-light. Sider's going to do a little bit of team damage on the Munir. They're looking for this stock on potentially Ahmet. Okay,
just swatting them
recovers
away.
over, touches the wall, resets. There's the Sider from Ahmet sending under. Man, that's second stock. That's 3 KOs on this second stock from Ahmet.
Bo has such nasty edge guarding. Ahmet knew that that was his position, that that was his time. He didn't get punished for it, and that is now Acno on his last stock as well. As long as Taya stays alive for the red team, they will be able to take this set. He is running away. He has to run away. Acno going to be pushing him off stage. He goes through the recovery. Munir not going to be able to catch him. Acno hitting his own teammate. They are hunting down Taya, and they find the KO.
They get it pretty quickly. It was like 2 more side airs and like maybe 1 axe move from Munir. He wasn't quite ready to pick up the follow-up after that side air. There's the, okay, almost gets the neutral signature. Acno was a little bit too far to the right. There's the neutral signature.
Nice.
They're hitting the follow-ups. They're doing the damage. They may not be hitting the final big move to get the KO at the end, but if they do that 2 or 3 times, all of a sudden, all you need is just like 1 heavy attack. It's the axe recovery or whatever they need in that moment to find that KO.
Good recognition on the win condition. They knew that, hey, you know, we have to go ahead and go in against our opponent. He is in the red. We have to isolate him. We have to turn this into a 2v1 as soon as possible. And they were not able to fight back from that point. Ahmed and Taya, they did an amazing job that game. It is going to a game 5. Acno and Munir, I think more than anything, the interruptions. Their interruptions are so good. They're always covering each other's back. They're finding so many big counter hits.
They put a lot of pressure on Atai as well. He only did 182 damage that game. And as such a high defense legend, he took 487. So he's a little bit, it's like 106 or so, or sorry, excuse me, 156 per stock by the time he got taken out. And you're playing a high defense legend, you need to be surviving a little bit longer than that. So there's great capitalization, great positioning coming out from the blue team to get those early stocks. The in-light coming out, the recovery follow-up gets 1. Neutral air into the in-light, into the side air, into the side sig. Execution is beautiful.
I must say the execution for the blue team on this first stock, not so beautiful. A couple of missed follow-ups, a little bit of friendly fire. The red team is coming in with so much consistency.
Yeah, they definitely are this game. There's the down air. I mean, they're just ready. They're ready to pick them up so quickly. The down air gives Ahmet really time to regroup and figure out exactly where he needs to be for the next hit to come out. The D-light as well, the in-light as well, picking up so many people, whether they're grounded or whether they're in the air.
He waited out the dodge.
Overextending. He's just letting Ahmet go crazy on Munir.
Ahmet's advantage state with the gauntlets has been fantastic. He has been juggling his opponents into oblivion. The red team consistently finding 1-piece, 2-piece hits. That's going to be the end light. And once again, the sail into the side sig. That combo has been putting on so much work. It is 6 stocks to 2. Ahmet and Taya, what is going on?
In light on the blasters, into the nair on the gauntlets, into the side sig. They've now done it 2 different times just this game alone. We've seen it throughout the day as well. So it's definitely a part of their major game plan. You play a high-strength legend. You have all the time in the world with that Blaster's Inlight to find the Gauntlet Nair. They're going to be ready for it. Beautiful attempt from the blue team. Almost gets that ground pound as well. Was rising just a little bit too high and didn't want to let it go, so he gets interrupted by Ahmet. There's the down air bouncing off the stage. Not enough to KO Taya just yet. The survivability is really helping. Gets the KO high and on the left. That's going to shut down that first stock where Taya picked up 3 KOs.
He got the KO, but that's getting so much damage dealt. Look at Acno, look at Munir. They're not looking healthy at all. They cannot take any more trades. They have to play perfect at this point. Hope that Ahmet and Taya just run off the stage and take out their own stocks, because this is looking brutal. Munir, that being said, super, super lethal. D-Light, GCN Light. Is that going to be enough? Not yet.
The defensive Barraza coming through. Taya, he's trying to get this KO into Munir off the top. The unarmed recovery's not enough just yet.
Oh.
The dashing down heavy. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but that's going to knock Acno out of the game in this game 5, and it's Munir in the red in the 1v2. He goes in, he gets interrupted immediately with the D-Light into the recovery. Tried to do the side-light to punish the D-Light coming out from Taya, and he gets shut down, destroyed, and that's a game 5 victory for Taya and Ahmet.
Ahmet and Taya, they have the sauce. They have a combo, a follow-up that they love doing, that in the beginning they were trapping a couple of times, and now they have not missed a single one from that point onwards. They're finding them, they're oftentimes getting KOs, and if it's not getting a KO, it is dealing a whole lot of damage. They opened off so aggressively in this game 5, they just kept up the lead, and at that point, I mean, Munir and Acno, even if they find like a signature, even if they find a KO move, they're oftentimes getting counter-punished for it. They're always getting punished for attacking.
They're finding some solid team combo follow-ups off of each other, but it feels like for the red team, especially now, like it really is as easy as Blaster's Inlight into Gauntlet Nair. Could even do both side air if he doesn't have the gauntlets in his hands. Both side air into the Barraza side signature. Like it really is that easy. You need 3 moves. 3 moves, and when you're a high-strength legend, well, 2 really high-strength legends, but specifically with that side signature, that finishing move on the Barraza, it is really as easy as 3 moves.
They have so many ways to set that up, and honestly, I have to say, Ahmet's advantage state, especially when it came to the juggling, especially when it came to, you know, just extending with the gauntlet sidelight, extending with the gauntlet recovery, he stayed on top of his opponents, and he was rewarded for it. He got so many hits, one after the other. So Ahmet and Taya, they're looking like a menacing team at this point. That does mean that Acno and Munir have been knocked out of the tournament, but I think they played well.
Yeah, I think they definitely did as well. They're going to be ending up in 4th place here. So a non-podium finish coming out from Acno and Munir. That's definitely going to be tough for 2 players of that caliber. But because we have a 4th place finisher, that means we're going to be moving on into the rest of our top 3. But before we do that, we're going to be headed to break for just a few moments before we get into the elimination finals and then the grand finals to see who has the privilege of facing Godly and Blaze.
Like 5 minutes, we can stay in one place. Taking my time with it, no, it's not a race. I want you in your mind, baby. Tired of this chase, and I know you feel the same. Time will pass, I can't stand to see thought of you and me grumble so slowly. Understand we have is real. Just give me the wheel. I know that we were scared. Butterflies are pushing us into the edge. Let go of what's been said. Heart is racing, but we'll make it to the end. Just take a chance. Take a chance. with you through the rocky road days. Knowing it's my mission to make it through the haze. I want strawberry smiles on a rainy morning Sunday with the sunlight on my face. Time will pass. I can't stand to see thought of you and me grumble so slowly. Understand what we have is real. Just give me the wheel. I know that we were scared. Butterflies are pushing us into the edge. Let go of what's been said. Heart is racing, but we'll make it to the end. Just take a chance. Take a chance. No regrets. Take a I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
Elimination finals to see who places third on the podium with the bronze medal around their neck and who will move up into the grand finals to play against Godly and Blaze. Now in our elimination finals, we have Dark and Bamya versus Taya and Ahmet. Joining me here on the desk is Dara. I'm Sparky878, and we're going to be bringing this to you in just a few moments.
Yeah, I'm super excited going into this, guys. We have some fantastic sets coming on up. Taya and Bamya going up against Dark and... Oh, no, excuse me. Taya and Ahmet up against Dark and Bamya. I have to say, I'm so impressed with the gameplay that we just got to see from Taya and Ahmet. They put on a clinic. Their follow-ups are super consistent. Their combos, their lethality, and their advantage state, all phenomenal. And doing that with Barasa, I'm a fan. That is one of my favorite legends in the game. Dark and Bamya, on the other hand, they've had quite an impressive bracket path to get up until this point. They just got knocked down. Well, hold on. Did they just get knocked down? I am mixing them up with another team.
Yeah, it was in the upper winners finals that they lost to Godly and Blaze. They lost 1-3 to Godly and Blaze. Just a very confident game coming out from Godly and Blaze, showing that they're kind of really above so many of the other teams in EU right now, at least as it stands during this spring championship.
They're looking super consistent. In my mind, I think that Taya and Ahmet have the best chance going into Godly and Blaze right now. As far as Dark and Bamya go, they're going to have to make a couple of adjustments, at least from what we got to see in the winner side of things. You know, Bamya, like on Canon especially, super scary. I do feel like they had a couple of dropped team combos. I don't want to start it off so pessimistically, but they did have a couple of dropped combos. I do think that the aggression is on point. I think they do an amazing job of covering each other, but Ahmet and Taya, how do you beat them?
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be, other than Godly and Blaze, by far the hardest set that Dark and Bamya have played today. Given the way that Razox and Kimono are playing this weekend, I would say that like it's Godly and Blaze up here, then it's Taya and Ahmet down here, and then it feels like there's kind of a gap, and then somewhere in there are Dark and Bamya. But like Razox and Kimono aren't playing as well as I thought they were going to this weekend. Blue and Kresu are playing better than I would have thought this weekend, but not, I don't think as strong enough to be in the same conversation with Taya and Ahmet, even though they sent them down into the elimination bracket early on in this tournament.
So it is happening, my friends. We're going to be getting into game number 1 of Losers Finals. This is to get into Grand Finals, so there is a lot on the line here. The loser is going to be going home with a third third place finish. The winner is going to be fighting for second to first place. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to shut down these blasters coming out from Taya. The ability of Taya to hold someone in place with that blaster's inlight so Dark can find whatever move he needs afterwards, whether that's a signature to finish off the stock. Okay, we're already seeing a 15-second disarm coming in from Bamia's cannon onto Taya very early on.
Taya being so patient, landing, just finding a sidelight, not able to assist his teammate in time. Amit and Taya have been split up. They miss each other. Taya going to be able to get a couple of hits in the midst of the friendly fire, but at this point, you're going to get stocked down for your team.
They've given this red team like no time to breathe at all in these moments. There's the inlight, but it's a jump neutral air coming in from Dark, putting team damage on the follow-up. The side sig does get interrupted. Or, sorry, the neutral sig does get interrupted.
Oh, Dark just getting into the super aggressive GCD light. He just found the opening in between both members of the red team. Taya is now on his second stock, but both members of the blue team very subject to lose their stock at any moment. You see Dark going through the big plays off stage. He knows that he had a stock to play with. Taya almost getting cheesed
nice
there, but
ground
Amit.
pound. That is a double KO for Ahmet on this second stock. Huge work going into this one. One more stock he's going to be dominating on this one. Trying to find his way in on the unarmed Bamia. Meanwhile, Taya's trying to keep him away. Taya was actually forced off stage off of that bomb. He gets back to the main stage, grabs the axe, floating around on that soft platform, ends up hitting his team, gets punished as well, but they're just kind of trading red team hit, blue team hit, red team hit, blue team hit. Each one taking their turn. There's the D-Light into the down air. And the down air from Taya, but they don't get the signature follow-up in time. Dark's able to get a hit on that one.
The end sig on his teammate, and there it is again. The sail into the blaster side sig. Taya and Amit have been making that combo, that follow-up work so well for them. Dark's gonna find a side sig of his own. It was able to take out Taya, and now Amit, he just takes out his own stock. He goes to the blast zone. Why? So that it does not become a 2v1 against Taya.
A little bit worrisome for the red team here, given how healthy Dark is on this. That down air is going to put him deeper into the orange. Is Taya looking for recovery? No! He completely disengages from that, goes over to the left side, just hits the neutral light on Dark, gets the interruption with the D-Light into the side air, doesn't go for the recovery attempt on off the top, because it wasn't going to be a KO at this damage level. Taya again is disarmed. This low dexterity coming in from the Barraza pick, really hurting in this game, especially against a high-strength Zol.
Yeah, we've seen that come into play quite a few times already. Taya going into the sidelight, Dark just punishing the recovery with that end sig, and now it is a 2v1 in the favor of the blue team. Unless Ahmed sets up an offstage, this is going to be game one going to the blue team.
I love Bamia holding that ground pound there just right in front of Ahmet so that he could delay Ahmet pushing down over onto that weapon spawn so that Dark could spawn back in and grab the spear. Sidelight, okay, gets punished it from that sidelight and the recovery from Ahmet coming in.
Oh, Ahmed, he tried to dodge past it, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. He jumps, and he gets caught by the sail. That is going to be Dark and Bamia taking game one.
Yeah, they kept it very solid the entire time. They didn't even have to do that much damage whatsoever. You look at the damage numbers, it's like 449 coming out of the Chun-Li, and then 489 coming out of Bamia's Zol. So low damage despite playing against Legends that, one, the Barraza has very high defense. You can see on the, well, we can see on the screen right now. Y'all are watching the replays, but you have high defense from both of these Legends, not just the Rick. It's the Devil Jin as well.
I think Dark and Bamia have a very good established dynamic, which is Bamia is the one in the front, Dark is the one that's behind. If Bamia is getting hit, Dark is almost always getting punished, and we saw that a couple of times with his use of the Wushang side sig. Just so consistent with it, the spear side sig specifically. Yeah, he's been using it to full effect.
I mean, even the Gauntlet neutral signature as well. He hit that for a KO onto Taya over on the left side of the stage. And again, it wasn't super late. A lot of damage didn't need to be done. He was able to get it relatively early throughout that stock, even when you're playing Barraza. Again, another disarm, a 24-second disarm. Last game, it was a 15-second disarm on a Taya.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing those dex changes come into play, and Dark is going in. I feel like I spent so much time talking about Bamia, but his teammate, I mean, he is playing fantastic. He is controlling the stage. He is making it so difficult for anybody to land, going for another one of those GCD lights. I mean, he is unstoppable.
Side air into the inlight coming out from Ahmet's bow. The inlight just barely missing. Bamia was too close. There's the recovery. Gets the KO off the top from Dark. See if they can put out damage onto this fresh stock of Ahmet while Taya is respawning back in. Here comes the axe.
Every time
Ahmet.
Dark is supporting his teammate, he was right there from behind to be able to catch Taya's landing, or Ahmet's landing.
Dark pushed off stage, but he gets back quickly. The side signature from Taya. Great punish on the signature that came out from Dark. They get the stock off of that as well.
Right
interruption right away. Oh my gosh, the jump neutral air coming right off of the side kick, and there's the neutral signature
on
coming
his
out from
teammate.
Dark. Did one on the left side, did one on the right side, but you're exactly right. It's on his own teammate. Does he lose his stock off of this? Bamia's there to help out. There's the neutral air from Dark. Another one. No, he pulls out of the ground pound early. And Ahmed hit the down air, and there's the ground pound, and Dark loses his stock.
He waited below the range of the ground pound because he knew he can get above it, he can find a down air, he can get below it and find a neutral air. He was waiting for his opponent to press the trigger first, and Ahmed, he knew. He just knew.
His patience was so solid. His control in that moment to not rush anything. There's the inlight, but he gets interrupted. I don't even know if the second blast got caught before that side light came out. Oh, just a little bit too low on that side air follow-up, but Dark was sweat beating over on that left side before he touched the wall. There's the inlight coming up from Bami. He's trying to work as a wall so that Dark can get back. A little bit of team damage, but a great turnaround with that side air that kept the pressure off by hitting Taya.
How can they make it back onto the stage here? The blue team is doing their best to hold it down, and the friendly fire coming in again. The blue team, they're hitting each other just every so often. Taya looking for a way to be able to land. Lands with the down air, still gets hit with the sailor. Ahmed going to be keeping Bamia occupied so that finally, hopefully, somebody can pick up a weapon.
Yeah, Ahmed needs to grab that weapon so that they can really ramp up this KO potential against Dark. There's the axe inlight. The first part picks up Dark. The second one includes Bamia as well. There's an inlight and the side sig, and the neutral signature actually grabs Dark and throws him over onto the right side. They get the stock off of that. Bamia is going to take basically everything to get back. Slide charge in that down sig does get hit.
Oh, just getting in between the end light there, nicely done. But I don't know how Bami is going to be able to take this one home at this point. He has taken so much damage. He's eating an axe end light to the face. This should be it, but neither member of the red team wants to commit off stage.
One more of those, even from center stage, is going to do it. They get the disarm. There's the D-Light. I think one more D-Light should do it, but it's going to be that recovery coming out from Taya's axe, and they wrestle control back in that game. Both players doing above 500 damage. Man, Dark got shut down in that game. Like, 351 isn't no damage, but it's not that much damage. Before, they at least needed like 100 more damage when they had like really good KO efficiency. That's something they didn't have too much of this game.
I complimented the synergy between Bamia and Dark in game one. In game two, I didn't see it so much. I saw a whole lot of this, you know? I saw a lot of, a little bit of friendly fire. I saw Dark playing back a little bit, and I saw Bamia coming in and then hitting his teammate.
I don't know why everyone wants to hit me on the desk.
Did
I do
happen
something
already?
wrong? Because like slow motion was doing it all last. He was all over me all last weekend, and now you're pushing me this weekend. Did I do something wrong?
Well, you know what?
Is this just an excuse for people to lay hands upon to me?
No, it's educational. I wanted to show people what was going on. So going into this game, I wanted less of that. Less of that, less hitting each other, less stepping on each other's toes, because they did have a good dynamic. They did watch each other's backs. Dark did an amazing job playing support. Let's see how it happens this game.
Okay, there's the side light. We saw a little bit of that team damage as Bamia side lighted that cannon onto Dark. There's the inlight. Wow, the side light he hit actually knocked an Ahmed away, so they couldn't get that down air follow-up or the neutral air off of Taya's blaster's inlight.
Huge end light, putting Taya off stage for just a second. Ahmed looking for the next opening. Huge punish with that end light. Nicely done. Just occupying the top platform, but then Dark going to be calling out his movement.
Inlight coming out from Bamia. Great side air follow-up coming out from Dark. Now swap over onto the spear. Maybe some juggle game coming out with the neutral air. The second blast of that neutral light actually hitting Dark, sending him over, but that put him in the spot to chase Taya into the air, get the recovery KO off the top. They're going to trade 1-for-1 in that, but Bamia's incredibly healthy, and Ahmed's not quite so much.
Taya taking his sweet old time to make it back onto the stage. He is waiting for any opening, and Bamia just says, hey, you know what, you're going to do that? I'm going to focus on your teammate.
And here's the D-Light Nair, and there's the neutral signature, and that's the KO. Everybody on 2 stocks except for Bamia, who's about as healthy as last time I called it out. So 15 to 20 seconds, and Bamia took very little damage. He does get disarmed off of that. There's the side light, does get interrupted, so there's no D-Light coming out or no follow-up after that D-Light that came out from Taya.
Ahmed just getting caught with that side light, going to be caught jumping. The downer not having enough knockback for it to combo into Taya's end light. That time he was able to get the downer, but then Bamia interrupted, and Bamia ends up finding him losing his own stock. Dark is now off stage. Ahmed,
nice.
Huge.
That was a really quick reverse turnaround ground pound. He picked that up so quickly, and then they put out about 50 damage onto Bamia in that moment. So great capitalization. There's the side light, the side air turnaround gets interrupted, and that's a stock on the top. They take it away from Bamia just like that?
Neutral into the GCN light, the GCD light comes through as well. That is so much damage. Dark is on his last stock. He has to play safe. He has to play back.
Jump side air is coming out from Taya. There's the in light, putting damage on both members, one red, one blue. But there was Dark in the back. He was ready to punish with his signature. Neutral signature almost coming through there to take away Ahmed's stock, but there was an interruption. Okay, he gets the sig on the left side. Does get that shut down onto Ahmed, who picked up 3 KOs on his second stock.
Ooh, Taya getting a little bit greedy with that Ensig. Does not eat that big of a punish for it. Enlight going to the right side just to continue to split up the blue team. I don't know if he can make it back onto the stage. Ahmed controlling with that D-Light into the Seichu combo coming through. Both members of the blue team in disadvantage, but then Dark sneaks in and finds a massive neutraler. Still off stage. How do they get back on?
I love that Dark made his way in because he needs to be a part of this game. He hit that neutraler and then he moved back over onto the right side safely. So he got in, got out, did get cut off there, and he's not in the game anymore. His final stock is taken away. It's Bamya in the 1v2. The spot dodge comes out, but he dips down low after that so he doesn't get caught by the side signature coming out from Ahmet. Ty is going to take the lead here. Just in lights, no D lights. Any side lights coming out over. There's the in light, there's the side air, and that is all she wrote from this red team, now going up 2-1 in this set.
Ahmet and Taya, they're just playing phenomenal, I have to say. The combos, the follow-ups, it's all the same stuff that I said about them before, but I do want to commend Bamya and Dark for not stepping on each other's toes as much as last game. They were not hitting each other as much, they weren't disrupting the dynamic. I just think somehow Dark ended up losing his second stock a little bit too quickly.
I wish we had a graph to look at, unfortunately. Maybe I'll bug Creed and we'll eventually have that. Who knows? Something we can all wish for a better future. But Dark and Bamya. Man, Dark and Bamya, I feel like they're just struggling here a little bit. We're seeing Dark go down a little bit early on his stock sometimes. He's able to rally back quite often. He's done a better job of that as the tournament has gone on, especially in this set, whereas like before he was limited so heavily in his damage once he got taken out early. But he's done such a better job of being in the game while also avoiding some damage once he's really put on the back foot.
Looking for the big opening. Side light recovery comes through. Ahmet going to be picking up the bow now. Finds an end light, catching Dark with that neutraler. Bamya taking his time to get back onto the stage. He is respecting the bow D-Light. He is respecting Zariel's Ensig from that position as well.
I love that pressure relief coming out from Dark. Unfortunately now, Bamya got sent over to the left. This time it was Bamya's turn to end up hitting onto Ahmet, so they didn't get to continue that combo. Man, what a great job. And then they're able to turn that around, get the stock off of Ahmet, then put the pressure onto Taya.
Slowing down the pace of the game for just a moment. Ensig comes through. Taya taking his time to get back on. Looking through the D-Sig. And Bamya just says, hey, you whiffed a D-Sig in front of me. That's fine. I'll KO you for it.
The blue team has done a fantastic job these last couple games of trading. They've been trading really well. They're like, okay, you're going to hit my boy. Now I'm going to hit your boy. I'm going to knock him away, and we're going to do damage to your other boy. So all of these trades come out, maybe not like heavily in their favor, but it feels like so often they come out dead even or they're completely positive.
Oh, Ahmet, his damage has been phenomenal. Unfortunately, Taya missed the pickup with the neutraler. He's able to get the side light that time. Tries to consistently poke with the side light. Bamya looking for the big opening, and Dark hits his own teammate.
There's the in-light coming in onto Bamya. There's the side air into the side, so changing it up just a little bit. No neutral air necessary. He goes in with the side air. That leads into the side signature. There's the in-light. It gets interrupted.
Ahmet just landing with a ground pound, knowing that they're a little bit ahead, knowing that he can trade the damage onto his teammate.
Oh, just barely missing that side air, then reaching up with a neutral air. Little bit of a hit. Taya's still going to live here. He's disarmed off of that. Gets away from that GC sidelight that came in from Dark, but the sidelight into the recovery, or the double recovery coming out from Dark onto Ahmet. He's living. The Gauntlet players are trading recoveries back and forth.
So much of this game has been played unarmed, and Taya...
Nice interruption!
He hit his teammate, and then he ended up saving his teammate, and then Taya ended up losing his stock. Both members of the red team are now on the last, but I'm looking at Bamya.
Yeah.
Bamya is supposed to be the one that's going in. Dark is supposed to be the one that's playing behind in this dynamic. Being this behind is so bad for the blue team.
Yeah, this is Dark getting taken out as well in that moment. Put on a final that gives them the room they need to put pressure on the Bamya. It's the axe inlight coming in, the weapon toss, and that's going to be Bamya out of this game.
and potentially out of this set as well. As Amit and Taya, they find that side sig combo once again. Dark is looking for any opening that he could possibly get. That GCD light is hitting absolutely nobody. He has to find a way to take out 2 healthy stocks. The only way I can think of is off stage. He has to put them off stage.
He goes in with a sidelight recovery. He attempts the recovery after the sidelight and gets interrupted by the neutral air from the blasters because it's not a true combo. I'm expecting, just in-lights.
No dodge.
It's going to be so many in-lights coming out from Taya. They didn't even need to fish for too many before they found the in-light into the side air, into the side sig, and that's the KO. And it's going to be a 3-1 for Taya and Ahmet. But I saw the vision for Dark and Bamia so much more than I expected to, given the beginning of the set or going into the set. My hopes were not very high for the Dark and Bamia fans out there, but they did show something. They showed the synergy with each other, but it just wasn't quite a match. The blasters from Taya, they really are so versatile to where they can be like the starter, or they can also be the bridge. They can be the connector between whatever the red team wants to do. Maybe that leads to the finisher coming out from Taya's Rick. Maybe that leads to the finisher coming out from the also high strength Ahmet Zariel.
They brought so much consistency thanks to the combo game. I don't know how you match that level of damage unless you have those kinds of combos of your own. So nicely done from Ahmet and Taya. That means that they will be moving on into the grand finals for a guaranteed minimum of 2nd place. And their opponent, of course, is going to be Godly and Blaze.
Yeah, this is Seed 3 versus Seed 1. Seed 1, of course, is Taya and Ahmet after winning the Winter Championship to start off this doubles 2v2 season. So coming off of that Winter Championship, they're going to be heavily favored, at least in terms of the seeding. Meanwhile, Godly and Blaze coming in Seed 3. I have Godly and Blaze to win this. I think given on past history, I would also really put Godly and Blaze in the winner's circuit for this set between them. I mean, they haven't played together yet today, given how early Taya and Ahmet got sent down into the elimination side by Cresu and Blue. Otherwise, I think this probably would have been one of our winners finals or winners semis matches.
Godly and Blaze, they play so safe. They play so consistently. They avoid mistakes more than any other team that I can think of at the moment. It's going to be so difficult to find these huge openings that Ahmet and Taya have been capitalizing off of. So we're going to be getting into the grand finals. I'm excited to see how this set goes. I feel like this can go either way, but Godly and Blaze, they're just looking so consistent today.
And it is really funny in terms of the team comps that we get here is we have Taya, who's definitely an Ulgrim player, very dedicated to the legend. After the Ulgrim changes, swapping over onto the Barraza versus the team who does not care, may not even have ever read patch notes. They did. I'm being a little bit disrespectful, but like a team who may not have read patch notes whatsoever coming in saying, oh, wait, what? They nerfed Ulgrim and Kaya? They don't want people to play Ulgrim and Kaya in 2v2 anymore? Huh, interesting.
They don't care. They're just different. You see Taya going in there with the side sig, going in there with the end sig. He wants to go for it all. Taya, oh man, he's going for the big stuff. He hasn't landed it yet.
But he's also started this game on the Axe, which he already gets disarmed very quickly, so the blasters are going to be coming in. The weapon that he's been relying on so heavily for the bulk of their team's damage. Even if he does more on the Axe, it feels like because he's able to set up and bridge the damage off of Ahmet with the blasters, they end up leading to more damage overall.
Ahmet just going to be patrolling the side of the stage, waiting for Taya to get back on. Taya hitting his own teammate, but it's set up. It's set up. It dealt less knockback onto Ahmet. It put him into a beautiful position to find a side, and just like that, the stock count is totally even.
And I love how Godly did his dash jump to get behind Taya before turning it around with the GCD light into the recovery for the KO unarmed off the top. A little bit of a side light clip onto Blaze. Side light into the sider. He attempts that on a player that does have his dodge, so it's not going to land. Dash jump up, of course, coming out from Blaze, hoping to juggle a little bit off the top. Still playing very aerially, coming in with those down airs, barely missing that. Interruption there after the in light from Ahmet, picked up onto Godly.
Ahmet whiffing a side light, just a quick end light punish. Taya now has to find a way to get back on. Godly with a very safe ground pound. Maybe he had intended just to go off stage, and Godly loses his first stock. Blaze hitting Ahmet on his way back onto the stage with the recovery. Taya with a neutraler, but Godly and Blaze, they both cover each other's backs. They make sure that no punishable hit from the red team is unpunished.
Side light neutraler came out from Blaze. A little bit off the mark on the ground pound punish from Godly. He wasn't quite high enough. There's the side light to pick up into the neutral light. Now, unfortunately, Taya only had the unarmed kit at his disposal, but there's the side air from Blaze. Can they finish off this stock onto
It's Bo
Ahmet?
off stage.
There's the in light. That's not. Oh, it is enough to do it. Okay.
He
I
take
thought that
himself out.
defense coming out was going to hold on enough, but he ended up throwing his stock away, according to Dara here.
Yeah, I think it didn't KO, and I think he just held on to the left just to drift into the blast zone. But now, what is the potential follow-up here? Ahmet, oh no, he went through the down
Nice
while
recovery.
the GC N-Light connected. Godly took a huge beating, which is exactly what the red team needed. Godly was so healthy.
Didn't KO off the top, but did disarm. He's now back over on this bow. Let's see what the bow has here for us. The recovery gets interrupted by the blasters. There's the side air into the side sig again. Both members of the blue team over on the right side. There's the in-light yet again. Godly actually hits Blaze back so that there can be no follow-up from the red team. I really like that choice for him to get him out of that neutral light. He's going to end up losing his stock. It's now Blaze hoping to survive just a little bit longer for Godly to respawn in so he doesn't get taken out of this game.
But I think, if anything, Blaze and Godly have amazing survivability. They know how to make safe, non-committal movement in a way that they just do not get hit. Godly trying to patrol the platform, gonna miss that side light, gets put off stage. Blaze has not found a good opening to go in on in a while.
Yeah, because he also has to play safe. He has to play simultaneously safe while also not taking himself out of the game, or else he's going to get taken out of the game.
He has to attack and also be unpunished for it, which is a pretty tough task.
Nice.
That time he found the opening. Godly took a couple of hits, but that is now Blaze knocked out of the game. Not impossible for Godly. Hold on.
The low strength that Kaya brings to the table, just barely having enough to get back the down air. Is this going to set up? Oh, can he follow up off of that down air from Taya? No, he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the positioning to get there in time. He's unarmed. There's a lot of team damage coming out from here that might give Godly the room he needs for the victory. The unarmed recovery. Can he get in? He has to be so careful. A side air from the middle of the stage is going to shut down the dreams that were possible. But Taya and Ahmet were not on the same page in that 2v1.
Yeah, at the end they got a little bit, you know, anxious to find that final hit. They were hitting each other a couple of times. Godly could have taken more advantage of it had he been expecting that a little bit more. But I think he was just more preoccupied with getting back onto the stage before anything else. So he opted to play a little bit safer. Man, that was so close.
I think it was just really tough given that he had Bo in those final moments, because if you think about the way Bo wants to play, it's like if you're playing like one hit at a time, you're probably looking for the neutral lights, which means you need stage control, which you're not going to have in the 1v2. Or you're looking for nairs, which means you have to fall down stacked on your opponent who can just backdash, that all of a sudden you're in the middle of two red players.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Taya is moving. He got like 5-6 consecutive hits. His advantage state was looking phenomenal. His target switching, that's the end light into the sail, almost setting up into the side sig, but I don't think Taya was in a good position to go for it. The red team is popping off. Oh my.
Oh, that interruption. That saved. Oh man, I can't remember who it was, but that saved them from eating a side signature. I believe it was Godly caught in that moment. And the D-Sig is going to pick up both members of the blue team and send them off the top. That's a great way to open this game if you are Taya and Ahmet.
Taya especially. Taya is activated. He is moving. He is so accurate. I want to see him put that axe away because those blasters were putting in the damage. Still hanging on, looking for a safe passage back onto the stage. Ahmet going to be making it a little bit safer for him by finding a side light onto Godly. Not enough to take Blaze's stock off the top, but he is left without a weapon, left for a way to be able to land here. Ahmet too busy end-lighting to protect the weapon, and that should be the stock that is now Taya on his second.
They've added up so much damage on the Godly and Blaze in this time that it took to just take off one stock of the red team. The neutral air still not enough. That one will do it as they finally get that second stock off of the red team. There's the side air from Blaze, forward dash into the back dash. There's the ground pound from Godly, but Ty's going to completely disengage. He ate the ground pound, ate the recovery.
He
but
knew
other
he
than
was
that,
healthy enough
yeah,
that he could just hold
really
on to the
healthy,
side of the
so it's
stage.
not a huge deal. There's the axe in light. They get one stock. Can they finish up the second one as Ahmet takes the lead here? D-Light into the recovery, gets the KO.
Huge. And all of a sudden, this has become a massive lead for the red team. They're looking relatively healthy on their second stocks apiece here. Let's see what the blue team can do. Can they match the combo game? Taya going to be keeping his teammates safe
Dude,
from
look
behind.
at these side lights coming out from Taya, just poking three members, and there's the down air GCD light and the side air coming out from Taya. The damage build is huge, but there's a side light neutral air into the down air onto both members. Another down air,
How did he avoid
that. I can't believe Godly ends up missing that down air. They do get the stock high into the left with the side air from Blaze's lance. They don't even really pressure Taya on the edge whatsoever. They wanted weapon control and stage control.
I must say, the blue team, even when the food falls off the plate, they're still catching it before it hits the ground. Even when they don't get the initial KO, they're finding the second KO as the opponent slowly makes it back on. Taya gonna go down here. He is now on his last stock, but the red team is still in an incredibly advantageous position.
That's why Taya swiping back over onto this axe. Let's see what he can do here. The blasters have been so good for him. The neutral signature just barely missing. Godly picks up an inlight onto 2, then onto Ahmet.
Oh, Taya not finding the silly Blaze. Not sure if he could get the punish in time. Landing with the downer, finding a D-light as well. That's a good 2-piece.
Godly, what are you doing? Taunting in the middle of the stage like that? His finger must have slipped. And he's going to get caught right after that. The inlight. Oh my gosh. He's taken so much damage so quickly. Sidelight neutral air coming out from Blaze. Can he juggle with more neutral airs? Let Godly get the unarmed follow-up. There needs to be a weapon in Godly's
Still not
hands.
enough. He finally is able to pick up the bow. Blaze just landing so boldly with the Sailor. Taya gonna find any way to hunt him down. Ahmet is gonna get pushed off stage. Taya, he gets the recovery, catching Godly dodging. That weapon toss is not hitting anybody at all. Taya now picking up the blasters. That is what he has been excelling at. Ahmet lived, and both members of the blue team did not, as they got knocked out of this game.
I can't believe we saw Godly recover back over the corner. The recovery didn't hit, and then the neutral air didn't have enough damage on it to KO off the top. That's 2 moments where there was almost a KO that would have put the blue team in the 2v1 that didn't lead to a KO, and so they didn't get that opportunity. And then the back-to-back side airs, the second one being a fadeaway side air from Taya, getting the KO.
I talked about this in Elimination Finals. Of the teams, Ahmet and Taya, I feel like have the best chance up against Godly and Blaze, because even if Godly and Blaze don't make a lot of mistakes this time in Grand Finals, we're seeing definitely a couple of slight hiccups. I mean, the X Factor, the damage output, the advantage state, they're just looking so powerful. They have so much momentum. I feel like what Godly and Blaze need to do is find a way to split their opponents up.
Blaze is just, it feels like Blaze is not having a lot of luck on either weapon that he chooses here. He put out 495 damage, which like isn't bad, but it's mostly split dead even down between the two. 212 on the lance, 182 on the axe, only about 40 damage difference between them. But then he's also putting 101 on the unarmed kit, as we're going to get a reset here. So he's spending a lot of his time unarmed. If I'm looking at his dashes, he's dashing significantly more than basically everybody else in the game, about 25% more than everybody else in the game. So that's a lot of movement time he's putting in. If you're not doing that much damage and you're dashing around a lot, what is the dash really for? Because you're also taking, let's see, compared to everyone else, yeah, he also took the most damage in the game. So at that point, like, what are you doing with those dashes? What value are you getting out of those dashes? Because you're getting hit, you're getting taken out first, you're not outputting the damage that you need, and you're spending so much time unarmed. So I feel like he just needs to find better use for those dashes or find something else to do in the place of dashing around as much as he is.
That's great. And so, guys, once again, apologies for the delay. I feel like maybe Blaze is just going to restart his client.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a client reset as Blaze has dropped out of the lobby here.
Yeah, maybe he was just feeling some, I don't know, just some technical stuff going on. So thank you guys for being patient while we wait to get into the set. But I am so impressed with the gameplay that I am seeing from Ahmet and Taya. I feel like it's just such a treat seeing Brawlhalla, especially at such a high level of play. Not something that we get very often.
And it's not just like a guy who plays Axe a lot being like, oh, you know, I'll pick up Brawlhalla and then I'll find like my side sig on blaster follow-ups. Like, no, this, like,
his
he's playing
blasters are nasty.
He's playing blasters.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think I'm enjoying his blasters a little bit more than the Axe. His blasters
significantly
have been
sure.
accurate.
Yeah.
He's been finding all the hits. He's been target switching very effectively. He's been getting a lot of really creative, you know, gravity cancel light attack options, following up off of his teammate. Blaze and Godly, do they have the sauce? Do they have the juice? Can they match this X Factor?
Hopefully this client reset gave Blaze exactly what he needs if he wants the victory here, or they're going to get reset, and it's going to be a 3-0 reset from Taya and Ahmet just like that. Now, last game, more of the damage for Godly was done on the spear, but the game previously, more was done on the bow. There's a D-Light. The Cider instantly gets shut down by Taya, and then it's the D-Sig on 2 members. The ability for Red Team to pick up moves onto 2 different members of the Blue Team and have it be a big move, whether it's the D-Sig that we just saw from Ahmet or the D-Sig that we saw last game from Taya's Blasters as well. Like, the Red Team, or the Blue Team is not doing that. Maybe they'll do it on like a light attack move, but they're not doing it on these huge high-impact moves.
Oh my gosh, the layers of interruptions, especially coming up from Blaze, finding so many counter hits, finding so many whiff punishes. He's been doing an amazing job supporting Godly from behind.
There's the recovery coming in, going to separate the Red Team just a little bit, but Ahmet's able to get back as the Blue Team focuses on Taya. He's just really controlling that ground. You see him do a jump side air, but then he lands quickly on the ground. Now he's back over on the wall. Goes in for the D-Light, gets interrupted, but Ahmet was right there to punish.
Huge follow-up. I don't feel like we got to see a lot of combos from the Blue Team, but this time they're showing that they still got it. Blaze, that's going to be his first stock gone. Taya going to be cleaning that one up. The downer, the side light. both members of the red team too close to each other to be able to finish that combo.
Oh, Ty actually gets disarmed here. He's sent over onto the right side. The blue team really focused on that weapon spawn. Godly's going to swipe it away from the middle of the stage. D-Light into the side here. Ty is still disarmed in this moment. There comes the gauntlet recovery, but it ends up hitting a blue and a red. It's going to be Blaze and Taya. Taya falls right after that. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Taya is going to be spawning back in with iframe, so he should be able to get it very easily. He does. Here comes the axe. He starts off with a recovery, gets juggled by a little bit, but here comes Ahmet, who hits one move, but then also gets hit by an axe neutral after that.
Godly, so patient, finding that D-Sig. Nicely done. Taya also going for the D-Sig, not going to find a connection, I believe. Blaze just safely poking with that end light, whiffing a side light, and good of an axe like that is going to be a whiff punish every day of the week.
There. That side sig might have led to either directly the stock or the edge guard follow-up stock off of that onto Blaze. So it was great pickup from Godly after that side sig came through from Ahmet.
Oh gosh, Taya, he tried to go in with the GCD sig. I like the idea. Okay.
What's Taya got for us here? He's on final stocks. Feels like we haven't seen him in this position for a little while so far in this set. He does get the double knockout there. Excuse me, that was Ahmet's double knockout in that moment.
Neutralo, a little too late to go in with the downer. I can't believe that his opponent was able to dodge past that, and now it is a quick 2v1 until Ahmet comes back. Taya, can you stay alive? He avoids a ground pound. He makes it back onto the stage. He is still not safe because you see that Blaze is trying to hunt him down.
I can't believe Blaze wasn't able to find anything. Like, Godly went in with the ground pound, forcing Taya back to the main stage, and Blaze just kind of chased after him, but didn't find anything. The D-Sig gets interrupted. They still can't get the stock off of Taya. Meanwhile, Ahmet's putting a lot of pressure on the Godly.
He waited out the dodge. I can't believe he went for the recovery instead of the neutral. I feel like that could have put his opponent in a worse position. Taya makes it back on thanks to the chase dodge. He gets sent off stage yet again.
Okay, Taya's going to end up falling off of that. There was a Lance Sider on the right side that would have KO'd in the old patch, and the Axe Sider on the left side. He was caught in the middle of his in-air movement, so he didn't have enough to get over to the wall. This is definitely a winnable 1v2 for Ahmet. I think the blue team is feeling the pressure here. There is a potential reset on the line. Sideline recovery hits, but doesn't KO.
So Tanky gonna live another day. I don't know if he's gonna live the next one. Ahmet is looking for any opening that he can possibly get. He has to play perfect, and so does the blue team. Kaya's defense still so clutch. It is not enough.
He's playing on the soft platform. He's looking for these recovery KOs off the top side light, then drifting over to the right for that recovery onto the soft platform, potentially looking to fall back. Now he's without a weapon. This kind of changes things quite a bit here. They can't chase too high because the unarmed recovery can still get the KO off the top. There's a weapon spawn. the team is going to rip a side stick like that, and you're going to eat the D-Light, but he's not going to get the recovery true. D-Light into the side air. Ground pound coming in. He just waited for the down air after the dodge came out, and they deny the reset at least for a moment longer.
They don't overcommit. The one big mistake, of course, was that friendly fire that we saw at the end. That could have been absolutely pivotal. But Blaze and Godly, they've given themselves all the tools that they need to stay alive. Why? Well, they pick legends that are known for the high defense. So Ahmet definitely struggled to get a couple of KOs off the top, a couple of points of defense less, and that could have actually been a huge change to the game. And the other thing is, they're not overcommitting off stage. They're not overcommitting in the advantage stage. They're holding on to central stage because they know they can't make a mistake.
Now that was Ahmet in the 1v2, almost winning that 1v2 is really scary at more than a few moments, but that was a game that Ahmet carried 100%. Ty only did 286 damage. Ahmet put out 830. His signatures had 133% accuracy because he hit multiple members of the other team at a single time. That was a huge game for Ahmet.
Yeah, Taya's going to have to pick it up a little bit more in this game. Let's see how that works out for them. Ahmet getting interrupted. Blaze, again, he is the king of interruptions. He has been constantly watching over Godly.
Sidelight into the neutral air, going to hit one red, one blue. Attempted to turn around and hit the target swap onto Ahmet, but he got shut down. There's the Axe Sider sending up Blaze flying as well. Godly gets disarmed off of this. This could be a tough start for the blue team. Neutral air going to come in, but there's the down air from Ahmet. The double weapon toss comes in, and Godly barely gets back, but they're completely split. Godly's recovering on the right side. Blaze gets sent flying to the left. Now he's sent potentially flying off the top. The neutral air. Godly attempts the chase, but he can't find anything.
Just goes for the safe weapon toss, and Taya with the Sil drifting back is going to be able to pick up the KO, and just like that, the red team, they find a stock apiece. It is not that big of a lead. They can lose those stocks at any given moment here, especially Blaze picking up that axe. I'm smelling an E-Sig.
But Taya's coming in with the blasters. They pick up two off of it as well. The D-Light into the side air, into the down air was beautiful work. Coming into those blasters and then the follow-up. on Ahmet's gauntlets off of that, okay? And he's going to side air over onto the left side. He wants to spawn back in exactly at the same time that Taya is, so they can be together on this one rather than forming any potential 1v2s as he's recovering back to the main stage.
Taya holding on to the ground. The series so active. Enlight going to be setting up the side
Shut
sig,
down.
and Blaze is potentially on his last tournament stock. They have to make a comeback this game now. How is Godly and Blaze going to do it?
We're potentially looking at the reset, maybe focusing on Taya like you did in the previous game that gave them the victory is the way to do it. They hit the 2v1 combo, but again, they're split, and there's a lot of overlap damage being added up onto Blaze from both members of the red team. A little bit of team damage, but who cares? Ahmet doesn't even mind that he doesn't have a weapon in his hand. The weapon spawn comes back in after getting the side air follow-up. This time again, Blasters Inlight into bow side air.
They keep setting it up. They keep executing it. They're piling on so much damage, and Blaze has been knocked out of this game. I feel like a bracket reset is imminent. That's going to be the downer, the GCD sig, and the recovery off the top. They finished it with style.
I love that so many times we've seen, I said it's that easy earlier to hit the Blasters Inlight into the neutral air or the side air and then the side sig. They've shown us that so many different times, but they also, when you give them runway, like they're able to do so much more. So they have like the complex version of it, but they also have like the easy baby finger food version that they can pick up at literally any moment for 3 hits in a stock.
I got like shades of Hexo Guichibu, right? Because I feel like that is the same follow-up that we see with like, you know, Queen Nai with like the Katana N-Sig and then the recovery off the top with Blasters. It just felt so similar, and you can see why that is such a good follow-up. So they're showing, hey, we have multiple team combos in a kit. We have multiple ways to be able to close out these stocks. Godly and Blaze, they will put away that game. Now we have the reset. Godly and Blaze are incredibly seasoned, experienced players. I feel like they're really good in a very long set. Even if they got bodied, you know, in this winner side set, going into true finals, they still have a good chance.
So they're going to be going into this one. Hopefully they can wash their hands of every little mistake that they made in the previous set that gave Taya and Ahmet the 3-1 victory and really focus on what gave them that one-game victory in that last set. It was focusing on Taya. It was taking Taya out of this game and forcing him onto like under 250 damage. There's the side air coming in, the side light now coming in from Godly, and he's swapping over. He's holding on to the bow that he had on the Kaya, but going over onto the Devil Jin.
Already the combos, we're seeing a whole lot of stuff that we didn't get to see last game at all. Blue team coming up here with the damage lead. Oh my gosh, N-Sig for N-Sig. Godly really making it work.
Recovery's coming out, almost taking Ahmet off the top. This time he turns it around, sends it to the left side, side light neutral air, and there's the gauntlet recovery, not enough to KO just yet.
No punish on Blaze's landing in that position. Taya just sneaking in with that side light, still not successful in finding those big N-Sigs. Godly says, hey, I've got an N-Sig dunk of my own.
Bounces off the main stage, sends over onto that left, and there's the neutral signature. The rare, we haven't seen too many signatures whatsoever. And the neutral signature into the neutral signature, back to back. All of a sudden, they're learning where the heavy buttons are. Like, Godly was using that a little bit, but Blaze wasn't really using it too much. Like, he whiffed a random, I think, side sig in the middle of the stage. He's going to catch a D-Light recovery, get KO'd there off the top. There's the in-light, the turnaround side air coming out from Ahmet.
I feel like that should have been an N-Sig in that position. That
Probably
usually sets up for it. But you know what? That's okay. They still get the stock. Ahmet has to stay alive. I feel like Ahmet and Taya did an amazing job of avoiding those kinds of 2v1s because they were always getting KO'd in unison.
They're both split, one on the left, one on the right. Taya's going to be the first one on the main stage, goes over on the soft platform, back on the wall, back on the main platform. Neutral air not KOing quite off the top just yet. There's the side light. Godly's going to set his sights on the Taya.
Just being so careful with his next opening. That down air was so safe, very difficult for Godly to be able to punish that. Ahmet coming in with the end light. They caught him stacked. Ahmet not going to be able to get the pick up with the recovery. That's okay. Taya playing back a little bit. Safe pokes with the side light. The target switch avoids the punish from Godly. Ahmet going to be juggling Blaze. The red team is bringing this one back.
Yeah, that was a great downer that split the blue team. One got sent over on the corner. One got bounced off the main stage. And that's the one Ahmet focused on. That was that juggle on Blaze that you called out.
Can he make it back? Taya not going to go out there for the save.
And this is going to be Ahmet, the first one on final stock, but Godly and Blaze might be around the corner. Here comes the big axe. That's one. Can he find another one? He goes for the in-sig, but Godly was just right above his head rather than at that 45-degree angle. The weapon toss gets the interruption, but here comes the neutral light into the GCN light.
D-Light not enough to take it off the top. Axe D-Light, it never does it when you want it to. Godly gets the Sail, just going to be continuing to separate the red team. This is becoming the most effective strategy, and Taya coming back on the GCD line into the ground pound. Endlight, Sail, side sig, it's not enough, but Blaze is off stage. No weapons. He gets hit with another one before he can touch, and Blaze is gone.
He's taken out, and that is the Berserk call out from Taya, all on second stock. Huge work from Taya this game. Ahmet's been doing a lot of work as well, but Taya's going to take the lead here, given how healthy he is. He's going to take 3 hits unanswered from Godly. Here comes the neutral air into the end light, the end sig, and oh my gosh, they're just going to take it out like that. It doesn't have to be based on the blasters. They have it rehearsed. They know exactly what they need to do, and they take yet another game.
Even after taking that devastating 2v1 combo, Ahmet did the most important thing that he could do on his second stock, and that was to stay alive. He did it. He held on. He made sure that the blue team wasn't able to run away with the lead. The blue team did exactly what they're so good at. The 2v1 combos, splitting up their opponents, covering each other's backs, and yet it wasn't enough because Ahmet and Taya have that X factor. They have that explosive factor. They're coming in with all these different signature combos. They're coming in with all these ridiculous edge guards. What they did to Blaze's last stock was not okay.
Man, that axe neutral signature into the side signature, that's so devastating. And this, if I'm Godly and Blaze, now is the moment where I'm really scared. Even though they have all of this experience playing at the highest level, now I'm really scared. The fact that they got the reset and then made that much of a statement in game 1 of the reset is really scary. It feels so hard to shut this team down.
But you can never count them out. They're Brawlhalla Unks for a reason. They know set play. They know how to keep a level head to it. Unless, you know, maybe they don't want it that badly. Let's see. Ahmet and Taya, though, they're pretty deep into the red. They're getting constantly sent off stage at this point. Godly, sideline, D-line,
Nice
recovery. Beautiful.
Ended it with the KO onto Taya, sending him out as the first person on the red team to lose that stock, and they get the cleanup right after that onto Ahmet. Taya moving over onto the left side, dipping down to get away from this blue team. The ground pound from Godly misses, and Taya gets back onto the main stage. Here comes the gauntlets coming in from Ahmet. He hit the down air. He's waiting for his next move. Interruption comes through from Taya as Blaze was grouping up with Godly after that inlight that he hit onto Ahmet.
Gets a neutral. Blaze not in a good position to be able to follow up because that GCD light was so beautifully placed from Taya. Ahmet going to take them both off the top.
Great recovery on the gauntlets. Typically, we don't see that taking out 2 people at the exact same time. We'll see like one recovery hit one person and then another recovery following up to hit the next person right after that. But rare is the timing so beautiful like that from Ahmet that we see the official double KO at the exact same time.
They're still behind in damage. They still have an uphill mountain to climb. Let's see what they've got. Godly is fishing for that end sig. Ahmet not going to be able to find a safe punish. Not enough.
Oh,
wow.
Blaze didn't quite have the timing to follow up off of that recovery into the axe recovery, which would be the greater KO move in that moment. Taya's going to have enough to still get back. Red team has a little bit of stage control here. Blue team gonna have to find their way in. Blaze is able to land. Here comes the end light, but Godly already picked up the recovery onto Taya. See if they can clean up this stock on Ahmet again. Blaze is looking for these end lights. If it's a grounded opponent, he goes for the end light. If it's an aerial opponent, he goes for the recovery, but Godly again is there.
The down after the end sig. He's waiting. No way! He's gone!
We're gonna have to see the replay on that. That was beautiful, and Ahmet is done. He's not even gonna try to fight back against these 4 stocks. I can't believe they had that one rehearsed for sure.
They have so many ways to lead into that situation as well. I have not actually seen
in light, side light into the neutral air.
And sig down air.
And there's the down air too.
He knew.
He's like borderline yellow-orange. He's in between yellow and orange, and he still can't get back off of that. And Ahmet's like, yeah, man, it's just no thanks, man. Yeah. I'm good. We're gonna GG go next on that one, and I don't blame him. That's 4 stocks. They were both like late stages of yellow, early stages of orange. So there's virtually no way you're gonna win that.
You know, the question of how to avoid this, I feel like it's a very difficult one to answer. The only way that you can avoid that is by making sure that 1v2 doesn't happen to begin with. To be so in sync with your teammate that when you go, he also goes at the same time. That time, they were not in sync. He ended up getting beaten up, and there was nothing that his teammate could have done about it. It was GG, go next. It is 1-1. This is why you can never count out Blaze and Godly. They have the consistency. They still have what it takes.
Yeah, I feel like the way that you prevent that from happening is just kind of hope that it doesn't happen again. And that sounds silly, but it's like they were able to do that one time. that out of all of these games today that we've seen Godly and Blaze play, that has manifested itself a single time. That is not something that they have, like what
Godly.
we've seen from Godly and Taya and Ahmet. The ground pound as well as Godly goes back in.
You see Taya wanting to double dip, wanting to go back in with the down air, and you can see once again the 2v1 combos. Godly and Blaze have been getting so much mileage, they've been getting so much damage, and they've been taking stocks with it too. Taya finally finding a side sig.
Wow, nice
he
trade.
still gets punished for it. It is almost even, but Blaze is on his first stock.
Yeah, the unarmed side heavy from Blaze to follow up and make sure that was a trade. 1-for-1, they almost get that off the top. Holy smokes. If he would have had 30 or 40 more damage on that stock, he is done. Maybe even less than that. The side air is going to disarm Ahmet in this moment. He's going to be looking for that next weapon spawn. Here comes the bow. He eats the D-Light into the recovery coming out from Godly. Not enough to KO, but he might be on final stock in the blink of an eye.
Oh,
The
both of them.
second blast! No way! They get the double KO off of that!
Taya and Ahmet, you have to slow down. And by the way, we have seen them make substantial comebacks in previous sets, so you can't count them out in this one, but they need to take a deep breath. They're finally closing out Blaze's first stock. Can they get the 2v1 combo? They don't have the same execution. That time, they dropped it. Endlight, Godly comes in and interrupts it with an Endlight of his own. What is happening to the Red team?
That was a great inlight from Godly. You saw Taya come in and miss the down air, and out came Blaze to punish that landing with a sidelight into the neutral air. So the punishes from the red team, the interruptions from the red team are just, they're starting to fall off, and then here come Blaze and Godly, and they're ramping them up. They're finding the punishes and the counter punishes that they need, just like that. There's the ground pound from Godly, gets the stock off the bottom. Blaze is going to lose that one, but again, another 4 stock for Blaze and Godly.
Ahmet and Taya, they are getting destroyed in the 2v1s. That is all that's happening. And that time also, they were both sent off stage at the same time. They were struggling to get back on, and they couldn't find the same level of combos. They were not able to find the same level of consistency. This is a game being defined purely by the combos right now, because that is just a pure difference in damage. That is a pure difference in the stocks. Godly and Blaze, they're hanging on to their stocks.
Godly was like doing the most damage in that game. He did 543. Meanwhile, everybody else was like 350 or lower. Ahmet was a little bit above 350, but still, Godly was the cleanup crew as well. So he was the mess maker, but he was also the cleanup crew because he also picked up 4 KOs on that while doing the most damage in the game.
He cooks and he does the dishes.
How nice.
Very considerate of others.
What a nice young lad.
Yeah. So Godly, so good, and as well as Blaze, by the way. You know, I feel like Blaze a little bit in the previous set. Don't hate me, don't get me. He was a little asleep at the wheel on occasion, but this time he is awake at the wheel. He is gripping the steering wheel like this. You can see him white knuckling on it because he is not dropping anything. He is protecting Godly from behind. He is getting all the follow-ups. I mean, the blue team, they're popping off. Ahmet and Taya, they need to find a way to compose themselves.
Something happens, man. Something in the mind of the winner's side team. There is just a switch that flips once the reset happens. I don't know what it is because I've never been anywhere near that level of gameplay to where I would be able to feel that same thing. But I'm telling you, man, there's something magical about that moment when that switch flips. Let's see if Blaze and Godly can keep it going, or if they're out of gas and we push it into a game 5 with a victory from the red team.
Let's see what we've got. We've got a bit of a stage change here. Taya with an ambiguous chase dodge, not going for an immediate follow-up, whipping that sidelight. Ahmet is supposed to be the one to keep his teammates safe, and he gets that endlight.
And we're going over to the Western Air Temple. We spent a lot of games on the Fortress of Lions, and now we're moving over to the Western Air Temple.
It's going to make the 1v2s so much different because the 1v2s are defined by how well you navigate that one platform. This gives you more landing options.
Yeah. There's the side air that's going to interrupt just a little bit. Okay, now Taya's disarmed, sent over on the left side, looking for his way back in. Here come the blasters.
Not committing to anything, playing so safely. They're setting up a sandwich for the blue team. They get sent off stage here. Ahmet now with the gauntlets. What can he make happen? Whiffing that endlight. Blaze not going to be able to get the punish. The side sig was not enough. Ahmet, is he going to be able to find the side light? He does not.
Blaze was playing so carefully around the weapon spawn too that he's still disarmed after that. Now he picks up the lance, see if he can find his way back in, but he's so damaged. this sets up real opportunity for the red team to focus so much onto Godly after getting a hit on a Blaze and sending him away, which they almost did exactly there. Taya was just a little bit too low. They get the stock off of Blaze. Now Godly, you see him camping over on that soft platform, moving over onto the wall, but Ahmet was on his tail.
Taya gonna be covering from below, gonna be keeping Ahmet safe as he was stuck in the animation of the sailor. That was such good team play. Blaze catching the landing with the D-Light. Playing so safely behind his teammate, Taya with the D-Light. Can Ahmet get the interruption? He cannot, and he can't even find a counter punish either. He takes himself out because he had flashbacks. He saw the 1v2s already from the previous games, and he knows he has to stay synced up.
He was careful enough to not fall into the second swipe coming out from the signature that hit Taya in that moment. Like, we've seen that so many different times, especially when a Devil Gen has gotten a signature hit today on one member. The other member ends up falling into it. Neutral signature coming out. There's going to be Godly losing his stock on the right side. Blaze, is he going to lose the stock here on the left? That neutral signature bouncing off the stage, so he's going to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but I feel like we're going to get the same story that we did on the previous stock.
Yeah, Blaze is staying alive. That is why you pick Ulgrim, baby, for that defense. He is holding on to the ground here. He is still getting knocked up. The end light comes through, and finally, that takes out his second stock. The red team is at an amazing lead right now. Taya coming in through the side light. Ahmet with the recovery. It wasn't enough. Godly wants to pick up a weapon. He is going to be able to do so. Blaze going to be following up off of his end light.
Neutral signature whiffing on the main stage. He gets a D-Light into the recovery coming out from Taya. There's the in-light coming through. There's the side sig, takes out Taya. What damage can they do onto Ahmet's second stock? There's the weapon toss. Godly's going to focus on the center stage so we can grab and swipe that weapon away.
Neutral gets punished by a downer, and then Blaze is going to be able to follow up. It feels like nobody is safe to go for anything. Taya, run! Taya, go! Godly!
He's going back in. Godly only found a side light. Not a lot of damage whatsoever. There's the in-light, but the counter punish side there coming in from Blaze. There's the in-light sending Godly over onto the left side. Those little bits, it's not even little bits at this point. It was like 3 in-lights onto Godly. Both members of Blue Team are in the red. They see the vision coming in. There's the in-light sent to the left side. Blaze disarmed. There's the neutral signature. Godly's gone. Blaze is all alone. He's in the red. This is a winnable 1v2, but it's going to be very difficult. The in-light sending him off screen. Recovery to the top. He's still alive. Does he land on the main platform? Lands on the soft.
He lands with a downer. He's so safe. Blaze is just picking and choosing his hits. The sail is not enough to KO. That wasn't enough either. Blaze looking for a way to make it back on. Ahmet is not going to overcommit to anything, and the end light does it. We are going into the final possible game that you can have. This is in the grand finals reset. This is the true finals. Game number 5. Is this game 10?
No, because I believe the previous set was 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is going to be game 9 in this one. Very rare that we see something like this happening. Looking at all of the damage done between these players, 402 coming out from Godly. That's sort of the outlier. We'll see if the stages change at all in this one, if we get Western Air Temple banned out, or if that's even an option. So we get Wasteland, Shadow Scar gone.
If I'm Ahmet and Taya, I want to go back to Western Air Temple. Again, why? It is because of the platforms. Having the 2 different platforms make it more difficult to get a 2v1 combo set up against you. Also, this time around, I feel like one of the big lessons, hold on, that was the ban.
They're calling him out. They're saying, yeah, go ahead, bro. Pick Jikoku. Pick Shiganshina, bro. Yeah, for sure. Surely we're going to Fortress of Lions. Unless Ahmet and Ty are like, yeah, sure, why not?
They're discussing it.
You leave it open, we'll go to Jikoku, and we're going to Jikoku. They're calling it out, and we're going to Jikoku.
Okay, that's exciting. We're not going to be seeing any switches to the Legends, of course, guys. This is game number 9. This is game 5 of the bracket reset. Godly and Blaze, they're consistent, they cover each other, and they have the 2v1 combos. But Ahmet and Taya, sometimes they just explode, especially off stage. This is such a small stage.
Map. I know that it's small, and you think about it being small when you go into it, and then you actually set foot on it, you're like, okay, hold on, this is smaller than I thought. Like, what is this? Is this kind of Lores going to Suzaku Castle? This is, what a treat we have for us here in game 9 of the grand finals.
All gas, no brakes, all interaction. They're going to be going in because you have absolutely nowhere to go. Godly finding a side light, no neutral. Follow-up, landing with a downer, coming in there and still being able to counter punish Ahmet. This is so back and forth, but Blaze is behind in the damage.
Man. That last blast of the in-light interrupted the Blaze sider that was coming in, swapping back over onto the Axe. See if you can find something here. Feels like the blue team's been on the back foot a little bit. That side air could be the big thing that they needed. The ground pound's going to trade 1 for 1, and the D-Light ground pound is going to trade 2 for 1.
Okay, it is the red team actually taking advantage of that position. I'm not exactly sure that that's what Godly had in mind, but that is the situation in front of us now. Taya on the ground. Amit just looking for that next big opening. Godly going to be taking a stock on off the top.
Man, they got the sidelight neutral air, then Godly followed up right after that, but they weren't able to get the next follow-up from Blaze after Godly's turn was over. There's the inlight coming in. Does get the interrupt, but then Ahmet comes right behind him. So it's move, punish, counter punish.
Oh, Taya finding himself landing in a bit of a nasty position. Ahmet still being able to sneak in a recovery. Godly's off stage. The blue team is separated for a little bit. You see, nobody is rushing for that first hit because nobody wants to get counter punished. Everybody is slightly delaying their options.
Yeah, you see the neutral light whiffs, then Blaze gets the punish, then Ahmet comes in with the counter punish. Everybody's just like trading one hit, except Ahmet is somehow avoiding like 1 or 2 hits here and there. Side air from the wrong side of the stage. Godly's going to get back. Doesn't even really need a side air too much. There's the Blaze axe side air. This one does get the stock.
Oh, this is such a dangerous position for the red team. They're stock behind here. Godly and Blaze, they have established how long they can survive up until now. Godly's second stock is gone. Blaze is off stage here. Can they take advantage of this position? Blaze just ends up landing relatively safely. Finds a recovery. Still jumping up. Now on the lance. He is going to play as floaty as possible.
He's got to be careful. You saw that neutral signature coming in from Taya. That was a direct response to how aerial he was going to be playing. That's Blaze getting taken off the left side. Godly running as fast as he can over to that left wall while Blaze comes back in. Blaze is able to grab the weapon. Only one hit. They aren't able to follow up directly off of that as Godly's going to take a little bit of damage here. It's not too bad, but they got to get the stock off of Ahmet. He's been so elusive so long in this game.
Blaze not able to get the interruption that time. The synergy of the blue team is slightly falling apart, but they have the red team separated. Taya is off stage. He has to navigate. He gets past the ground pound and is back on the stage. Ahmet is hungry and he wanted a stock with that ground pound of his own. Taya with the end
Blaze is
sig.
gone. Oh my goodness. Ahmet lands with a down air. Attempts the neutral signature read. There's the neutral signature from Godly. That's going to put Ahmet on a final stock. Can he get the stock? No, he doesn't in time. He ends up dropping it. Taya goes under the stage, just barely touching that wall, and it's Godly in the 1v2. There's the side light. Neutral air, side light, wait. And he gets the recovery off the top. It's Godly versus Ahmet.
Ahmet, the difference in damage is not that high. Godly just needs 1 or 2 good strings, but he lands into the end light. He is disarmed. He has no weapon. Is this end light going to do it? Godly is still living a little bit longer. He eats the weapon toss, but the recovery does him in. Ahmet and Taya are your spring EU 2v2 champions.
And Ahmet beats Godly in the 1v1 in Game 9 after Godly and Blaze left Jikoku and Shinganshina just daring the red team to pick something that isn't Small Fortress of Lions. They made the bet, the red team raised and ended up taking the whole thing off of that. What a bold move, what a bold response, and what a cleanup from Ahmet and Taya.
All the way from the elimination side, they had to fight tooth and nail to get up until the point. In the elimination side, they honestly diffed a lot of their opponents. This is maybe the closest set that we got to see all tournament back-to-back. It went all the way to Game 5 at a bracket reset. It went all the way to the true finals. But at the end of the day, Ahmet and Taya, they were absolutely lethal.
That's first seed coming into this tournament, winning the whole thing, keeping the train rolling after taking the gold in Winter Championship. They're keeping it moving. Hopefully, both of them are going to be able to make it out to the mid-season championship to see if they can represent EU with 2 gold medals around their neck this year. What a set between these two teams. I was out here doubting them, saying that there's no way that they're going to be able to respond after the huge nerf that Olgrim took. What was their response? We're going to put Taya onto the Barraza. We're going to show how deadly those blasters are and how strong that axe is as well. Meanwhile, I thought Blaze and Godly were going to be the ones that were most resistant to that change. Given their legend pool history, we didn't even see the Bryn really from Blaze come out whatsoever. He's stuck with that Olgrim. Godly stuck with the Kaya for a while until it wasn't able to do much of what they wanted, and then he pulled out the Devil Jin, and that still couldn't do it.
Seeing the Barraza, honestly, is so refreshing because we are still very much so in, a high defense usual legend meta. We're seeing a lot of the Kaya picks. We're, of course, seeing the Onyx pick here and there. We're seeing the Olgrim even after all the nerfs. But at the end of the day, seeing Barraza, seeing Blaster's representation, super fun. Seeing those signatures come into play. Guys, you can make anybody work in a high-level setting. That's not to say that Barraza is some low-tier hero. He's very good, but he's not the easiest easiest to make work. And yet, they took it all the way home. They were able to win the whole tournament. What an amazing showing from Taya and Amit. So, Sparky, before we're totally done with EU, do you have any final thoughts for us?
That's going to do it for Europe. We had an incredible tournament. Stay tuned. We have South America coming at you in just a few moments. Make sure to sign up for the mid-season championship. Last day for early bird signups is May 11th. That is May 11th, and you'll get a free t-shirt thrown in. Get all of your travel, get everything organized, because it's only going to go up in price from here. Make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/schedule to figure out when everything is happening on the broadcast in your time zone. I think that's going to do it for us here. Congratulations to Ahmet and Taya for taking that gold medal in Europe. We'll be right back with South America after a quick break.
Stocks from the red team. Acno
Oh,
going
Acno,
after
you're in trouble.
Acno!
He
What?
burned his dodge with the double chain over onto another sword legend as they both might get taken out here. And the D-Sig after the ground pound. Sarme goes low. He touches the wall, resets, turn around down air. This time it's going to be a neutral
does it
air
again.
from Acno, and he
Why?
goes back over
Why?
onto the wall.
He
Neutral
does it
air
again.
from Acno, and he
Why?
goes back over onto
Why?
the wall.
Big extension there for Thomas, and goes for the deep signature, and we'll find out there. Cider not finding his connection. Godly will punish Lil Mev, and Lil Mev cannot make it back. The Pogo is just all he needs, and he interrupts his own signature with the whip toss and the Pogo as well. Off stage, Bamya, double exclamation point. Stark actually punishes, and it's chaos. The ground pound comes in, and Bamya, what are we doing with that?
You can't look away for a second because Taya is there, just popping off shots left and right, and again a combo right in. Getting sent off the stage for a long time, and then they get a 2v1 combo. Speaking of 2v1 combos, huge, massive double knockout. No, only one. Oh, that.
He won there. Razok's coming back in to try and clean it up, but we see the reversal from Ame. Is it going to be enough? No, he has no options. We see sweat beats everywhere.
Wait, nice.
Somehow he saved him, Flambo.
Yeah, saved him. And
To end that separation, form pressure in the middle of the stage, and get a double K. The neutral air from Dark. Another one. No, he pulls out of the ground pound
He baited
early.
it. He
And
baited
Ahmed
it.
hit the down air, and there's the ground pound, and Dark loses his...
Going to be patrolling the side of the stage, waiting for Taya to get back on. Taya hitting his own teammate, but it's set up.
If it's an aerial opponent, he goes for the recovery, but Godly again is there.
The downer
no
left
way.
into the N-Sig. He's way.
No way.
He's way. No way. He's gone. He is disarmed. He has no weapon. Is this N-Like going to do it? Godly is still living a little bit longer. He eats the weapon toss, but the recovery does him in. Amit and Taya are your spring EU 2v2 champions.
Ain't that the way it goes? Sometimes it don't work out. Wanna hide in the crowd. Feel like I'm thinking too loud. What am I thinking now? Ain't that the way it goes? That the way it goes. I'm stuck in the middle of it all, and I'm picking myself back up off the floor. And I still wanna get in through that door. Give me some more. Give me some more. Oh. Ain't that the way it goes? Get my head out of water. Standing a little taller. Thinking it can be better, better. Ain't that the way it goes? That the way it goes. I'm stuck in the middle of it all, and I'm picking myself back up off the floor. And I still wanna get in through that door. Give me some more. Give me some more. And I'm stuck in the middle of it all, and I ain't looking back. I'm looking forward. Be riding this wave till I'm on the shore. Give me some more. Give me some more. Oh. I'm not going back. Gotta know how to act. I'm not looking back. Got my plan of attack. Don't wait to react. I'm stuck in the middle of it all, and I'm picking myself back up off the floor. And I still wanna get in through that door.
I want you now. I want you. I want you now. I want you. One by one, I eyed them down and through the crowd, making on you feel the groove, so silky smooth. Night is young, I feel alive. My stars align. Tell me now, I need to know. Need to know. I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
Welcome everybody to the Spring Double Championship. We go south of the equator over to the South American region, one of my favorite regions to watch, and we already start with a lot of drama coming into these sets. I'm very excited to be here. I'm PJ, joined by Duke. Duke, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, it's hard not to after a banger set to close out EU, but now, of course, like you said, we're going over to SA, a very popular region, and you're very excited. You were talking about some upsets that have happened. Maybe we can kind of get a hint of it as we look at the upcoming sets. We've got Anto and Rek to go up against Lopez and Yuz, Wes and Vem Tenkilo to go up against Mac and Ian, and then Tavar, ESFZ, and RTG to go up against Kant and Typh, and then Comms and Lucas Pro against TBD, somebody yet to be determined.
Yeah, so Lopez is coming off of a win of the singles side of Springs, but you might be wondering, Anto and Rek, PR number 20 and 22, why are they in winner semifinals? Why are they in top 8? They upset Lores and Kaina to make it here in a 3-1 fashion. On the back of Anto, and she's been playing her Jae-Yun pick and a Hattori pick coming in from Rek. So they are hovering those legends. Those are not the legends we're going to be seeing on the other side of things. Lopez and Yuz. Yuz is going to be playing that Vector that we all know and love. Maybe the only player with level 100 Vector in the entire world. I'm sure there's a couple of them for sure. And then the Sidra from Lopez, the same Sidra that won the 1v1 format.
Yeah, some very interesting picks. They're picks that, like, if you look at least Yuz and Lopez, you're like, I kind of get where it's coming from. If you look at Anto, you're like, I kind of get where it's coming from. But if you looked at it and was like, yeah, these are going to be some twos legends that are going to be played, I think most people will be like, wait, something is not quite right. You don't really see any of these legends in the two space. Hattori used to be a mainstay in the two space, but has since fallen off, but obviously getting some play right now by Rek.
It's going to be really interesting when Super Stances come into effect, how Hattori will return in the meta, but we won't see that here. This will be the last event before Super Stances, but we're here with Vector and Sidra versus Jae-Yun and Hattori. Last time these two faced each other was at Winter Championships 2v2, where it's a 3-1 in the favor of Yuz and Lopez. They actually sent Anto and Rek home at 7th place. We move into winners semifinals with a very different story, going into game number 1 here on Western Air Temple.
Yeah, we'll see if they can at least try to replicate sort of what happened. Nice follow-up there to start things off from the red team. You saw immediately Yuz after Lopez launched, I believe it was Anto to him. Yuz did just the classic, side light in the neutral air. Looks like some juggles starting to be built up here on the Lopez, but managed to get away from it all.
Yeah, that's going to be a big swing and miss from Lopez there, who sends the anchor, and I love watching those Sidra Sig kind of whiff there. It's very funny to watch GC, and a big three-piece there, and Anto finishes it up with a side air with the assistance of a side light from Rek, or maybe an end light there. Nonetheless, that's going to be a down sig coming in from Lopez, and he'll find the mark there with Sidra's anchor, and Anto looking to fight back here. If anyone's going to be good versus this Greatsword, it's going to be Yuz, who want 2 back-to-back BCXs on the back of a Jae-Yun pick. Lopez avoiding as much as he can. The nair comes out there. A recovery from Anto will not find its connection. Rex will, but it won't KO. And the blue team somewhat struggling to find their footing here so far. The red team quite confident. Nice pickup there from Yuz on the rocket lance. The recovery will come in. It will not KO, but it'll come right close to doing so. And Lopez comes in with a landing side air to close out that stock. And the red team, I mean, it's just working out perfectly for them so far. They have a nice lead here if they can hold on to these stocks.
It's so fascinating watching Yuz's lance in comparison to the European lances that we saw, because he's done a lot more gravity cancel, side light, neutral air, whereas I think we saw a lot of the Europeans go for just like a raw side air as follow-ups off their teammate.
So it'll be double KO on the side of Rek on the Hattori. The spear coming in and finding those KOs when needed. We'll see Anto try to do the same here, using that soft platform. Very tricky play you can find with the Great Sword. Couple recoveries off the top can KO you, even on the highest of ceilings. Lying with that ground pound there, getting a 2-piece onto Lopez. The damage build is pretty strong in the favor of the blue team here, as they slowly bring themselves back into this game. Yuz will hold on to that bow after taking another extension there. A bit of team damage. Both the red team are now juggling the blue team. They're getting split up here. The weapon toss comes in, gets avoided with the side air. The down coming out from Lopez doesn't find it there. The side air from Anto tries to reversal Yuz. That's going to be a side light into a side air from Anto, but that won't connect. And the red team now without a weapon on Lopez is struggling here, but the nair on Yuz will find its mark onto Anto, who gets disarmed in the process. And we go back to some semblance of normalcy, and the normalcy goes to Lopez, finding the cannon play to get these big hits, but not enough to KO yet. Yuz with a pick up there with a side light into nair. No conversion into a KO, and we're getting to that point where the KOs will come in. What's the punish? We end sig from Lopez. It actually still works out as Yuz is able to do so there, and an end light from Lopez, and both the red team members find their stocks.
It is interesting, again, Yuz is just such a fascinating Lance player in this 2-space because he seems to be just looking for damage. He's gone for sidelight neutral air more than pretty much any other Lance option as far as I've seen, and it's just like let Lopez pop off, do the big KO moves.
Recovery comes in there. Lopez avoiding as much as he can with his recovery as Anto chases, Rek chases Lopez so high up in the air. Another recovery coming in from Rek, trying to cover that center stage control. Anto, she's trying to get some action going on the Great Sword on this right side of the stage off the soft platform. Weapon toss from Rek, turn around side air doesn't connect. An end light from Lopez as Yuz puts Anto to a bad spot. The end sig comes in, does not connect, and that's going to be a split up there. That's the D-light, right?
Yeah, I think that was a gravity cancel down light, which immediately gets that finisher, which is why it blasted both directions.
It's not over yet. I mean, the red team will still have to find the KO options, but Lopez's cannon on the back of Yuz as well have been very, very good at finding their KOs. That'll be a nair from Anto, trying to create some space between. Nair to split up. That's going to be another down air and a nair. And now these nairs start coming out from Lopez. D-light into nairs. Recovery from Yuz. It won't KO even at that upper 45, but a D-light into nair will. And another one there for Lopez as he gets the double KO. And they move forward with a one stock each. Not the biggest of lead games, but it still looked pretty solid for the red team.
Yeah, you can see kind of the game plan, though, come out in that stock count in terms of KOs, just because you saw Lopez had 5 KOs to the 1 of Yuz. It definitely seems like it's like Yuz is going to be that support. He's going to be just that stable person who lets Lopez run wild and then is there to make sure that he can continue that pathway. Meanwhile, Rek and Anto, they need to figure out some sort of adjustment to be made. Right now, they've been getting split a lot, and it's kind of forcing these 1v1s, which makes sense if you're a Jae Yun player, but at the same time, it's not really what you want when one of them won the 1v1s just last week.
It's kind of notable that both of the blue team members, Anto on the Great Sword, 341 damage dealt, 57% of the time equipped. On the side of Rek, you have the spear from the Hattori being more selected than the sword. So both of them have swords, but haven't really been finding much success or really wanting to lean into it. You'll see the start of this game where they both pick up a sword, and they're already doing a little bit better here. I'd love to see that interaction. That's going to be a 4-piece from Yuz there, and that almost finds a KO with Lopez trying to get the slam dunk there, unable to find that, and the downer comes in, sending Lopez off stage, using a bad spot as well. They separate both the red team members, the blue team fighting out of the corner here. Avoidance on that side light, and another one going for that there. A side sig will go a little bit too far left there for Rek. A nice pickup there from Anto, and Anto will fully allow the full string to go out as she hits his teammate. She hits her teammate, doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I'm surprised Yuz didn't press the dodge button at all, just kind of let the 3-piece swing. There's a nice neutral signature picking up off the soft platform. That's one of the things that makes Vector a nice pick in these soft platform maps. Sidelight goes for the raw recovery, and it's going to connect on Rek. Slight advantage to the red team, but they're pretty hurt.
There's coming out here. Anto creating some space right above her head so she can get that recovery out. Recoveries come through in the center of the stage as well. D-light into recovery. That'll find the KO. Yuz now trying to hold on to his first. GCD like to get the finishing hitbox. Could not find that KO option. Recovery, avoidance. Another recovery from Rek onto Anto there. That's quite unfortunate. A nair, and right now no one's really getting hit. Finally, that's going to be the red team breaking the mold there, getting a nice bit of damage. The recovery will reversal Yuz, trying to go for that big end sig. Did not find its connection, and we'll just meet a Great Sword nair or Great Sword recovery to close out that stock.
Top of the map, you saw Rek trying to go for that vertical KO onto Lopez. Lopez managed to get away from that one horizontally. Right now, Yuz trying to force some offstage play against Anto. Great Sword generally not in favor of being offstage.
A monkey in the middle situation there as Yuz gets caught up between both the blue team members. The ground pound does come in from Anto, getting a bit more damage. D-light into nair will connect onto Anto. Anto will go for a ground pound there. The red team trying to hover through over to the Hattori, but was unable to do so successfully. The Hattori signature actually wins out there. Going to be the N-sig doing that. And that's going to be a nice side sig. That's a jump scare. I mean, that is something that is incredibly fast and puts a hitbox right in front of Hattori. That'll find KOs very consistently, and you'll see that here as Rek gets another one of those KOs with that side sig used with a reversal on that recovery with the side air on the rocket launch, the side air from Lopez on the cannon as well. And the red team holding the center stage control, trying to hold on to this and not take too much damage on the side of Lopez, who's on his last stock. Side sig comes in, catches Lopez fully there. No interruption. Ground pound from onto Lopez in a bad spot now, having to recover high. GC comes out from one of the players, but somehow no one getting punished for the lack of dodge, and an end light into side air closes out that stock.
Yeah, Yuz is still holding on to this stock despite the fact that Lopez got taken out relatively quick on that second stock. Neutral signature just to get some damage onto Anto, let Lopez get the KO onto Rek, and that's what's going to happen here. Lopez needing to survive though, sitting on that final stock. Yuz is going to be joining him. Uh-oh.
Oh, Anto going for it all off the top there, and there's a pickup there with the side light, but unfortunately Anto recovery the wrong direction. If that recovery goes left, that's a KO onto Lopez potentially. And we'll see if that comes back to bite them. The down tick gets charged up there, but gets interrupted by Yuz's nair on the rocket lance. Recovery there on the side of Rek onto Yuz. Side light into down air, and now both of them are stuck off stage, but Yuz with a big instinct, and the side air snipes out the recovery, and that's a big opportunity for the red team now, as Anto will try her best, but it's too little too late, as the red team and Yuz put an end to the blue team's chances in game number 2, and you do not make it back from that. Ensig chase high side air from Yuz, and he puts the team on his back and gets it done.
What a classic Yuz play. Just did the starter, just a classic Lance combo, and then goes into the neutral sig on a read, chases up, finishes it off with the side air, just stays right alongside Rek. And from that point on, it's just Anto trying to 1v2 two incredible players.
That is a very tough way to lose your stock, especially when you were in yellow there. You weren't even approaching the red, but Yuz knew exactly what needed to be done. And I love this swap from the blue team. They swap over to the Imugi and the Teros, both of them level 100 on those legends.
Hard hitters. I don't think I ever looked at the back of that Imugi skin. That turtle shell is very scary.
Yep.
But either way, this is interesting because they're coming in with very low dexterity. Neither one of them, I believe, in that dexterity stance. So they're going to be just hoping that they can get any weapon spawns because 2 hits and they're going to be disarmed.
Yeah, but the damage build is insane. I mean, Yuz already in the dark orange are approaching that point. And yeah, you're going to look at Anto having to make a big reversal happen with GC sidelight and a side air on the axe there as well. She'll be happy to get that damage, and that's going to be Anto without a weapon at this point, though, as Rek is looking to try to make a landing back down, picking up a great sword, going for that side sig immediately, does not catch Lopez. Lopez with a down sig there, wishful thinking, but you're willing to fish for that there.
Yep, trying to be tricky with that anchor. Both red team members in the sky. Neutral signature going to launch Lopez over to the right side, but Yuz tries to make it a trade. It's not going to work out as Rek from behind gets the side air.
Yeah, as the blue team, you definitely have to look down this lead and say, you know what, it's not safe. It's not like we're going to win the game off a stock lead like this, especially with the way the last game went. The lead's going so back and forth there. The down air will connect onto Rek, will get sent into the stage and somehow continue with that recovery, but it's not enough to KO on that bow. No matter what bow legend you play, you get plagued by those struggles to KO hitboxes. Lopez looking for it all with that end line. It will not KO. Rek somehow holding on. Yuz trying to close out this edge guard. We'll get a recovery onto Anto instead, and Anto will lose the stock, reaping what her teammates sowed. The side light into the weapon toss for Yuz. And that's going to be a double knockout there for the red team. And like I said, the lead didn't really mean all that much. You got a nice bit of damage, though. You got to capitalize.
Yeah, they're going to try to repeat what they did on those first stocks. You see Anto actually start things off. Rek tried to get a follow-up there. Down signature going to whiff this time from the side of Anto, throwing out a couple of them. That's one of the things that makes Imugi kind of actually viable in the 2 space is that down signature.
D-light into down air there. Lopez now jumping around, trying to find a way to get a KO here. Yuz will be the one to end the edge guard onto Anto, but Anto will actually make it back with the down air to side air, reversaling Lopez in that spot. And it actually works out very well. The D-light into side air drops Yuz, interrupting it by hitting his own teammate, but it didn't even matter because the D-light side air just drops side stick, gets whip punished by an unarmed side air from the red team with Lopez holding on with the slimmest of margins, finally gets KO'd off the top by that greatsword recovery. And Yuz now running away here, realizing that if you can allow Lopez to land back down, you can definitely find these KOs quickly, and Endlight will not connect into any of the moves from Anto there. Expected a side stick, didn't find it. Recovery will find the KO. That's going to be a dominating call for Yuz here as an Endlight sends Rek off stage from Lopez.
Okay, side light from Yuz. He's going to back away, not even think about trying to get a KO onto Rek. Rek, I think, a little bit shaken on his hammer there after he wasn't able to get that stomp side air. Top of the map, Lopez, but the neutral signature goes left instead of up, and so Anto can come back down.
Cider coming in there, Wreck in a bad spot. That's going to be a nice D-Sig there from Onto to get a shutdown onto Use, but Use having one more stock, and right now Lopez looking worse for wear. Wreck still on his second D-Light into recovery. Will find a KO. No flashbacks of what happened in EU. Ground Pound coming in onto with a nice snare. The reverse hitbox. They're actually going to win out from that Lopez Ground Pound. Catching Use as well. Landing side air there. Use has to get out of dodge there as Wreck is trying to find a way to get into this game. Whiffing the downlight there. Immediately punished by sidelight into Nair. Lopez running around, and it looks really funny from his perspective. He's just like, all right, Use, I got to let you do this right now. He's jumping around, finally getting swatted away. The blue team with a 2v1. The recovery catches Use, and Anto finds the KO. Lopez in a 2v1 now, and he'll have to face down the blue team alone.
He's going to try to make some magic happen here. Off stage, Wreck with the scoop up, and that will KO Onto, and Wreck after the swaps able to take a game.
That's going to be a big win, and Onto getting the big greatsword recovery off the top to KO Use. That's going to be a big way to put an end to that fighter pilot that Vector can be, especially with Use piloting it. And I mean, overall, I was like, this is going to be a good swap. I definitely like the swap here. I think that they're not... I mean, the signature kit's a lot better for Onto here, and it's actually being used quite well, covering a lot of space. And I mean, Axe can't be too bad. So even though the lower dexterity, even with the dex stance on Terrace, you still only have 4 decks, 3 decks on the Amugi. It's working out.
Yep, they are doing what they need to do and building up a lot of damage within that. Wreck obviously also being able to put out some big damage numbers. Saw him playing with that axe and then the hammer for some clean KO options as we go here into game number 4.
Down air there for Wreck, getting a bit of damage onto Lopez. Lopez will fight back unarmed. On the other side of things, Use get a nice vertical extension onto Onto there. Will dodge out of that GC sidelight that could have led into a side air. And Lopez, classic down signature there, going for another one, getting reversal by that side air. And Use comes in with a ground pound. Onto in a bad spot now, but the recovery does hit Lopez away. Lopez with the ground pound onto Use. Somehow they all make it back to the stage. And if that's not the most Brawlhalla 2v2 thing ever, I don't know what is. They somehow all take major hits that could easily KO. They don't, and they all make it back to the stage. That's going to be a Nair to disarm Lopez in the process, though, and that side sig comes in from both the blue team members, one of which was a Taro side sig, catching Use there.
Yeah, I think Onto thinking her lucky stars a little bit, because I think it was Lopez who actually ground pounded Use, which was supposed to hit Onto, and that first stock would have been gone a lot earlier. Now both red team members floating in the sky. Use on his second stock, but he doesn't want to get any damage put onto it. You can see he's playing incredibly safe right now. Instead, Lopez going to get taken out by the neutral, I believe, from Wreck.
Yeah, and the blue team, so much confidence here, even though you're deep in the red, because you have that stock lead, you're willing to go for those big plays, and you see the blue team members kind of hovering over to each other. Use getting a haymaker out onto his own teammate. A nice weapon toss from Wreck to save his teammate there, and Onto will be in the 2v1 now, getting some bit more damage. It's going to be a side stick getting punished by the Enlight, and no matter how heavy that shell is, it's not enough to hold on to that stock.
But you saw how damaged he was when that neutralite hit. He ticked as dark as you could get. And he managed to extend that first stock. Now looking at Use, getting closer and closer to the red. Blue team looking solid, just having a good pace above the red team.
D-Light coming out there. That's going to be an Enlight from Lopez into the Use down air on the bow. They're trying to rack up this damage. The blue team definitely playing to a little bit more aerial of an approach for Onto here. Down stick coming out on the GC. Kind of a flashbang there as Use comes in with that recovery and catches D-Light into side air. Bad spot for Wreck to be in. Use going for the side air. Didn't find it there. Wreck not even going for reversal. Trying to go over to Lopez, but Onto is the one to close out the stock onto Use with that side signature. And almost a pickup there with the recovery into the weapon pickup on the Greatsword. Using and caught in the Greatsword string. The recovery almost finding the correct dodge read. A little too late for that read though. Signature not connecting. Side air hitting your own teammate. The recovery from Onto. Chase dodge up into the recovery. Nair. A recovery from Lopez. Unarmed's going to disarm Onto, but she'll immediately pick up an axe and get a sidelight into recovery onto Lopez. A down sig comes in and it continues on the double axe now.
Onto might be psychic. That gravity cancel down sig, reading Use come up with that recovery and punishing it. So much damage put out. Use about to be done here in game number 4 while Wreck respawning in.
Avoiding as much as possible here, but it is looking harder and harder to do so. The Nair will come out as well. It's going to be big for Lopez, who's getting a lot of activation on this cannon now. He's the one to play point play. The opposite of the last game where it was Use having to fight forward with this first stock, or last stock, I should say.
Falling side air, yeah, and it's just the 1v2 side air. Weapon toss thrown out. Second one comes by. Lopez still able to get that wall touch.
Oh, wait! Onto in a bad spot. Now the down air comes out there. Lopez getting a down air back onto the wall, but you don't find a way to get a gimp. It would take a little too long, and that insect meets you all the same. And we go to game 5 now as this team, the Cinderella run, I would say, upsetting Lopez and Kaina. Now looking to upset Lores and Kaina. Now like trying to upset Lopez and Use, yeah.
tricky names. Well, there's a small line in between Lopez and Lores.
Yeah.
But either way, incredible plays coming out. The swap definitely paying dividends here on the side of Rek and Anto. There was a brief moment there where Lopez looked like he could have gotten away with something, but I think the fact that he was unarmed in that offstage engagement at the very end there made it nigh impossible to happen. Really, though, we're looking at the numbers of use. Putting out 295 was not really allowed to play that game, and I feel like this is what Anto and Rek are doing with this combo, is they pick one person on the red team and they just bully that person hard. Last game it was Lopez, this game it was Use.
I thought that it was really easily going to be used in Lopez winning this, but now that we're all the way into Game 5, it could really be anybody's game, and that's crazy to say. I mean, this is a very strong team in Lopez and Use, but we go to Jikoku, the final stage that we saw in EU Grand Finals Game 5 reset, we're going to be seeing here in this Game 5 of winner semifinals.
It's the map you got to play Game 5s on. That's what I'm learning right now. As we'll see how it works out for either team. I think one of the things that happens with Jikoku is KOs happen pretty quick, and some of these signatures, especially from Rek and Anto, could get some stocks pretty fast if the red team's not careful. All right, landing down here. Anto actually going really high in the sky. Nice little juggle, but Anto's above Lopez. There's the anchor.
Man.
Anto is in trouble and is going to be gone unless Rek got something. Nice nair. Oh, not enough.
Every game Lopez has found a KO on that down sig, they have won the game. So if that tells me anything, this is going to be a win for the red team. Lopez gets a very early one at that as well. That's going to be an end light sending Rek off stage. Anto will reversal with a side light into Nair of her own. Yu's now trying to get this juggle with Lopez on the cannon, both of which having very forward-moving hitboxes. And the blue team both stuck off stage. That's going to be a moon drop on that axe, but it won't create enough space to make it back to the stage for Rek. As Rek already getting put on his second as well. The red team just so confident here. D-Light into down air. Lopez jumping around. Yu's picking up another bow. That's going to be a GC D-Light coming out of the greatsword from Anto and gets immediately punished by a three-piece on the side of Yu's down air, landing there. Side light hitting his own teammate doesn't even matter because he gets right back on his action as Rek loses that side sig, and somehow Anto losing out at the ultimate expense of her stock there. That side air is going to send Rek off stage once again. It is complete chaos as the red team have completely taken over this game. The blue team find no footing on a stage this small.
6 stocks to the 3 of the blue team. They still haven't taken the first stock off of either red team member. Finally, Anto able to get one of them, but here's Lopez about to take Rek down to his final stock.
Won't do so there, almost getting the ground pound to KO off the top, if that sounds crazy as it is. And that's going to be a quick pickup there for Yuz, who forces Rek on his last, and Jikoku might have claimed another chance here for a Cinderella run. Pick up there, the Nair's coming out. Lopez now looking to get a pickup with that GC sidelight. Couldn't get it there onto Anto, but just so much damage getting built right now onto Anto, who has all that defense, but in that speed stance has to bear with it here. Another recovery coming in, doesn't connect.
I like the Nair follow-up on the side of Anto, but that side air from Lopez could be real bad for Anto. Comes in below, hits that recovery. Anto able to avoid, but now Rek disarmed.
Oh, the ground pound! And Lopez with the breakdance. It happens in a blink of an eye. And on the Jikoku Game 5, using Lopez get it done.
I think this is twice now where the team that left Jikoku on the board loses on Jikoku. We might be learning something. The data set might be a little too small, though.
Yeah, to be honest, though, like, Teros and Mugi, I feel like you like space. You know what I mean? Like, you like those big weapons. You like being able to, like, control a lot of space, but have so much space that your opponent can't really punish you for whiffing. But when the games is so tight in that sense, it's very difficult, especially versus Cannon, Rocket Lance, Axe Sword. It's an interesting pick to leave that one open. But nonetheless, that's going to be a Game 5 victory for Lopez and Yuz, who already, I believe, guaranteed outplaced their placement at Winters, where they got 5th place, now a guaranteed 3rd place here as they move to Winners Finals.
Okay, not bad for them. I mean, incredible plays nonetheless, but they did, like you said, stop that Cinderella run. Anto and Rek now go down to the elimination side of things where it gets a little bit scarier, but incredible job getting here. Obviously, taking out Kaina and Loras is massive.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're in the elimination side cooking things up. Again, that is your previous winner at Winters. We move over into our next matchup. We have Wes and Vemtankilo versus Mac and Ian. Wow, this is really fun. this is going to be a very fun matchup. Wes, one of the people's champions for sure. Love seeing Wes do well. On the other side of things with Vem Tankilo, the rising star of South America last year, I want to say, doing very, very well. Obviously winning the Royale at max mode with Priya, but then doing well on a Petra pick, winning Sabraldo, if I'm not mistaken, or no, La Carretera, I think it's what it's called, the LAN tournament they do in South America before BCX. Nonetheless, though, Mac and Ian also going to be doing well.
I believe we're getting word it's Caratada. That was the one that he was able to win. But either way, it's interesting that we're seeing Amugi again on the bottom side. I'm not sure if that is picked from the matches that have happened, because right now I don't see Vem on the Amugi. I think Vem has a lot of characters that don't have to be Amugi, particularly the Devil Jin. But who knows? Maybe he was feeling the Amugi earlier, or maybe they just still have the data from the last game. Either way, we'll see how well that works out for them.
So this is interesting. Wes and Vem Tankilo, if you can all recall, got second place at Winter Championships. I feel like I might have been sleeping through that event. I don't even remember that. But yeah, they got second place, Wes and Vem Tankilo, which is crazy because that is a big win there, a step up from their 9th place at BCX 2025. Mac and Ian, however, also got 4th place. So these are two teams that are on the up and coming here, both of which did not make top 8 at BCX in the 2v2 space, now are going to be doing it here within region. Mac and Ian looking very good, PR 6-7, Wes and Vem Tankilo PR 3-4.
Well, we'll see which number is better as we get into this one. Wes and Vem, yep, there's the picks. Teska and the Devil Jin going up against another Kaya and a Bryn this time alongside her. And it's really the Bryn that's got the lowest dexterity for that comp because he's going in with 4.
And here we go, Small Fortress of Lions. A map you don't get to see a lot in esports. Happy to see it here. Just kidding, we see it a lot. Everyone really, really likes the stage, it looks like. Vem Tankilo starting off with the bow here. Ian putting himself in a really bad spot. Will make it back to the stage after getting hit by more of the Ian bow attacks. But Mac also doing well versus Wes there, so the damage remains somewhat even.
Yeah, you see Vem, I think, just trying to play a little bit more supporty. He's mostly been looking at how can he work off of what Wes is doing more than like how he can go for a pressure play. And as I say that, goes for a ground pound onto Mac on the right side. Side sig, and there's the follow-up weapon toss. And a recovery from Vem will take down the Bryn.
Side air into, oh, okay, Vem drops that side sig. I was going to say that is a KO there, but just not able to find it there. Mac holding on with the bow. Vem Tankilo getting an unarmed nair as Ian chases West quite far off stage, and an interruption from his own teammate there on that side air, which was unable to fully connect. The down air comes out from Vem Tankilo, interrupting that West boot side air. Side light waiting there, trying to get that pickup. Ian getting sent off stage by Vem as Vem is trying to find that KO, could not find it there. Sliding in with that N-Sig, that Owl makes an appearance, and some wings from Ian there with that N-Sig of his own. Oh, and light into Paymaker, the classic.
Nice follow-up there on Mac. Needed that extra boost after that side signature. It was unfortunate. Vem did dodge down. I think it was actually Wes who dodged down into Ian's neutral signature. But it's really Mac who's holding it down, sitting there still on that first stock neutral light. Not going to do it.
Oh, the weird crossing of wires there as they both go for the kind of similar moving side signatures, and that's actually going to cost them a bit of damage.
Yeah, Vem not able to help out Wes there either. You saw he was trying to go behind, hit that side air. Max still holding on to this first stock. Sidelight not going to do it for him.
And for that deep ground pound, GCD light into ground pound there as well. The downer coming out as well. And a down sig from Vem trying to snipe out Mac. The nair will be what it takes to KO, and that's the first stock on Mac in the deep, deep red. You know how deep red you have to be to get KO'd by bow nair? You just saw it there.
Yeah, as we know, never KOs, but Vem gonna look for a KO on the right side. Ian able to get away, Mac helping him out there. Vem couldn't do that 2v1 off stage, so he backs away. Okay, a little bit of damage there.
Side light from Ian, just kind of checking the water. A lot of crossing of wires for both teams as they end up always hitting each other, hitting an opponent and their teammate at the same time. So they have to pull out early from some of these extended KOs, or extended combos, I should say. Landing Sider will find the KO there as both the blue team members now on their last stock. And light, side sig. Nice. West is going to find that KO there, and that's going to be a 2v1 now. So even though the red team had a stock lead, now it kind of evaporates. Unless you can find a KO onto West, this is actually very, very tough, especially with Devil Jin and Teska having great signature combos.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for those team combos. On the other side, Mac likely going to try to force something to the corner, force them off stage, places where it's a lot harder to get team comboed. You can see Vem playing that forward position. He's the healthier of the two blue team members.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Mr. 33rd told me himself, you know, if you have to make a comeback versus a tough opponent, stay on the wall. Mac will do that, or Mac will do that here. Recovery making it back to the stage. Another recovery from Wes, baiting out that GCD light. Vem was unable to get the punish, but that end light will close out that stock. And we got one more of those.
Still, Mac doing a really good job not getting caught in between the blue team, not letting them get that big team combo. It's a fresh stock. Watch out for some wake-ups on the side of Mac, because if you hit him with the wrong move, could turn things around.
Recovery coming out there. Kind of sucks here on Bo, I feel like. It's like, dang, man.
Oh.
Tough weapon to be on here. That's going to be 2 end lights with 2 different weapons. And yeah, trying to go for that big signature, trying to find a way to turn it back into Vem. But that's going to find, what are we doing in there? Nowhere near connecting. An end light hitting both Vem and Mac, sending Mac off stage with no weapon.
I think that was a little bit of DI on the side of Mac. Maybe just still had that side air hit stun in it. But either way, they're still cleaning up, get that recovery. And that's going to be the blue team with the dub.
It's going to be a good win for them there. A very, very confident one at that. 679 damage on the side of them. And I feel like I'm not like really perceiving what they're doing until we see the numbers, because that game didn't really feel like Vem like went on a crazy demon run, but like he straight up did. He just did so much damage. I couldn't even see, because they just look so synergistic in that sense. Did I say Vem did that? It was who did that? I forgot. Let me look at the stat tool.
We got a stat tool to figure that one out, but I believe it's Vem just because Wes was getting knocked around a little bit. He got knocked down to his final stock really early, so it would make a lot of sense for Vem to kind of have to backpack a little bit and carry some weight as we get right on into game number 2.
Speaking of which, though, Mac did 692 that game, with Ian only doing 295.
Ooh, unfortunate. But at the same time, that means there's a lot of room for Ian to get more damage, because they still look really solid, all things considered. Vem trying to go for the gravity cancel sidelight follow-up. Instead, it's Mac with the elephant, the neutral signature, the mammoth, actually, to connect.
Jumping right over that end light attempt. And another avoidance of that, and it's going to be a big clear everybody out end sig there from Ian.
Ooh, bad landing, and the weapon toss not going to help out Wes.
And Vem landing right back down with that bow side stick. He's going to catch and scoop. West going for the GC end light there. A down stick coming out as well. End light from West. Mac getting sent off stage. Going to avoid as much as possible. That's another side sig. Is that going to KO Mac? Not quite. Vem can't even find the KO option either. They both make it back. Vem going for a GC breakdance. Does not connect. Then Mac going for a turnaround downer with no resources. Gets punished by a boots recovery, and that'll find a... won't find a KO. That Vem haymaker maybe found that KO, and I don't even know what to say. That was a very interesting edgeguard opportunity for both of those teams. And we go to 2 stocks all.
Everything gets cleaned up, wiped away, but here comes the team combo. 2 neutral lights, and Ian able to DI up out of that one. Not able to get too much on that power play. Meanwhile, Vem still trying to play some edgeguard here against Ian and Mac. He's been trying to force these off stages. Down sig comes out, only going to hit Wes.
Mac always with sweat beats trying to reversal with both side air. And Tick will slide in, will not KO there. That's going to be a nice pickup there with that side air to be the ultimate ender of that. And once again, crossing of wires, unable to fully pull the trigger because you hit your own teammate, and a down sig will come in for Mac. And that'll find a KO onto West. Vem now in the 2v1 avoids and gets a side sig, and that's actually going to hit both of the red team members there. And that's going to be a GC D-Light into Ground Pound, taps that one in. Ground Pound coming in for Mac. West trying to find a way to get a reversal onto Mac. Mac will hold on to that stock though, and we go to even stocks once again.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. Wes did have Mac on the greens, wanted to put that one in, but just could not find the positioning there with his boots. I think if he was unarmed, he might have been able to do it, but side air sends Mac flying a little bit.
Big whip punish on that N-Sig with that recovery. That N-Light's going to send Mac off stage without a weapon, and N-Sig from West again, trying to get those anti-airs. The side air will come out, and that's going to be a recovery. So the blue team and the red team both take a stock there. West and Ian, the ones in the 1v1 now. Turnaround D-Sig there, almost getting something vicious.
Sweat beats though. West manages to come back down safely. Nice side sig. Immediate turnaround for the team combo, but again, Mac able to get high, get out of that one, stop that team combo from being too much. Side air will launch Ian. Ian just trying to keep the stock as long as he can, but he can't get the wall touch.
And a 2v1 once again, where the red team had a bit of a lead, and it now comes down to a 1v1 now. Mac, the one in the 2v1, there's going to be a nice clean team combo. Side air into the side sig, into West, just slowly walking forward and getting the dunk on that end sig. And the blue team do it once again, because when it comes down to the last stock interaction, they win those every time.
It really felt like Wes was just going for a nice little stroll in those final moments, just casually walking over to the edge, that neutral signature would go over the corner. Incredible plays. Blue team, like you said, they kind of just like sneak in all this damage when nobody's really looking.
Yeah, 556 from the side of M10 Kilo there. That's going to be a big win for him there for sure. West doing 362, but on the other side, the red team doing a lot more even damage, 441 and 454 for Ian and Mac respectively, but just unable to get it done there. And that's going to be very, very important. Is that it kind of just ends up becoming a last stock thing, and then that's what happens. And we have a Queen Nai swap from Ian off of the Bryn.
Yeah, maybe looking for some harder hitting signatures. Obviously, we'll have the same spear, or we'll have a spear, and both of them, their neutral signatures cover similar spaces, so I'm not sure if that's kind of been the big things, or maybe Ian just has been getting knocked around a little bit too much and wants a little bit more survivability. Either way, here we are, game number 3.
Yeah, I could see Queen Nai working out for sure for Ian here. Qatar is always a happy addition as well, especially when you're kind of in these situations where it's like you're leaving a lot to be desired in that, but nothing to be desired for the blue team there as they get a double signature, sending right back into the Deviljin KO, and that's going to be a early stock, and probably the earliest stock we've seen so far in terms of pulling ahead with a lead.
That was such a crazy play from the blue team because Vem slide charged that off the soft platform. I know Mac was thinking like, or Ian was thinking, oh, this is going to hit no one. Wes jumps into the neutral signature.
Ian going solo with that sider. Vem trying to get a reversal there, gets hit with a pogo, but somehow getting a GC signature. Ian in that spot gets the ground pound. Vem 10 Kilo puts an end to Ian's stock. The GC head sig will not save you, and Vem lays the trap, and they land right into his hands. I cannot believe that worked out, but an immediate ground pound, and just no chance now. It's gonna be a nice way to find that KO on that Queen Nai Spear, but man, that is tough.
Big plays coming out from the blue team, but it's still kind of close there. Mac the most damage, getting a little bit into the orange, but still not even at that KO percent.
Getting an end light there. Nice pickup onto Vem as that Nair actually spikes West, hitting his own teammate, but the red team are not in a spot to capitalize it. Both of them were struggling to land there. West going for a deep down air that time. Vem 10 Kilo with the bow online. He's not going to look to be as present of a threat off stage, but West will do so now. Immediate punish on that end sig attempt from Ian, who's trying to create that space in the center of the stage. Decided will catch Vem 10 Kilo as Vem 10 Kilo was on a great run in that last stock. The ground pound comes in. Ian with the dodge. Vem 10 Kilo somehow makes it back. A big signature from West. That's going to be a side sig. Finding that KO in a 2v1 combo. Side sig does not connect. Recovery somehow not enough to KO. Even on Vem being this deep into the red, and now the blue team having a real stock lead and real chances here. It's going to be a nice way to pick up that stock, that D-Sig. Side Sig coming out as well from Ian, trying to scoop up West, doesn't find it there. D-Light into unarmed Cider. That's a dexterity talking as Ian gets disarmed.
Neutral light launching Ian. Mac with some recoveries here, wants to get some more juggles as West getting closer and closer to that KO percent. Nice pogo on top of Vem. Vem's got to be careful here as West gets launched by that side air.
Cider coming in there, Vem 10 Kilo in a tough spot. The pogo comes in as well. Mac trying to follow up, and Vem now looking to fight off stage, even with a bow here, charging up that side stick. The wings will come out. Will not connect. Mac in a bad spot now. The Nair coming out as well. And nice safe from West. Yep.
Sidelight from Vem will get that recovery. Final stocks here.
Waiting as much as possible here, and they're trying to just avoid and hold on to any chance they have to potentially try to win this game. Both the blue team members are quite deep in the red, but same can be said about Mac now. This 2v1's important, the down stick doesn't get punished with a ground pound. The recovery comes in, Vem hitting West there, and then having to go back off stage to provide some interference. The Cider from Ian is so deep. D-Light into the pickup, into the signature, and the blue team unable to win that set outright, and Ian and Mac force game 4.
Yeah, really solid plays. Ian, definitely a little bit of the MVP for the red team, coming out here, putting out 502 damage, getting all 6 KOs. The signature kit in particular from Ian, just working out for him. Qatar neutral signatures, spear side signature off stage. He was hitting sig after sig.
Honestly, a little shocked about how that one ended up, especially with Vem 10 Kilo finding that very early stock onto Ian, who was on the Queen Nai. When you can get stocks like that early, they could be very, very big. But it all kind of goes there and goes the wrong way for them. But we go to game 4 nonetheless, and that's going to be a big damage jump from Ian, 502 and 470 on the side of Mac compared to the 378 and 332 from the blue team. And that makes sense to me because they got a very early stock. And especially when you're able to take out a very tanky legend early, your damage numbers are going to be quite low. But that felt quite interesting that that the blue team were unable to capitalize. The red team moved forward into game 4.
Yeah, I do want to call out that the red team has some incredible evasive offstage movement, because there's at least 2 or 3 times where they decided to play down sig chicken, where they just slide charge and see how far they can go, and Vem tries to turn those around. You see him go for those ground pounds, but the red team almost always made it back against him. So incredible plays. We'll see if they can keep it up, as they still need to win 2 more if they want to continue on.
We go right into game number 4, Western Air Temple, Queen Kaya, Teska, Devil Jin. We're sticking true here as we go into Western Air Temple to see the conclusion potentially of this set, and we'll see if Vem Tequila and West will be playing Yuz and Lopez in winners finals.
It's caught. You see West trying to position, but Mac able to interrupt. Red team trying to stay close. Neutral sig charged out. Ian with the punish.
And coming out there, Ian trying to get those anti-air hitboxes as much as possible. Downer comes in again. West getting hit by his own teammate, Vem Tequila. The ground pound puts the end, but somehow Vem Tequila is still fighting. A ground pound hits both red team members, avoiding Ian's pogo attempt. Vem with a GC down tick, and he is a madman fighting off stage. Ian having to make it back to the stage with an unarmed recovery, but he's still off stage. The blue team go over to that right side of the stage, immediately try to make something out of nothing, and West with the recovery will knock KO off the top. A slam dunk from Vem onto his own teammate into a down air. We need to chill out a little bit. Ian getting an NSIG there, and West already looking worse for wear here as Vem Tequila hits West, KOing him with a ground pound, then doing so on the next stock as well.
Man, Vem's put more damage onto West than either of the red team members at this point. West in trouble, but Vem over there trying to help him out. West puts both red team members in the offstage. Vem sweat beating, so he's not going to come down. West in a little bit of trouble. Nice recovery, gets him back on the stage.
No ground pound for Mac, quite interesting. Down signature is just going to be able to snipe out that recovery. Trying to go in with that deep nair. Ian will get a punish with that side air and getting a recovery, getting a chase dodge back to center stage, allowing, wasting a lot of the blue team's time to giving time for his teammate to pick up a bow here. Ian without a weapon though. That's going to be the low dexterity coming into effect.
Still though, high defense sitting on that first stock. Downlight side air, cleans up 1. Mac trying to get away from Vem. Team combo opportunity, but Mac manages to stay high enough. Didn't take too much damage. Oh. Walked right into that side signature.
Deep side air there. West getting sent off stage. Another side air will catch West there. Looking to avoid the down air will come in into a turnaround GCN light. Ian will make it right back to the stage, but a side stick from Vem will punish. And Vem with a... Okay, I'm surprised he's still holding on to this wall here. All the blue team members deep into the red at this point. The recovery will come through, and the recovery will not KO off the top as it gets interrupted by Mac's side air. Both the red team members going over to Vem's side. The nair will not KO, even in the very deepest of reds.
And a nice pogo from Mac will take down Vem. Ian might be soon to follow. Ooh, West gonna back away there. Missed that side air and opted to go back onto the stages. I think he was worried that Mac could turn that run around.
Recovery comes in. Ian, oh my goodness, the recovery almost going off the top. I mean, not really close, but still scary for sure if you're Vem there. We'll see if the red team can capitalize on some pretty crucial mistakes from the blue team in this game. Sidestick comes in and immediately getting punished with a turnaround end light and a recovery from Vem to follow up. Sidestick coming in, trying to catch Mac, potentially going for a high recovery, didn't find it there. Sidestick coming out. West now looking to find this KO onto Ian, and Nair will come out instead in a chase dodge as well.
Ooh, neutral air not going to connect. All right. Oh, nice dodge. Vem able to get away from that neutral signature.
Pogo coming in there. That's the NSIG as well. That's going to be another Pogo, and both the blue team members now, the damage more and more building up here.
Ooh, yeah, burns the dodge on the gravity cancel. Ian just lands down, punishes with a neutral signature. West, the most damaged of the 3. Can he take 1 down at least with him?
Another Nair, 1 KO. West without a weapon. The red team hitting each other a little bit there, but it's nothing near as severe as what happened with the Vem 10 Kilo ground pound. Side air coming in, and that weapon toss will be the javelin toss needed to move forward into game 5. And if I'm the red team, I'm banning Jikoku immediately.
Don't leave it on the board. If the blue team takes it, then things could get dire. We are getting into the map banning phase. We'll see how things work out as, man, what a comeback. The swap over from Mac and Ian. Jikoku still on the board. Are we doing it?
Please. I mean, we might as well, right? We got Jikoku, Shingashina, Small Fortress.
For the fans. You gotta.
This is my favorite part about Brawlhalla Esports right here, waiting for them to ban to small fortune lines, but taking extra 20 seconds to do so.
The tension, man. He's got a clock, and it's going to be
Oh my-
Jikoku for Game 5. GG's. We'll see you in the next one. Wes and Vem, have fun in the elimination side of things, because we are going to Jikoku for Game number 5, and we have seen upset after upset as a result of Jikoku. We'll see if it happens again.
All right, let's do it. Game number 5 here, on to Jikoku. Vem hitting his own teammate to start off his damage exchange. Very fitting so far. Side to coming in, and that's going to be Wes getting a big open up. Mac in a bad spot. Mac will make it back still,
Nair.
but with the still getting hit downwards with that Nair from his own teammate, though. Almost turning that game all the way on its head there for the blue team, but both the red team members make it back, and they have quite high defense to lean back into, so it's nothing crazy yet.
Yep, they managed to survive the offstage engagement. Wes had a big opener. The side sig puts Mac into hit stun, but Wes actually disengaged. He's trying to help out them there. Neutral sig to punish, but the pogo from Mac.
And this is the chaos of Jikoku coming into effect right now. It is all action, as there is nowhere to run, nowhere to reposition. Sidelight coming in there. The Mammoth makes an appearance. The side sig gets interrupted. The N-sig works out for Ian, and that's going to be first strike going over, even after that crazy start from Wes.
Yeah, fantastic play from Ian, though, man. He did a weapon toss down, stunned both blue team members, I feel like, and then he just did a raw neutral signature. Side signature will take out Mac. Wes still sitting on that first stock. Chaos in favor of the blue team right now.
And light there, Mac. Not in the greatest of spots. Another dash jump side air for Mac, sending Wes off stage. Wes still on his first stock, though, trying to hold on as much as possible. As soon as I say that, though, landing side air from the side of Ian Spear will find that KO.
Nice plays from Mac on the bow. Got that side air dare, and I believe a neutral air afterwards. Good interrupt. Ian with the follow-up. Gravity cancel side signature. Vem down to his final stock.
And that is a crazy thing to look at, but that is the Jikoku text coming in to punish the higher seed once again. Sider coming out here. Wes now in a great spot versus Mac. Mac will avoid that D-light there. Wes unable to find that edge guard. Ian now chasing down, and that's going to be a big N-sig from Vem to get a little bit of space off stage. A side sig swings in as well, and that N-sig will get punished with the N-sig from Wes into a side air. Ian on his last stock now. Wes with another one here. Mac in a bad spot. GCD light into ground pound. He taps it in, and now the blue team with Wes putting the team on his back there, and Ian is the next victim potentially to come right back around. Vem looking for that Nair, didn't find it there. Recovery will not connect either. Both the blue team members now looking to find this extra damage, especially with Wes trying to leverage that lead on that second stock still.
Wes trying to close this one out, playing out of his mind, going off stage against both red team members multiple times, then winning out. Ian wants to take out Vem, go for the 2v1s. Neutral signature, Wes is gone. Can they take out Vem in the power play? Falling side air, Ian misses the side sig, down air, still Vem able to get away from it.
And the sweat beat's coming out. Ian will get a three-piece there, but interrupted by Wes. Wes, the MVP of this game. If they get it done, it's because of Wes almost entirely. Vem tequila with a slam dunk into a second one onto Ian. Ian holding on. Mac with the chase dodge up into the recovery. Didn't find it there. Ian will get punished. Vem with the ground pound, and it's a 2v1 for the red team as Wes now is running and trying to make this happen. If you can get this done, it would be big. The Nair into the recovery. Did not find that recovery. He liked the wrong direction. Immediate whip punish. Nice end light for Mac to interrupt. Weapon toss coming in. Another Nair sending West off stage with the battle boots now. It takes a lot of time to find these KOing options. Nair waiting for somebody to jump up. A Sider comes in, immediately punished with a D-light there and interrupted. That's going to be an end light to KO, and it's a 1v1 now. The format changes, and it's the bow versus the battle boots. Side light waiting, going for the turnaround on that down tick, did not find its connection. Mac now off stage and on the wall. The D-light can be very big. It's going to be a D-light from Mac, but unable to follow up with a side air there. The Nair will punish West with no weapon. The spear online, the side light unarmed. West now looking to get this edge guard unarmed, avoiding it and getting it with a D-light into recovery. And West and Vem win off the back of a 1v1 clutch. The down sig was the Hail Mary play, the last ditch effort, but it just was not close enough. And West punishes it perfectly with a D-light into recovery.
So the secret to not getting cursed by Jikoku is have Wes pop off and get multiple N-sigs and multiple edge guards and clutch out in the 1v1. Incredible plays. Wes and Vem able to close it out here in game number 5. A big bet on the side of the red team. Mac went for a gravity cancel side signature, left him in prime position for Wes to close out that game.
And that was the only game where Wes was the person that did the most damage in the lobby with 596 in that game. Put the team on his back and did such a great job finding those KOs and finding those signatures, getting those edge guards, and winning out that set.
incredible stuff. That was looking like the red team's game, but unfortunately the blue team managed to clutch things up. That is going to be our second set of the South American side of things, so I think we're going to take a short little break in a little bit, waiting for the go-ahead, but also how have you felt about these sets so far?
Been very, very exciting sets. I'm hearing the music playing, but I still haven't gotten the word yet.
Yeah.
But yeah. How have you been feeling?
I've been feeling good. I mean, obviously that last set was a banger. I love me some best of fives, game 5 situations. But also, I love taking a break, I guess, because we're going to do that. We'll be back in a little bit with more South American action. Stick around.
We had it all when you were by my side. We've given up. Was it a waste of time? You got me acting a fool now. I won't be chasing for so long. You got me higher than emotions, and I just look at what you've done. Love ain't easy. Got me down on you. Don't you need me? I just wish you'd tell the truth. It wasn't enough. Now my heart is feeling numb, frozen up. And I gave it all for what? You got me acting a fool now. I won't be chasing for so long. You got me high on emotions, and I just look at what you've done. Love ain't easy. Got me down on you. Don't you need me? I just wish you'd tell the truth.
I wanna fall in love tonight, but I'm so scared that you're with the other one in the spotlight. I wanna take you home tonight. I can't look away. I can't make you stay. Wanna fall in love tonight, but I'm drawn in by the blue light, the empty glow on the inside. No, this ain't love tonight. I can't look away. I can't make you stay. I can't look away. I can't make you stay. I'm rising up on the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
It's Priya, man. That's what she looks like.
Wrench isn't getting his coins. There's a shield over Priya. It's all going on.
It's chaos. There you go. That's in case you didn't know what Bria looks like. That's what she looks like. Congrats anyone who got that one right. But we're back. We're back here with South America. We've still got plenty more action to go, as I believe we go down to the elimination side of things for South America here for the Spring Championship, as we're going to go into Tavares and RTG against Kant and Taif. PJ double checking, or at least making sure. Yeah, this is elimination side. So elimination side top 8. Tavares and RTG coming in here double digits, 23-24. Had to make some upsets, obviously, to get here. RTG with only 950 in winnings, never a podium on either side of them. And I feel like a bully when I say that, but it's incredible, their performance to get here into the top 8. But they're going to be going up against Kant and Taif, two a little bit more known names as far as I'm aware.
I love looking at Taif's Brawl Tome. Shout out to XK Cool J. 128,000 total games of Brawlhalla, 1,224 and a half hours on Hammer alone. So this is a Hammer expert. Level 100 Bovar, level 100 Nyx, level 100 Taros, 84 Cassidy, 75 Nash. This is one of the most tenured Hammer players of all time. So yeah, this is always really fun to see. I always love to give Taif his flowers because he's been doing this for a really long time on the same weapon. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, Taif, to me, was the one who first started to play Cassidy before even like the dex changes and things like that. Taif came out, played Cassidy, and did incredible in South America, a very competitive region, as I'm sure we're all aware at this point. So Taif sticking with those plays, sticking with Hammer, of course, has been kind of true to who he is.
Yeah, and we got to see some of Nash with the Hughes and Lopez comp of last year, which was a lot of Nash and Sir Roland. I think it was Hughes on the Sir Roland and the Lopez on the Nash, or whichever way. And it looks like they're going to be playing that comp here. So that's a comp that looked good then and looks good now. Obviously, still 4 decks on the Nash. But Nash is a kind of weirdly fast. I mean, he's really fast. He's kind of tanky, a lot of strength, and then low dexterity. A legend that I'm always like, I don't know why we don't see it more. And you'll see that here, as I'm sure they're going to find ways to convert like end lights into side sigs and KO incredibly early. On the other side of things, Tavares, kind of waiting for what he's going to be locking in. RTG, though, on the Tesca. Maybe we're seeing Devil Jin Tesca. That's been very popular. We could be seeing like an Axe, for example. Maybe like some sort of Bryn play or a Kaya with the Taros. Or so not Taros, Tesca. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of options that can go alongside Tesca. Tesca's just a great all-rounder for the 2v2 space. You talked about not seeing enough Nash in Brawlhalla competitive as a whole. Absolutely agree. I think part of it is just like the people who want to play Hammer have other Hammer legends they want to play. The people who want to play Spear have other Spear legends they want to play. So there's very few people who that overlap hits just right for them. But for Taif, I think it's going to hit just right for this 2 space. And then we're seeing more Vector, like you said. We saw Hughes earlier today with the Vector. We'll see how Kant decides to pilot it, as Hughes was doing a lot of supporting with like sidelight nairs. Okay, it's going to be the Chun-Li, the Wushang.
Of course, the Wushang. The other one that I did not foresee, but yeah, one that we expect to see for sure. Having that pretty strong dexterity stance, you're going to be pretty happy with all that dex, and just great stats in general. Going to be taking into the strength stance to even that one out a little bit more. But we have the Taif, Nash, the Vector on the side of Kant, and we have the Tavares and RTG, Chun-Li and Tesca, respectively. We go into game number 1 on Shinganshina District to start us off for game 1 of Elimination Side Top 8.
I feel like this is our first time seeing this map today. I haven't seen too much of it either way.
No, actually, I think there was one.
Okay, this is our second time.
Yeah, second time. I don't remember. It's a nice map,
someone
though.
in chat. Actually,
well,
there's
he's
one
not
other
watching,
time
actually.
In EU.
A nice long stage here, and then you have like a short wall. That's very classic. Demon Island's out of the pool, right? So this replaces Demon Island.
Yeah, it effectively is Demon Island. Like, it's your long map, no platforms. Meanwhile, we're seeing RTG. He's thrown out 3 Gauntlet side signatures, not connected with 1. Still might get the first stock, though. That recovery almost took out Taif.
Okay, nice interruption there from the side of Kant, as he gets a recovery punishing that, and another Homesick coming out there, and I don't even know what happened. Yeah, just not unable to make it back to the stage. The blue team coming out with the stock lead here. RTG and Tavares doing a great job.
Yep. Showing how they managed to get here and get those upsets, like I was saying earlier, coming in with 20 PR, 23, 24 PR, I think, something like that. Definitely had to get some upsets. Nice KO on the side of Kant. Got that recovery.
for that there. The side air from RTG onto Typh, and you would think that the red team would succeed with a lot of this space, especially with weapons like Rocket Lance, for example. But the blue team have been doing a pretty good job nullifying that and keeping it close quarters in that sense. Pogo coming out as well. Side air coming in. End light, side light, nair. Big damage. Ground pound coming in.
Still not enough to take out Tavares. Seeing a couple 1v1s. Here's the team combo. Kant actually target swapping, ended up getting Tavares with that neutral signature. RTG took none of the damage from that laser, but still took a lot of damage in the process.
You see that there with Typh was trying to follow up and cover RTG, drifting back to center stage on the recovery. Could not find it there. D-Light into the spinning bird kick to close out that stock.
Okay, just a raw down signature. Caught Kant on that stack up. Another neutral signature. Looks like the blue team just big fans of these gauntlet signatures as a whole.
That's going to be a KO off the top there as we go to a 3-stock-to-2 interaction here where Tavares is the one with the extra stock. The red team getting a bit of team damage there, and RTG looking to stall it out a little bit and find a way to a weapons carefully there. The red team will opt to try to find a 2v1 onto Tavares instead of punishing RTG picking up that weapon. Side air coming in, hitting his own teammate. The down air there. D-Light into side air. Tavares without a weapon now. RTG getting put in the corner, but it looks like the red team don't really want to interact with him all that much. They're trying to look at Tavares and make one stock all here. Big signature coming in. That's going to be a recovery as well. And the red team members losing that with that low dexterity, losing the weapon is Typh. Typh will pick up a hammer here. Look for that scoop, did not find it. End light not enough to KO, especially not on Shinganshina District.
Okay, good dodging on the side of Typh. Got away from RTG. Neutral air will KO Tavares on the top of the map, but they want to take down RTG, try to get that power play, try to get the 2v1. But the movement of RTG.
Weapon toss going there. Typh avoiding. That's going to be a big GCD sig, and that's going to find the KO. And now the 2v1 ensues where there's a lot on the back of Kant here to make it happen. I'm not sure if it can be done. Some would say it can't be done. 2v1 now. D-Light down air into the recovery. Yeah, that's going to be a nice, easy team combo there for the blue team, who got that stock lead and just kind of slowly coasted it to a win. Nothing too crazy, but nothing too crazy needed on Shinganshina District.
Yeah, I feel like they were just a little bit more effective with their hits, hitting, like I said, many, many signatures. I think they threw out quite a few, didn't connect with all of them, but the ones that did connect were able to put out a lot of damage. There was 0 interrupts. Like you're seeing these plays, Tavares just doing signatures and getting away with all of it.
Am I crazy, or is the scorebook pink for the first time ever?
I'm colorblind.
Oh, okay.
I don't get to answer that one.
My bad. That's my fault. Yeah, it's complimentary to the green.
Bullying me, man.
Is what I think. It also matches the weapon pickups. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Nonetheless, here, we're getting into game number 2. Tavares and RTG holding on to their same pick. So does the red team. And we go to Shinganshina District back-to-back in a big extension with a ground pound and a down air from Typh's hammer off the back of the Rocket Lance ground pound from the side of Kant.
Yep, ceiling just a little bit too high there. RTG actually managed to survive all of that. Seeing a lot of target swapping coming out from Typh in particular. Nice scoop up, but you see him turn towards Tavares. Like he just wants to split the blue team and then go for the other person.
Sidesig doesn't KO. I'm honestly. Oh, is that Sidesig?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Sidesig doesn't KO, but. Okay, that one will. Dude, Typh is getting away with a lot here, and he finds another side there. That's going to be a double KO on the back of the hammer.
Yeah, it seems like neither team able to get those interrupts in, something that really shuts down teams that like to do a lot of those signatures. RTG getting a nice little neutral air in on top of that one. Falling side air, Tavares might be able to get this KO. Oh, Typh able to get past him.
Recovery coming in there. The recovery just barely avoiding. GC end light the wrong direction. Recovery is going to be enough to take it off the top from RTG and Tavares. We'll find that too. Something about this doesn't feel right to me. Like I'm getting like a weird energy where it's very split up for being this deep in the bracket. It feels a lot more scatterbrained in the way that they're kind of playing. Maybe it's because the stage is so big. We're getting a lot of weird skirmish plays instead of like very condensed 2v2 play. That's gonna be a nice little team combo there, but it ends quite early once again with just the size of the map here.
Yeah, like you said, I think there haven't been any big like swings as much as it's like just a little bit like a 2-3 hit here, or Typh will just hit like a side signature and then they'll turn to the other person. And then on the other side, the blue team also haven't been able to get those big swings. They've just kind of knocked one away and then kind of just turn around.
Side air coming in there, catching. That's going to be a big signature to find that KO. The nair will come out as well. End light waiting, and end light from Typh as response. Side light dodged through, and then getting a punish there. Kind of winning out that 2v1. The blue team will actually disengage for a moment. We look to see a weapon cycle here. No, just a weapon pickup there for the side of Kant on this Rocket Lance. The red team having that stock lead on the side of Typh here, but if Kant loses this stock, You could easily close this one out, but RTG looking very, very bad here. Very, very high damage already built up on his last stock.
Yeah, Kant was chasing him down. RTG still holding on to these boots, though. The scoop up gonna whiff. Tavares went to the right side. Stomp, side air. RTG in trouble. Kant not willing to go off stage type. Oh, he will confirm it with that ground pound. 2v1 opportunity.
This should be nice and easy. D-Light into side air. Can't now with a weapon toss. Tavares will make it back with his deep recovery, but it's too little too late for sure here. Sidelight punishing the D-Sig. Not enough to KO, but obviously just getting a little bit more damage, waiting for the hit, waiting for the big one-sider coming in there. Recovery hits his own teammate. D-Light, goes for the turnaround haymaker, didn't get it there. Weapon toss for both the red team members as they're trying to weapon starve Tavares. Sidelight getting a punish on the GC D-Light the wrong direction. The N-Light will be what is the final blow for Kant there, as it's going to be a big win for them. Kant actually doing 633 damage on the Vector, so already doing very, very well. It looks like we're keeping Shinganshina open.
Probably going back to it,
That's
and
crazy.
we definitely are going back to it. I don't think that the map really negatively, in fact, impacted anyone to the point that they would want to change it up. Unless they were like, oh, we could really use like platforms here. But I think the blue team wouldn't want platforms against the Vector.
Fair. Vector does do a good job at covering those with the tricky signatures. Not a very well represented legend at the low to mid level, but here at the pro play somehow getting 2 of these Vector picks here in South America. Sider coming in there. The blue team trying to get a little bit of damage or try to even find a footing as Typh is fighting out of the corner, and Typh taking quite a bit of damage here. Sider coming in as well. D-Light into the turnaround, spinning bird kick on the weapon pickup on those gauntlets. Side light there, trying to go for the recovery, didn't find it there. Another Nair comes out, and Cat setting up an edge guard on RTG, cannot find it there. A very high recovery gets rushed through, and that's going to be a Sider nowhere near KOing, racking up the damage. Down sig getting punished by a side sig there. A side sig comes out of the side of Typh, and it gets punished accordingly, and that's the team combos I expect to see. A double KO for Tavares' Chun-Li there as he gets a double KO off of 2 crazy combinations.
Yeah, you can see him stripping the board now. RTG high in the sky, still comes back down, still swinging there. It's a recovery onto Typh. Open spot on the right side. Kant instead goes for the unarmed, trying to get a stock off of one of these blue team members.
You like ground pound there. Getting what he can there. Another side light as Kant gets sent away. Side light, wait, Typh avoiding that down air there and just turns it around with an end light, and the red team equalize a little bit. They've taken quite a bit of damage, especially Typh, who took so much damage in the opening exchange, especially with the blue team getting those combos and that double KO. They have a bit of a damage lead racked up, and the blue team look to hopefully snowball that into something good.
Typh just kind of playing in the eye of the tornado there. Both blue team members right around him, but he's still finding these hits inside of all that. Now he's disarmed though, that low dex. Nice interrupt from Kant.
Big pickups there. Side light waiting, another side light coming out of the side of Typh and Kant. Can't get it done there. D-Light into side air will find its connection. That side air will as well. D-Light into wait. The down sig gets charged up. Side light waiting. Down sig.
Nice.
RTG actually dodges because he knew that the red team would throw out a hitbox to either intercept or interrupt the finishing hit. Very smart from RTG. Double recovery. We'll find that KO. And a recovery from Tavares covering all that space. And the Shinganshina district pick is working out very, very well for this blue team as they are all up a stock, but quite fragile at that. You have to be careful, especially with these KOing options from both these legends.
Really intelligent play on the side of the red team, though. They were doing a lot of weapon tosses. I think it was specifically Typh. One of them to try to save the teammate, and then one of them to try to interrupt. Didn't fully work out, but I do like the ideas there. Side air going to launch both blue team members. Uppercut for one. Scoop whiffs. Tavares going to continue on to the stock.
Very aggressive. GC side light gets a nair as well. Tavares fighting fire with fire. Even that deep red, that deep side air, not enough to KO because it's bow. Okay, that's going to be a sighted that will KO, and that's going to be a nice 2v1 combo. Recovery, the wrong option, potentially a nair. I think it might have started with an air, though, so not wanting to make it DI.
I think they didn't want to let the DI happen there, which is why he didn't go for the second nair. All right,
pick up there from
nice
turning around
turnaround.
to RGG, yeah.
Dodge up to avoid that down signature from Tavares. Another down air on the side of Camp. Down sig connects. Both red team members launched. Neither one of them with a weapon. This is a rough spot to be in.
Throwing out another one there. But the red team members realizing without weapons, it's going to be quite tough to make this comeback happen, especially with these KOing options on the double gauntlets. Going to be another weapon starve there. No, Typh actually picks up his weapon, but in the process, sidelight into recovery, does find that KO onto his teammate. And Type without a weapon once again, and the blue team are looking to weapon starve him. RGG is going to be able to juggle this over, and it forces Type to get off the wall because no weapon will spawn if you continue to get that juggle out.
Yep, as long as they're juggling, like you said, a weapon won't spawn. Type stuck on this right side wall. He's done a really good job of avoiding any damage, really. Stomp Cider, okay. RTG able to get that recovery. The second Type tries to come in and start to put some damage out.
Yeah, and that's going to be another one with 726 damage on the side of Tavares, who takes 617 as well. So even though he did a lot of damage, he took a lot. And we're going right back to Shinganshina for game number 4. All business. The replay is not even getting time to finish out here as they just lock right back in.
It's crazy because Tavares, I mean, he's on the Chun-Li with the strength stance, so 6'6", 5'5" in terms of stats, but able to put out more damage than his teammate, who has a higher strength stance, and able to tank more damage than his teammate, who I think has about the same defense stance.
Wushang doing wonders, or the Chun-Li, I should say. Waiting there with the recovery into Nair. Nice little extension. Tavares looking to pick up a weapon here. Okay, finally that weapon will spawn. The red team now kind of put out those hitboxes out to force Tavares to take some damage. That's going to be a big 2v2 combo. The side stick comes in, and Tavares has yet to pick up a weapon, and it doesn't look like RTG will be able to save him. He actually loses his stock in the process, and Tavares gets a ground pound there. Not even needed without a weapon. Ground pound into down air coming out. It will not find a KO, but more damage getting built. And finally, after almost an entire minute, picking up his first pair of gauntlets, his first weapon of this match, as his teammate loses his stock in the process as well. And he makes the most out of it. Sideline into double recovery. And already Kant getting put on notice. Sidestick coming in there and actually catches Kant somehow. Kant reaping what his teammate sowed, and that's going to be a big pickup. GC down sig, and Tavares gets completely nullified for the beginning 40 seconds of the game, but he comes out on top getting that KO there with these gauntlets, and this is the same gauntlets that took him almost a minute to pick up.
Like you said, can't let him activate as RTG with the side signature takes out Taif. Can't stuck on this wall for a little bit, waiting for the teammate to respawn. Taif manages to sneak out that spear. Can he get the vertical? No. RTG with the dodge through the recovery.
ECT Light, the side air does come in as well. Taif sending Tavares very far off stage. He's going to set up somewhat of a pseudo power play in that spot. Landing side air, no weapon from RTG, who fights with a side light and a recovery. That's going to finally close out the first stock on Tavares, as Tavares makes magic with that first stock there after he just really couldn't play the game.
Yeah, 45, 50 seconds of not playing the game, but the second he got it, he was able to put out so much damage, survived longer than everybody else on that first stock. Still sticking with the gauntlets, D-Light, neutral sig.
Okay, that was almost crazy, but it actually does not work out in the favor of the blue team. Bit of team damage coming in there. Ground pound coming out of the Rocket Lantern. I like that from Tavares, not opting to go for a potential edge guard onto Kant, but instead creating a path for himself, hitting a recovery onto Taif, and then making it back to the stage and holding onto the stock, realizing that he is on an absolute tear in this game. A stock, my stock matters a lot more than any other stock on this map.
Yeah, Tavares just stretching these stocks as long as possible. RTG trying to set up there, went for the neutral air, but Tavares not able to follow up with that recovery. Red team just trying to take something. They need to take out RTG and maybe go for 2v1s, but I don't even think the red team's gone for any big team combos.
No side air off that Nair, even on the unarmed. Not able to find that setup. Red team taking turns, jumping high in the sky, trying to find this KO onto Tavares. Will snipe it out there with that Rocket Lance recovery. RTG now in this 2v1, and it is looking tough. Type with a very high-strength spear, almost KOing off the top. Will definitely disarm him, though. Tavares landing side air, Kant getting sent off stage. Nice little 2v1 now, and I love that target swap, but unable to pick it up. And then Tavares immediately expels Kant to the left side of the stage once again. And now Taif in a 2v1 has to avoid as much as he can. Weapon toss comes in. Kant able to pick up a weapon there. No, it's going to be Taif first, and Kant without a weapon picking up a gauntlet now. D-Light into down air. It's going to separate RTG, getting ushered off stage with that unarmed side light from the side of Kant.
Red team in the middle. Side airs from Kant. You can see them posturing a little bit more towards Tavares. Down light, but he misses the follow-up there. Went for a neutral light. Falling side air will actually connect onto RTG.
And like there, another side light comes in. The Nair comes in as well. Kant continues to juggle D-Light into side air. That'll find a KO, and it looks like we're going to Game 5. Yes, we are. 3 Game 5 sets in a row.
You know what map we're going to?
Shinganshina District. Or Chikoku.
Chikoku, man. Game 5, we got to go to Chikoku. Incredible stuff here. A good clutch up there on the side of the red team in particular, because it was looking like the blue team was starting to sneak away a lead. And then at the very end there, I think Taif really tried to lock things down. Chikoku banned out, so my hopes and dreams are crushed.
We're going right back to Shinganshina District, man. Awesome. Game 5 here. 3 Game 5s in a row, and it'll be done here on Shinganshina District, a very long stage. And we'll see no legend swaps as well. Nash, Vector, Chun-Li, Tesca.
All about the plays, all about the change-ups. I think in particular, we're going to be looking at Tavares and Typh. They're the two who have been putting out a lot of damage, who've been really putting the other teammate on their back at times, but still, the other teammate's the one who's generally just kind of in the background doing some supporty stuff.
Side light, side air, side light, down air. That's going to be a nice 4-piece there. Yeah, immediately flipping the script. RTG will come in with a side light and a nair to send Can off stage. Trying to line up that ground pound, could not find it there. Side stick will catch his own teammate, and it actually causes a pandemonium as that side stick comes in and does a lot of damage. Pogo, not enough to KO outright, but it sets up a perfect one at that. RTG tries to come in. Weapon toss on the side of Can, trying to pick up with the N-stick, and Can is in position with that side air into the recovery, and the red team blow this game open.
Amazing start for the red team. They want to close this one out. They know it's elimination side. They cannot afford to lose this one. Can't let it slip away. The side sig will connect, but both red team members incredibly healthy. That didn't even throw them far.
Oh, trying to go high there. Unable to find that. Sidelight again. Ooh, that's going to be an N-sig to close out that one.
Yep, went a little high off of that downlight. Typh still on that first stock, barely in the orange.
Landing side air, try to make it happen there. Another recovery coming out from the side of Typh. Tavares gets sent quite far off stage. Enlight and the side air as well. Enlight coming out into another side air. RTG getting forced off stage. Ground pound gets charged up there, but the recovery does interrupt it. Another recovery coming out from Can, hitting Tavares here as both the blue team members are quite low on their last stocks. Or Tavares is on his last stock now. RTG will have to hold on any chance he can. The moon ball there with that spear. Got to be very careful. Sidelight sitting off stage, nice recovery. RTG still willing to fight even this deep red into his second stock, knowing that he needs to give some time for Tavares to get going here.
Yeah, Tavares just has not been a player in this one. He's got the gauntlets now, might have an opportunity, does manage to take out Typh. They're going for the team combo, but they can't get the setup. RTG gonna go down to his final stock.
And light whiffing from RTG, no follow-up from the red team though. Sidelight into recovery, and that'll KO off the top. Okay, chances for the blue team. Not great one, not a great chance, but chance nonetheless.
Yeah, a little bit more hope in this one, little glimmer. Typh not taken out in that power play, Can't comes back down. A little bit of 1v1s as the red team keeps the blue team split, and RTG taking the worst of it.
Down air recovery, Tavares having to avoid that Typh spear as well. The red team hover over to the right side of the stage there into the recovery, and that's going to find a KO, and that side air should just be it. And it looks like Typh and Kant are going to come back in this set and win it in a Game 5 fashion. All 5 games on Shinganshina District, and Typh and Kant are your winners of the set, moving forward to that top 5 position in the loser side of this bracket.
Yeah, still scrapping on both sides. Was definitely a tough fight for both of them, but Typh and Kant just came out swinging, had an incredible start to game number 5, and I think that momentum propelled them into the rest of the set, or the rest of the game, to close that one out.
Yeah, that's going to be a well-fought battle. Again, another Game 5. We have not had a single blowout set so far. They've gone the distance every single time for the last 3 in a row, and that's going to be why. I mean, the South Americans are coming in with a lot of competition.
Yep. Very competitive region. And this is competition, again, got to point out, Tavares and RTG coming in here double-digit PRs. So their competitive skill goes all the way down into the 20-plus PRs. They're still scrapping, keeping it close in those Game 5 situations. But we continue on as I see you kind of in the lobby, alongside, of course, Lores to go up against Lucas Pro and Comms.
Yeah, Lucas Pro and Comms definitely the I would say odd ones out of this bracket. I mean, 0 top 8s. This is both of their first top 8s here. And to be honest with you, I'm not familiar with either of these players. I don't even think I've ever casted these players. PR number 25 and 26. So this is a static team versus Kaina and Lores, who were your BCX, former BCX champion, got 3rd place at the last one, winter champions at that. And this is the result of Anto winning out that set between over Kaina and Lores that sent them to the elimination side of things. And it's just a magnitude of difference of skill, like everything. The more you look at this, the more you're like, wow, that's a big difference.
The screen's a little dirty.
There we go.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that one up. I was a little worried about that one. But yeah, this is probably the most dramatic PR difference that we're going to see for the rest of the evening, considering it's PR 26 and 27 versus PR 1 and 2. But again, like you said, Kaina and Lores, they can bleed. Specifically, Anto was able to do it with the Greatsword, which we saw the Amugi as well as the Jaeyun as possible picks. Neither of Lucas Pro and Comms' picks really have any crossover to that, but it shows that they can still do it.
Level 100 Orion on Lucas Pro here. Default Orion 2. Just rocking the strength stance and making it happen. The Tesca on the side of Comms. And yeah, we're going to be waiting for the former world champions, the 2024 world champions in Lores and Kaina here.
Thinking about their picks right now. Again, the meta's kind of shifted away. We don't really talk too much about the Taros because a lot of it has been about that Olgrim in the 2 space. But Taros equally tough coming in with that base 3 dexterity. We'll see if Kaina's kind of ignored it for a while, but we'll see if he decides to ignore it again. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Kaina is going to be locking in the team comp that they pioneered to a BCX champion. They actually won midseason and then BCX and then midseason back to back on the back of this Taros and Kaya pick. I know Kaina was kind of on and off about the Taros pick. Yeah, I know he was playing a lot of Zariel, for example, but we're going to be locking in the picks we know and love versus the newcomers of the top 8. Congratulations to them for making top 8, but this might be them bowing out at 7th or maybe the start of a generational run for 2 top 8 freshmen.
This is either you carving your names in the wooden board of history, or it's you being wiped away and forgotten as a 7th place finisher. We'll see if Com and Luke can do it as we get here into game number 1.
And you know what? Starting off pretty well, I will say, versus them. They could have easily lost their stocks already, and we're looking like they're actually competing, at least in the neutral game so far. Kind of picking up a pair of, or not a pair of, just a singular shovel hammer there.
Only you could have 2.
No, thank you.
Only. Okay, kind of really giving respect to Comms there. Didn't swing at all. Instead, was kind of waiting for Comms to do anything. Let Lores get that 1v1 against Lucas Pro. Side air from Lores. About to put that one away. Right side, kinda with the hammer recovery. Will put that one away.
And less than 40 seconds in, that's going to be 2 stocks being taken for the red team, both one on Combs and one on Lucas Pro. I like the pro in Lucas's name. I like that. Like, that's very presumptuous, but he made it, so he can say, you know, I made top 8. I am the pro in Lucas Pro. D-Light there, waiting that side. Is going to catch Laura there, and Laura's going to send off stage. As both the blue team members are trying to find a weapon. They cannot find that there, and kind of try to set up that ground pound. Instead, the red team will set up a double KO for the side of Lucas Pro, putting the pro in Lucas Pro.
Yep, nice follow-up there from Lucas Pro off of Comms, but he still took a lot of damage against Lores. Like, looking on the top right, he's starting to get into that red spot. He's got to be careful here as he takes some more damage.
Okay. All right, a team combo Lores without a weapon now. Okay, he'll pick up a bow, and then we'll get a immediate unlight from Kaina to KO coast to coast. Man, that Taros is scary in the damage. That Pogo's going to catch Combs, and Combs unable to make it back there. And once again, another same thing where both of the blue team members are up a stock on their adversaries here. That's going to be a disarm from Kaina there. The low dex is coming in to bite him.
Lucas Pro trying to get onto the stage. Throws out a downlight, Kaina manages to dodge away from it. Stop, scoop up. Wow, Comms disengaging there. I think a lot of other Gauntlet players would have gone for something against Lores' ground pound.
Oh, I like that chase out down from Lucas Pro with that D-Light to interrupt as well, and that's going to be a breakdown from Kaina, and that downer will actually find a confirmation onto Lores as Kaina, Hughes was doing this a lot at the previous official where he would kind of forfeit his stock to sync up the stocks with his teammates so there's no power play potential. A lot of confidence there, I think, to do that.
Yeah, you have to have trust that it's better to have 2 fresh stocks than 1 deep red, 1 fresh, and it worked out for them, obviously, as they were able to put away game number 1 pretty handedly. It felt like they kind of just had control of that one.
Yeah, you're looking at a potential guaranteed 1-2v1 situation when you inevitably lose that stock, and then a potential other one where you're getting sent away, but you don't get KO'd, but you're on the other side of the stage. So it could be really, really bad, an opportunity for another team to come back into effect, or his controller could have disconnected. That's the way it goes. It's either intentional or it's not. Nonetheless, it works out for the former world champs.
I mean, online, everything's intentional. It's all exactly what you wanted to happen. You definitely expected the teammate to get bounced into your side sig that you were soft launching on the left side for no reason.
It's true. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. The Nair will come out from Lucas Pro, who continues to do a pretty exceptional job on this Orion pick, whether it's with signatures or looking to create some space between. He's going to actually forfeit his spear out there. So he's going to be swapping over to a rocket lance here, and Combs is going to be on his battle boots that have been doing a pretty good job. I feel like this combination of weapons is their best combination of weapons, the battle boots and the rocket lance.
Yeah, seems like that's what a lot of it has been practiced around, is Combs trying to set up, and then Lucas Pro we saw earlier with that side sig as a follow-up, kind of with a good jump, and it's Lores on the right side to get the KO onto Combs.
Yeah, and that's another one there. That downer is actually going to hit into the 45-degree angle, and there's the Lores classic there with the pogos and the double unarmed play as Combs takes quite a bit of damage. Kinda will then get a sidelight and then back up, allowing his teammate to potentially get a follow-up as well. This is the synergy that we expect to see at this level of players. I mean, this is the best that South America has to offer in the 2v2 format.
Combs trying to get something started here. Nice, the neutraler got both blue team members, but the recovery's not enough force to take out either of them.
Wishful thinking with these N6 from Lucas Pro as well, as he's hoping that the blue team fall into them. He's not really earning them. There it will confirm, and I'd like to see that usage. Sider into the N6 to KO at that upper 45. The sidelight into downer will send off stage Lores, having to make a recovery, kind of creating some space between, but Lores makes it back with a spear nair and another Sider, and this is where Lores becomes a problem, is when he's finding this confidence, landing back down into a 2v1, inviting it in fact, and almost winning it out there, but will lose that stock to a D-Light into recovery. That's going to be a nice pickup there. Kind of will dodge away, and a kind of miss input with the turnaround sidelight into the stage on the gravity cancel.
I think for sure that was supposed to be a turnaround side air. Something you can do on boots is that downlight turnaround side air, especially helpful in those team combos, but a little bit of a miss input, and it could be dire as the red team a couple of hits away from being put onto their final stocks, and that'll do it. Okay.
Shades of game number one for sure here. Same legends, same situation. The Pogo's coming in now, and this is the Lores classic on the spear. Combs, can you make it back? Yes, you do. And you win out with a Sider into the signature, though. A little wishful thinking. Lucas Pro winning his 1v1 versus Kaina, though, so kind of happy to stall out that time, allow your teammate to get that damage onto Kaina. Side sig comes in there, doesn't fight another side air, and gets a pickup with that downer. Lores in a bad spot. The recovery does come through. Another recovery exhausted, makes it through a third recovery onto Combs, into a down sig, into a D-Light into Sider. The Sider will drop, and the N-Sig will punish it. Lucas Pro, and Lores will do the same thing, so they even... or they bring it together again.
Want to keep those stocks synced on the blue team side. Lucas actually catching both blue team members.
Wait a minute, kind of in a bad spot. They drop that confirm into that Rocket Lance Nair, though. That's going to be a big pickup there. A classic combination recovery into D-Light. We've seen Kaina and Lores hit it against the best in the world, and they will hit it again there as Kaina and Lores move forward into Game 3 with a 2-0 set lead.
Yeah, they are looking very solid right now. I mean, what more can you say? They've just got such a good handle of what to do and when.
I mean, that's how you go back to back to back at 3 lands in a row, starting in 2024 into 2025's midseason as well. Getting even a 3rd place there at the most recent BCX. Now they look really, really solid, and you know, we talked a lot. I talked, you know, about how we got 3 back-to-back best-of-5 sets, Game 5 sets, I should say.
Yeah.
This one, not even close. It looks like.
Unless, imagine
Jikoku.
The lock-in.
Ooh,
okay. We'll see. Maybe this will work out better. Generally speaking, Lances like to do a lot on these large, wide, no soft platform maps. So I'm going to be looking at Lucas to really pop off here.
Anything, you know, mix up the scenery, do whatever you can here to try to make this win happen.
Okay, the team combo. Lores does get in there. Make sure that doesn't convert into a KO.
Jumping over that sidelight as well with the N-Light. Nair coming in, Lores. Continuing to damage, sidelight into wait. Another N-Light in the correct direction to hit Kaina that time, the red team. Definitely
off the bounce.
being pretty strong here on this larger stage. I feel like this plays into their playstyle a lot more. Very sporadic playstyle. Works out with all this room. Lores with the side light sending Lucas Pro off stage. Lucas Pro avoiding that down air, but it'll get caught by the recovery anyway. GCD light a little bit too much of an overheat from Lores as Kaina gets back to the stage as well. Down sig will not KO, and Lores actually rides the momentum into a KO onto Lucas Pro off the back of his teammate, and now a 1v1 here, and Lucas Pro will come back down to assist his teammate with a D-light into a GC, and Sig unarmed.
Combs, only one still sitting on that first stock, was trying to do something tricky with that weapon spawn in the gauntlet toss. Kind of ignored it and picked up the weapon, and Combs wasn't able to do anything off of it. Okay, that's gonna do it. Kinda with that side air, puts Combs out of it. Lucas Pro currently unarmed, picks up a spear, but he already gets launched by the hammer neutral air from Kaina. Lucas Pro taking a lot of damage here.
Ooh, that combination is big, and thankfully he's able to dodge out of that, because if that could go on as long as the blue team wanted, that could go on forever, man. Especially with all this room the stage has to offer. No platform to interrupt either. Endlight comes in from Kaina. That'll KO from the right side to the left, even on this big stage sidelight into Nair to disarm Combs, and that down air will find the KO, and now the blue team regained their lead, the same lead that they've had every single game in this set. They'll do just the same in game 3.
Yeah, just kind of looking like repeats of game 1 and game 2. If they take down one of the blue team members, expect the other one to just run off, keep those stocks in sync. Close to happening here if the red team can get one of them. Lores, does he have the movement? Oh, the ground pound. Oh, Kaina is trying to take one with him.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they still make it back though, okay. Still syncing up the stocks nonetheless, you know, so even there it didn't work out in his favor, but still syncing up the stocks. The game plan holds true. Nair coming in, side light into Nair, into the recovery, into the side air. It should have been a GCD light. That's the classic combination for the blue team. Combs hitting his own teammate and Lores in the process there. Lucas Pro with an end light will get whip punish there and immediately getting called out, and Lucas Pro will bow out of the top 8, and it only comes for the red team. But it looks like they're getting boat raced right now. It doesn't look like they have any opportunity to get in this set, and they do not find any mercy from Kaina and Lores, who move forward into elimination side top 5.
Yeah, that was an incredible showing. Something that we kind of would have expected, again, looking at PR1 and PR2 versus PR23 and 24. But still, huge shout-outs to Combs and Lucas Pro for making it here into the top 8 of things. Yeah, their first top 8.
That's a very, very big win. I'm looking at it. Yeah, their best placement were 9th place at a Winter Championship. So if that tells me anything, by next year they're winning the event.
Ooh, big words in a very dangerous region. But was that one? No, that was 2. Those 2 sets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that would be the 4th one now.
Yeah.
So then that means we're going to go to a short break, but not quite yet. But nonetheless, Lucas Pro and Combs, round of applause, everybody. Yeah. That's going to be their first ever top 8. But man, what a tough draw in Kaina and Lores as it. And you know, hey, welcome to Brawlhalla Esports in South America. Speaking of which, we got the rest of the bracket coming in. We are in the top 5 of things now.
Yup.
Yeah.
Top 5 of things. But before we get into it, we're going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll get you those 2 sets before we get into the top 4 of things. So stay right there.
No smoke without a fire. You can taste it in the air. This unquenchable desire from my soul beyond repair. On the prowl, yeah, we like that. Hear the roar, I'm a beast, you're a wildcat. Can't be caged. Let the whole world know we'll never be tamed. Do you want domination? Power is the name of the game. We are royalty. Hunger running through our veins. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream. On a roll like naturally. Got the feel for power. Got the feel. Like the devil in my review. No, he's never far away. You know God has to forgive you. And I don't believe in fate. I'm rising up on the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the top 8 of Spring Double Championship right here in South America. And I was looking at that Hugan guitar. That is very impractical. The blade side is pointing at the player.
Well, you want to that way you can get the music when you're hitting the opponent, right? Like you get 2 for 1 with that one. Also, if you were ever confused, Hugan's the one with glasses.
Hugan's the one with glasses.
Yeah,
They
that's how
are
you
brother
know.
and sister, Munin and Hugan.
I don't know genders. I don't believe birds have genders.
Pretty sure. Nonetheless, yeah, shredding on the guitar. I mean, there's a lot of puns that can be made with that. But nonetheless, we are here with, is that right? We just got this matchup.
Well,
We are actually going to be getting into Anto versus
Rek.
Kant and Typh. It's going to be Rek and Anto versus Kant and Typh.
Yep. Really excited to see more Anto here on screen. Anto's been looking incredible with the great sword. Going back to the Jaeyun, but obviously we saw earlier today, if you were watching, saw them on the Amugi. And then on the other side, Kant has been playing this Vector alongside Typh on the Nash. They barely managed to clutch it out in Game 5 to get into this position. All of it on Shingen Shina, and guess what? We're going back to Shingen Shina.
Shiganshina, man, a great map. Really love this map. Kant and Typh, though, 3rd place at Winter Championship South America. They definitely don't want to go out at 5th place. I at least want to replicate that scoreline. Anto and Rek doing better than they already did at the last one, where they got 7th place. We go all the way to game number 1 of the first set of the top 5 in the elimination side of things. Right after these 2 sets, we'll have the winners finals match as well, which you'll definitely want to stay tuned for.
Yeah, now you're sounding like a YouTuber. See what happens next. Click the like button.
Very fitting on the stage, too. You know, see what happens next. Leave it on the cliffhanger. Siders coming out, going for the recovery there, unable to find it. A sidelight from Typh is going to put Anto in a bad spot, as Anto is yet to pick up a great sword here. Sidelight waiting, jump sider, couldn't find it there, and they're coming out. Rek holding his own on this hammer right now versus Kant, who gets disarmed in the process. Anto loves that D light off that ground pound. Sorry, not ground pound, gravity cancel.
Yeah, the gravity cancel, get that spin out, get some good damage. I am remembering that the last time they did Anto with the Jaeyun, it was Rek on the Hattori, and clearly that didn't work out, so we're seeing the Teros alongside the Jaeyun this time.
Not enough to KO there. That's going to be a D light to connect. Does not KO quite yet, the recovery as well, and these are very, very long stocks for the blue team here, and they'll finally lose a stock on Vector, will even up the stock count a little bit there, and they drop the confirm, and somehow Anto's still holding on here. That's a Shiganshina district tax for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about in a previous set, it is kind of our new Demon Island, and Demon Island had a big old KO box. This one does as well. Typh finally falling there. Rek, the most damaged one on the screen, but Kanto's got to get away from the team combo.
Up and toss there, D-Light into recovery. It's not going to be enough to KO, but it's getting to that point there. And that's going to be a big extension there, but could not find the finishing flourish to find that KO.
Alliteration's hard.
Oh, yeah.
Nice neutral signature from Kant, but couldn't get more there. Anto gets away, the neutral light. Not quite enough, and Rex there just in case.
Ooh, that side air, the very vertical hitbox is sent Anto in a bad spot now. That's going to be a reversal KO off the top for Rek, KOing Kant and putting Kant on his last stock. That's going to be a D-Light into a side air from Typh, the classic stomp side air.
Keeping everything pretty much even, except that Typh has 2 stocks. Blue team maybe looking to take down Kant so that they can go into these final 2v1s, but Greatsword not really a good 2v1 weapon.
And Light there, trying to set up the double end light with Kant missing that mark a little bit in both timing and spacing. Big come through with that Greatsword, but actually disarms Rek in the process, as Rek is the on his last stock as well. You have to be very, very careful. That Nair will find not a KO, but sent Typh quite high. Side air not enough to KO either, as both the blue team members are in a tough spot. D-Light into side air, Anto in a bad spot. Rek getting caught by that Lance side air and the weapon toss as well. Anto holding her own there, fighting that KO, but that's still going to be Typh getting put on his last stock, so he had an extra stock to work with. Nair not enough to KO that side air, not enough either, as both blue team members are looking worse for wear. That end light will find both to connect and find the KO, and the Hammer Master does it again on his hammer. 654 damage there.
Yeah, I like the attempt there at the very end. It was Kant trying to interrupt. No, sorry, Rek trying to interrupt. He was low there. Anto got caught by the neutral light, but then he ended up jumping into the neutral light as well. A little bit of a rough patch, but still incredible place. Okay, Shadow Scar, small terminus, small wasteland. Okay, we're getting a different map. Potentially.
Maybe.
Unless we just go back to Shadow Scar.
You never know.
It's your favorite thing. Wait for 20 seconds for the map that they already knew.
Yeah, they already knew. Yeah, we're going over to Shadow Scar Landing, the one of the newest additions in this. And if the drip holds true, Anto has all the dragons in her kind of loadout here, so it looks like they're going to be winning that one. The blue team will be counter-picking here.
3, 2, 1.
Kant and Typh leaving this one, they leave this open, and Kant and Typh will pick it. Down air there, kind of just holding through, doing the best they can here. I like Shadow Scar. I personally don't like playing on this stage because the wall to platform height disparity is quite large, but it definitely looks like this could be a very, very strong stage for the blue team.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm always worried whenever I see a vector on the screen that Lance neutral signature just grabs people off of those platforms, but Anto with a good down sig and a ground pound to follow up. Typh manages to avoid Kant. Gonna turn it around, the recovery hits, chase dodge up, and everybody survives.
The classic Brawlhalla sequence where crazy things happen, but somehow everyone makes it through. And Kant was hitting sidelights for his dear life with that Taros behind him. It's like that GIF with the machine getting closer and closer. The side stick does come in. That's going to find the spiking hitbox. And do we make it back? Yes, we do. No, just for a moment as that ground pound comes in and closes out that stock.
Surprised Rek was not able to position that weapon toss. That's one of the things that happens with Lance is you're very easy to hit, but still they managed to clean that one up. Rek's still on that first stock.
Recovery there, going for the Nair as well. Rek in not the greatest of spots here. Down air, side air doesn't connect. That's going to be a low KO there with that side air is going to be enough. And Anto in a bad spot. Down air, GC Ensig to snipe it out. And Anto getting put on her last stock. And the blue team had a semblance of a lead, but it's all gone now as the red team kick it into gear. And Kant specifically doing wonders on the Vector.
Anto going to be having nightmares about Vector.
Oh, no, not again.
Everybody on the blue team about to. Kant, can he make it back safely? No, the recovery from Rek will deny. But still.
Trying to cook Anto off the top there. Saw a lot of extension. D-Light into recovery. Typh getting sent off stage. Small wall. Have to be careful. D-Light into side air. Nair coming out as well. And a D-Light from his own teammate kind of puts a wrench in the works there.
Looking like a repeat of the last game. Typh still holding on to that second stock. Scoop up will disarm him though.
D-Light, side air, and light. That's going to be an interruption there. An attempt to do so. Ground pound coming out there. Not quite. There's recovery. Side stick comes in from Rek. A jump scare signature at that. Double D-Light into side air. That'll send quite far off stage. Rek now in a bad spot as that side air comes in. Sweat beads come out, and he makes his back with the refresh of resources. And that's going to be a down air into Nair. Not enough to KO. Typh off the top of that side stick will be. And that last hitbox setting Kant into a bad spot as well. And if the blue team can capitalize on this power play with a GC D-Light into the stage, the recovery does come through the finisher. Not enough to KO. And now Kant with a Nair into the turnaround recovery. The end light will send Rek off stage without a weapon. Down stick comes out on the side of Kant trying to throw out those projectiles on that side, and we'll close it out. And it looks like the red team will go up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, the blue team definitely recognized, you know what, if we can take out Kant, go for the 1v2s against Typh. They were really trying to get it, but Kant did such a good job flying away from them, not letting them get that big finishing blow. And that's one of the big reasons why Typh and Kant are now up 2-0.
Excited to see this reverse 3-0 come in, am I right?
Yeah.
I definitely expect to see this go a little bit longer than a 3-0. I mean, this is a very, very contested set. Be quite surprised if it doesn't go to that Game 5, at least to a Game 4. But it's not over yet. We got Small Wasteland, Shadow Scar Landing, and Shinganshina open again.
Back to Shinganshina as we go into game number 3. It is going to be the swap over to a Mugi, but Rek over to the Hattori this time.
This is interesting because this is kind of like a mishmash of what we saw in the previous, where it was Hattori and Jaeyun, and then it swapped over to the Teros and the Imugi, and now it's Hattori and Imugi. So we get a complete mix-up of all of their legend picks here. And as we go into game number 3 on Shinganshina,
yeah, we'll see how this works out for them. Last time when they made the swaps, they were able to get that one into game number 5. They'll see if they can do it again.
that shield is very prevalent on his model. I was just looking at it now. It's like the most you can see it. Recovery coming out there on the side of Imugi, of course. Weapon toss coming in there. That's going to be another Nair hitting his own teammate. Quite unfortunate. Ooh. That's going to be a potential D-Light into the ground pound. A lot of damage and a lot of swings here so far. Recovery into the down air. Nice interruption from Rek. That's so important to get that. And it's still D-Light into Cider. Typh is going crazy on this hammer, but so is Otto. With a bit of team damage there is actually going to send Rek into the stage, so it actually works out in their favor as Rek's able to pick up a weapon, which is a sword, and immediately swat Typh away with that side air. Sidelight side air will find the KO into a side stick. That'll close it out. And the end light, does it trade it out? No, not quite.
I thought the blast from the side signature was also going to launch Kant there, but Kant managed to stay there. Ooh, a little bit of a misplay there. Anto actually taking out Rek at the top of the map.
Cider coming in the ground pound as well, trying to meet Anto where she recovers. That won't find it there. An end light coming out as well. Recovery, waiting, weapon toss down to force Typh to land back onto the stage. That's going to be a deep hitbox that will not KO, and that's going to send Kant, who's struggling to find his footing back on the stage, does do so there.
Nice, the gravity cancel downlight, like you said, something Anto really likes to do. Works out for her as she does take out Kant.
A lot of dash jumps, you can hear that right there. Downer coming in, Anto. Getting caught by that N-Sig into the wall, and that's actually going to do a bit of scoop damage, but it won't fully connect. Another recovery coming out of the side of Rek, trying to catch Typh out of the sky. Could not do so there. Sidelight into a deep side air. Both the blue team members getting sent on the left side of the stage. Rek having to land back down, going for an edge guard attempt, and Kant gets a GC end light and then gets a recovery to make it back to the stage, even with sweat beads and exhausted. That's going to be a big side stick from Typh and a recovery as well. And the red team pull ahead and look to put an end to this set and move forward into the top four. Rek and Anto are going to do their best here. Cider coming out as well. Typh now holding the stage control, getting a pickup there on that side, like into a nice four-piece with the GCD light into Nair as well. And that's going to be so much damage on the Hattori, who definitely could struggle with that defense stat. I
think that was a quick improv on the side of Typh to go for that gravity cancel downlight into the neutral air, because he did see Anto coming in behind him. Still, this is a massive lead for this red team. Can they take out Kant?
Ooh, that's a bad spot for Rek to be in. Anto will put enough interference out, and that's going to be a side air to disarm Kant on his second. Typh with an end light there. Anto with a two-piece, nice bit of damage. That's going to be a KO now, and the power play comes in, but Rek hitting his own teammate, but somehow they pick up anyway in a little sloppy interaction, but they could not find the finishing hit. And we're going to get Kant right back down with a fresh stock here, and the damage, even with all that comboing onto Typh, still having a damage lead over both the blue team members as they are looking worse for wear. The Imugi having a lot of defense, but Hattori not so much. Nair sending Rek away. The recovery coming in, the Nair coming out as well from Typh. That's going to be a sidelight into a pickup into the down air, and it looks all but over as Anto now will try to make it happen. The people that beat Lores and Kaina, can they do it here? Doesn't look like they can versus Typh and Kant. That's going to be it.
Okay, yep. That on the gravity cancel neutral heavy wasn't able to connect, and that'll do it. 3-0. Typh and Kant putting that one away.
Nothing but game fives and now nothing but 3-0s as we go into the top five of things, and the teams slowly start to level out here in terms of the levels of Brawlhalla. No matter how good you are, no matter how big of a win you got, you still have to make it happen here, and make it happen Kant and Typh have done as they move forward into the top four of things.
I really want to know what was practiced by Anto and Rek, because they had a team combo set up and then she did a double dodge up and then went for a ground pound, and Rek was not setting up anywhere near that. And I don't know if it was like maybe a misinput on Anto's side, or if it was a misinput on Rek's side, or it just wasn't the right situation. But I'm really curious about that one. Either way, Canton Taif, they go into the top 4.
Yeah, congratulations to them. The Hammer King, or one of the Hammer Kings of South America, will have a chance to potentially face down one of the best Hammer players of now, with Kaina potentially and Lores on the other side of the elimination side. But they will have to be facing down another tough opponent for sure. So it's going to be a lot of close matchups here, but we'll see how it concludes as we get to our last set of the top 5 of things.
Yep. One more set to determine who's going to be filling out that top 4 spot. We got Kaina, we got Lores, we got Ian, and we have Mac. Kaina and Lores, the first ones that we've seen on our block, 2-3-0 anyone. Meanwhile, Ian and Mac had to go to game 5 to close theirs out. It was the swap from Ian, I believe, onto Queen Nai that really helped to put that one away. We'll see if he decides to go to it earlier, or if he's going to start off with the Bryn again as we get ready to get in this next one.
History tells us that Kaina and Lores win this set more times than not. 3-1 at Winter Championships South America for them. Also a 3-1 over them at Autumn Championships, and a Game 5 win over them at Summer Championships in 2025. So they are 3-0 in set counts, 9 games to 4 in total. So it hasn't really gotten any close, and I could potentially see this being Kaina and Lores pulling away with a potential 3-0 here. But Ian Mac have been doing very, very well for themselves here as they get a 5th place guaranteed. Obviously want to move forward here as they did not, or they're trying to replicate their placement, or at least go beyond that at Winter Championships where they got 4th.
Well, we are seeing Ian right now lock in the Queen Nai to start things off. Wants a little bit more defense, wants a little bit more hard hitting to go up against a player like Kaina, who's coming in strength, stance, Taros.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like confidence. You know, it's like, you know what, I don't even care about Dex. I'm just not going to get hit. I'm going to do so much more damage. And you see that on the Kaya as well, where we're taking strength stance and losing a dexterity. So both of these players on the 3 decks, a very low dexterity game. I mean, in general, we see the dex stance on Mac. So 4 decks, 5 decks, then 3 and 3. So it's going to be a lot of weapons getting thrown around as we go to Small Wasteland for the first time on the stream here today.
Yeah, it is an interesting map. That soft platform moves around. We'll see if it comes into play. Maybe interrupts some combos or sets up for something else. Also, I feel like the KO box is deceptively small. I've seen many people get taken off the top of the map very quickly.
Yeah, I honestly haven't looked at the KO boxes on this map, but it just kind of gives those vibes for sure. Again, another small wall stage here, so you have to be careful. Kaina and Lores get ahead with a nice little lead. A lot of damage getting built on Mac here.
All right, Ian wanting those Katars. Lores comes in there, actually caught Kaina that recovery, not going to quite take out Mac just yet.
So I like coming in there. Ian. We saw Ian on another pick, but he looks like he's just picking the Queen Nai immediately in this set.
Yeah.
Definitely love to see that. D-Light into Nair will find a KO off the top, and that's what you're talking about. Deceptively low ceilings as that down to go find a KO coast to coast as well. And the former world champions start out with a lead in game number 1. They get first strike for the very least.
Yep. And Lores and kind of looking for more as you see them start to build up a combo onto Mac. Just collapsing on one of the opponents. Kind of does get disarmed. That's that low dex.
Nair there. Ian getting set high in the air. The Pogo does come in, catches Kaina. Landing sider, won't find it. The end line will connect though. Hitting his own teammate. That's going to find a KO coast to coast, and the Pogo as well. And we equalize the stocks for Ian and Mac here. They've taken quite a bit of damage, but they definitely have a lot of defense to lean into for sure. That's not something they're lacking in this Kaya Queen Nai team comp. Going a little too low with that cider, not able to find that, and that cider will come out, and Ian forfeits the stock away, and that's going to be a double KO credited over to Kaina. And in a blink of an eye, they had a close game, and one misplay with that side air, and all of a sudden, the former world champs are back on top.
Yeah, that was a big bet on Ian's side, because if he doesn't hit that side air, like we saw, doesn't have the movement speed. It is Queen Nai base 3 movement speed. It's really hard for her to get back onto the stage.
They're coming out as well. Mac trying to make something happen on the spear on the left side. Pogo's coming in as well. Recovery. D-Light going for that side air. Couldn't find it there. Nair waiting, Pogo, Lores getting sent right back into the stage. Kaina so healthy on his second stock. The N-Light coming out as well, causing so much damage on the Sax. Another Nair, a D-Light. They're trying to like hone in on Lores. At the same time, Kaina's getting free reign of the stage right now on the Roman Reigns. The ground pound comes in again. Ian trying to make it back to the stage will lose his weapon in the process. The N-Sig will come in and punish Lores in that spear mirror, and that's going to be a nice pickup there with a GC side sig, the finishing flourish. But both the red team members one good signature away from losing their stocks and losing this game.
But that red team has that combo potential if they can get another setup. That side sig can KO very quickly for this red team. Lores with the ground pound attempted, but kind of comes in, stomp, side air, splitting up the red team. It's all on Ian.
That's going to be a side air to punish that one, and Kaina, they actually forced them to last stock with Kaina being the only player left on the map, but even so, a very, very big win for them as we had Kaina getting 600 damage credited to him that game as well. So a lot of damage from Kaina as, you know, they definitely had a good idea in honing in on Lores when Lores was, you know, getting in that deeper red, maybe trying to set up a power play, even with high damage in a 2v1 with this team combo potential, you can make it happen, but Kaina just got away with too much with that axe.
Yeah, kind of just really got to run wild all over the red team. Like you said, they kind of hyper-focused on Lores and kind of was able to put out so much damage as a result. I think you have to focus on the plays and focus on boxing out both of the blue team members, keeping them separated.
They're coming out there. Lores and Kaina both to be the first team to pick up both of their weapons here. Mac will follow suit with that spear pickup. Ian trying to get something going on the double recovery on the Katars. Kaina coming in with an air, putting up a bit of interference as well, trying to catch Ian, maybe potentially getting back to the stage, or Mac closing in on his teammate. Sidelight there is going to hit his own teammate. That's going to be a big pickup for Ian there as he gets a nice bit of that Katar damage, and Kaina will swap over to his axe.
Yeah, Ian's doing a really good job of slipping away, not getting counter punished. Does hit a good side signature, not quite enough to KO just yet on the Fortress of Lions.
Sidelight there, jumping in with the Nair, couldn't find it. D-Light into ground pound. Lores chasing Mac. Another ground pound comes in, and Mac unable to make it back to the stage, and Ian does not realize in time, and I'm not sure Lores would have made it so easy for Ian to influence that result. You still have to get through Lores in order to save your teammate who's already falling downwards with no resources. Nair coming out there. Kaina looking to find this KO onto Ian any way he can. Looking for the D-Light there. A lot of movements, a lot of shimmy. Sidelight coming in. Recovery, gonna catch Lores in the process here. And Ian somehow holding on to a stock and the most healthy person in this map. Finally, the breakdowns comes in and finds that KO.
And we're seeing Kaina not opt to sync up the stocks with Lores. He's here deep red on this first stock, but instead he's looking for damage against Ian.
And here's the Pogos, the Lores classic. Mac in a bad spot. That's 3 Pogos. Kaina following up with a down air and going for the recovery, spiking hitbox and not get it there. But Lores has hit 5 Pogos so far on both the red team members. And this is where Lores is unstoppable when he's able to do something like that. Get so many Pogos, then punish your teammate trying to save you. The recovery will be the option this time as Kaina separates with a D-Light into side air. The weapon toss comes in. Lores with the KO off the side. And Ian tried to make it back to the stage, but was unable to. And they are back in Winter Championship form right now. 4 stocks to 2.
Yeah, incredible edge guard. Lores with that finishing side air to deny the wall touch from Ian, and also rewinding back so many Pogos. That's something that Lores is so good at, just that precision of putting that spear right down the opponent's head.
Kaina coming in with that big D-Sig. That N-Sig will come out instead, though. Punish Kaina for that, and that's going to be another N-Sig to KO off the top. And we go to a similar situation as game number 1, where Kaina had that stock lead. Lores was forced on his last, so you definitely want to hold on to Lores' stock as much as possible. Nice awareness from Kaina to jump over that side air, almost with anticipation of Ian coming in with that Katar side stick. Side air coming out as well. Ian without a weapon because of that low dexterity, though. D-Light into side air will find it smart. That's going to be an N-Sig to close out that stock, and 1 stock separates them from a 2-0 win. That's going to be a ground pound for Ian as he sets up something crazy with that down air. Unable to make it back. A down air comes out again, and wait a minute. There's no shot that Ian wins this, but if he does, one of the craziest, most impressive comebacks we've seen in a while.
A fresh Kaina with weapon and stage control. Yeah, Ian not able to get past the scoop up, and Kaina and Lores get another one.
2-0 again, and I mean, if these, so with the first 3 sets of our block, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5. Yep. Now it's 3-0, 3-0, and a potential another 3-0. And it doesn't look particularly close. There's not a lot I'm seeing from Ian and Mac. They're going to prove that they're going to force a Game 4, let alone a Game 5. We'll have to see if they adapt here with a legend swap, because it looks like Mac is going to be swapping.
Yeah, Mac trying to decide what's going to work, because Ian's signatures have been on point. You've seen them do damage and get plenty of KOs. The thing is that Mac just not able to keep up quite as much. You're seeing it in the damage numbers. 337 on the side of Mac. Ian with 402, 415 on Kaina, and 662 on the side of Lores.
I like this. They banned the 2 stages they lost on, so that's good. That's for me. I'm like, I respect that. They're competitors. They're like, all right, we got to do something different because those 2 stages didn't work. Ban Jikoku as well, which if I'm them, I'd leave Jikoku open personally with how things go. But it looks like we're going to Shinganshina for game number 3, potentially the last game of this set. If they can't make it happen, Ian and Mac face down elimination at 5th place to the former world champions here and the winners of the Winter Championship for 2026. We go into game number 3 on Shinganshina District.
It's tough because Ian and Mac have been getting it down to final stocks. It has been kind of with the clutch up in 2 of the games of that have been played, but it also still just looks like the blue team in complete control every single time. Team combo got them both. Stop.
Oh my
down
goodness.
gets one.
Oh, he gets KO'd off the top. Kaina comes in with the Nair and punishes dearly for the red team's mistake. And that is a very early 2v2 combo leading into an isolation of Mac. And that Nair will be the end. And that looks like you put the flame out, man. I'm not sure what you can do here.
Yeah, can't find the torch to carry on in this one. Side air from Kaina. You see them go over to the right side. Lores with the falling side air. Mac gets past the side signature. You see Ian trying to help out. Recovery will connect.
Side air coming in there. That's going to be a pickup with that N6 sliding in his Mac, but that's a D-light into side air. And Mac in a bad spot dodges through that unarmed recovery from Lores, and Kaina also going on his own tear, putting Ian really, really high up, trying to go for that recovery. Lores dodges right through that, and Lores with a bit of team damage onto Kaina, but Ian is just not in a position to follow up or even get much stage control. Will jump and separate each other here as they look to set up an N-light into N6. They will close it out there, and Lores will also fall for the stock to keep them even.
Yeah, but look at Mac. He's taking damage. This is really rough for the red team. They lost that first stock so fast from the team combos. Ian!
No.
Not able to get it. Lores with that wake up, and you saw kind of in position, and that's Mac going down to his final stock.
Yeah, now as Mac, you have maybe 5 seconds here where you have to actually fight to stay alive. And I love that down stick from Lores, not going for anything extended and also throwing a hitbox out to potentially swat Ian away, which he does exactly, realizing the red team is not going to let that one slide if they go for a long combo. Lores isolating Ian in the spear mirror and winning out in big fashion here, as that's a 5-piece unanswered 6 pieces now with Kaina coming in with an air. Finally, Mac putting up some interference as both of the red team members are stuck on the spear. A big hit with a D-light there. Ian without a weapon, who throws his weapon away, swapping over to the pair of Katars, and they're trying to make anything happen, but a D-stick will connect, and Mac getting isolated. Ian on his second, but it doesn't look like it's much right now because Mac is 1 hit away from losing and completely getting out of this set.
Yep, down signature, not going to be followed up by Kaina's down signature. Ian still surviving, but we're watching Mac just bleed out on the stage as the side sig connects, and Mac is done for. It's all left to Ian against the 4 stocks of this blue team.
And we have seen the best in the world, and no matter what player from whatever era with whatever legend, I'm not sure they could get it done here in this 4 stock to 1 interaction where 1 N-light, 1 team combo can be the end, as Kaina and Lores get sent to the elimination side of the bracket early, but will not go down without a fight. They look to put themselves back into the top 4 of things in the elimination side semifinals and ready to face any challengers. The people that sent him here already eliminated from the bracket, and N-light into recovery for Ian will keep himself in this game for a little bit longer. Cider as well. That's a double KO, but now you have to deal with the fresh stocks here. Kaina, weapon pickup. N-light sending Ian off stage. Lores will also get a weapon there. Sidelight interrupting the downer. Ian putting himself off stage. Lores now not even wanting to go off stage, just having so much control. N-light in a bad spot. Recovery coming in there from Kaina, and now we're just looking to rack up this damage for this nice, easy KO.
2. Got the wall touch, but it was not enough. 3 exclamation points. Can't come back. Ian gonna fall there, and it is Kaina and Lores with another 3-0 to secure their spot in the top 4.
Shades of what we saw with Ahmed and Taya, where they got sent, the reigning champions got sent into the elimination side early and then made an absolute tear through the elimination side. And Kaina and Lores are doing the same thing that Taya and Ahmed did in EU here in South America, as they take down another contender there and already outplace the people that sent them here into elimination side.
Incredible stuff. Just absolute dominance on the side of Kaina and Lores. Every single time it looked like Ian and Mac were starting to do something, Kaina and Lores they're just like, no, we're going to put this one away. And a great start to that game number 3 with that explosive team combo. And since then, it was kind of curtains.
Yeah, and this tournament has completely flipped on its head. We had 3 Game 5s in a row. Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, then 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. So I expect to see maybe a continuation of 3-0s. Maybe we'll get some Game 4s. Ooh. Who's to say?
What's the average?
You can say, actually, but we're going to be going to a short break before you can find out for the rest of top 4 of South America right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wishing I could turn back time, living in my own head. Oh, I'm slipping away everything we had. Hard to let go, but we both know we can't go back. Oh, do you see what I see? It's time to break free. Ashes to dust, all that remains. What's left of us and all our mistakes. Oh, do you see? It's time to break free. We're burning out, getting so tired. Every word feeds a flame, dancing on the edge of a life. Why love's not a game. We got the rules all wrong. Said we put each other first. Now it's all said and done, and we're left with the hurt. Slipping away everything we had. Hard to let go, but we both know we can't go back. Do you see what I see? It's time to break free. Ashes to dust, all that remains. What's left of us and all our mistakes. Oh, do you see? Oh, it's time to break free. Are you ready? Guess you thought that I'd be wiped out, sat alone with the lights out, crying every night for you, breaking myself into two. Guess you thought that I'd be on my knees, put up a fight, working on my plea, trying to get back to you. Guess you didn't have a clue. I've been watching you from afar, test my patience, play with my heart. I've connected all of the dots. I'm already gone. I've been ready, waiting for the fall. I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Flambeau and myself. We have taken over the desk for your South American top of 4 for your 2v2 Spring Championship. I'm ready to go. What about you, Flambeau?
I've been born ready to go, man.
Okay.
Up and in. This is South America, one of my favorite regions. Second only to NA, which, you know, we got a bit of that tomorrow. So.
Yeah. Be a good day.
Yeah.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Of course.
Flambeau thought it was Sunday. He was completely ahead of himself.
I did.
He forgot what day it was. He's so locked in. We got Lopez, Hughes, West, and Vim 10 Kilo. This is going to be your winners finals. This is going to dictate who is going to be going to Grands on the winner's side, and sitting up there and waiting to find out who they got to go up against later.
Yeah, I mean, this is some of my favorite players in the game. I think West and Vem have proven time and time again that they are a just top-level team on a global scale. And the same thing also goes for Hughes and Lopez, right? And granted, you know, Hughes rocking that vector. You know, we're going to see him playing it out here, which I'm here for, man. I mean, still the only one to ever do it, right? We haven't seen anyone else find even the same morsels of success that Hughes has been able to find. And so as far as I'm concerned, man,
I mean, if it works, I mean, I can't really say much.
that's facts. Here we go, game one, winners finals. The winner of this one gets a guaranteed spot in the top 2 and the potential to win the tournament from the best seat in the house. But Yu's already starting off by breaking up the mold here. West trying to get some counter punches in. These guys are scrapping at it.
That was a great usage of the south platforms there, immediately going to work on them. Them catching with a gravity cancel sidelight, but couldn't get any follow-up after that. It got interrupted. Yu's gonna knock him back with a Sair. West still has those boots locked in, though. He's trying to get somewhere here in neutral, just waiting for his opportunity. There you go. He's going to catch Lopez, but the second sidelight is going to whiff. Vim goes down low. We're just going to let the taunt ride. What are we doing? He makes his way back up, and we're going to slow things down. But we are past the first 10 seconds, so the players are showing that they're having some connection issues. Good sportsmanship happening here because the game has to finish at this point. So we're just going to let them do some button checks, make sure everybody feels good. And then hopefully we'll get this game going for you.
Yeah, you know, just that's honor. Here we go. I see them moving around now. Looks like it's maybe Vem, perhaps, that's having a little bit of issues there. Yeah, I think Vem is probably who we're waiting for. But either way, I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting bout to behold. I mean, Devil Jin and the Tesca going to be going up against the Sidra. And of course, we were talking about earlier, the Vector from Use. But, I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. This Devil Jin, Balloon Boy did something, man.
Yeah. He really did. No, we're gonna, Lopez drops off, and we're gonna have to wait for an official ruling from the control room here to figure out what's going on. It looks like we are at the very least gonna get a reset here and try again on game number 1.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they can gentleman's agreement or what, but I'm gonna let it rock. Whatever they do, hey. I'll let the other guys figure that out. I'm just here to talk about it, you know?
Right. I mean, I just want to get to the game, ready to go. We're top 4 South America. We've been over in the other room watching the tournament all day long. Just watch that 6 block they came off of. And now it's just time to finish out this top 8.
Yeah, no, honestly, I don't know, man. I thought that potentially with the dex changes and stuff like that, I'd be seeing some more legends pop up. Sort of.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I've been seeing more Sidra than anyone else in terms of,
we
like,
had that last week.
popularity.
I mean, Sidra won South America.
Yeah, right. You know, a lot more Sidra, but then, you know, Tesca still showing up, extremely popular pick.
Yep.
Always has been in South America, though, so it's not like West is doing anything new. Same for them on the Devil Jin. That's kind of been an established count they've had for a while. So here we go, trying it again. Game 1 of winners finals looks legitimate. Yep. We're going to go ahead and start it off here as it looks like Yuz has that Rock Lance in hand. Benthunkill, of course, with that bow. Hunting down Yuz. Yuz hasn't really got a chance to play, getting sandwiched between both members of the red team. Gets a counter punch on a West on the left side, but still jockeying for positioning here as it looks like we still have a fairly untouched Lopez.
Yeah, we see Yuz rocking low here. West trying to get him with that Nair off the gauntlets. He's going to retreat back up into center stage and wait to catch somebody's landing here. The Nair is going to go ahead and catch Vim, but no follow-up afterwards. Ooh, that one's going to catch Vim again as Yuz swaps over to West. Ooh, the setup was there from Lopez, but Yuz couldn't get down off that soft platform to catch it.
Okay, let's see. Side Sig's going to bounce off the stage there, living a moment here for Yuz to actually still be able to make it back to the stage. West almost confirming that KO as well. The end light not quite enough. Beautiful reversal there from Lopez, going for the gravity cancel diagonal and doing a reverse neutral sig to catch the dodge, and then picking up that KO as well with the recovery. Great start for the blue team here as Benthunkill is stuck on the right side, waiting for West to respawn.
If blue team can answer back right here, though, they'll tie it up very nicely. Ooh, the whiff from Vim is going to get punished by Lopez, and there it is. The first 2 stocks to fall off a red team, and now blue team has the opportunity to get some extra credit in, but West is going to shut it down with the recovery off the gauntlets. Lopez, though, going to get some chip damage off the sword, reaching high for the recovery. Going to clash back down. Lopez, D-Light into Sair. Ground pound's going to connect on West. Yuz is going to go put some more damage on him. Gravity cancel break dance just to put a hitbox out there. Lopez gets down to the bottom 45.
A huge combo opportunity and the stock as well. Just so much base force on that side sig there. That's more than enough to secure the knockout. Lopez comes back and tries to confirm both KOs. Vem with the potential to maybe get an edge guard. No, just one hit. Whoa, okay. Sliding down with the wings of an angel. It's not going to find the mark, but I respect the audacity. Here we go. West trying to break things up, but it is a pretty close fight, all things considered. The stock counts are even here. We have a little bit of damage, more racked up on Yuz than there is on a West, but it's really close.
It is very close indeed, but blue team's starting to pull away a little bit here. as Vim now falls to his final stock, and now Lopez is in full extra credit right now. Yu's gonna hunt down with the Sayer. Lopez hits him with a down sig. Vim gonna follow up though, getting the recovery to come back up to stage. Sayers his way into Lopez. Lopez gonna sit down with the neutral light, but we see the team combo there, gonna finish off with the side sig, and that's gonna send him all the way down and out as Lopez gets brought back up by a sidekick.
Okay, and Yuz is able to kind of stall out enough time for his partner to come back, but Lopez still needs a weapon. And there it is, gets caught by the neutral sig, trying to get away to the left, and there we get the weapon toss as well, but Lopez finally with cannon in hand. Things are starting to get a little bit precarious. You can see the sides coming up from Tranquilo, potential opportunity for an edge guard. West going aggressive. Yuz also on the right side, looking to see if he can maybe go ahead and break things up, as Vem Tranquilo also getting himself into the mix. The recovery, looking a little scary. That would have been some friendly fire and unfortunate as well, but we're hanging on the left side, and Sig not going to find the mark there. West taking some time to get back. The recovery is going to be enough to get the knockout on the left side. That means Vem Tranquilo is all alone.
All alone indeed. Yuz is pretty hurt, but we're going to have this brick wall put up between Yuz and Lopez here. Vim's going to have a very hard time fishing out both knockouts, but I haven't seen crazier things happen as Vim drops back down, lets the down sig go. Lopez is going to slap him away with the nair. That's going to put us at the end of game number 1. Lopez and Yuz having the advantage.
Yeah, nice little string there to close that one out. The down air into the neutral air. Dodge had just been burnt from that gravity cancel down sig attempt, so going for that string basically worked as like a true combo. At that percent though, you know, it's a little tricky to know just how high someone's gonna bounce off the floor from a down air in relation to where your character is. But I mean, hey, at that point you just see the bounce, you press the button, and you hope it hits, right? It's guaranteed. So good stuff. Being able to hold that down there. Yuz and Lopez looking like strong contenders, want to be on the winner's side of grand finals and trying to make that push 2 more games. They're able to do that. West and Vem Tranquilo, though, keeping things fairly close, all things considered. I mean, we're looking at the damage numbers here. You know, obviously, I think the numbers maybe got a little bit messed up for Vem just because of the way that things kind of got reset. But 689 damage for Lopez is like, wow, you was in there.
Yeah, he was doing work on the Sidra for sure. And we saw, like I said, we saw this in ones last weekend for South America as well. You know, rocking the Sidra, also doing it in 2s. We're just letting. It looks like Vim is doing a reset real quick. So we're just gonna give them a second to get back in. You see at the bottom there, Yuz and Lopez. Up 1-0. Did you see Esports V7? What'd you think about that?
I mean, it was pretty cool. Yeah. You know, I mean, granted, like, you know, I got my layout.
Okay.
So like,
so you just have your drip and you just locked in. It doesn't change. It doesn't change.
It's not changing. Nah.
That's crazy.
Until I move on to the next evolution of me.
Okay.
You know, until they call me Grandpa Flambeau, I'm gonna be rocking middle-aged Flambeau for a while. So.
Middle-aged Flambeau.
Middle-aged Flambeau, man.
Okay.
Because I mean, right? Because like, I'm in that second chapter of what I'm considering a 3-chapter story. So it's like smack dab in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like 1 to 32. That's the beginning.
Oh, so you're at the beginning of chapter 2, though.
Yeah, exactly. Whew, thank God.
I know, right? He keeps trying to rush ahead.
I'm not trying to rush. It's just you wake up, you go to work, you sleep, and suddenly the time goes by,
quick, brother.
man.
It doesn't go quick. What doesn't go quick is a Vem Tranquilo getting back in this lobby, bro.
I mean, true. Amen to that, brother. He's taking his
sweet old time. Oh, man.
Oh, he's in a fancy walk too, man. You know, he's pulling up to the lobby like, you guys see every angle? Hey, yeah, I was like, bro, just get in the lobby, man. We you know, put the fries in the bag, bro. Come on, huh?
Something didn't feel right, obviously. I think kind of feels like he's getting a full PC reset here, though.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, but we got to get him a solid state drive, though. You know, come on. We in 2026. You know, it's something. 32 gigabytes of RAM, though. But I mean, if you don't have it now, you're lost, man. No prices.
They're coming down. They're coming down.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah. Down.
Yeah. Sorry, we're just yapping. I mean, we're just waiting on Vim to get back in here so we can get this game continued here and figure out our winners finals. Oh, we have life, but it's not Vim Tranquilo.
No, it's okay. He'll be back, man.
He'll be back? You just don't worry. No worries, Flambeau today.
He'll be back. It's a thing that you got to believe, right? Like, faith is like half of it. Bro.
Okay.
Because then when things go the way you want it to, look, you manifest.
And it just happens.
Just like that.
Also on a Devil Gen. So we're going to see how that works out here as we get locked in. He was on Devil Gen last game. I'm tripping. The 5-minute break in between.
I was going to let it rock, bro. I wasn't going to say nothing.
You should have called me. You got to call me out, Flambeau. We got to keep each other honest
that's what we got the chat for, bro. This guy's slow motion. Doesn't even know what's going on.
No, I don't. I really don't ever.
This is why we don't have $300,000 prize pools.
I am the reason. I am the exact reason.
Here we go. Pulled up for game number 2. We're going back to Small Fortress Alliance. This should be a good one. I mean, granted, all things considered, Hughes and Lopez did have a pretty fun game 1. Of course, you know, that to make sure that everyone was feeling Krispy Kreme, so we really just wanted to show you what it looks like when you hop in the lobby to immediately hop out.
This is what a game of Brawlhalla looks like.
Yeah.
You know, you load it up, you get the 3-2-1 brawl, but we don't want to give you the full experience
Exactly.
yet.
Exactly.
You can't. First time viewers, you're just your first tournament. We can't give you the whole package at once. We gotta feed you the gameplay loop just a little bit at a time.
No, it's the flow chart, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, first you get the whip. Then you hop in the whip.
Okay.
You drive the whip.
Right.
Then you hop out the whip.
And then you ghost ride the whip.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's for advanced people.
Okay.
With the door wide open too. Yeah, you got to make sure. No, yeah, that's hidden tech. That's hidden tech. Yeah, that's like trying to teach someone how to gravity cancel. You know, you too new to this. Just first.
It's all about the technique.
All right.
You guys see, we're obviously having Vim's having some issues, so we're just going to go ahead and take a quick break. Guys, do not go anywhere. We will be back with the continuation of your top 4 in just a second.
Congratulations! You've been infected! No spam filter can stop me! You bring fists, I bring corruption! You fight like this is a tutorial! Firewall this! No antivirus can save you now! Shots fired! Downloading your defeat in 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
And we are back with more of the Spring Championship Doubles Edition 2026. We're sitting here in the winners finals. Took a brief little pause to see if we could maybe figure things out between Vem Tranquilo, Wes, and Hughes and Lopez. They were doing some connection issues, but now they have either more or less been resolved, and if not, I don't care. We're hopping in anyway.
Yeah, we're playing this thing regardless. It's going down. We're going to get right back into the game for you guys. You guys see that Hughes and Lopez do have the one-game advantage. We were able to get that first game played. We're going to take it right back to Fortress Alliance, and here we go, 3-2-1 Brawl.
All right, locking in. Let's see where things go from here. It's going to be a start. Okay, looks like on the right side we have a little bit of action, a bit of a 1v1 happening between Vem Tranquilo and Hughes, with Vem getting the first hit in that exchange. Lopez coming on in. Target swap from Vem Tranquilo. They'll go ahead on to Lopez, and Wes just trying to get these hits in. Lopez has a lot of control of the stage right now. That cannon really putting on that pressure. Wes finally getting an opening, but then ends up running into a teammate's hitbox there, so they haven't really been able to get that. Oh my god.
Lopez is smoothing, bro.
Wes? Surprised he didn't yank that recovery.
Oh, great dodge from Vim. He's able to find his way back up on stage, bring Lopez off that soft platform. Hughes, down sig is going to go ahead and connect. So does the Dare. So does the Sair. Looking for another one. The neutral line is going to go ahead and catch Vim as well. Hughes just racking up huge damage off this bow, and Vim's first stock is going to be gone.
Okay, just like that. Let's see what else we got here. Nice little side sig into the other side sig. Super KO confirmed there, making sure that there's absolutely no way for Lopez to come back from that. And we still have a decent lead here for the blue team though, unless Hughes doesn't make it back, which he does not. Doesn't get the hit there, can't get the chase dodge, and that's going to be it for Hughes' first stock.
No, that's a pretty good response from Wes and Vim. Going down early in the game, taking those, being the first two to drop, they got those straight back, kept the difference close. Ooh, Vim interrupted there, but he gets interrupted as well. Wes signaturing off that soft platform. Hughes reaching with the nair, but gets shut down by Wes's nair. Looking for another one. No, some friendly fire. The neutral stick is going to catch Hughes. Wes catches him with the side stick as well.
Yeah, Wes has just been letting these rip. Nice little team combo there. Double recovery, not enough to get the stock, but a good chunk of damage racked up. Good interruption there from Hughes as well to stop that side stick from coming to completion, but another down stick coming out from Vem there. Really tough time. The blue team has been getting hit by a lot of signatures, but looks like Hughes sends out one of his own. The laser's not enough to catch the stock though.
Yeah, tall ceiling on Fortress Alliance. Vim letting the breakdance fly. Gauntlets, recovery, stock. There we go. Hughes is going to be sent packing right behind him, and now Wes and Vim trying to squeeze out these final stocks.
Ooh, wow.
Not like that though.
Yeah, that tentacle definitely packing a punch there. Vem stalling on the left side, throwing out that sharking. Really trying to buy some time there. Deal that recovery. Classic combo. Going to go ahead and snag that stock of Vem Tranquilo. Now we have an even one stock game across the board. But of course, Wes and Vem Tranquilo are behind, so in order to stop the 3-0 from happening, they need to find their solution here.
They're trying. It's coming down to these last interactions. They're going to try and focus in on Wes and get him out of here. Force the 2v1. Oh, Wes just barely slithering through that neutral sig laid down by Lopez. Soft platform. He goes ahead and opts not to take the option, but the side sig is going to rip. It's going to catch Lopez. Vim goes deep for it. It was aggressive, and it gets punished.
Oh, still kind of a scary spot. Yeah, because we did see Hughes go for the sidelight down air there. Did have friendly fire and ended up leading to the loss of not only his teammate's stock, but his own. And so that's going to be Wes and Vem Tranquilo stealing, not even a steal, just snagging, really, that first game. And a pretty decent matter there. Yeah, just blue team wasn't able to recover from that final exchange there, and they capitalized really well, so I'm happy for them.
Yeah, Wes and Vim actually sharing the load there pretty evenly. Only 11 damage differential between the teammates. So definitely both of them getting their hands in there, getting dirty, and getting the job done. And we're all tied up going to game number 3. I feel like we've seen this before today, Flambeau.
No, we definitely have. And we might be seeing quite a few more games at that too. But hopping in, let's see what we're able to do here. Different map layout, stage layout, higher platforms, dual plats to boot, wider plats, just completely different vibe. So maybe, just maybe that'll help out Lopez and Hughes after being on the back foot of that last game. But so far, things are fairly even. It's a decent check of damage on Lopez, but I'm not too worried just yet.
Yeah, it's starting to build up, though. Hughes being the healthy one for the blue team this time around. Sidelight into Nair. Lopez going to swat him away with the neutral air. West can't get down, back down to the platform, but he does by getting Hughes in that dare. Sidelight is going to connect. West trying to find a route to get back up. Sweat beats out. Lopez is going to go ahead and slap him out of the air. Going back down the stage. Hughes, he's locked in, trying to lock in on West here. West dancing around, staying out of the hitboxes. There we go. Lets it rip. Oh, gets sent all the way out, though. Immediately punished by Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're on the blue team, you're just looking for those final hits, those setups to get those first stocks. And they're just struggling a little bit. That recovery is going to be enough. Yeah, just, you know, stray one in the midst, and that's going to be a pickup. Oh, I like the attempt of the setup, right? Wouldn't have been a true combo. We saw the dodge come out, but it was a good setup nonetheless. You still looking for that final blow. Going to let the bullets fly there. People always forget about that sig now.
Ooh, okay, that's going to go ahead and confirm. That's going to bring a Vim 10 Kilo down to his final. As Hughes and Lopez are trying to set up something nasty over here on the right side, but West is going to break it up with the Nair. He goes way low. Lopez drops down. Vim 10 Kilo gets a grab to cancel down sig. Hughes gets caught up in the mix.
My God.
It is absolute mayhem over on the left side of the stage, and somehow everybody makes it back, Flambeau, except for Hughes.
Everybody, yeah.
Okay, wait a second.
Lopez almost got snagged there too with that sideline recovery. Just not quite able to find the mark on that final blow from West there, but now things are starting to look honestly still pretty good for the blue team. Yeah, it really depends on if Lopez is able to hang on with the stock or not, because Hughes is extremely healthy, and so if he's able to play back a little bit, let Hughes take the front, the blue team can actually convert this into a lead fairly soon here.
But Hughes is getting some damage put against him against Vim over there on the left right side. He stops it back though. Ooh, nice. The down sig connects. West is going to go ahead and clear off the stage though. Trying to get in, just let the down light fly. Vim with the neutral sig, catches Hughes with the neutral sig. Big damage build up. Lopez deleted onto his final.
Okay, that's going to be D-Light Nair. That's going to connect. Things looking still extremely even across the board here. Vim 10 Kilo going to be biding his time on the left side. West comes in, immediately starts stashing over to the right. Good little jug here from the blue team. Vim does not have a weapon though. Oh, weapon throw actually gives an opportunity for Lopez to go ahead and get in there accidental.
Hughes is the only one hanging on to that second stock. There we go, sidelight and dare. It's gonna finish up. Wes sneaking through, even with the sweat bead, staying out of the way of the aerial from Lopez. Oh, there we go. Side sig is gonna go to connect. That's gonna send Hughes onto his final. But Wes getting really close to orange here. As he backs up, see the boot locked in. The Nair is gonna connect against Hughes. Looking for the follow-up. The D-Light does not connect. Hughes being very careful. West immediately shutting down that downlight. It is just the back and forth exchange of attacks here, keeping things pretty even as blue team though starting to pull away here as the difference is starting to expand. Okay, Sarah Lopez picking it up. Beautiful teamwork from blue team here, Flambeau.
Yeah, no, amazing saves from the red team as well though. Really doing their absolute hardest to try and stay in this match. That Nair from Hughes doesn't have enough juice. Sidestick from Vim almost takes out Hughes. Hughes has to get back on the stage, picks up. Oh, West almost gets turned out the recovery as well. This is an extremely close game. There it is. The wipe finally happens. Lopez and Hughes are able to close out game 3, but it was much closer than it seemed.
Bro, if he would have got that reversal knockout up there at the top, been able to confirm that might have been a different ending to that game. But Hughes and Lopez are going to go up a 2-1. I can't even talk, yeah. Flambeau. 2-1 against West and Vim 10 Kilo, as they are already in here striking maps, getting right back in so we can get settled for game number 4. Looks like we have no legend swaps across the board. Everybody is sticking to the respective legends. And I hate to admit it, but Hughes is nasty on this vector, bro.
Yeah, no, he is. And, you know, one of the things I like is his choice of punishes, right? There's some moments where you see a whiff, and he could try to go for like a D-Light, N-Light, or like a D-Light recovery or say or something, but then depending on the positioning of his opponent, he'll opt to go for down sig, and it ends up working out way better. West almost getting a double scoop there. Hughes coming by. Okay, looks like the red team's gonna be able to get out. It was a little bit scary for a second there, but everyone is back to play. West trying to get that early knockout again. Vim 10 Kilo in the back with the N-sig as well to cover, and then there's the pass right back to Vim, and then the dunk going downtown. Hughes gonna be able to make it back there though. Just has to spin the dodge, but Vim stops him. That air dodge, or rather the hit off the chase dodge, allows him to dodge back into stage, but it doesn't even matter because he gets cleaned up immediately after, and then West with the finish, or rather Vim with the finish on the left side there. And honestly, that was a very dominant first stock sequence.
Yeah, this is a very very interesting opening from West and Vim, really kind of putting their foot down here against this blue team. Talking about how nasty the uses on the Vector, though, went back and looked, 711 damage last game. So he's definitely putting in work on this robot as Vim trying to get back up on stage. So gravity cancel neutral sig, nobody is going to be there, but he gets a safe lane. No, Lopez slaps him away with the side air. That's going to confirm the stock. West trying to send him over. The ground pound's going to connect. Double ground pound, and that's putting Lopez on his final stock.
Yeah, I mean, these Lopez stocks are not doing so hot right now in the dumps. We're going to see if they're going to be able to fight back. I mean, Use picks one up with that down sig. Can they get like a team combo onto them in this moment? Look, the answer is also going to be no. I think they really needed that in order to feel like this match was going to remain competitive, but they might be able to still nickel and dime their way back into this one, but they're going to have to play so much more careful and so much more smart, and Use just continually getting tagged with these hits, but at least Use has 2 stocks. Lopez, on the other hand, does not. Has to back up here, let Use take the lead.
Man, Use was trying to capitalize on that little friendly fire there. Caught him in stun as they came back down the stage. Oh, okay, nice play from Wes. That's gonna send Lopez out. Wes coming up with the recovery. Use is right there. Wes got horizontal with that lance, and Use dialed it in. Still, there we go, another neutralite. Them catching with the nair. That's gonna confirm and put Use on his final stock. They're trying to dial it in and finish out Lopez right here. Force a 2v1. This is huge for Red Team. They're definitely going to push us to a game number 5 here.
Yeah, it's looking real rough. I mean, they just have a pretty considerable lead. There's so much damage racked up on a Lopez. I mean, maybe you can find like a quick turnaround at some moment. Tries to out the down stick for a bit of a Hail Mary. It's not going to be enough. Oh, nice delay here. Wow, okay. Gonna be able to hang on.
Able to touch.
Not for much longer, though. There we go. That's the stock. Used now in the 2v1. Team combo starts off immediately. Even a reset snuck in there. I think we did see the dodge come out. Wow, I love that turnaround D-Light side air, but it's not going to be enough. And all right. You still trying, though.
Oh, there it is. Okay, we called it game number 5. Back and forth, looking good. Wes and Vim, they that was crazy. 164 damage. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Did you catch that? Oh my goodness, absolutely didn't even not let the man play the game. I mean, being at the cusp of being sent out of this tournament and then stepping up like that, great job from Vim 10 Kilo and West to push this set to game number 5. Use being held to 431 damage, and Lopez 164 damage, only 38 off of the cannon.
38, wow, okay.
And we've talked about his cannon, how dominant it's been, how good it's looked, and to only get 38 damage off that weapon, that is makes it very hard to win a set.
Yeah, no. It just makes it hard to even advocate for the weapon being strong when the performances can feel a little bit weak, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, Cannon definitely in a solid spot, just maybe not getting that represented so well in that last match. Let's see if maybe Lopez can go ahead and bring it back in, because this is, you know, grand finals point here for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Lopez catching that landing. Ooh, going out for it. The weapon throw is going to get dodged through West with the sweat beads, but he's going to be able to reset back on stage. Vim trying to clear it off here. The neutral sig is going to whip, but Lopez bringing him back down with the down air. Vim going to use that soft platform to reach out with the side light, but nobody was home. But now he's got Use in the gauntlets. The nair sent him down. He almost hit him with the ground pound, and Use is able to sneak underneath the stage and stay on this stock.
Oh, okay. The recovery's not going to be able to take that stock off the side. Ben with the nair. Not going to be enough, but on the left side, it does look like we do see Lopez go down. He's biding his time here. There's the reinforcements, and now he'll try to fight for his way to stage. Gets caught by the recovery on the way in.
I feel like Vim and West have got some serious momentum behind them after that last win. As we see Wes and Vim still holding on to those first stocks, now starting to drill in to those second stocks of blue team. Use fighting back on arm. Vim finally getting a nair in there to pull Use back down to the stage. Wes retreating over on the left side, come up with a recovery. Use cannot hit it with the side air. Wes going to bring him over with a side air of his own, and then swapping back to Lopez, and then swapping again back to Use.
Okay. Ooh, that recovery is almost enough to knock it off the top as well. Lopez with the side air, still somehow not enough juice. Use just wanting to close these stocks out. Something, a nair probably might even be enough if he can just get in there and find it. The recovery surely. No. I can't believe it. The Blast Zone's doing no favors to the blue team right now.
Oh, that wasn't doing any favors. West, though, with the friendly fire, going to take Vim off his first stock before he gets sent up with the bow recovery to that top left 45. And now everybody is on second stocks, but Lopez getting very close to knockout range, and Use not far behind him.
Yeah, let's see. Really trying to scrap it out here. Here comes the Tesca Sig. almost disastrous, but hangs on with the stock. Used back onto the stage. Doesn't have a weapon though. Gonna need it desperately. Is kind of trying to run around to find some space. There it is. Grabs the rocket lance. Maybe a little bit too late because in that time they're able to get a lot of pressure on Lopez.
That means he's going to have a bow primed if he loses the stock here. West reaching, can't catch him. Okay, 2 side lights. We got some damage being laid down by Hughes. Oh, there it is. That recovery is going to end the stock, and Hughes and Lopez are on a tournament stocks right now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're on winter side still.
Yeah.
We've just been here for 45 minutes. So.
It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit, but we're finally locking down some of the final moments here as the red team is pulling ahead with a slight lead here that may go even further unless the blue team has anything to say about it. Hughes and Lopez holding center stage right now, so it's where they want to be, but they have to be able to exert it. It's one thing to control the space, another thing to maneuver around it like it's your home. Oh, wow.
Lopez reaching out. There we go. Ground pound. That's going to go ahead and confirm that, putting Vim on his final stock. This is still doable for blue team. Oh, they're reaching up. They can't get hands on Vim though. He's too good in the air. The movement not allowing for any offense, even in that 2v1. Okay.
Ooh. Wow. Okay. So potentially looking at, that side six definitely going to be more than enough. West going ahead and locking it in there. Grand finals has been secured for West and Vem Tranquilo, looking at a guaranteed at least second place finish in this tournament, but in a really good position to take first. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we're going to have Hughes and Lopez making their way down to the elimination side of bracket, where they are now patiently going to be waiting for the victors of the next match we have coming up.
Man, it's unfortunate. They really just figured out a way to shut down Lopez. We had 163 damage in game number 4, was held to 273 damage in game number 5.
Okay.
He just literally wasn't allowed to play the game the last 2 games of that set. And West and Vim able to squeeze it away from him, bringing it back, and just like that, they are, like you said, they've secured grand finals, and now we got to go down to elimination side.
Yeah, no, we gotta see what's going on down there. I mean, granted, hard fought for sure. It took them a little bit, but once they figured it out, that was it, right? It's always a little rough when you're on the receiving end of that adaptation and like you can't stop it from happening. Like you can tell, especially if you're like used in that situation, right? And you're like, dang, they're like really ganging up on Lopez. Like, let me see if I can like break it up, spread it out a little bit, and then you're trying, but you're not quite able to succeed. It definitely a harder feeling to kind of go through that and then end up getting the L that way. Especially once again, I mean, we've had game 5 after game 5 after game 5 today, right? Every time these players are getting so close, so close, so close, but no cigar. But we have to move on to the next set we have coming up here. We're going to have Kaina and Lores up against Kant and Taif, which, I mean, you guys see the disparity.
Yeah. I mean, Kant and Lores, they've been around a long time. This is Power Rank 1 and 2 in South America. But Kant and Taif, I mean, they are definitely still contenders. Kant getting in the top 10, Taif just coming short of top 10 PR at 11th. So definitely a volatile team. And it is going to be another Vector. Kant has been rocking the Vector today as well.
Okay, so someone else just trying to do it like the GOATs do, trying to say, hey, I kind of see it. Maybe Hughes was cooking something. It's like how it took people so long to come around to Mega Man. Maybe Balloon Boy was right about something. Maybe Clem was right about something. And then, lo and behold, people are starting to cook. And so that's what we have happening here in South America, where we are going to have the Nash and the Vector going up against the classic Taros Kaya composition.
All right. I mean, Nash has started to sneak his way into comp the past, so far this year. We've seen our fair share bit of Nash, Vector, and of course, I mean, the tried and true. I mean, Roman Reigns, Kaya. We've seen this comp over and over and over again. Dex changes don't matter. I mean, we're just gonna lock in 9 attack Taros and just let it fly.
I mean, that's exactly what we have coming up here as we load up onto Shiganshina. We'll see. What they're able to cook up here. I mean, Kaina and Lores, obviously, some of my favorite players in the game. I think that's just true for a lot of fans of Brawlhalla Esports, even watching their journey.
I mean, nobody pilots a Taros quite like Kaina. Oh, the Nair's going to whiff. Lores is going to hold down the stage, though, with the neutral light. Kant breaking it up. There we go. We see some movement from this Vector. Sidelight's gonna whiff. Lores swapping over, trying to take the pressure off of Kaina just a little bit. Big damage being dealt up against Typh early though, as he almost got knocked out in that top 45. We see Kant get sent over. Typh trying to clear out the stage with the side air. Stomp, Sair, Lores sent out. Still no stocks dropped.
Okay, there we go, down to Mafia attempt, but instead I think actually a bit of friendly fire there coming out. Honestly, low-key might have been the play because they got out with their stocks, right? I mean, yeah, I mean a little bit later we're gonna see kind of fall, and there we go, there's a down and secure the stock, but otherwise like that would have been a KO to confirm. So for better or worse, the red team is gonna be a wee bit behind here, but if they're able to collapse on the Kant, then it shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, pretty good defense on Vector though. Still putting up good damage. Kant backing up. Oh, kinda got the movement there, went ahead and stepped in with the axe. But Kant getting back up on stage. Lores letting the washing machine fly, but nobody fell into it. Oh, sweat beads everywhere. Typh pogos his way back down the stage. Lores picking up the Nair. It is gonna go ahead and knock out.
Oh, okay. Coming back with some aggression here, so you can't on that Vector, trying to piece things up. The damage is fairly even across the board with that Vector being the healthiest on the screen, but Lord, a lot of pressure on the right side. Weapon throw coming out from Can here, and then throwing out that anti-air Nusik as well, but that's not going to find the mark. There goes one member of the blue team going down. That is Typh, now down to his final stock, a down tick to clear the field. Almost a double knockout, just shy, kind of barely hanging on there.
Yeah, almost getting that double knockout, kind of holding on barely to this final stock, trying to get some extra damage off of this Taros. Axe back in hand. Oh, but the Sair from Akant's bow is going to clear kind of back out of contention here, as he has to run all the way back over to the stage to try and get over and save his teammate. Typh backing up. Ooh, the Nair is going to go ahead and whiff, but Lores, the grab to cancel, neutral light. Weapon throw out. Ooh, Kant catching that spear with his face as Lores dropping over the right side. Typh gonna go ahead and hover around, kinda gonna break up the ground pound off of the lance, but Lores is out of contention for game number 1, and now the 2v situation, 3 stocks to 1.
Yeah, it's starting to look rough already on the outset here. Is kind of trying to make the miracle happen there. That's gonna be 1 stock taken out there, but then you still got 2 more to get through, and one of them was a basically brand new stock.
Right. But if he can get that one off of Typh, I mean, he is in actually a pretty decent position. It's just a matter of how much damage they can put on against him until he can secure that knockout. Cancel him up in the air. Ooh, another Nair is going to connect, and kind of now in orange. I see the win condition rapidly disappearing away from Kinda.
Oh, kind of just looking for a weapon at this point. Where's the spawn? It's on the left side. Tries to sneak in there, gets caught, and that's going to be the game going the way of Typh and Kant, right? So we got like the disparities really popping off today, right? I mean, that's a pretty big brand. It's only game 1, can't call it an upset, but the fact that they were even able to take game 1 says a lot.
It does say a lot. Very well done indeed. So we take a look at these replays. They're already, we're going back to, taking I'm sorry, I can't. We're going back to a different map. We're going to take another different look around Valhalla.
You good, bro?
No, I don't know, Flambeau.
Just had a little moment. I was just like, bro, blink twice if you need help, man.
I mean, I'm getting old, man. My brain just doesn't work some days.
Just like me. It's the second chapter. Here we go.
Khan getting taken all the way up to the sky. Typh, a stop scoop. Ooh, send him back down to try and let Kant clean it up, but could not get the connection.
All right, now let's see. Nice little opening from Lores, gets that sider as well, and then picks up the combo there. And nice even follow-up coming up from Kinda there too. So already starting off well.
Nice pogo.
Yeah, oh man, completely saved the situation there. You can see that Kinda was ready to get that end to get the pass.
Ooh, Typh hanging on to that first stock. It's still looking pretty even though. I mean, this looks like it's gonna be pretty tight like it was in game number 1. Kant getting sent all the way up. He's gonna switch back on the bow, catches both red team members. Ooh, well-placed neutral Siga from Lores, and then the recovery to follow it up, and gonna go ahead and be the first to strike.
Okay. Now let's see, is there anything that the blue team can do to recover from this red team? Building up a pretty decent lead, all things considered. There we go. It's going to be 1 stock falling. Lores trying to get the turnaround. Nice gravity cancel. Ensig there. Go ahead and slide up the wall. It's one of the unique things about Vector. Great use of that that secret tech, if you will, to go ahead and make sure that you can get back to the stage. But Lores not phased by it, didn't get caught by it at all.
That was a big risk from Kant to go all the way down to try and get that knockout on Lores. Ooh, little friendly fire there, and that is going to go ahead and take care of Lores, and that takes care of Kaina. Is Type and Kant looking fantastic in game number 2 as well, Flambeau?
Yeah, no, honestly, fairly pristine. Definitely making a name for themselves, definitely getting that momentum going. Here we go, Type dodging into the center stage, gets the combo, almost gets the sidelight as well, but they're having a really hard time knocking out Kant.
They absolutely are. Oh, Type trying to follow up with that Sair as Kant pushed everybody over to the stage. That ground pound is going to go ahead and connect against his teammate, unfortunately. Stomp Sair is going to clear it off of him as well. And now we just need to keep our eye on Kaina because he needs to stay alive, he needs to stay in this game so we don't, he does not put his teammate into a 2v1. But as I say that, it's all up to Lores, and he has 2 socks to work with, but he also has 2 very healthy blue team members.
Yeah, was able to just completely land that neutral signature, confirm that knockout early. There it is again. This time not going to connect though, but I mean, it's plays like that that pushed him into the lead, and Laura's trying to figure out in his brain, how do I get the dub from here? I guess I jump around.
How do I do it? I mean, I guess continuing to try and put pressure on Type if you can get over there to him, but Khan's doing a great job of putting up that brick wall, not letting Lores get over at him. The pogo is going to be damage in Lores' direction. The recovery, there we go. There's some damage against Type, but Kant can just go ahead and send him out with the bow as Sair, swap it over to the lance to try and guard this edge.
Okay, and there we go. Final stock here for Lores. Granted, you have a full stock to work with, right? So you get tagged a couple times, that's fine, but fall inside a team combo, you know a team like Kant and Type definitely got something rehearsed for that exact situation, so you have to tread carefully, maneuver with caution.
That goes for Type as well, as he is, they're both getting very close. This is doable for Lores, especially if he can get over and get a weapon, but he's opting to fight it unarmed. He gets Sair back over, but Sair's his way unarmed back up on the stage. They cannot touch Lores without a weapon in his hand, and now he's got the spear. He's gonna go ahead and hang on to that edge.
Yep.
Have a route to escape from, but there's still a lot of damage that needs built up against him.
Wow, okay, Lores just...
No, bro.
Slowly bring this one back.
Type, okay, I was gonna say, you gotta go over and you have to apply some sort of pressure against Lores. You can't just let him 1v1 your teammate over there. Ooh, he whipped in the wrong direction.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Okay, hold on. He needs a pogo. He needs a pogo. Type trying to hold on. He throws away his weapon.
There's no way.
Okay, we got a fresh spear, but Lores has a bow in hand. Type throws away his spear, trying to get those stun frames, but Lores with a down sig gets it done. How in the hell did he win? Flambeau was in shambles at the desk.
Yeah, honestly, they were prime positioning.
Bro,
you know?
how do you do that?
Wow, I don't know what to say. I mean, they got, right? I mean, we love a good 2v1 comeback, right? We love an underdog story, and that's exactly what we saw. They were positioned so properly to get that game, though. I can't lie to you, but I don't know. Type and Kant just let it slip from their hands. I don't know if that's just, the world champion or what, but man, they couldn't hold it together.
You had it right there. You were right there to have a 2-0 lead against Kaina and Lores, and now it's all evened up with the work still to do. We're going to see, though, if that takes the wind out of their sails or if Type and Kant are going to be able to buckle back down and secure this game here.
All right. Let's see. All right, good little chunk to the side. Wow, these pogo conversions from Type have been really good.
Wait, huge Kaina.
Nice.
Cleared out.
Okay, there's going to be no team conversion there as well, but Type just comes back, grabs that, and then tries to go for a team combo extension there. The side sig maybe wouldn't have knocked out outright, but you know what? It doesn't matter because we see Lores end up falling to his demise on the left side anyway. So blue team, hefty lead here.
Yes, and it's continuing to extend here. Oh, I take that back as Lores is going to Sair him out, kind of going up, missing his Sair as well. There we go. The neutral light will connect. We see the KO trail start to come out against Type here. So up again, Lores trying to tap it in. The recovery off the spear is not going to be there in time. The down sig will connect, will confirm the stock.
Okay, moving on to the next one there. Nice little juggle here coming out from Lores, and Kaina, they're adding on that damage. Type looking in the back, gets that stomp. Sair tries to get another one there, gets interrupted, takes some damage for that as well. But really just trying to play support here to Kant. And it's working with decent amount of success rate so far.
There we go. Nair into Kant's a side air. Lores tipping his toes over there, unarmed. Kant's gonna send him out. Lores with the reversal, hits him with the unarmed Sair, gets a bow back in hand.
Okay. And we get the falling Nair, kind of with the anti-air downlight. Gonna go ahead and shove an unarmed force onto Kant there. Moving on to the right side, Lores once again with the weapon throw, coming in with the swat. Not going to lead to anything. The ground pound going to get counter hit by Pogo.
Oh,
nice
the
spacing.
break dance. Lores, a great punish off of it, feeding the Titan.
Okay. Nice little interrupt there with the side air as well. And the side sig on the other side. That's going to be a double knockout there. Blue team bringing things back down to an even slate here. It's really only Kant who has any damage mounted up at this point, right? I mean, sitting on, you know, we're about to enter the orange, but hasn't been too bad yet. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, it's starting to build up, though. Oh, he stays out of the way of the offense from Kaina. Speaking of Kaina, he gets sent all the way down. Sweat beads out. Nobody puts that final bit of pressure on him, though, and he's able to come back up on stage. Typh gets seared away. Lores laying down the side, the neutral sig.
Okay, what's going to be the plan here? Last stock snare for everyone involved. Down air's not going to have enough juice. Oh, good interruption there, but it's not enough to get the stock. Looks like everyone's narrowly hanging on here. Tries to be a conversion with that gravity cancel stomp, but that gets interrupted as well. Side air, not going to have enough juice, but that side stick definitely will. And then Typh comes in with the reverse recovery to go ahead and end that game abruptly. Once again, hard fought by Kaina and Lores, but they just keep getting squeaked out in these last stock situations.
It came down to that final. They were both on red last stock. Very, very close games here. 508 damage coming off of Kaina. And he definitely favored the axe. I mean, normally you think of Kaina gameplay, you think of the hammer, but he favored the axe by about double the damage output. So see how that continues on as they are now behind again. Typh and Kant 1 game away from sending Kaina and Lores out of this tournament.
Let's see if they are able to do it. That would be a very big boon for them to have in their corner moving on into, of course, the big elimination finals, right? And then from there, maybe even making it all the way to the grands, but got some work to do here. Let's see if they're able to clock in. Gonna get D-Lights here, forcing Kant onto the left side.
All right, we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to respond here, and I don't know, it kind of feels like a Game 5 situation to me, Flambeau. I think Kaina and Lores don't go down without a fight here. Ooh, nice there from Lores. That's already starting to mix things up. He goes for the pogo. Wait, Kant's in big trouble. Lores pogos him again. Kant has been deleted. And look at Typh. He's got 2 Flambeau. Kaina and Lores pushing it already in game number 4.
Yeah, really trying to make sure that if this dub happens for Kant and Typh, that it is earned. But first, they got to make the entire run here. There are more stocks to be played. Lores coming in, great interruption with the D-Light and Light to go ahead and stop that aggression. Once again, looking great with that bow.
Kinda just going to work over there unarmed. Finally has that hammer back in hand. The stomp Sair and going to send Kant all the way out. Nair is going to go ahead and confirm as well. And Kant's in big trouble. The 2v1 situation, and the stocks just keep falling off, Flambeau.
Yeah, it's so quick. The blue team, basically a non-issue in this game. Looks like Kaina and Lores have just been able to clean it up. I mean, look at this turnaround. Wow, and Kaina gets the gravity cancel. Kant is going to be able to get back with that Nair. Thank the heavens Typh was there to give him something to hit, and that's actually going to be a throw of that stock as well, but it doesn't even matter because the red team still has so many more in the chamber.
They really do, but this does at least put it just a stock differential. Gives them gives blue team at least a goal to shoot towards here to try and bring it back. Kant clears it off. How is he going to get back up on stage? Ooh, some friendly fire there from Typh. Ooh.
Okay.
Kind of not afraid to fight unarmed. Very confident, even without a weapon in his hand.
Yeah, can't have any of that aura lost for even a second. Has to be able to exert that pressure no matter what the game state is. And it's working out so far. I mean, granted, the red team looking like they're in a position to force that game 5 you were mentioning earlier. Just need one more strong hit. There we go. That's going to be Kant falling down. Then Typh maybe soon to follow. That's exactly what we see. And just as you called it, Slow-Mo, we're going to game 5.
There's something in the air
There's
today.
something in the air.
There's something in the air today, Flambeau. I'm telling you, every single set, almost, I think except for like 2
yeah,
today.
We had a 3-1 and a 3-0, and then I think the rest of us like all been.
Everything just going the distance, going down to those final interactions. Just things playing out so beautifully if you are a fan of Brawlhalla Esports.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, it also goes to show how much people have been practicing and training,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That, like, the difference between these teams is not large, right? Part of it is just who was playing better, not even today, but just in that game or that set. But the skill level, you know, you could throw all these people, all these names in a hat and then try to pick one out, and that could be someone who wins this
I
tournament.
mean, that's literally any given tournament for South America, though. I mean, it's so hard to predict this region. Okay. Like, did anybody have Kant and Typh in their top 3 predictions?
That is true. No.
You know what I mean? Like, you never know with this region. Oh, kind of nice. Sayer gonna go ahead and send Kant. Can he finish it off? Oh, he does.
Wow.
Kant is somehow following there. And that's going to put him down in a stock very early, and his teammate getting very close to being sent with him. As you see more damage being put on Typh as he nares his way back over stage, trying to find a position here. The stop gets punished. That's going to be the stock. And now 4 stocks. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Kant's on his final as well. Kana Lores have sat up in their chairs, and they are steamrolling through these final 2 games.
Yeah, the turnaround has been basically instantaneous. I mean, at this point, you have such a mountain to climb here. If you are the blue team, Kana and Lord looking so powerful. Look at this extension here. Lopez maybe getting a little bit too excited, but the turnaround tries to get the double down air, goes ahead and hits Kana as well to give Kana another moment to get back to the stage. Use that dodge, the perfect abandon, gets smacked away, but still hanging in there, and that is just Kana's first stock. But Kana says, you know what? Oh, my partner just lost his first stock. I'm going to go ahead and throw mine away. Yeah. We reset together, and that's team play at its finest.
That's actually very smart. Just avoids any 2v1 situations, one being left without the other. And it just allows them to come in, fresh stocks, fresh weapons, fresh everything to try and close out this game.
Okay, let's see if it ends up making much of a difference here, because they were so ahead anyway that I'm still not convinced. I mean, granted, the stock count a little bit closer to even, but look at how much damage there is on Cam already, right?
Ooh,
Like,
he was gone right there, but he got interrupted, but he ends up getting knocked out anyway. And now Typh, 1 stock to 4. Can he clutch it?
yeah, no. this one for certain. I mean, could be a legend. Legends could be formed today. That's what Brawlhalla is all about. Legends duking it out. Maybe we have to put Typh in the game or something, but this might be it.
Great.
Nope, he gets around, you know, throw that one away. But guess what? There's more. Billy Mays on it.
Lores has another one in the chamber for sure.
Okay, what do you have, Typh, here? I mean, maybe he wants a hammer to try to make a sneaky offstage play if the weapon spawn ever comes.
He did get over to it. The D-light into Sayer. Kind of catches the landing. That could be the beginning of the end for Typh here. Ooh, got out there. Lores went low. Kind of. There goes that stock. Wait a second. I mean, he's halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good chunk of damage in that exchange. Got the hammer as well. I still don't see them letting this one go. There's a D-light recovery, and that's just going to be the game. Kana and Lores moving on to the elimination finals after a Game 5 set where, I mean, it just looked like they locked in.
Yeah, they literally, things just started to heat up there in those last 2 games. I think they started to see the Typh and Kant were kind of sticking with them, keeping things close, and they just kind of had to sit up and get the job done. And you see, I mean, Lores is a 2v2 world champion for a reason, and get it done in another set here with Kana.
Yeah, I mean, it had such a lead that they were really able to play with their food in that last game, man. You know, going for crazy offstage plays, unarmed.
You want to take a? I'm covering my screen so we can't see. How much damage you think Kant had that last game?
113.
Very close. 119.
Whew.
Very, very rough game for Kant. Typh faring a little better with 432, but still a great job from Typh and Kant. Great finish today in a spring championship. So congratulations to them. But their run is done, as they say. And speaking of our run, we're going to take just a quick little break, Flambeau, and we'll be right back with your conclusion of South America Spring Championship.
we can stay in one place. Taking my time with it, no, it's not a race. I want you in your mind, baby. Tired of this chase, and I know you feel the same. Time will pass, I can't stand to see. Thought of you and me, grumble so slowly. Understand what we have is real. Just give me the wheel. I know that we were scared. Butterflies are pushing us into the edge. Let go of what's been said. Heart is racing, but we'll make it to the end. Just take a chance. Take a chance. No regrets. Take a chance. I'ma stick right with you through the rocky road days, knowing it's my mission to make it through the haze. I want strawberry smiles on a rainy morning Sunday with the sunlight on my face. Time will pass, I can't stand to see. Thought of you and me, grumble so slowly. Understand what we have is real. Just give me the wheel. I know that we were scared. Butterflies are pushing us into the edge. Let go of what's been said. Heart is racing, but we'll make it to the end. Just take a chance. Take a chance. No regrets. Take a I'm rising up from the ground. Keep climbing till I reach the clouds.
And we are back with more of the Brawlhalla Spring Championship 2v2 edition. I'm Flambeau, this is Slow Mo. We're hopping into the Elimination Finals of South America before we then ultimately hop into the Grand Finals, where we will crown our victors for this seasonal championship. So that means, of course, we're going to be having Kana and Laura's, who we just saw, go up against Hughes and Lopez. How you feeling about that one?
I'm feeling like it's going to be a battle. I mean, this is that South America that I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how to call this game. How do you predict this game? You literally can't. And then you got Wes and Vim 10 Kilo sitting up in Grands waiting on the winner of this set. I mean, we're finally down to the point where there's nothing but sharks left.
Yeah, no, right? I mean, because this is kind of the point where you spin the roulette wheel.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's like, it could be any one of these three winning the entire thing.
Absolutely.
Any given tournament, and they continue to prove that tournament after tournament after tournament. I think kind of Laura's obviously being PR 1 and 2 have always done it with the most consistency, but then in traditional South American fashion, Vem Tranquilo and West sneak one here, Hughes and Lopez grab one there, and you never really know what it's going to be. But today, I mean, if Kana and Laura are able to kind of keep up the way the end of that last set went. So they have a really good shot, maybe doing the entire thing. But Yuz and Lopez are here to stop that from happening. Yuz, of course, rocking that Vector, did a pretty good job with that. And so we'll see how things shake out.
Yeah, we had that 711 damage off of Hughes last set with we saw him. All of that just to end up at Fortress Alliance. The map selection strategy just kind of blows my mind sometimes of how we end up in the situations that we are. Like we sit there and we wait for 60 seconds for 3 maps that nobody wanted to begin with, all just to end up at Fortress Alliance anyway.
All roads lead to the fortress.
It used to be all roads lead to Demon Island, but
it used to be all roads lead to Small Mammoth Fortress.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Okay, with the far throwback there, as we are getting settled in here for game number 1. This is your elimination finals. Everybody left is a guaranteed podium, and these 2 teams are fighting out to go up to grand finals to be able for a chance against that reset. Lopez sharking with that cannon, however, though.
Okay, good start here for the blue team. I mean, already got kind of disarmed, getting kind of pieced up, but fighting unarmed regardless, and disarms Lopez in the process. Decides to coming out, getting a taste of the blade, a little bit of Katamari for your troubles.
Yes, the Kraken.
Katamari, that's a game.
Hey, the Kraken coming out there for Sidra. And confirming that knockout. Now we're just trying to see who out of these last 3 U's being sent down way low. Sweat beats out. Go ahead and call his first stock gone. Now it's 2v1 against Lopez. The recovery's not going to be enough. Kind of tries to get the graphic cancel D-Light, but gets caught with a Sarah nonetheless, and that sends U's and Lopez on their second stocks. And Lopez going to work on U's, but he just ran out of options. There was nothing else he could do, Flambeau.
Yeah, even Kano was trying to figure out how do I follow up off this. Gave that Nair for a little bit of extra juice, and then, you know, Lola is kind of went for a jump ground pound, and then maybe was trying to hit him into a recovery from Kina, maybe would have been the finisher there. Wow, what a gravity cancel and life abuse. Wow. And then immediately hopping over, trying to get the turnaround to Laura. They are playing extremely aggressive off stage. The ground pound is going to connect. That's going to be 1 falling there. And then Kina and Laura's are off the right side. Accidental friendly fire. Lopez, can you make up for it? The answer is no. Super not worth for the red team.
Yeah. There's always that question. You wait to see how the rest of the interaction goes. Was it worth? But it was absolutely not. That D-Light going to have a lot of force against Lopez. Going to catch him with the neutral light is on the landing. Hughes coming back up on stage. Lopez being sent off the top, and now we got the 2v1 situation. They're trying to cook a little bit. Kinda could not just get in there with the Acno to keep the extension going. Lores, the D-Light did not get punished. He gets 1 pogo in, and Hughes is able to come back up on stage.
Okay, now let's see. Huge damage happening here. Hughes coming in with those neutral layers on that Rocket Lance. Lopez trying to get that anti-air out with that N-Sig, and not going to find the mark this time around, but I'm sure he will later in the set. Gets the recovery, picks up a KO there. Kind of with a turnaround. Not going to be enough to get the stock, though. Wants a scoop on somebody, but they all disperse like flies.
Oh, speaking of, that's going to go ahead and put Hughes out of here. Lopez all alone. A very damaged final stock. That stomp there is going to be enough. Put Lores and Kinda up 1-0 in a pretty good fashion. I mean, they held Hughes to 239 damage. That's just rough, man. I see those sub 300s, and it's how do you win with that?
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
Right? I mean, it's just there's no win condition there.
It looks like Kina and Lars are just continuing through with that exact same, I guess we'll say momentum they had toward the end of that last set. They're bringing it right into this next one. And it looks like Hughes and Lopez maybe were not ready for that kind of aggression. So we're going to have to kind of rein it in a little bit. You know, you got to put a stop to this momentum, because if you don't, it could be a quick 3-0 into Kina Lars sitting in the grand finals trying to make West Bank look silly.
All right, we're going to take it to Shadow Scar here and a do battle in front of the Sleeping Dragon. Oh, nice being able to thread that Nair in there, just squeezing out all the damage you could possibly get, being as efficient as possible. Ooh, that Sarah's going to go ahead and disarm. Oh, he wanted the neutral sig, but it got interrupted.
Okay, now let's see. Okay, I like what I see right there. Nice little sending both members of the red team off to the corner. Can the blue team capitalize on the position? Looks like the answer is no. Great weaseling from the red team to get back, but now they've effectively recreated the exact same situation on the left side here, and a beautiful trap set up there by Hughes, fully charging that down sig, trying to bait the enemy team into punching, and then having Lopez in the back with the neutral sig to go ahead and cover him, secure that first stock. That's exactly what I want to see.
Yes, looking very good from blue team here as they're starting to extend their lead. Hughes has been barely touched here. That D-Light is going to put a little extra damage onto him, but he's still looking very healthy. Sayre, though, the trail is out. Can he find his way back on? Kind of goes way deep in the gravity cancel. D-Sig absolutely deleting that stock. And Lopez follows right behind him. Well done from red team.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, we've seen some pretty cheeky plays, right? I mean, there was that one gravity cancel end line we saw from Hughes in the last game that I thought was a pretty cheeky one to whip out. But that gravity cancel down sig leading to the ground spike at that angle as well against the stage. Well played from kind of coming in hot now with that axe, trying to juggle with those nails. On the right side, Laura's trying to get a weapon, getting pieced up though. That recovery from Lopez going to stop that. Hughes hitting his teammate, but also getting good damage onto Kaina and de-arming him as well. And so that's not going to be good. But luckily gets the perfect spawn, has the shuffle in hand now.
Slide charge getting all the way out there. Flores continuing to hold his own. The recovery hit. Hughes could not interrupt it. He tried, but he was there just a little too late, waiting on his teammate to spawn back in. Lopez immediately going to work with the unarmed recovery, trying to reach over and get one on Flores as well. Hughes is going to go ahead and clear that stock off, and everybody down to their finals except for Hughes.
Oh, is that going to be a combo?
Nice stop.
Yeah. That was perfect timing, right? Knew exactly, recognized the damage threshold. So he's going to be here right now. Go ahead and cut that one out there. Hughes with a nice opening. Sidelight D-Light. Gets the down sig conversion as well. Looking pretty good here, all things considered. The blue team with the stock lead as well. Just got to keep Lopez alive. Got to keep Lopez alive. Hughes, I love the fact that he changes targets over to Laura as they're recognizing the situation, but he accidentally throws his stock away. That's just going to be maybe a throw. Oh, if that
so
recovery hit. Can Lopez get around? You can see kind of sharking, but good drift from Lopez to keep himself in the game. And now Hughes is back with the rocket lance to help.
That's so unfortunate because Hughes having that extra stock was just that little bit of cushion, that extra bit of security that they were able to hold on to. And first it gets thrown away like that because look, now they're focusing.
They got it.
Flores sent down. Stocks are starting to fly. 2v1 from Kaina. Hughes and Lopez are trying to finish it out. Lopez is going to see all the way out, but so is Kaina. That is going to go ahead and tie us up for game number 3. I'm telling you, there's something in the air, Flambeau.
It's pollen.
Lots of it,
yeah,
actually.
It was so much.
So much of it.
Getting me.
All right, we're gonna take a look at these replays, man. But this just has that feeling. I got goose pimples. It's game 5. It just everything is so close. The stars are aligning, and these teams are just so closely matched.
Yeah, no, that was great.
And we're going to a new map.
Okay, swapping it up and make sure y'all check out mid-seasons. But anyway, hopping on to the next map. You know, we got, I mean, this map is beautiful, man. It's definitely one of my favorite. Miami Dome was always a clear favorite for me, and then this guy got thrown in the mix, and I was like, oof. Miami Dome didn't have that soundtrack. Wait, Hughes? No assistance? Are you to make? Okay, bro? Nothing. Got absolutely taken out there.
That's crazy.
And honestly, Lopez potentially on the receiving end of that. They're playing a lot of games on the right side of the stage here, kind of trying to reset in the center. Maybe get an end light here, starts something off. Flores, do you get back to the stage? The answer is yes. Looks like both members of the red team might get out. Hail Mary, ground pound, tries for the end sig, and what?
It worked.
They got spooked?
It worked.
They just got spooked. Okay.
I mean, sometimes aura's all you need.
I
You just
guess.
gotta throw a hitbox out there and hope for the best. And sometimes you don't even need to connect it. Lopez, though, trying to clear it off with the Sayre, gets set up, he's still holding on to the first stock. Laura is gonna slap him away with a Sayre. Lopez, nice, a dodge, coming back in with a 2-piece off the cannon. Hughes getting tossed up. Flores with the juggle, looking for another nair. No, let the recovery fly, and Hughes stays out the way.
There we go, D-Light Sayre, adding up a good chunk of damage here. All right, and it looks like we're gonna watch Lopez go down, Hughes buying some time here. We can get a weapon on Lopez, yes we can. Great interruption as well. One thing that we saw Duke point out a lot is that Hughes goes for a lot of sidelight nairs, right? Oh, down
What a
sig.
down sig.
No one loses the stock though.
No,
That's
yeah, he does. The
okay,
Bear
down
is gonna
air?
go
Okay,
and confirm
cool.
that one. And now
Another down
2v1.
sig. Still, dang, it does send at that perfect 45 though.
Yeah.
So on a stage like this where you know it's a little bit bigger, it'll take a little while.
Back-to-back neutral sigs, trying to catch Kaina. Hughes way down low. He is able to get over to that left side and put his hands back on stage. Options reset. Although he's all the way out. Now Lopez is fighting this 2v1 over here.
Wow.
Dare is going to go ahead and connect. Kaina getting interrupted there as he tried to clear the stage. Huge sweeping Sayre from the Roman Reigns. He's going to take Hughes coast to coast.
And there goes Lopez.
Yes,
wow.
sir.
Yeah, gonna have to hopefully not get caught in a team combo here. Hughes does a good job of getting hit, you know, fairly minimally, but they need some stage control now. Can we get a turnaround on Kaina? The answer is no. Hughes trying to just get out the corner, dash up into the center. kind of controlling a lot of airspace with those giant sweeping hitboxes of the axe, but so much damage racked up that an end light is more than enough. You can see a lot of potential openers here, and Lores is out of there. They could not capitalize on 2-1 moment. As I say that, potential team combo, okay, a few hits, but nothing that leads to certain stock loss.
Seeing Hughes, he keeps putting himself in very risky situations, trying to break something loose here. Ooh, an arm recovery. Gonna go ahead and get him back up stage against Lores. Oh, nice follow-up from Lores. Lopez got dropped in his lap. Recovery's gonna bring him back up. 2v1, that's gonna finish it up, and there you go. Kind of Lores 2-1 as we get ready and primed for game number 4.
Yeah, once again, I mean, a close one, all things considered, but there was just a moment in those final stocks where we could not find Hughes and Lopez able to rejoin with each other at any moment. They kind of ended up in a disadvantageous situation in their own separate 1v1s and never had the opportunity to reunite with each other. They just got exploited and had their stocks taken away, and that's just the name of the game sometimes. They couldn't get out of that precarious situation, but otherwise, had they been able to at least reconvene, could have gone the other way. Kana and Lores just have such strong advantage states that it's really hard to do that.
All right, this is going to be our 4th game and our 4th stage in the set.
Okay, small wasteland.
Yes.
Man. 7 in the back working on Barraza or something. You know?
Yeah. Putting tune-ups on that heart back there.
Yeah, you gotta.
Gotta fill the diesel up.
Yeah, the old school pacemaker.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go, though. Very interesting, though, as we do take a full tour around Valhalla here in this elimination final set. Is Lores and Kaina opening up with an absolute bang, getting some good damage racked up from that team combo.
Well, let's see. Oh, I love the interruption there. Not going to connect. Use on the left side. Sweeping over to the right, putting out those large hitboxes. So much damage has already been racked up on by Lopez. That sider was almost enough from Kaina to take the stock. Lopez trying to find a way to sneak to this weapon here on kind of the middle left side. Manages to sneak up that cannon. Can we do anything with it? Nice. Gets a huge opening immediately after getting that weapon. Trying to equalize some of the damage that's already been done. Hughes trying to clear up the stock as well. Beautiful unarmed recovery, but in that time, Lopez gets caught and Hughes gets caught as well. All things considered, it's always better to lose your stock together. Now the team can reconvene and try to play off of each other's hits. But honestly, a lot of that time was spent with just Lopez trying to find a weapon. So hopefully this time around, now that they're armed, they're able to kind of keep things a little bit more on their own tempo, because the red team has been kind of sneaking away with this. Yeah, but Hughes able to get a clutch nair and go ahead and at least tie that stock up, but kind of going low. Lopez wasn't able to get over there and put any damage on him, though, or confirm that stock. Can juggle up a little bit, kind of still being the healthiest on the map here as he's holding on. That should do it. Neutralite, no, not enough. Little wide sides on this map here and not enough to confirm. All right, let's see. Nice little end light. The interruption comes out there as well. Kind of the recovery does end up leading to some friendly fire, but at that point, if you're getting knocked out by a spear recovery and that deep of the red, it was probably about time for you to lose your stock anyway. Can't be too mad about that. Oh, Lopez, that would have been early. He still may not get back. No, nobody's able to go ahead and contest his re-entry back on the stage. Use unarmed, though. Reaching up unarmed. Okay, side light. Ooh, side light, down light, trying to hit the neutral sig. And now the stocks are going to fall here. Nice. Oh, kind of bumped his head. He almost didn't make it back over there. Oh, nice try there from Hughes. Had he charged that down sig, might have gone a little bit differently, but still in a pretty good spot here. I mean, all things considered, looking at the stock count, it is extremely even. We've seen a lot of game 5s today. If we're going to continue that trend, that means that Hughes and Lopez need to find a moment to pull ahead here. They have to either collapse onto Lores or get Kaina so damaged that whenever they hit Kaina, they're able to, well, I mean, that's a perfect way to do it. Yeah, a little team combo, bring things back to even. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. This is still anybody's game here. Is Hughes and Lopez trying to best their guaranteed 3rd place right now. Ooh, big damage coming off of that Kaina Lores team here. Oh, Hughes has to be careful. Should be disarmed pretty soon. Good interruption there. Kind of really scary with that axe in hand. You got a good swing. That could just be the stock. And on the other side, Lopez might need some help. Hughes doing a great job of breaking up the mold to create some space for his teammate to get back, but they can't stand too far away from each other in this juncture. No, he got some good space, and he got some good damage off that lance as well. Oh, he needs a weapon. I know Lopez locking in and see if Lopez can try and clear the stage here a little bit. Oh, nice save. Oh, but an even better confirm for the knockout. Kaina and Lores leave absolutely no room to breathe as they slam their ticket into the grand finals. That was sick. That was so clutch from Yuzo. Yeah, it was. He stopped that knock. I mean, it all fell the way that it did. But we're gonna see it here. That was absolutely crazy. Wow. Lores said no. said, nah, bro, nah. You thought you were him. You're not him.
Oh,
I'm
man.
him.
That was fun. That was a fun end. And Kana and Lores breaking the best of 5, or the game 5 streak, rather.
Yeah.
Holding it to game number 4, and now they are headed up top to take on West and Vim 10 Kilo.
Yeah, and they're playing pretty hot, man. They're playing pretty hot. You know, like Hughes and Lopez, they were able to get one, but overall they were not able to stop that train of momentum that we're going to see carried over into the grand finals. And so I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go, man. We might be seeing a reset into another game 9 set like we did in EU, man.
I mean, we just might. I mean, but once Kana and Lores started to pick up the aggression, they just started to make it happen. Getting 2v1ing Hughes, knocking him out early, a couple games there, putting him a stock behind everybody, just absolutely clearing house, looking fantastic. Sharing the load too, 568, 556 is the damage output from those two players.
Wow, yeah, I mean, on the other side of things, right, looks like Lopez had a little bit of a harder game, only like 341 damage. Isn't like the worst, but definitely when other people putting up like 500-600 some odd damage and you're trailing behind by, you know, a few hundred, and, you know, hopefully you're making up for that with like some early KOs and stuff like that. But honestly, throughout that set, there wasn't like too many offstage knockouts that happened. There was a couple where, you know, I think it was like kind of Lars got spooked that one time. But other than that, like, they were mostly found by just racking up damage and getting the big hit. So we'll see how this grand finals goes, though, because I know that Vem and Wes are an absolute terror to go against. Wes has not been afraid to mash that SIG button today.
No,
You've
not
seen
at
just
all.
how many confirms he's gotten by just having someone get knocked into his side signature and thrown into the absolute garbage disposal.
But I think if you're gonna play Tesla, you kind of just have to play that way, bro. You just have to play that way. And here we are. See, we're thinking so hard about this map selection, and we're just gonna end up at Small Fortress Alliance.
Small Fortress Alliance. Listen, this time it could be an air temple angle. It could be an air temple angle. You know. Oh, I didn't even see Jikoku was open. Yeah, what? You know, it's a Jikoku. I didn't even see it over there. I thought I only saw 3 Jikoku.
All right, here, that's where we're going to start it out, this pretty pink map here. As, yeah, this is the battle y'all been waiting for. Vim 10 Kilo and West going up against Kana and Lores. This is about as good as it gets in South America, and it's time to get it going.
Okay, let's see. Good chunk of damage being racked up here.
Oh, man. But it's going both ways so far. Everybody's still hanging on to yellow. Nice side sig from Vim 10 Kilo. The follow-up recovery. Try to tap it in with a gravity cancel down sig.
Okay, good damage. All they can say here. Wow, and the down or the ground pound not gonna work. Beautiful down air. Tries to go for the down sig as well to try to close out both stocks. Not gonna work, but Wes is right there. And then the pass into the side sig. How does kind of get back from there?
Disgusting,
not
bro.
enough drift. Taro speed stat, not enough to go ahead and give kind of the drift to come away from that far away. Look at this, still going crazy off stage here. I mean, Vem, look at these follow-ups as well, throwing that weapon. West with the pass, tries to follow up off of himself. Decides it from Vim 10 Kilo. West on the other side. Are they going down there? They're both going to survive. I think everyone comes out with their stock here. This is insane.
They're absolutely scrapping the beginning of game number 1. Lores are kind of finally resetting their stocks, but Lores got bruised already on his second stock, and kind of not far behind him as they're trying to scrap their way back here. Vim now over on the bow. We saw what the gauntlets could do. Now it's time for the bow. Okay, Sayer is going to go ahead and knock it back over towards West. West just letting the ground pounds fly. Comes down with a neutral light. Going to go ahead and clear the stage. Lores chasing kind of over to the right. Swapping back. Side sig whiffs.
Okay, let's see now. Ground pound from Kana is going to secure the stock on to West there. Vim 10 Kilo, though, trying to close this out for Lores. Lores tries to get the turnaround reversal on arm recovery. He's not going to find the mark. Kind of putting on a little bit of extra pressure. It's not going to work. West picks up a knockout, and there's that super guaranteed KO confirmed there with the neck snapping of kind of there upon making contact with the ground. And now we have a slight lead for West and Vim 10 Kilo. Vim 10 Kilo rocking that 2 stocks there, but that might be leaving pretty soon. There it is off the map, and then kind of almost gets a knockout on West there. I'm so surprised. I think it was just shy of being perfectly like perpendicular to the axe recovery there, so it didn't get knocked straight up. I'm sure if it had, might have been the stock.
It would have been crazy. That would have put great win condition for them, and it would have been a very early stock.
Kinda.
Cooking. Wait, he might be able to get back. He's got the option. No, Sweat beats out. Lores is gone as well. And what a amazing game number 1. That was just absolute aggression from start to finish, bro.
Yeah, no, Wes and Vim 10 Kilo started this set off with confidence that Kana and Lores were not willing or really just ready to expect, right? I mean, it's such a completely different tempo in comparison to Hughes and Lopez there. Just absolutely running in there. The amount of passes, I mean, these offstage plays, right? You can even see we saw the right side. Tranquilo was able to get that side stick that pushed kind of far enough on the left side. Same thing, like Wes and Vem each got their own respective edge guards. When you're winning both together and in the 1v1, like how you come back from that, that is a question that kind of Lowers are trying to figure out right now. But I think the answer comes into probably having to play off of each other more. But these are both well, you know, accoladed singles veterans as well. It's just right now, Wes and Vem Tranquilo seem to have that sauce.
It was only as an entire team, they did 839 damage. Is all it took to get the job done in that game number one. Just some about that map and the way those the knockout boxes are on the side of the map. That just was a very, very fast game, very low damage game all the way across the board. But here we go. As Wes is going to be the first to fall, Vim is going to be right behind him, and red team has an early lead here.
Yeah, but for how long here? Because the blue team does not show any signs of slowing down. Of course, yes, we lost the first stock, but I think they're going to be able to equalize it pretty soon here. Kind of tries to go for a bit of a risky, tricky play, ends up self-destructing as a result, and then just like that, we have a clean wipe here. This is basically an even game. You know, couldn't hold on to that lead for too long. Vem giving a nice little love slam to West there. I'm not really sure what the plan was behind that one, but there we go. Good damage racking up. They're getting the pummels in, winning their respective 1v1s again.
Yeah.
Oh my, Vem is pounding on Laura.
I know. I don't think the 1v1s is going to be the...
Oh my God.
Wait, well, they fell. Flores, wait a second. Grand Finals is starting to kind of crumble a little bit for Team Red here.
I don't think I've ever seen Kana and Loras look like such noobs against their opponents.
Shut up, bro. Don't say that.
This is a testament.
That is a world champion.
That's the world champion, but look at them. Do you see what I see right now? They're getting absolutely destroyed, bro. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. That's a great turnaround.
Yeah,
they needed that. Yeah. That one puts a little bit of momentum in the bag, something to get morale going for the team, because I've never seen Wes and Vem Tranquilo make it look this bad to them before. You know, like, these guys are so good. That just is a testament to how good Wes and Vem Tranquilo are playing. But I say all that, and you look at the stock count, and it's even, bro.
Yeah, Lores needs a tank. He needs a tank and needs to definitely just not get hit, bro. I know it sounds kind of basic and super easy. That's literally all he has to do is not get hit, try and bail out his teammate, but that Sayer is probably going to be enough right there as Vim's going to be able to tap it in now. The aura knockout again. Didn't even need to put the hitbox out as now kind of fighting desperately. It is doable, though.
Yeah.
If he can get hands on Wes without taking any more damage, though. Oh, wait,
Stop
there it is.
Sayer,
Stop
that's
Sayer. It's
one.
going to be enough, but is he going to get it back? Sweat
Grab
beads
cancel
are not
D-Light.
out yet. He
Oh,
touches.
wait.
Vim, oh, no.
Uh-oh. Didn't go for the grab cancel. D-like ground pound. Tries to go for the delayed recovery. It's not going to work. Kinda can very well win this 1v1. Oh, that sider's going to hurt. Burns a jump there, too. Vem doesn't want to choke this one, but one stomp is all it'll take. Gets hit out of the recovery by the end light. I think Kinda can make this comeback happen.
I think he's got it. I think he's
one D-like from Vem is all it takes.
The
Nair, and Kinda's able to clutch it despite being made to look like they were being toyed with all game.
Yeah, take it back.
I won't take it back because it still looked bad, man. It looked so bad. They were able to clutch it out, but I also will put that as a testament to the blue team's fumble there.
Yeah,
I think that was a pretty free ground pound there on that recovery from Kinda because he was coming from very far away. He didn't have much of a mix-up option there. You throw out a D-like ground pound at the right time, I think you just cover him. But I think he respected it too much and then allowed Kinda to get back onto the stage. He lost the race to the weapon, and then it all went downhill from there.
I mean, or they just fumbled.
Yeah, fumbles are real.
Oh, man. Unfortunate. Kind of just cleaning up, bro.
Oh, and we got a yeet to the side over here as well. Come on, what's gonna be the word here? I mean, I know you want that juicy game 10 grand finals, right? And so really, it was all just to preserve that.
I mean, that's fair. Okay, kind of. Gonna go ahead and send him out with the Sayer. Vim having a hard time getting back on stage. Oh, no, Wes being sent out with the side stick, got the Taros. Kind of locked in, bro.
Yeah, he's in there after that last. You just got 2v1, man. Got to be happy about that. There we go. Side light. Tries to get the D light as well. West trying to turn things around. Things are getting dicey off the side of the stage here. Vemtan Kilo trying to get a piece of the action as well. Kinda with the end light to go ahead and close things out. Vemtan Kilo on the right side. Saying, dang, my partner really got taken out. Let me just wait here for a second.
It doesn't
work out though. Yeah. Said I got some for all of y'all. And now, see, the momentum has quickly turned in the favor of Kinda and Lord.
This is what happens. I mean, we've seen this down in the elimination side when kind of Lords are trying to fight their way back up here. They kind of get through this part of the way through the set, and they just get to a point where enough is enough, and they just start to heat up. The aggression starts to flow. Lores gets sent down, kind of getting sent down, and not a bad game state still for blue. I mean, Vim is in yellow. We got West being pushed towards orange. Oh, Vim going way low. Nobody went the way. He was waiting for him all along. He knew West was going. Wait, what?
Oh, West!
Tesco, all you have to do is push the heavy button, bro.
Oh, come on, man. We got to give some credit for the timing of it. You know what I'm saying? We had to do some work. He had to recognize the situation.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
At the end of the day, did he just press the button? Yes,
I mean,
but there was some skill involved with that. Now here we go. I mean, despite all that, things are still extremely close here. The ground pound coming out. West getting his kicks on, man. Looking like Chun-Li with the amount of kicks he's getting in right there.
Okay, that's going to go ahead and clear that stock off of Vim 10 Kilo. West 2v1. Not taking any damage except for a side light off the hammer, but Vim gauntlets. He gets a ground pound on Lores. That's huge.
Oh, and that's another one.
No, that's huge for Team Blue right now. West and Vim, hopefully, we don't have a flashback of last game, that they're able to secure this 2v1 against Kinda. Just don't let him breathe.
That's brutal.
That's so brutal.
Right? Like I don't know. Like, I've seen a lot of 2v1 team combos in my Brawlhalla days, but there's just something about like getting punched and kicked repeatedly, right? It's brutal.
The Devil Jin Tesco
punch
team
in the face,
combos.
kick, punch in the groin, boom, and then like it's like bro, like it carried him from all the way over there.
It was a coast to coast, lights out team combo for sure.
Yeah, you don't stand up after that.
Even catching one in his no square
yeah,
on his way out, apparently.
Actually,
that's
dude.
crazy.
Did you see where that D-light hit, man? That was tough. That was tough. All right, here we see. Going on to game number 4. We have to go to game 10 here, so as it is written.
As it shall be done. Vim, though, going low, right, that pogo.
Yep.
Double pogo.
Yep. Oh, you missed the third?
Whoa.
You missed the third?
That would have been the end of the stock. That would have been crazy.
Come on, man. Y'all got to win the next 2 games. I'm trying to fill out the prophecy. Oh. Okay, almost gets stock right there. Can't get the recovery. That's 2 hit by the stomps there, though. Can we have them? Nope, we don't have them. No lost stock from that interaction. Another chance for the blue team here to go ahead and try to bring things back. The NC coming out from Morris. Still not enough to get stock on West. Beautiful weapon throw. Actually, no, that was a friendly. That was a friendly weapon throw. You messed up there, I think. Out of the way. We back.
Stock's cleared. That's what it comes down to. Kana and Lores trying to hang on here. They do need 2 games plus the 3 after the reset. Vim 10 Kilo and West just need 1 more to get it done, but they're having a hard time getting anything going here in a game number 4. That's finally going to be the stock off of Lores. Is kind of going to follow suit. Yes, West gets him out of here.
Okay, but we back though. Nice little clean slate refresh. You know, just took a shower. I'm back. I'm better. There we go, nice little start here. I like Laura's not trying to extend too much off of that single hit. West opening it up. Man, West's battle boosts really are something quite special. You know, we talk about it a lot, but it is always a treat to see this man play that weapon. It just looks so good. But Laura's also similarly a treat on that spear, the way he's able to maneuver and control around the stage. You see maybe a pogo situation. Come on now, what you got? Nice save.
They're holding on here. They about got. Oh no, Vim. That's a bad spot to be under. Lores, though, he does get the Sarah off the spear. Vim able to touch aside the stage, and they opt to lock in on West and try and confirm it over there.
Yeah, Lores doesn't get the guarantee confirm off of the downlight, but it doesn't matter. Kind of picks up the D-light, and that's going to be the sweep of the blue team. And just like that, man, I don't know. I feel like we're setting up that game 5, man.
It does. I kind of feel like it. Lores and kind of looking fantastic here. But Wes and Vim, we have seen the huge explosiveness of this team, and that's going to put big damage. Vim goes low. Flores having to fight against it, drops the stock, and the pressure able to get the job done. Wes tied it back up. Wait a second, Flambeau.
You don't get team comboed right now. Don't get team comboed right now. Oh, that was the opening right there, but no follow-up quite from Wes. Kind of giving up that opportunity, and that means Flores and kind of have a chance to reconvene, but they need weapons. Flores managed to find that spear, and there's kind of weapon on the left side there. Kind of can get to it. Dodging through the friendly fire opens up the way. They just let kind of walk up casually and grab that hammer. They're going to regret that one because now he's going to start big swinging.
Yeah, I know. You do not want kind of to have a hammer in his hand. Stop.
I told you he was going to start swinging, bro. You just let him pick it up. You just stared at him. He just walked you down and picked it up. And now look what's happening. Now you're going to game 5 because you just let kind of get the hammer.
Yeah.
Oh, he missed?
He did.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Wait, hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Vim trying to get back up on stage. Kind of misses the stop. That's going to sit him down. We are, in fact, going to get a game 5.
That's how it shall be. It is written. It's in stone.
I mean,
it's in stone. It's the prophecy. It's Pokemon movie 2000. The world will turn to Ash. They meant Ash Ketchum. They didn't get it, but they meant Ash Ketchum. I'm telling you, bro. It's written. The prophecy foretold.
I believe you. I believe you.
So mote it be, my brother.
All right. Well, we're going to see. Does Kyle Flores reset us and get us a whole another set? Or
yes. But I think they win at 3-0. So.
Bro, if they reset it, well, you think they reset and then Wes and Vim just win 3-0?
No, I think it goes the other way around.
Oh, okay.
I think it goes the other way around.
If they reset, they better win.
Well, we about to find out as we're locked in the game. Numero 5 on the Fortress Alliance. Who's surprised? Look at this edge guard happening on the left side. They're kind of almost ends up losing their stock there. Barely makes it back to the stage. West with the pass back onto the stage. The Sig gonna KO off the top. Kind of Loris pose to make that reset happen. Look the way they're starting this off.
Okay, all right. Flores putting some big pressure against Vim. They come down. They get the landing though. Vim reaching back with the dare. Pokes Wes with it one time. The stairs going to bring him back up on stage. Kind of, though, catches him with the neutral light, and there goes the stock. Wes in big trouble. Able to smooth back with those boots there with the side light. But Flores is all over him. They want this reset, Flambeau.
I mean, look at the way kind of Flores are playing off of each other. They're basically setting up an elevator. You want to go up, boom. You want to go down, I'm here too, man. It's hard to avoid that vertical column of pressure they've been exuding here. But Wes and Vem trying to break it up. There goes Wes. Vem trying to do it with the gauntlets right now. D-light recovery, not enough juice on the punch, on the uppercut to go ahead and take that stock, but still trying to fish for that stock up. Kind of look at kind of defensive maneuvering though, but it doesn't matter. As I said, that gets punched in the face. That ground pound, Lord.
I mean, but at the end of the day, Wes was on 60 seconds into the game was on his final stop.
Okay, true. I mean, you know what? I get it because you had a lot of damage. You know, you wanted the clean slate. Fine. So I'm a helicopter all the way plummet into the blast zone. Make sure that I'm here to tee up with my partner here.
Right. Ooh, nice save from Flores. Gonna send Vim all the way out. Ooh, Vim trying to break it up on arm. He did get over and get that bow though.
Oh, kind of gets caught here, but Wes not in a position to be able to follow up. Kind of with the anti-airs again. These side six, Vim is just letting it rip, brother. Oh, speaking of letting it rip, there goes Wes. Oh, but look, the turnaround on the bottom. Flores looking so clean here. Here's the pass to kind of gets the stomp there. That's almost it for West. The blue team is in shambles. The red team has been cooking up. Bam, trying to turn something around here, but I think it's a little too late. I think we're going to this reset. We'll see.
And that was all because on the right side, Vim just went a little too low. Got a little greedy.
A little too late.
Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, they're cooking. Kind of with the nair. Double nair, triple nair. No.
I just run off the stage, man.
Just run off the stage?
Okay. Hey, listen, bro.
He's got you in his ear, Flambeau.
I'm not like at that point, bro, it's not happening. We just reset.
There it is. Reset it indeed. Going the distance of game number 5. And no matter what, Flambeau, these are our last 5 games of Brawlhalla
This
today.
is true. This is the last 5 games of Brawlhalla for a little while.
Till tomorrow.
Well, I mean, yeah, for a little while.
Okay.
You know, tomorrow's a long time from now.
Oh, man,
well, it depends. If we go to game 10, it might not. So we about to find out.
It might be tomorrow.
We about to find out. We trying to go to full distance, baby. Game 1.
I'm here for it. Chikoku, let's go.
No, it's OS at Air Temple, man. I'm not bringing you to the casino, man. You missing the night, bro. You missing the night.
Oh, man. All right, no legend swaps. We're going to log it back in and clear it out. It never happened. This is your grand finals. Western Air Temple. Here we go.
All right, let's see. Beautiful little star here. Great damage being racked up by Loras on the right side there. Trying to cook up with that Kaya. Kilo catches the read there with that N-Sig. And then Wes is there to follow up with a side sig. That's so much damage after one interaction. And get off of me, bro. The big Taros down sig.
I mean, if they do what they did last game and just focus on Wes, get him down to that final stock very early, I mean, they just took him out of the situation, and just like that, the stock is deleted. Vim is going to be sent out with a monstrous Sayer off the axe, but he is able to get back up on stage, although Olores is going to be sent off his opening stock, and the team combo set
another
up.
one.
He caught the side sig, bro.
He's like all the way in the KO box, bro. Why is he coming back from there, bro? What are you doing over there, man?
Man was already in the blast zone, and he held him there.
He held him there. That's just what I'm talking about. Like, it's violent, bro. He's clotheslining him in the blast. Like, we saw that combo earlier. Yeah, somehow that one was even more violent. Like,
that's crazy.
This is a kid's game.
Yeah, it really is. Like,
well, despite that, you know, we have ourselves a tight battle. As I say that, we got a slight deficit happening for Kind of Loras as Wes and Vemtan Kilo have once again reawakened their abilities.
3-0, I'm telling you.
All right, putting all down on black?
No, not after my run tonight, no. Heck no.
So I got to divvy it up, make a few bouts here and there, see how it spreads out. You know, doesn't want to go home completely empty-handed.
All right, Vim gonna come back down the stage and kind of fighting an arm, looking for a drop. Is he gonna get blessed? No, he's just gonna get the team combo unarmed. It don't matter.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know, a little love tap, but not gonna be enough. I love the attempt on the read there, kind of the end light, gonna go ahead and smack Vemtan Kilo to the left side, and then the combo off of the D light into the ground pound is gonna find stock of Vemtan Kilo. We gotta be careful here for Wes. Wes jumps right over both members of the right team. Oh, but once again, that violence. Oh my God, Vim got him!
What is he doing?
He's taking out the trash. That's what he's doing. He's like, hold on. It's trash take, garbage collection. Now he's side-taking his homie because he don't even care.
Right, I mean, he's just literally letting it rip. We're going to see
Put your
it
hands
nasty.
in the air
Come on.
if you a true player. Look at that. Well, why didn't y'all could have closed out the clip? That would have been sick. Come on, now tell me that wouldn't have been sick. Whatever, they get the side sig. It's done. It's done. It's whatever. Beautiful showing from Vemtan Kilo and Wes in that game one. Didn't want to give me my clip. I mean, come on, man. They had it. They had close out the edge guard. Close out the edge guard.
Man. So Flambeau took a nap in between our first block and this block. He's hyped.
I can't believe it. Man, look at this.
I'm looking, brother. Oh my God, that was a deletion.
They just ran up to boom. That's so violent. Like, it's something about the sound effects too. You have to crank the bass up. Man, okay. 1-0 Vemtan Kilo and West. You were calling the 3-0?
No,
you were calling the 3-0? It's looking pretty good so far.
I'm just going to let you call it, bro.
It's looking pretty good so far. I don't know what's happening. This is the prophecy foretold the reset would happen.
Right.
After that,
it was fuzzy.
The scripture is just like, it's burned a little bit. It's been lost to time. It's kind of etched out. It's hard for me to make out what the script's saying.
Right, a little faded. Yeah, I understand.
But all will be revealed in time.
Yes. We will find out together as Wes and Vemtan Kilo have the 1-0 advantage here, but Loras and Kinda trying to set up, getting something going here. Wait, he catches him with the recovery. Wait, that's a deleted stock on Kinda?
They still cooking?
Okay.
Man! Hey, you watch one YouTube tutorial and you think you're a Class A chef. This is crazy. The way they just suddenly went from 0 to 100. I love this. Wow, Kinda completely cooking up them, getting tucked in by Loras with that final ground pound just to make sure, but I don't think it was getting back anyway. And Kinda saying, hey, get your hands off my mans.
I mean, he still put the damage off. The signature still counted before he was able, before he got knocked out himself. Ooh, Vim, I don't know. He shut it down. At least to stop the force going in the opposite direction and brought his teammate back in the stage. Loras holding on to that first. A stock is still. Here we go. Putting more damage against Vim. This is all extra credit at this point.
Now let's see, kind of trying to convert. Ooh, Vemtan Kilo trying to hunt the shark. Bro. And the dunk, it gets interrupted though. He doesn't get to finish the animation. Huge save, but the side air is gonna go ahead and pick up at least one knockout there. Kind of tries to say, get off of me. It doesn't work this time around. The down sig is not going to find the mark. Gets interrupted yet again. It is Sig City. Oh, but Vemtan Kilo does not complete the pass. So Wes says, you know what? I'll do it myself.
This is crazy. Literally, signatures just flying here from this blue team at down sig.
Grand finals, baby. This is peak Brawlhalla, you know?
I mean, this is peak Brawlhalla because they're just absolutely scrapping. Like, it's meta be damned, just going in, absolutely letting it fly, and putting on a good show for the esport fans in chat. I love it.
To the uneducated, it might look like they're just pressing the SIG buttons, but there's a reason they're able to get here and you're not. You know, it's different. It's different when they do it. Y'all don't understand, but I'm telling you, it hit different. Here we go. I'm thinking with the pass, the huge charge and the wind up to interrupt on that side SIG zone and the turnaround from Laura's saying, I'm not going to let that violent combo happen another time. I'm sick of it.
The friendly fire, they caught him in the side SIG, but they are just absolutely locked in. Kinda is sit out of here. I'm telling you. The 3-0.
The 3-0's looking real right now.
Why are you making me doubt myself?
I should have brought you to Vegas. I should have brought you to Vegas. It's not enough. It's not enough.
But it cooked the entire stock,
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, at this point, bro, you're in a wheelchair trying to fight two people, bro. Like, you know, it's tough. I won't say you can't, but I won't say your odds ain't looking great.
Oh, man. All right. We've been here before, though. They're up 2 games.
Yeah, this is how it starts.
This is how it starts.
Yeah, I know. This is every good. I was gonna call it an underdog story. Are these guys really the underdogs? The world champions. But anyway, every good underdog story starts with your heroes with their backs against the walls. You know, this is like, you know, Usain Run starts playing in the background. I want to be the world's #1 hero. It's coming, man. I'm telling you, this is it. It's the both of them, man. They about a tag team right there. We got Kana Laura's. That's young Midoriya and Bakugo. It's happening right now. I hear the music playing. Y'all don't hear it? I hear the music playing. This is where it starts. Come on, lock in, Slow-Mo.
I'm locked in, and so are both of these teams here. Is a West just going to let the side SIG fly. He gets punished for that one. Very easy. But, I mean, it's been working out for him. You just push the heavy button. It's literally working for him, though.
I mean, West, he really is just letting it rip, bro. Well, listen, hey, sometimes you just got to get your full Beyblade on, man.
Oh, man. I mean, might as well at this point. They got a nice little cushion here.
Oh, hold on. Wow. They just had to smack his teammate to try and save him. Did it work? I don't really know, because now you might be losing your stock.
Yeah, and
you
Lauren still might too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. You know, so I guess they have to get knocked down to their final stocks first, and then the comeback will happen.
And then the comeback.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm trying to really cook up something juicy for the script here. So.
I understand.
Oh, okay, that's a good start. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Kyler Lowers. Yeah, show who's boss. Get in there.
West needs to get back on the boots.
Fight back, Kyler.
Oh, Sweat beats out. Them put the bow on West. Wait, they made him back. Wait a second. We're going to go ahead and extend this lead now. Another neutral SIG.
He's mashing. I'll give it up. He's in there. Okay, there we go. That's one.
Oh, man.
Okay, dude, that's 2. That's 2. We counting up. We counting up. All right. Elementary, my dear Watson. We counting. Let me see 3. Come on now. Absolute scrap fest happening here. They can't seem to get past double gauntlets. A nice interruption there. Oh, my West just missed it again. It was all an elaborate setup. All right, so I'm going to call it here, bro. You got that. That was a 3-0, man. Now handshake me, man.
Thank you.
This is looking kind of hard. Let's see if our world champions can bring it back here, man. I mean, they were able to bring it out to the reset.
They were. But this is how it goes. This is how it goes. That's why I made the prediction. Because it goes to game 5, you get the reset, and then the team that was on winner's side became with just 3-0s. We've seen this so many times.
I gotta believe. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. On a world champion or a conqueror's hockey. Something. There gotta be something in there, bro. You can do it. I believe. Give us a good bout here, but I gotta give it up. I mean, West and Vem Kilo are hitting that heavy button, and it is working, my brother. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Kind of get in there. West, West on the final stock. So wait, this is a chance. There's a chance to cook here. Wait, oh man, he's hitting that SIG button again. Stop that. There we go. Lawrence grabs one. No, stop West. Don't let him get on Kana. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, Lawrence. Get in there. Break it up.
Cleared it out with the recovery.
No, stop pressing that button. Dang it.
It just works. I'm very interested, and there you go. West ahead of him, 10 kilo after a very entertaining grand finals. Are able to get it done, and now I want to take a look at the signature counts. Let me have a look here.
They earned it. They earned it. Hey, they earned it. Hey.
13 from Vim, 10 kilo. He 46% accuracy, and then 6 from West at 33%.
Okay, that's less than I thought it was gonna be.
Wait, hold on.
That can't be right.
No, I didn't hit the refresh. Sorry, 12 for West at 33% accuracy, and 20 from Vim 10 kilo at 40%.
40. I was like, that more heavy attacks than Midas heads? No. But that's almost a 50 cent. Okay. That's not a spread.
Push the heavy button 20 times.
Yeah, that's a lot of times.
That is a lot of times.
That's a lot of times. But hey, it was working, bro.
What can you say? It worked.
And it's Teska Sigs, bro. Like you try to break in there, he's smacking you with the body of your teamate for just trying to break it up. Like he's min-maxing.
You know they're in VC just laughing maniacally that it was continuing to work. A very entertaining grand finals indeed, and you see it there at the bottom. Wes and Vim 10 Kilo are your spring double champions.
Wow. Okay. I mean, my expert analysis.
Yeah.
Good job,
I think
guys.
we called that one great.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you know, you prophesized the reset.
Yeah.
I prophesized the
3-0.
3-0.
The
Like,
3-0.
I mean, we're done.
Yeah.
Take us home, Flambeau.
You know what? Yeah. It is time for us to go home. Actually, we got more Brawlhalla action coming to you guys tomorrow, of course, for the end of North America. But that's it for today. I'm Flambeau. That's Slow Motion. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Stay tuned, guys.
Sidelight into down air, and now both of them are stuck off stage, but using the big instinct and the side air. He is going solo with that side air. Vem trying to get a reversal there, gets hit with a pogo, but somehow getting a GC signature. Ian in that spot, gets the ground pound. Vem 10 Kilo puts an end to Ian's stock. The GC does a lot of damage. Pogo not enough to KO outright, but it sets up a perfect one at that. RGG tries to come in, weapon toss on the side of Cat, trying to pick up with the instinct, and Cat is in position with
Combo got them both. Stop.
Oh my
down sig.
goodness.
It's one.
Oh, he gets KO'd off the top.
Vim 10 Kilo gets a grab cancel down sig.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It is absolute mayhem over on the left side of the stage, and somehow everybody makes it back, Flambeau, except for you.
Everybody, yeah.
Wes has a bow in hand. Type throws away his spear, trying to get those stun frames, but Lores with a down. And to see if Lopez try and clear the stage here a little bit. Oh,
nice save. Oh, but an even better confirm for the knockout, Kyle.
You knew Wes was going. Wait, what?
Oh, Wes!
Trying to get back up on stage, although Lores is going to be sent off his opening side.
Again.
Team combo
Another one.
He caught the side.
Fest happening here. They can't seem to get past double gauntlets. A nice interruption there. Oh, but Wes just missed it again. It was all an elaborate setup. All right, so
with the recovery.
No, stop pressing that button. Dang it.
It just worked. I'm very interested, and there you go. Wes and a bit 10 Kilo after a very